The problem with clothing brands nowadays is that everyone doesn't know how to actually make a successful one. Simply speaking, you don't actually know how to build a successful clothing brand. Hi, my name is Isaac and I am the founder of Yanu Consulting. We help DTC apparel brands scale from 4 figures a month to 6 figures a month. This video in here is going to be an in-depth guide on how to build a clothing brand from zero. But you're probably wondering, why the hell would I give this for free? I mean, it's a 10-hour course on how to build a successful clothing brand. Well, there are two main reasons. Number one, I'm looking to onboard you as a client. If I can show you the right way to build a successful clothing brand and you become semi-successful, then I can do an interview with you once you work with us and a successful case study. We both win. And the second thing, most people online actually don't give the right information. There is so much regurgitated information on the internet on how to build a clothing brand, and it's usually just 3 steps: designing, manufacturing, and selling. But you're missing all the different parts of the business that actually matter. What about trademarking? What about legality? What about your target audience? What about your niche? What about your buyer? I'm going to show you how to build everything based off the frameworks, based off the consultations I've done for clothing brand founders, everything in one. And all you have to do is watch from the beginning to the end. Now, if you want the resources, by all means, please join the school community. We launched just 2 days ago and we've almost got 100 members in there. People have been loving the content and it is a community for so many different clothing brand founders. There's 2 things I look forward to: seeing you in the community and onboarding you as a client in the future. I wish you good luck, watch the course to its completion, and may you succeed in this clothing brand. Goodbye and good luck. Hello everybody, and my name is Isaac Ajala. Welcome to Market Saturation. This module right here, I wanted to add it before the capital, before the legality, before the manufacturers. And I know we're about to get into this course. I need to reiterate this. Please, 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 please. Do everything in chronological order. I know you're going to come into this course, you're going to find everything fancy, the manufacturers, the scripts, or maybe the content and marketing, the concept types. You're going to jump ahead, and I get it. But I need you to understand that everything has been structured in a way that is going to benefit you. If you jump ahead without first doing the things at the start, nothing will make sense. Okay? It has been structured and designed in that way for your sake, for your benefit. And it is absolutely crucial that you follow everything in a chronological order, specifically when it comes to this module. This module is going to be by far the most important one, far more important than manufacturers. If you do not understand market saturation, just say bye-bye to owning a clothing brand. You're going to give up. I'm going to reiterate this. If you do not understand this module correctly and you do not follow this, you are going to give up on your clothing brand. That is the absolute truth. I've seen it happen so many times. And that is the reason why this one was first. In fact, when I was first building this thing, I didn't even have market saturation in the module. I only added it once I finished everything. I was like, wait, I need to go back and add this. So I've added this for the purpose of you understanding market saturation. So please, I understand you want to jump ahead, but watch everything in chronological order. Watch from market saturation to capital to money, name, mission, target audience, all that stuff. Once you've started with this, everything will make sense. Okay? So get your notes, get your water. I have my water bottle here, big ass water bottle. This thing is like 2 liters or whatever, 62 O's. And we're gonna go through this document, okay? So it's gonna make a lot of sense. Trust me on this. We got this. All right. Now, welcome to market saturation. Before we even go out to make your brand, okay? Before we even start, this is the most important module you're going to go over. No other module will give you better clarity, focus, discipline, and motivation than this. If you skip this module, regardless of what stage you are in your clothing brand, you are being incredibly foolish. Disclaimer, do not skip this module. Please do not skip to the end of this video because you're bored. All right. So you came with a brand idea. You came up with a brand idea. You told a friend, family member, maybe even a stranger on Reddit, and they said the big scary words. Nah, bro, don't. Think of something original. The market is saturated. And for a second, maybe even longer than a second, you believed them. You genuinely believed them. Like, they said the market was saturated. They said, oh, bro, I want to make this hoodie. And you were like, you know what? You're actually right. Like, maybe they're right. And you believed them. You started wondering if it was even worth trying to, or whether there was any room left. And I want to make this very clear before we go forward in this program. Okay? No market is saturated. I am going to break your limiting beliefs. I need to make this clear. Please listen to me. No market is saturated. Not a single market in this world is saturated. The only issue you're having is that you just don't understand what saturation actually means yet. By the end of this module, you will. And you will never use the word saturation as an excuse again. All right? Here's what we're going to cover. The saturation myth. So what's the myth and lie about saturation? What saturation actually looks like. Red ocean versus blue ocean. How to find your difference. And the only question that matters. Let's get into it. So, the saturation myth. Here is what people mean when they say a market is saturated. There are already a lot of brands in it. That's it. I want you to okay, I want you to sit down and think about what I'm saying. Like, genuinely just think about what I'm saying. When people say a market is saturated, they say there are already a lot of brands in it. Bro, there's so many people doing it. That's literally the only argument. Okay? That's the whole argument. And it's so stupid. Like, I could go on a tangent about this, but it's genuinely like so stupid. I can't wait to break your limiting belief. A lot of brand exists, therefore, you apparently cannot build one. So because brands came before you, because Cortez exists and it's a streetwear brand with tracksuits, you can't make a brand. That's absolute truth. It's too saturated. There's too many tracksuits. There's too many clothes. Okay. I want you to think for just a second and take a moment to think about how insane that logic actually is. There are thousands of restaurants in every major city. Does that mean no new restaurant should open? Just because KFC is there, does that mean what? Chick-fil-A shouldn't be there? Maybe Five Guys? Applebee's? I don't know if that's a thing in America. Okay? There are millions of social media accounts. Does that mean you shouldn't make one? And I know the argument you're going to give. Oh, bro, it's not the same. Oh, brands are so different, bro. You need to... There are hundreds of thousands of clothing brands in the world. Does that mean the new ones, the ones making millions of dollars, should not exist? Nike didn't invent sportswear. Supreme didn't invent streetwear. Fear of God didn't invent luxury basics. Every brand you respect entered a market that already existed, already had competition, and already had people saying it was too crowded. They won anyway. Do you genuinely think that Supreme was the first streetwear brand? When Supreme made their brand, there was multiple brands that existed before it, and everyone probably said, "Yo, it's too saturated." But why did they win? Obviously, Supreme isn't as relevant now. Actually, it might vary. I haven't seen a single person wear Supreme nowadays. I think it kind of fell off, but that's not the point. They won anyway, not because the market was empty, but because they were different. Okay? Remember, saturation is not a market problem. It is a differentiation problem. And differentiation is entirely within your control. Please let me make this clear to you. No market is saturated. Do not blame the market and say the clothing brand niche is saturated. If you say that, you are being stupid. I'm going to get a bit passionate about this. If you say that you cannot make a brand because it's too saturated, you're being an idiot. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Okay? Wake up. Please, wake up. I just shook your head. Wake up. You are being an idiot. You cannot come here and say every single... Like, you're basically saying that no one needs your clothes. There are 8 billion people in this world. And apparently the clothing brands today cover all 8 billion people. Really? So let's actually look about what saturation actually looks like then. Because if your claim is, well, saturation is, clothing brands selling to everyone. So let's actually look at it, okay? True market saturation is when every possible customer need has been met, every single possible price point has been covered, every possible aesthetic has been done, and there is genuinely no room for anything new. That has never happened in fashion. Not once, not in any niche. And if you understand one thing about fashion, it stems off the mind, creativity. Every single human being has a level of individuality to them. The way you make your brand will not be the same the way someone else makes their brand. That's just the way we were designed. Okay? And why? Why though? Like, why isn't the clothing brand niche saturated? Well, because culture moves. Think about streetwear fashion in 1999 or in the 90s versus now. Completely different. Yes, some aspects might be the same, but fundamentally or objectively looking at it, they look completely different. We didn't have jorts in the 80s. I don't think so, anyways. We didn't have distressing like this in the 70s. It just didn't exist. It was like, yo, the streetwear back then was a long ass chain with a wife beater and shorts that and like leggings that or joggers that went all the way down to your feet that you tripped over. That was the fashion back then. Okay? Trends shift. New generations emerge with new values. For example, we'll call Gen Z with brain rot and stuff. New references and new aesthetics. What resonated in 2015 doesn't automatically resonate in 2026. The market is always in motion, which means there is always a gap, and your job is to find it. The brands that feel saturated are the ones that look the same. Walk through any Instagram Explore page and you will see hundreds of streetwear brands with the same oversized tees, the same gothic fonts, the same dark colorways, the same product photography. Exact same. Okay? They all look like each other. That is what people mean when they say they are saturated. Not the market, but the approach. The delivery and the execution is saturated, yes. But the market itself isn't saturated. Okay? The truth is, the market isn't full, it's full of sameness. I like that word, I made it up recently. That's the opportunity. So let's look over at Red Ocean versus Blue Ocean, okay? And I don't know if you guys know this book. It's called Blue Ocean Strategy. It's one of the books I read when I was studying clothing brands. Wonderful book, right? And I'm going to break down this methodology they talked about. So let's go over it. There's a concept in business strategy, or the Blue Ocean, called Red Ocean versus Blue Ocean. Here's how it breaks down. So we have the Red Ocean, right? And the Red Ocean is the existing market. It's red because everyone is fighting in it, cutting each other apart on price, visibility, and attention. Okay? Then we have the Blue Ocean, which is the uncontested space. So no one is fighting in this. Okay? It is new territory and there is no direct competition. Now, most people look at streetwear, women's clothing, or activewear, and they see a red ocean. So they look at these streetwear brands, they look at women's clothing, they look at activewear, they look at fashion, they look at all these different things, apparels, designs, maybe knitting and all stuff like that, and they're like, oh, they see a red ocean because so many people are in it. Because everyone is fighting. Everyone is trying to make the best woman cloth, okay? There's blood everywhere. And they either jump in and fight the same fight everyone else is fighting, or they walk away and do nothing. But there is a third move. Be the blue man in the red ocean. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You've heard this saying multiple times, and I don't know who made this saying, but that guy's a genius. You don't need to create a new category. You don't need to invent a new product. And by that, there's t-shirts, there's hoodies, there's shorts, there's joggers, there's jeans. You don't need to make a thing called Samana, and then that's just this band right here. You don't need to make a whole new product, okay? You don't need to go somewhere no brand has ever been. You just need to show up differently inside the existing space. The reason why you probably resonate with me, or you're probably listening to the things I'm saying, is because compared to the most agency owners, the way they talk or they even interact with you is very sales based, or maybe very to the script. They'll be like, oh, by the way, let's follow this routine. But I can joke, I can use, brain rot, and I can say stupid things. And then that makes you lower your guard because you understand me. It's basic psychology. It's what we call familiarity. You're familiar with me. Maybe not me directly. I hope not. I hope you don't know me. But you're familiar with my ideas. You're familiar with... You're familiar with my representation, my character. You're familiar with maybe the way I talk, my tonality. Things like that is probably resonating with you. Maybe a friend is similar to how I am, right? But the whole point I'm trying to make is you don't need to go to a new market. You don't need to go to the Atlantic Ocean and build your brand from there. Okay? You just need to show differently inside the existing space. So you need to have a different position, different positioning, a different voice, a different customer, different story, and different aesthetic. That's all you need. I'm going to zoom in here. I know your eyes have been burning. Sorry. Okay. Now, one genuine difference executed with conviction makes you the blue man. Okay? So if you find one genuine difference within all these different things I've showed you, and you execute it with conviction, with absolute bold certainty that your thing is going to work, that makes you a blue man. Okay? You're in the same water as everyone else, but nobody can look at you and you're saying you're the same as the rest. There is a reason why you look at some of these brands. They sell flanelle shirts, and they're just different. Why? Why are they different? They've made a different color. Like they use a blue colorway on a long sleeve shirt, and it's selling more than yours with 86 colors and a design that, you know, if you open up the flap or something, if you put it in a pocket, it engineers into Siri. Like, why are they doing better than you? Okay. The whole point is they found a genuine difference and they've executed it with conviction. And they've propagated their ideas into the market, into the customer, into you to make you believe their product is different. It's their positioning. It's the authority they've put in, right? And that is how you compete without competing. You make the comparison irrelevant. The best way to defeat any type of competition in the clothing brand space isn't to try to one up on them. You're not trying to make a better tee than them, a better hoodie than them, a better t-shirt than them. Leave them to their own. All you need to do is make your brand so good it makes them irrelevant. That's it. That's like, it's not rocket science. That's it. You make the competition irrelevant. That is really how you defeat them. That's it. Like, there's generally no more to it. There's generally no more. So, how do you find this difference? Because it's very good for me to say you need to be different. A lot of people on TikTok or YouTube are gonna tell you, bro, you need to be different, bro. You just need to have a different piece, bro. You just need to market differently, bro. I hate vagueness. I think that's something about me. I think I crave knowledge. Like, I really, really like having intellectual, deep debates or conversations and like going into the nitty gritty. Not all the time. I get drained, but when I'm asking for advice or I'm trying to seek information and someone gives something so vague, it's very frustrating. What do you mean makes, like, you just have to be different? How does one be different? And that's how I'm going to give it to you. Okay, pause. So this is how to find your difference. Start with the who, not the what. And I've said this on TikTok. If you watch me from TikTok, if you don't know me from TikTok, then you've seen, I've always talked about your target audience, and we're going to go over that. There's a whole section for that, so don't even worry. But start with the who, not the what. You need to start with the who and not the what, because most founders start with the product. I want to make hoodies. I want to make graphic tees. I want to make tracksuits. The product is not the difference. Your product isn't your product isn't the thing that's changing people's lives. The product is the thing you sell. The difference is who you sell it to and why it matters to them specifically. You sell the identity behind the product. You do not sell the product. You sell the transformation, because every single customer has an undesired state and a desired state. Your clothing takes them from where they are to where they want to be. That is the purpose of your clothing. Do not make a tee and be like, oh, what do you think of my design? Your clothes are supposed to be a transformation. Think about this. When you wear a t-shirt, where does it start from? It starts from your head. It starts from the mind. I know I'm trying to be philosophical here, but reason with me for a minute. You cover your face. Like, you wear this clothes. You can't see anything, and only until you put it down do you see. So this cloth is a complete transformation. It's a complete transformation. Okay? So I need you to ask yourself, who is the person that would feel understood by this brand in a way no other brand makes them feel understood? Probably haven't thought about that question before, have you? Let's ask you another question, right? And I really need you to think about this critically. Please think critically, okay? What does this person believe? And I'm referring to your customer. What does your customer believe about themselves right now? Because if you can find out what they currently believe, you can present your product as the transformation. If they believe they don't have any self-confidence, your product bridges the gap between them and self-confidence. So if they wear your sweater and they feel warmer and confident, then you've taken them from their undesired state to their desired state, okay? Also, what are they tired of? Maybe they're tired of being broke. Maybe they're tired of being unattractive. Maybe they're tired of not getting attention. Maybe they're tired of just not having any drip, okay? And what do they want to represent when they walk into a room? Your customer, if they walk into a room, what do they want to be the embodiment of? Do they want to be the embodiment of confidence, charisma, sadness, hope, nonchalance? What do they want to be the embodiment of? And what brand do they wish existed but doesn't? And if you know the answer to this question, that is your brand. If you know what your customer wishes exists but doesn't at the current moment in time, that is your brand. And I understand right now you're probably like, this is very, very good. How can I find the way to do this? Once again, I have the workbooks, I have the resources. You do not need to leave the program. You can take down these notes and you can start writing. By all means, pause the video if you need to and answer these questions. But just let you know, I have the resources so you won't even need to. Okay? Now, when you answer these questions honestly, the differentiation reveals itself. The more specific you get about the person, the less competition you have for that person's loyalty. If I make a product that is so tailored to a specific customer and I present it to them, especially in their biggest pain point, they're just gonna believe that I am the savior. They're just gonna believe I'm a savior. Okay? And what I'm gonna say in a minute is gonna be quite dark. But let's look at this from my perspective and your perspective, our relationship, okay? We're not in a deep relationship, okay? Don't be weird, don't be weird. Okay, now look. On TikTok, if you found me from TikTok, if you haven't found me from TikTok, this doesn't matter. But this could matter. But however you found the school community, okay, you probably saw that I offered value first, and then I presented the school community, right? Now, I created this, and using my videos and using the hooks and the psychology and things I know, I was able to present my school academy as a transformation for you, as a product that would change you. And automatically, you believed in everything I've said, and you've also given me your loyalty. You believe, you have enough faith in me to consult your business. I need you to understand that me and you have never met, yet you are trusting me to give you advice and direction to go where you need to go. That is only possible, and this will only be possible with your brand, if you understand your customer to a T. I understand you better than you understand yourself. And I know that sounds very weird, but I have a document that literally highlights everything about you. It's my ideal client profile. I know all your pain points. I know how you think. I know how you rationalize. I know what you want. I know what your goals are. I know everything about you. And because I know that, I'm able to create a product or a service that can help you. That's the exact same thing you need to do for your customer. You just need to understand them to a T to beat them. Not really to beat them, but to convert them. Okay? As Sun Tzu said, if you know yourself and you know your enemy, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. That's the exact same thing I've done here. So once you understand and you start with the who and not the what, the second thing you need to look at is look at what everyone is doing and do something adjacent. That's it. It's genuinely so simple. In order to be different, we live in a society where everyone is the same. I need you to understand that. Everyone, 99% of people are the same. In order for you to be different, you just need to look at what everyone's doing and do something different. That's it. We don't need to complicate this. You don't need to jump across the crowd. You don't need to jump off the cliff. God forbid, don't do that. You don't need to do a backflip and be like, hey guys, I'm so different. You just need to look at what everyone is doing and do something adjacent. Just go the opposite direction. That's it. Okay? Well, actually, I'm kind of contradicting myself here. But in regards to your clothing brand, do something that's different. You just need to go adjacent. Okay? You do not need to go in the opposite direction. Contradiction myself. Ooh, sorry about that. I forgot I wrote this. You just need to go somewhere slightly different. If everyone is following one road and they're all going straight down, you just need to look past the crowd and just go slightly right. That's it. Just you don't need to steer off the course. You don't need to go backwards. Just go slightly right. Okay? For example, if every brand in your niche is dark, aggressive, and masculine, what about the person in the space who is creative, expressive, and wants to be seen as an individual rather than a part of a group? If every brand in your space is premium and aspirational, what about the person who finds that pretentious and wants something raw and real? What if I don't like being luxurious? What if I want to be a thug? What if I want to be I'm wearing this hoodie. It's distressing. It's not like the craziest thing ever. What if I want to be this? What if I don't want to wear a suit and tie? What if I don't want to wear gym wear? And this is another note. The gap is usually right next to the crowd and not miles away from it. The third thing you need to look at is your story. Your story is really the differentiation. Here is one thing no competitor can copy from you. No competitor can copy this from you. You. Not a single person can copy you. You, in all your likeness, are individual and different. there is no man on this earth like you. And by man, I refer to every type of archetype. There is no creature, Homo sapien, whatever you are, like you to your exact same degree. Yes, you might have a twin, but you still have individuality. There is no person like you. And that is something that you have that no one else can have. Likewise, that they have that you can't have. Your background, your perspective, your reason for building this brand. Two brands can sell identical hoodies, and one will win because who is behind it and why they built it. Because I wanted to say customers, but I don't know why I said consumers here, but whatever. Consumers buy from people they trust, people they feel aligned with, people whose story resonates with something in their own life. A founder with a visible, authentic presence and a clear reason for existing will always have an advantage over a faceless brand selling the same product. I've said this over and over again. You need a personal brand. Okay? A personal brand is super important. Once again, it's in the program. A personal brand is super important. People buy into identities. They buy into the transformation. They buy into who they can be. Please do not forget this. Do not just make a tee. I'm reiterating this so many times because you're gonna forget. You're just gonna make a t-shirt and you're gonna get upset why no one is buying on drop day. No one is buying because you didn't transform anyone's lives. You didn't actually help anyone. You didn't change anyone's lives. You just offered a t-shirt and cool. And I'm gonna say something that's gonna hurt. Without a transformation, your t-shirt has absolutely no meaning. In fact, it'd be better for me to go into Primark or a thrift store and just buy a blank t-shirt. Why should I get yours? Let me just buy a blank t-shirt. Oh yeah, you got cool designs. Okay, cool. Still fabric. Let me just go buy a blank t-shirt from Primark. From Zara. Okay? Now, your story is not your marketing tactic. It is the most durable competitive advantage you have in your arsenal. Once again, we will cover that. So, let's go over the question that actually matters. You can sell whatever you want. I want to make that clear. You can sell hoodies. You can sell denim. You can sell activewear. Oh, let me highlight this. It's going to give me OCD. There we go. You can sell swimwear. Oh, why are you not highlighted? You can sell swimwear. You can sell formal wear. You can sell Christian apparel. You can sell motorsport inspired clothing. I try to be funny there. You can sell workwear, anything. The niche does not determine success. The execution does. The only question worth asking is not, I can't even read this properly. The only question worth asking is not, is this market saturated? The real question that you need to ask is, why would someone choose you over someone else? Why? Why? And I've given you the framework to look at the who, not the how. Why would someone choose your identity rather than Mertra's identity or Cortez's identity? And when you start to look at brands as identities rather than products, you start to see a very big difference. Something in your brain starts to click. Brands are identities, not products. It's not hoodie, it's an identity. It's not a tracksuit. It's a guy who, whenever he wears it, feels more confident. It's not a hoodie, it's an entrepreneur. Like, when you start to sell the identities, it starts to become very different. For example, you do not go to the gym because the weights and the pumping iron and the smell of it. I'm sorry, you just don't do that. You go to the gym because you subscribe to the idea of you being in shape. That's why you go to the gym. Okay? And if you can answer that clearly without a vague answer like quality or affordable or unique designs, and I couldn't wait to talk about this, please. Now look, if I ask you now, and on these Q&A calls we have, and I ask you this question, why should someone choose you over someone else? And you say, oh yeah, bro, our brand is so affordable, our quality is pristine, we're so unique, we're so different from every other brand. The way we've archetyped our arms and the cuff length is so different. I'll look at you and I'll say you're wrong. Because that's not gonna make me want to choose you. I'll just look at a different brand that's doing better and just choose that instead. And that's the truth. The reason why is because you haven't given me a valid reason. You haven't given me an identity. You've given me specifications of your product, yes. You've given me the size guide, thank you. I'll just go buy from someone else. I've got an identity I want to be. And clearly you're not offering that to me, so I'll just get it somewhere else. So please, I need you to think critically, okay? I need you to be real, specific, and honest with your answers, because then you will have your differentiation. And with differentiation comes positioning. And with positioning comes a brand that can win in any market, no matter how many competitors are in it. The market has never been the problem, and it will never be. The work starts with you. Now that we've made that clear, it is time to create your successful clothing brand. So once again, let me reiterate. No market, my friend, is saturated. No niche, my friend, is saturated. The execution and the delivery of it is saturated. Yet the market itself is not saturated. This module was meant to inspire you and to encourage you that make it that brand. If you want to sell long sleeves, you can sell it. Do not listen to anybody else. Yes, there needs to be a level of differentiation to the design. If you sell the exact same thing as your competitors, it will not sell, of course. But there is no reason why you can't now make a blank t-shirt and sell it. There is no reason why you can't make a hoodie and not sell it. There is no reason why you can't make distressing and not sell it. There's no reason. There's generally no reason. You can do that. If you blame the market and say the market is saturated, that's why you're not going to start this clothing brand. Or if you've had the belief that the market is saturated and you're a bit skeptical of starting this clothing brand, you're wrong. I've just presented with you with data and just like with this whole theory, by the way, we could have went into data and facts about this, by the way, but just with the idea and you using your common sense and logic, really come into the terms that no market is actually saturated. No market, I can't even speak here. No market is genuinely saturated. It's just the delivery of it. That's it. That is genuinely it, my friend. So I look forward to seeing you in the next module. This is what we covered. The saturation myth. Okay, so the lie about saturation. What saturation actually looks like. Red ocean versus blue ocean. How to find your difference. And the only question that matters. I look forward to seeing you in the next section, which is capital and money. In the next section, we'll tell you how much money is needed to invest, what you can do with the money you have so you can invest, and the real specifications on how to build capital whilst you're building your brand. Very important module. I look forward to seeing you there. Speak soon. Hello everybody, my name is Isaac and welcome to the next module, which is capital and money. Now, this module here is by far one of the most important modules because without actually having the right capital and without being able to manage your finances and money, you will not be able to run the brand. It's an absolute truth. So many people start their clothing brands at different journeys with different price points. Some people have $50, some people have $10, some people have $1, some people have thousands, 2,000, 3,000. If you're just starting, I would definitely advise watching this maybe a couple times to really understand this so you can make a judgment and assessment because you need to factor in a lot of different costs. Let me make this clear. You can start a clothing brand with $100 and we even go over a plan to do that. But I want to make it clear that if you do not have a lot of money in your pocket right now, it is going to be more difficult to run up this brand. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it is going to be difficult. Yes, we're going to go over ways you can build capital. Yes, we're going to go over ways you can build money on the side. Yes, we're going to go over ways what you can do with the money you have and how to position it properly so you do not waste money, waste time on courses or anything like that. We're going to go over everything right now. However, let me make it clear that if you do not have enough money to start a clothing brand, you need to start making money. You need to genuinely start making money. It's going to cost a couple thousand and I need to set that expectation. But I will say what it already costs if you already have with whatever you have. So please watch this video now. And if you need to go back and, make more money, that's fine. But just watch it now and let it be done. All right, let's get into it. Now, open up your resource. Let's do it. So welcome to Capital and Money. Once again, click file, make a copy so you can have your own. Now, welcome to the capital and money section. The problem you are going to encounter is that you don't have enough money to start a clothing brand. It is not going to work. If you do not have enough money to start a clothing brand, I am sorry to say it is not going to work. That is the truth. You need finances in order to invest in this brand. Without the adequate resources, making a clothing brand could take you years. Okay? So here's what we're going to cover. Capital and money. So what you need. Clothing brand costs, what it costs to run a clothing brand. The 3 budget tiers, so what to do with the money you have. The capital brand build. Earning income while building. The money mindset. And the final word on capital. I can't speak half the time. That's why I need to drink water because a lot of these documents are very long and excessive. So I'm thinking to come back and cut them, but I might just keep it in just for the natural ability, so it can feel more like a conversation and you can digest the information a bit better. So let's go over capital and money. The truth is, nobody wants to hear this, but you need to. And I need to be the person to tell you. Money is the topic that nobody in the space wants to have, honestly. You see people on TikTok saying that they started their brand with $50 and turned it into a six-figure business. That's always made me laugh because it might be true, but it's funny because people don't actually tell you. They say they started with $50, but they don't tell you that they started with $50 because they bought a subscription to Photoshop, or they probably got a sample and then they started working a job to make more money. I'm gonna break down the real truth, like what these people say, but when they say like I started my brand with $100, okay? Now, maybe some of them did, though it is impossible to just from $50 to start a brand is impossible. I just want to make that clear. Unless your manufacturing cost is 10p, very impossible. Okay. Even at that, you need a domain. You need, there's so many things, right? But what they are not telling you is the full story. They told you that they've built a six-figure business from $50, but they didn't tell you the failed drops. They didn't tell you the money they put back in from a job, just like I said. They didn't tell you the months they made almost nothing, and they didn't tell you the times they quit. And this module is not going to do that to you. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to be straightforward with you, okay? I'm going to tell you exactly what, money looks like in this business and the real costs with real timelines. Disclaimer, this is not to scare you off, but to prepare you. So I understand. If you are 13 years old, 14 years old, 15 years old, maybe not an adult or a teenager, a young adult yet, and you're like, damn, I don't have enough money, I can't work a job. I get it. It's fine. This module isn't to scare you, okay? It's to prepare you. It's to let you know. Now, if you can save up money, you can probably ask one of your friends or maybe a family member to invest in the business. If you're a young kid, this should not be to discourage you by no means, but just to prepare you for what you should expect, okay? Now, can you start with $100? Yes. Should you expect $100 to be enough? No. The brutal facts are $100 can get you started. It absolutely can. You can register a domain, set up a free Shopify trial, design a logo using free tools, create mockups, and start building an audience before you spend a single dollar on stock. But $100 will not build a clothing brand, not on its own, and not without more coming in behind it. You need money to funnel this brand. So let's actually look at what $100 realistically could get you. Okay, now $100 could get you a domain name, which is essential for your website. So a domain name is a .com, a www.yourname.com. Okay, so that's around $10 to $15, depending if you want to use Namecheap, Squarespace. I use Squarespace, all these different domains. Canva Pro, so that's if you want to use, for designing, you could get that for $15 a month, maybe even Photoshop, which is like $20 a month. Samples, one or two from your manufacturer, 30 to 80 each. By the way, a $30 sample, I'm really pushing it here, saying $30. And that's if you're you're not even designing anything. It's just pretty much blank and there's barely any screen prints, right? But that's it. And that's your $100 spent. Like literally your $100 is gone. You got a domain, you've got Canva Pro or like a photo design tool, you've got a sample and you're gone. That's it. That's literally. You cannot buy stock, you cannot run ads, okay? You can't pay for a photographer, you can't get your LLC or LTD formed, and you can't order branded packaging. So what does $100 mean in reality? It means you are in the preparation phase. Use this time while you are building capital to do everything this course covers, okay? So if right now you do not have the capital, you do not have thousands of dollars at your disposal or 500 or hundreds of dollars at your disposal, right now, your biggest important move continues to go through the course, but look at your name, your mission, your target audience, your designs, and your tech pack. Even I'd argue that in this course, the way it's structured, you do not actually spend a dollar yet. You spend it near the end of this building the empire because we focus on building your name and target audience. So by all means, take as much time to build the name, the target audience. That will position you well. Because if you have the plan, if you know exactly who you're going to sell to, if you understand the psychology, it doesn't matter if someone starts their brand tomorrow and scales it to 10K per month. You just need the resources then. And because you've made such an extensive and comprehensive plan, you can literally go from A all the way to Z in a matter of 3 months. So if you right now, you're like, oh, I don't have the money, it's fine. Don't worry. Okay, use this time to do research. I promise you, research will put you so far ahead. Like, I'm trying to make this as clear. Research will put you so far ahead. It is because people don't do research. That is why they don't sell. Okay, so do all of this now so that when the money arrives, you are ready to move immediately. And one thing I want to make clear, please do not be that guy
that because you don't have money, you're gonna use that excuse that like, yeah, bro, I'm trying to find my purpose. I'm working on other things, and then I'm gonna come back to my brand. Your brand isn't a hobby. It's not a I'm gonna do this now or a get quick rich scheme. Your brand is your life. Your brand is every single thing you've put into the hours, the sweat, the days, the weeks, the months, the years. Every single minute and second spent on the brand is growing it, whether you're putting in money financially or not. So making the excuse that you're not going to work on your brand right now because you don't have the money to order a sample is bullshit. Excuse my language, but it's true. It's bullshit. And I hate it because it's cope. It's really, really cope. I can't wait to get into the mindset module because you talk about it. It is cope. You can always move the needle. You can always move the brand. Sitting there and complaining and saying because you don't have money, you're not going to start the brand. It is cope. You are lying to yourself. You can work on the name, you can work on logos, you can work on designs. There are so many free things out there you can get your brand started. You can make a TikTok page dedicated to designing the brand, and when you start to make money, you start to work up the brand. If you're a teenager, right, and you're not even 17 yet, right, or you're 15, 16, 17, not 18, you can't work a job. At 17 and 16 you can, but for example, if you're 15, you can't work a job, make a TikTok page, show people your design process, monetize TikTok, get 10K followers, get your mom to sign up with her card and get paid. Boom. Just provide enough value on TikTok. And whilst you build up capital over the years, you make your designs better, you do more research. If you really are fully committed to seeing this brand grow, you will do every single thing in your arsenal to make sure this brand gets from where you want it to where it has to be. But if you don't want this brand bad enough, if you do not want the success, you're not going to go out your way to do this. Anytime I have a problem, I go to extensive lengths to reach and find a solution, to really find the information and the resources necessary to solve the problem. If I have to pay, I don't care. I've spent money on courses to develop some of the knowledge I have now. And this has been absolutely fucking worth it. If you're gonna sit there and say, I'm not gonna make a brand because I'm being too lazy, really and truly, you're just saying that because you're a bitch. And I'm sorry for my language, but I just want to reiterate this. You are depriving people of transformations. You are depriving people of having clothes on their back and being warm in winter because you don't feel like it. You want to focus on la 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 land. What kind of nonsense is that? Your clothes could genuinely save a child's life in, I don't know, in flipping Africa. Your clothes could inspire the next leader of our generation. And when you start to think about your brand as something bigger than just a hobby, you start to take it a bit more seriously. So I want to make this clear. The people who are going to win in this community and the people who are going to post their wins on drop day in the next 90 days after following this program are the people who are going to sit down and really listen to this and take the notes and really work their asses off and really do everything they can, whether they have the resources or not. That is the thing that makes people successful, not having the things that can make you successful. It starts from the heart and then it finishes off with the mind. If you cannot have the grit and the sheer will and resolve to push past any type of excuse, you will not make it. You will not be successful in this life. You will genuinely not make it. And you have no one to blame other than yourself. Let me make that clear. So if your expectation is to come into the program and you're like, oh, bro, I'm going to try, please leave. Please. I don't even want you in here. Okay? I couldn't care less if you feel offended. Because the truth of the matter is, there are going to be people in here that are going to freaking succeed. And if you want to be a part of that boat, get on now and don't look back. So you either work on the brand or you don't. Give it up or do it. Don't be in the middle. Now that that's done, sorry, I went on a bit of a tangent there, but I had to express that because very, very important. I want to motivate and encourage the people who want to be successful and get rid of the people that don't even want to focus. Okay, so I'm letting you know now, if you really want success, you can get it. It's all about sheer will. Now, the founders who waste money are the ones who rush into production before they are ready. So once again, let me reiterate this. If you do not have the money, do not worry. Because some people rush into it and lose money. Some people rush into it and lose thousands of dollars. You are saving thousands of dollars right now, okay, by not rushing into it. Yes, you can say experience, but research can compensate for a certain extent, okay? The founders who build something real are the ones who are prepared while they saved. If you have $100 right now, you are not behind, you are at the start. And I'm going to pause this recording because I really, really need to use the bathroom. Okay, let's continue. So, clothing brand costs. Let me break down the costs so you can plan properly, right?
And I want to make this clear. These aren't exact numbers based off the research we've done. And obviously, with some of the brand founders we've talked to and actually looking at Shopify and looking at all these things, we've compiled a list of all the things you're probably going to have to account for and pay for whilst running the brand. Okay. Now, they vary based on your choices, your location, and your supplier. But these are realistic ballpark figures based on what founders actually spend. Now, a lot of these things I'm going to talk about in dollars. If you're in the UK, I'm in the UK, but we work with US clients. We like US clients more because, they're more willing to take risk. People in the UK, some of them are good, but some, and this is not to throw shade at UK clients. Okay, if you're from the UK, you know about the crab bucket mentality. A lot of people aren't risk tolerant. Okay, they're very risk adverse and they run away from risk. But we found that working with US clients, they're very, very go getters, and we like that. So everything that I say will all be in dollars, but you can make this according to you. US dollars, by the way, not Canadian. So yeah. Now, so one time or early cost that you're gonna have to consider when starting up the brand is a domain name. Like I said, a domain is literally www.yourname.com. Okay. The next thing as well you need to look at, very, very, very important. Do not skip this, is an LLC or a limited company formation. Okay. Now this could be $50 or $500 depending on your state and country. In the UK, I believe to open an LLC it was like $30 to $60, £60 or something like that. But it was cheap as dirt. Okay, got it up. Trademark application. So this is according to the US. In the UK as well, I don't know how much it is to trademark, but you can check this. I think it's around £130 to 170 or 180. Do not quote me on that. Do your own research. But in the US, it's around 250 to 350 per class. And you're gonna in the US as well, you're gonna have to check the sections because you're gonna have to trademark some things according to sections. I believe even with the LLC, you need to put it under a section, maybe like clothing brand and stuff like that. So make sure you check that. Okay. Now, another thing as well you have to consider is logo design. This is if you're hiring. Now, people say get a designer because they're going to design your clothes. Designers, and let me make this clear, designers are very good at what they do. If you hire a designer to like make your logo after you've configured your target audience, your niche, what you want, the pain points and everything, a designer can make that come to life. Amazing, because they're experts. Okay, now if you have the money, I would advise paying for it. It's something that's going to save you years. It's the longevity of your brand, so it costs it's worth every penny. That's what I'm trying to make. Okay. What greater logo than it is there than something simple as the Apple logo, for example, and that can only be made by a genius. So I know that's kind of a glaze right there, but yeah. A tech pack. So a tech pack as well could be $50 to $300 depending on the style. Now in the program, I've given you a free tech pack. So you can check it yourself. It is just a basic free tech pack. I think it has about 8 pages. You'll see that in the manufacturing section. Do not skip just to go get it. But yeah, you can get the tech pack and you can look at it yourself. But if you do want to get someone to design a tech pack for you based off your clothes, which I would advise, because trust me, a tech pack when you have your manufacturers, and I can't wait to go to the manufacturer section. But with a tech pack, you need to make sure it's as concise and clear as possible so that when your manufacturer is looking at your clothes, they can literally create it come to life. Like they can just make it come to life like that. But if it's confusing, if it's too much, if it's too little, you will not be able to design your clothes in a way that will actually get it. Okay. Another thing as well you're gonna have to consider is samples. So this could be $30, and I don't know why I put 150 because I actually talked to a guy who did 170 per sample. Insane. So samples could be $30 to $200 depending on the sample and depending on the complexity. Now with samples as well, you have to consider like screen prints, whether you're going to do embroidery, whether you're going to do, I don't know, washing, I don't know, whatever you're going to do with it, right? So you need to be very, very careful with your samples because they're going to cost more. But this is an early cost or a one-time cost. They're kind of different depending on it. A domain is just like a one-time. It's not one time. It's recurring every year. But yeah, like an LLC, you just have to pay for that. A trademark, just get that done. A logo design is just one time. A tech pack is a once time because then you can just use the same template over and over again. And samples, it'll be one time or maybe a second time depending on how, like if you want to keep ordering samples to see if it's right, okay? Now, some ongoing monthly costs you're going to have to consider is Shopify Basic Plan. Now, you do not need anything greater than Shopify Basic Plan. Like, I know some people want to get the Pro, the Max, whatever they sell. You just need the basic. You're just selling. That's it. You're just selling a few hoodies and t-shirts. You don't need anything crazy right now. It's $39 a month in the US. It's £25 in the UK. In Canadian, I think it's like 40 something. But yeah, you just need Shopify. I'm going to talk about the applications you need Shopify. If you're using Wix, if you're using WooCommerce, if you're using a custom site,
if you've already built it, I guess use it. But I'm gonna tell you right now, Shopify is by far the best website you can use. I'm gonna go over that later. But yeah. Now another thing, email and marketing tool. You're gonna need an email and marketing tool, especially for your drop day. This is SMS. So for example, in your phone, when you're doing your drop, a smart thing that people do is the SMS marketing. And we talk about that in content and marketing. So when you send, like when it's close to your drop, you send a message to people's device on their phone prior to the drop. So this could be an hour before the drop, and you can give certain people early access and later access. Or you can send discounts to certain people for purchasing from you. And then that's how you can market, for example, and keep loyal customers. Very, very important down the road. Another monthly cost will be Canva Pro or Adobe. So some people use Canva Pro because of logos, designs, vectors, and things like that, or Adobe. Now I pay for Adobe. I use Premiere Pro, Photoshop, all that things like that. For me right now, it costs I believe like 20 something pounds, which would be like 30 something dollars. It's just per month. You know, I pay for the whole Adobe thing with the Illustrator. I don't even use Illustrator. I just use Premiere Pro, Adobe, and PDF. That's it. That's pretty much it. But that's something else you need to consider. That's an ongoing monthly cost. Another thing you're going to have to look at is your paid ads and when you're running them. So typically people say you have to run paid ads, and we'll go over this in the future in the DTC Apparel Growth Lab if you decide to get that. When it comes to the paid ads, right, you're gonna have to run anything from $30 to like $50 a day, and then you can scale it to maybe $100. Some people spend millions on ads and they get millions back, right? But if you're just starting out and you're testing and you're seeing if the market like your ads or not, you're gonna have to probably spend $30 a day. Now, stock investments. So these are things like the biggest category that people neglect are like units. So 100 units at $12 to $20 per unit cost. So what that means is, for example, if you wanted to do a bulk order and you want to know how much one unit is, then you need to know how much you're gonna buy. That's why you ask for a minimum order quantity, or MOQ. And if you don't know these terms I'm talking about, it'll make sense in the future when it comes to manufacturers. But just to break it down, for example, if you go to a manufacturer now and say, "Yo, guy, I want to order 50 units of my hoodie that you're designing for me," right? He's gonna come back to you and he's gonna be like, "Okay, cool. Well, if you want that hoodie, it's gonna be like, if you want 50 pieces of that hoodie, it's going to be $10. I mean, it's going to be $500. Sorry." And then you're going to ask him, okay, cool. What's the unit price? So what does it cost for just one hoodie? Like at a bulk order, not for a sample, by the way. Samples and units are different. If you like for a sample, the reason why they charge so much is because of shipping and stuff, and it's like they need to make money from doing it, but they'll make more money from doing bulk orders. Now, if you ask them for one unit, so that's just like one hoodie, that could be 10. And if you're selling 50, well, 50 times 10, 500, right? So yeah, that's another thing you need to consider. So your units, how many are you going to order? That's why you need to talk to certain manufacturers that will have a lower MOQ. Because if you're going to do your first drop, the dumbest thing to do would be getting like 200 units. You don't even know if that many people want to buy, okay? It's better to get something smaller and sell it out than get something bigger and it don't sell and have cash tied into your house, into inventory and stock. There is no worse feeling for a founder than to walk into your living room and you're just seeing hoodies and shirts that are never going to sell because you just didn't market it properly, okay? Now, another thing as well you have to consider, that's just for stock, by the way, just ordering the bulk order. Another investment you're going to have to come into consideration when making a bulk order is your shipping. So if you're getting a manufacturer from China or maybe Pakistan or maybe India, I don't know, South Africa, shipping can vary. It can jump. And it also jumps according to your bulk order, right? So if you're getting 100 units, you have to consider how much that's going to cost in regards to shipping, because it makes sense. More is more. So the shipping could vary from $150 to $600 depending on your method and the distance. So whether you ship by air or by sea. Now, customs and import units, that's another thing, varies by the country, typically 10 to 20% of goods value. That's your cost of goods and stuff like that. Branded packaging, that's another thing you need to consider. So if you're a clothing brand, you're going to need to get custom packaging, because it's just a staple. You can't sell people their clothes in an Amazon Prime box. I'm sorry, you just can't do that. So you're gonna need to get some branded packaging, okay? So this is polybags. You know them polybags that you see, just you know what polybag is, right? Tissue paper, etc. So even inside the bag, you might give them like little thank you cards, message slips, discount codes, all that stuff, right? And that could be $100 to $300 for a basic setup. There's multiple applications online on how you can get your own custom brand packaging and stuff like that. But yeah, another thing as well you have to consider is photography. Now, for me, in my case, for example, I was looking for my camera. It's the camera I'm using right now. It cost me about like $900, £700, whatever. It's a very good camera, as you can see. 4K quality. But if you're gonna hire a photographer, if you're not gonna take pictures yourself, it could cost you anything from $150 to $500. Like if you want to do a shoot. So if you hire a photographer and you're like, oh, can you do a shoot for us today? He might charge you anywhere from like $150, maybe it's even $1,000, right? If you're not doing it yourself. So I'm just gonna put this up because sometimes this could genuinely be more, and I don't want to like lower your expectations. It is very rare you're gonna find a photographer that's going to charge you for anything less than $150. I'm sorry. Like it's just very rare. And if you found someone like that, then hooray. But if you, and I'm talking about like good quality photo shoots. Like I'm not talking about the basic boring, the pixels are all over the place. Like 4K, HD, high quality, high resolution. All the pixels are, stretched or whatever they are, and it just looks very good, okay? So with all these costs, this should actually put into perspective how much it's going to cost you to really, really run the brand. If I was to give a guesstimate based off everything, this alone, everything as well, is all together. If I was to give a guesstimate, like you're really looking at $4,000 to $5,000 here. Okay, $4,000 to $5,000 if everything is quite high. Maybe even 3,000, maybe 4,000, maybe 5,000 is a bit excessive, but let's say 3,000 to 3,000 isn't even excessive because if you get like 2,000, yeah, 4,000 to 5,000, 100%. But yeah, this should really put into perspective how much it's going to cost you. I need to make this clear because without identifying how much it's going to cost you, you're not going to know what you're in for. Now, there's two things I want to make clear, okay? If, for example, you do not have 10,000 at your disposal, you do not need to have 10,000 to start. You can start with 3,000, okay? Get all your products and stuff, get all the domains, like you can navigate around this. Like this isn't law. I'm not saying right now you have to get this in chronological order. You can just get Shopify. You can cut down your costs, by the way. You can get Photoshop, Shopify, that's it. You don't need anything else. The LLC can come later. Although it's better to get it done first, I will always recommend to get it done first before you start generating a high amount of sales because no one talks about that. But if there's things you can push back, you can. For example, logo design, if you're already skilled, either you can learn how to design yourself or you can hire someone. A tech pack, you can learn how to create one. There's multiple videos on YouTube how to make a tech pack. Obviously, I give examples and explain what they are, but you can watch a YouTube video on how to create a tech pack. It will take maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours, maybe 3 hours. It saves you hundreds of dollars, right? With samples, you can't avoid that. Email and marketing, you also shouldn't really avoid that. You can, but I wouldn't recommend it because how are you going to market to a bunch of consumers without having a system that's running in the back end? So we're already looking at like, let's say, well, with the Photoshop, we're already looking at like $80 right now, okay, when it comes to like subscriptions. And if you have like 2,000 to 3,000, you can spend the rest on getting your bulk order, negotiating a lower MOQ. We have scripts for that. Maybe rather than getting 1,200, you get 1,000. You get like maybe 40 pieces. Cool. Give 5 out to influencers, sell out. Like there's ways you can navigate around this. I don't want you to think that I need 10,000 to start. Do not make another excuse, and please do not cope. Do not be like, oh, do you know what? I'm not gonna start my brand yet. I'll come back when I have 10K. No, start now. Okay. Now, even if you do not have enough, I cover everything, all financial levels, so don't worry. You'll be accounted for. So we're about to go over the budget and what you can run with the typical type of budget. So I tried to talk with water in my mouth. Sorry. Yeah, let's get into it. Okay, so the 3 budget tiers. Now, this isn't law. You can definitely go past this. If you have a higher budget, that's fine. But I've gotten the main tiers because typically, if you're running a clothing brand, the people I've seen, either you're a student, either you're at university, either you're a college, either you're a sophomore, I don't know where you are, you're high school or a kid. So these are according to you. Now, if you're much older, you're like in your 20s, late 20s, and you have much more money at your disposal because you work a job, amazing. The last budget tier will relate to you. But the first 2 budget tiers is typically what everyone is in, right? So let's look at the beginner. So the 0 to 500. And let's look at this realistically. What would $0 to $500 get you? Okay? This would get you a domain and a basic website setup, okay? This will get you a logo design and a free tool, okay? Using a free tool. This might get you 1 to 2 samples to test your product. It will get you some social media presence and organic content because you actually don't need to spend money. If you don't have a phone, that's another cost you have to consider, but I'm sure you have a phone if you're watching this. Now, when it comes to social media and content and marketing, I show you the best ways to do this so you can market anyways. So you won't even need to spend money on guided content or even content at all. So don't even worry about that. And you can also get the brand foundation work. So this is your name, your mission, identity, and audience. That's what the beginner section would get you. But I need to make this clear. This will not get you a bulk production order. You cannot get a bulk production order. You probably won't be able to get 50 units. You just won't be able to order any manufacturer at any MOQ because $100, like they need to make money too, right? So it will not get you a bulk production order. You cannot do a drop. You will not be able to have any paid advertising. I wouldn't even recommend it because you don't even have inventory on hand, right? You won't be able to get professional photography at that point as well. If you only have $0 to 500 and you just want to get your brand presence up, then honestly, by all means, take pictures yourself. Don't hire a photographer. You do that when you have more money, okay? Like, let me make this clear again. You can do a lot of these things when you have more money. I'm just letting you know what the budget tier looks like. Do not use my word as a law and make it as an excuse to not start. To after this video or after this course, go out, get a piece, start designing, start recording content, get a tripod, it's like £10, and start recording you designing. Go on TikTok, show people the process, the journey, the personal brand. Okay, there's things you can do. Remember that. Do not make that excuse and be like, oh, I can't buy clothes. Like you've seen how passionate I get about this. I really hate when people give up. Okay, because it's not really giving up, it's just making an excuse to run away. And you're doing wrong by a lot of people by just running away. Now, one thing as well about the beginner budget tier, you need to understand that you're only laying the groundwork. Some of the strongest brands started here, but do not try to launch a full collection at a tier 1 budget. If you try to launch a full collection without the right marketing, without the right ads, without the right systems, the SOPs, all these different things, you are going to get cooked. You're going to lose a lot of money. You're going to get a lot of angry customers, a lot of refunds, a lot of angry people. So just don't. Okay, right now, all you're trying to do is to test, iterate, and see if people like your product. If they like your product, then do it. Okay, the exact same way this academy also came to fruition. I was building this for a while, but when I launched my TikTok page, I put in my bio, DM me for a free consultation. I didn't know to do consultation at a mass scale until people asked for it. I just offered it. And when people asked for it, well, I started to hurry up with the academy and give it because now I know people actually want this. So I'm not going to give something that no one asked for. If it's not going to solve your problem, I'm not going to give it to you, if that makes sense. I need to find what's going to solve your problem and give that to you, okay? So you will run out of money before you have the chance to build momentum. Focus on preparation and use this time to get everything in order so that when you have capital, you can move fast. It is better for you to have everything ready so that when the money trickles, you just put money in here, put money in here, put money in here, and everything just goes smoothly. That is the best thing you can do right now. Trust me, it's the best. And what you're going to find is that a lot of the clothing brand founders that even have more money are doing the exact same thing as you. They're preparing. In fact, they're probably too scared to spend the money because, they're not risk tolerant enough. So you're not in a bad position. I need to let you know that. Now, the next thing, intermediate. This is if you have $500 to, I'd say more about like, let's bump this up. I'd say more $800 to $800 to like 2,000, okay? Because now if you have $800, it's not the worst, it's not the most, but it's close, okay? Now, if you have $800, if you're really good and you can negotiate, you can get a small production run. Now you can get 50 to 100 units on a single product. That's on the 2,000 end. On the $800 end, if you can negotiate maybe a 30 MOQ, I've not really heard that done before, then you might be able to, get that. But $800, I'll be honest, like that's not really much. I'm looking more at like the 1,000. So if you're like within this range, you can get basic branded packaging. So you can obviously get the polyester bags, you can get the thank you cards, all that stuff. You can get a functional Shopify store, an LLC or company formation. Now, if you have an $800 budget and you can't get the bulk order and you're gonna make more money by the next month and you're gonna have like more money coming in, I would advise just getting the LLC and the trademark out the way. Okay, it's not the biggest thing right now, but I promise you it is such an amazing feeling to have that in the back end. And one thing about having an LLC is ever since I opened an LLC, I held myself accountable because you're gonna need to file, you need an accountant and stuff like that. But when you open an LLC, because it's legal and stuff like that, because you have to take care of the business, you start to see this as a business. So you're not gonna be on your phone scrolling on TikTok. You got bills to pay. You got money to make. Like you got things to do. So if you're running on the back end of something that's like on your ass, you have no excuse to be lazy. So if you can get the LLC, it's super cheap. Get it. If you can get the trademark, get it. Okay, just get it out the way. Open up your business bank account. Once again, I'll show you how to do that. But yeah. Now, another thing, basic content creation. So this is a phone, natural light, a friend who can take photos. You can probably also hire a photographer to take pictures for you if you're within the 2,000 range, because you have a little bit more money to play with. And you also have a small ad budget to test. Now, let me make this clear. Do not run ads without knowing your numbers. I will go over that later on the DTC Grow Apparel Lab, but do not run ads without knowing your numbers. I would heavily recommend that you keep that $200 to $300 just maybe in savings, just maybe to invest in, for example, our products and services. All right. I need to make this clear. And I didn't say this in the beginning. I will be pitching you guys a lot in this program about our products and services and what we do, because a lot of the things we have will genuinely scale your brand. If you have already done a drop and you're like doing like 4 figures already and you're like kind of up and down, you're really, really trying to grow and you really want to invest, and you really want to grow this brand, once again, book a call with us. It'll be at the end of this document, or it's at cal.com/Yano Consulting. So you can book a call with us. It's also outside of this video. But yeah, once again, I recommend with if you just have $200 to $300, I would not recommend throwing that out there and testing ads like too much. You can experiment with ads. You can probably do like a $5 day, 5 to 10 to maybe $20 campaign budget to see how ads work. Yes, but do not run ads aggressively. You will not make any money. Okay. Now, one thing the intermediate tier does not get you is multiple styles or colorways. So you cannot be picky, you cannot be choosy, and it's actually advantageous for you because you can actually focus on just one product and then just sell that to the max. But another thing, it will not get you a professional photographer or model shoot. Once again, let me reiterate, a photographer, I know I did say you can probably get a photographer, but that'll be at a lower price point. You won't get a professional photographer. Like these guys that charge thousands and they give like high level shoots, like them short films and stuff like that. You probably won't be able to do something like that. And you also won't have a significant paid ad budget, and you won't have comfort. That's another big thing. When you're running your brand, you won't be able to let put your feet up and just pay for everything and not worry about things. The truth of the matter is, when it comes to having more money, if you have more money, you can just kick your feet up, because then you can just get things to run. You have a lot more money to play with. You have a lot more things to experiment with. It's just a lot more easier. But if you don't have money, you're going to need to be lean. You're going to need to pay attention. You're going to need to be disciplined. You're going to need to work and make this shit work. If that makes sense, okay? But that's fine, because this is where most real brands begin. And I'll be honest with you, it is tight. This is the truth. It is tight. You will have to make smart decisions about every dollar, where every dollar goes, but it is absolutely doable. One product done well will always beat 5 products done poorly, like I said. So start narrow, sell out, reinvest, and grow. That's all you need to do if you're in the intermediate section, okay? Be very smart with what you have and you will make progress. The point of this stage isn't to sell out on your first drop. You're testing and iterating until you find a safety point, okay? That's the whole point. Now, let's go over the advanced section. I'm gonna bump this up to like 2,500 because you kind of want a bit more. So when it comes to the advanced section, okay, what this would get you would be a proper first production run. So you can actually get a decent MOQ. You can just order a bulk order, like 100, 100 units. You can get that 50 units. I'd recommend starting with 50. Like I said, you want to test, see if the market like it, then sell it out, and then reorder when people want it more. 1 to 2 styles if you have more. If you're more in the 5,000 or maybe the 3,000 to 4,000 to 5,000 range, you can test out with 2 styles. But once again, I would only advise doing one product. Do not do like 6 different products and different colorways, because some people will like one product than the other, and that's the absolute truth. So you will have stock just sitting in your house because one sold out and one didn't. So it's better for you to just focus on one product, okay? Now, another thing being in the advanced budget here will get you is a professional branding and packaging. So you have your polyester bags, everything, you can cover that easily. A proper Shopify store with a paid theme. So I talk about the themes you can use in Shopify. With Shopify, there's the basic theme, so like the free one, which is Dawn. You can just use that. Most people use that anyways, it's fine. But then there's paid themes, and these paid themes are advantageous because you can get your products in the homepage easier, navigation, the UI just looks better. It's just a lot better, and you get more support. There's just so many more advantages with using a Shopify store and actually using a paid theme. A custom theme as well, because you can just edit and tweak a lot more. It can just make your brand look like your website look way better. So if you can have the money to invest in it, just do it. Okay, just do it. Another thing, legal setup done properly. So that's your LLC and trademark started. If you have over like £2,500 and you just have extra money sitting, there is no reason why you can't get your LLC opened and your trademark started. There's no reason. Okay, it's legal reasons, like you're protecting yourself. You're building a company, if that makes sense, right? Another thing, a real content shoot. So this will be a photographer and a model or two. Now, some people have friends. You can ask your friends, can you model for my brand? Some people this is another thing as well. Like a lot of people think you need to, a lot of people think you need to get a bunch of models and pay them all $500 a day. My brother owned the brand. He owned the brand. He's working on it at the moment as well. He got all his friends to do it, and they all did it for free. There was 8 people there, all wearing different clothes. So you don't need to worry about that. You might not even need to ask. You might not even need to pay for models. I'm sure you guys have good-looking friends, okay? If that makes sense. So you can get models. You can teach them how to model. This is to save costs as well. I just want to make this clear. This is to save costs. But if you want to invest in models, get models. They're the best. They're experts in their field. They'll even tell you the right way to position the product, or they'll show you a mood board of the things and how they work. They'll give you more ideas. So you're not only paying for a model, you're paying for information too. So either way, you can do it. But I'm just letting you know, because this is your first drop and you're just building your clothing brand, the smartest thing to do would be save as much money as possible and learn along the way. Now, if you have the money and if you have, if your risk ratio is so big to the point where you can take risks often and you're good, then just do it, because experience is the best teacher, absolutely. But if not, then why not just save the money, okay, and put it into the next drop or into something else. Now, meaningful ads paid budget, $30 a day for 30 to 60 days to test and learn. Now, if you're in the advanced section and you're already starting and you're getting everything started, I would heavily advise you book a call with us to see what we do. Because if you've got everything started with your brand and you're ready to go and you're ready to drop, like you got the bulk orders and stuff like that, and you want to run ads because you want this shit to scale, you want your first drop to go crazy, I would heavily advise you, once again, to book a call to see what we do. Because if you're running ads and you have the money to run ads when it starts off with the brand, you can grow the brand quite quickly. Obviously, you need to consider your numbers, your profit margins, but because you're just starting out, and because you like all these different things, because you're starting from such a fresh, clean slate, it's a lot easier. Not super easy, but it's a lot easier to run ads because you don't have numbers to fix yet. You don't actually have numbers to fix yet. So yeah, you can warm up the audience. You can, there's so many different ways you run ads and do it. But once again, if you're in the advanced section and you want to just scale this brand, you just want to get it from zero, just get it up. The first drop, you want it to go well. Book a call, see what we do. If it makes sense, we'll get you on board, okay? And another thing as well with having an advanced budget will be room to absorb mistakes, because you will make a lot of mistakes on this clothing brand journey. Having buffer capital, so like enough capital to to cover all these different things, like all these unexpected costs or losses and things like that, means mistakes does not end the brand. Because for example, if you're at the beginner stage where you have like $700 to your name, you get like a bulk order, and for some reason you did a drop, okay, and it doesn't sell out, you're cooked. Okay, because all that money that you need to sell out is all in inventory, it's all in a hoodie. So now you're in trouble, if that makes sense, right? So yeah, this is the level where you can launch properly and give your brand a real chance. Let me make this clear. This is not without pressure. Any of these parts is not without pressure. The only thing I'd say is without pressure is probably the advance. If you have like 10K just sitting there ready for the brand, then you probably don't have much to worry about. But if you have like 2K, 3K, and you need to be a bit more smarter, or if you're in the beginning or intermediate, you need to be a little bit more smarter, it's going to get a bit tight. That's the truth, right? But here, you can actually have enough runway to actually build something and learn from the results. If you can get here before you launch, do it. Every dollar you put into preparation saves you more dollars in mistakes later. Now, let's go into the capital brand build, because if you're in the beginner stage and right now it's like, damn, I want to, okay, Isaac, I really appreciate all the numbers and the cost, but I just want to get started. Awesome. I'm gonna show you how to build up capital, and it's just gonna be brutal, but it's gonna be true. Okay, so let me say something that might be unpopular. Trigger warning: get a job. Ooh, scary job. Okay. Now, I want to break another limiting belief. By saying get a job, I know that that's not the entrepreneurial way or the entrepreneurial answer you want to hear. What you want to hear from me is you want to hear, oh, bro, just lock in, bro. Open a TikTok account and make money. A lot of you guys think you're too good for jobs. And it makes me laugh. I get it. Jobs, working for someone, working under someone, if you're someone who's ambitious, if you're even opening a clothing brand, you already know, you already have a mind that's just like different. You don't like anyone controlling your life. I get that. I get that. I get that. But if your goal right now demands you to work a job, you best believe you're putting in them hours. You are not too big for a job. In fact, you're not too big to earn income. The only reason why you're doing a job is to make money to put it back into the brand. If you're gonna sit here and complain and be like, nah, bro, I'm not gonna work a job, bro. I'm not gonna get a full-time income. Good luck. Good luck. I hope, but I genuinely hope you can accumulate money from somewhere else. If you can, amazing. If you have like a side hustle, or like you can generate money maybe from TikTok or something like that. If you have like a personal brand and like you're doing well, bro, amazing. Genuinely amazing. You can stack up that bread and you can put that into the brand. Amazing. But if you have nada and zilch, and the only thing you have to your name is like bursary from college, or like student finance, and that's it, and you don't actually have like other income coming in, and you haven't saved up a decent amount, I'm gonna be honest with you here, bro. For your sake, get a job. You are not too big to get a job. Just get one for a few months, 3 months even. Like 3 months, and like think about it this way. If you work, for example, 40 hours a week, just put everything aside for 3 months, just for 1/4 of the year. Put everything aside for 3 months. You work 30 to 40 hours a week. Okay, you're earning 1,000. No, you're earning like 1,600 to 2,000 a month, okay, depending on the job you're doing. You're doing 40 hours, 5 days a week, whatever, okay. And over the next 3 months, let's just say you're doing like 2,000. Okay, let's just say you're doing like 1.8 every single month. 2.4. Let's hold on. Let's actually do the math here, right? Because my brain is having a thought. So if you get that, you're doing, if you're working 40 hours a week and you're making like 1.8, and obviously you might have to, let's just deduct some costs, maybe like, you know, for subscriptions, payments, fees, all these different things that people might ask. Let's just take away 1,000, just for the sake of within them 3 months. Maybe you have to give money to your parents. That's 4,400. Okay, so that's a bit of money going in, but you have 4,400 to start the brand. You can get started. You can order your first sample. And during this time, I want to reiterate, you've done research on your market, your audience, your niche, you got the samples, you got everything ready. You can start your drop in the next quarter. Boom! Sell out. Simple. But you just need to put that time right now. So if you're going to sit here and be like, oh, I'm not going to get this, bro, I can't be asked, man. Man's too big for that. Well, good luck, man. I genuinely hope that you can make this work without having any type of income. Because without any form of income, you're not going to generate no sales or no bulk, no order. So the brands that survive are almost always built by founders who had an income coming in while they built it. It's not because they lacked ambition, but because they were smart enough to not starve the brand of capital before it had a chance to grow. Your brand is a plant. You need to water it, okay? You're not less of an entrepreneur because you work a job. You are more of one because you are protecting your vision. Just to give a bit of a story, right? So I actually quit my job. I think it was in 2023, the end of 2023. And I quit because I wanted to open this, you know, run up a business. I wanted to start. And when I quit, I didn't have any idea what to do. So I tried a bunch of different jobs. I tried sales, door to door. It went pretty decent. But then I just, like, you know, because I didn't understand sales at the time to the extent I do now, I gave up. And I had no job. So, like, embarrassingly, I had to go back to the same job I left, which was working in retail. And that was little. I walk in, and you know, I applied, and shout out to that one manager. His name is Mike. I'll always remember him. He was a genuine legend. You know, he got me the job back again. I came in, and there was one of the women that were working there, that I talked to at one point. Like, we were kind of friends. Now, when I joined and when I came back in, and when they saw me for the first time, because I saw everyone else, they was really happy to see me back again in the job. Obviously, I wasn't happy because I had to humiliatingly walk back into a job I left. That's embarrassing, by the way. But I knew I had no choice. I needed to stack up capital for my business model, you know, for this and everything else I wanted to do. So I saw this woman, and she said to me, "You thought you were better than us, but look where you are now." And, you know, like, you have to work back here. I had to grit my teeth. I had to clench my fist, and I just had to sit there, and because she was right. Like, I took a risk. It didn't work out, and I had to come back. It was embarrassing. But now look, now I don't work there anymore. Work for myself. Hooray. Happy ending. And it's still getting better. But the whole point is, if you need to go back, if you genuinely need to humble yourself, do it. You are young. I hope you're young, anyways. You are young. If you're 18, if you're 14, if you're 13, if you're 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20, all the way before 30. I'm sorry if you're 30. That's kind of crazy, but if you're in between the ages of 12 to, like, in your 20s, we are young. We have the ability to work whilst doing this. When you're 40 years old, when you can't walk, when you're tired, when you're exhausted, when you can't even run from the first end of the street to the end of the street, you will lose that energy. You will not be young forever. That's the absolute truth. And if you can spend the next 2 to 3 years just locking in on your brand to make sure you never have to work again for the rest of your life, why wouldn't you? Why just not get a job for the time being for the next three months? Not even a year, 3 months. Work your ass off, get money, and just do the brand. Why not? Let go of that limiting belief, because that's going to be the thing that's going to stop you. If you're really committed to seeing this brand go, you are going to do everything, and I mean anything, to do it. Whilst also doing the self-employment, I was also applying for appointment setting jobs to learn how I can appointment set better, to get more clients, to get more leads. Because yes, I own a consulting company, yes, but I'm not too big for the skill. I need to learn the skill. I need to earn money. And that's the absolute truth. That's going to be the exact same thing for your case. You cannot sit here and think you are too big for a job. Do not make that mistake. You will waste your life. Get the job, or whatever way you need to make money right now, and just make it work. I understand if you're a kid and you don't actually have the funds or the money, you can't make it work. I get it. So work on your brand, work on the vision. But if you can work a job, if you are able, then do it. Okay? So let's go over earning income while building. The goal is enough money coming in to fund the brand while leaving you time and energy to build it. Disclaimer: If you currently have a job, increase your hours to earn more in a short time. Whatever you have, sacrifice it in order to make more money. That might mean 40-hour weeks for 3 months. Do it. Save up the capital to make more. Okay. If you have a job right now, you're working like 10 hours a week, 20 hours a week, bro, just work as much as you can. Ask them for extra shifts. If you're going to uni, work after uni. If you're like work before uni, work after uni, you just need to do it for a few months, bro. Like just see it as that. I just need to do this for a few months to make more money to put inside the brand. Like you're not doing this to be the best employee at their workplace. I want to make that clear. You're doing this so you won't ever have to work there again. And all your life, and for however long you've been in that job, you haven't taken a damn risk. That's why you're still working that job. Because you haven't actually made a plan. You haven't worked them extra hours. You haven't gone out of your comfort zone. Work is so comfortable. You need to get uncomfortable. You genuinely need to do this because if you want to be successful, you have to do whatever it takes. And that might mean doing more hours. Give up watching on TikTok for 3 months. I deleted TikTok for 2 months whilst building my business. I came back and missed nothing. I didn't post on TikTok for 2 months. I like a week ago, I opened my TikTok page. I already got like 1,000 followers, and obviously that's not to brag or anything, but I already start to get more. I got booked appointments from that. At the moment, I have a client that paid a deposit for our program because he wants to look into what we do, but he wants to do his drop first. That level of commitment I'm talking about, you need to have that too. You're not gonna miss anything. Let go of these fucking parties. Let these people go. These parties, these events, what people are lying, they're wasting your time. You need to make this brand. You need to make this work. Isn't this why you're here? Isn't this like I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Isn't this why you started the brand? Isn't the reason why you started the brand because you want to be successful? Because you want to put your family or friends in the best possible position ever? Because you want to wake up in the morning and have time and location freedom? It has never been easier to be so successful in this life. It has never been easier to make tens and millions and hundreds and thousands of pounds or dollars in circulation ever in existence. Do not waste this opportunity, please. Do not waste this opportunity. You can hear it in my voice. I'm trying to be as real and raw and authentic with you. Do not waste this opportunity. Use everything you can right now to make more money. Because if you have a family, if you're a father, if you're a mother, and if you're not able, you will regret it. So use this chance. An entrepreneur is someone who does whatever it fucking takes to make it work. I will do whatever it takes. If I need to go back there to work and to make this shit work, I will. I'll do it. Because I know I'll succeed in the end, and that's what matters. But do you know that? Do you know that? Okay? Now, I've recommended 8 jobs that work in alignment with clothing brands. What I found is it's better to work in a job that actually works alongside your brand than separate from it. So let's look at this, right? So these jobs recommended are general ones that I ask AI. So I did ask AI to, I think I asked Claude to look at this, to work whilst working on the brand. So at least if you're working a job, at least you're making money and you're learning a skill, if that makes sense. That's why I wanted to work for appointment setting, because if I'm working, I'm making money and I'm learning a skill to put in my business, right? So if you can do that, do the exact same thing. And they also align with what you're doing so you can understand it more. So warehouse and logistic roles. So if you're working in a warehouse, this is by far one of the easiest. I think it's one of the easiest to get into. One of the jobs I did was a warehouse. I worked in a warehouse for like 2 weeks, hated that shit. But it was pretty good because it taught me a lot about like the fulfillment, how they, all the pallets and how they ship and stuff. 3PL, third logistic parties and stuff like that. But yeah, so you can apply for Amazon. I know it's kind of harder to get in there. DHL, UPS, FedEx, Royal Mail, all these different things. But this is in the UK. I know some of this is in America too. Parcel Force, I don't know, things like that, right? But yeah, similar companies, right? They give hourly pay, they pay weekly, shifts based on so you can work around your brand schedule. You can also learn how fulfillment and logistics actually work, which is directly tied into your business. So if you're getting paid week by week, that's also advantageous for you because if you make 200, you can actually put that into a sample and see how it works, if that makes sense, right? Another thing, retail. Working on retail is very, very good because it actually taught me a lot about price points, customers, all these different things, right? So working in retail and also customer service. Working in retail, clothing retail, very clothing retail or any type of retail as well. You can work like I worked in Lidl, you can work in, I don't know, Sainsbury's, whatever. But working in retail specifically is underrated for a brand founder. You see what sells, what sits on rails, how customers interact with products, how stores present garments, and what language people moves people to buy. So if you can actually work in a clothing retail, like if you can work in Zara, in H&M, and Next, TK Maxx, I don't know what stores are in the US. But if you can work in these stores that do clothing retail and you can make a decent amount of money from it, by working overtime, bro, do it. This is market research. You can find out what people like. You can walk through the store. For example, you work in Nike. You can walk through the store and listen to people, and they're like, "Oh, I wish there was a hoodie that that was more like this and make me feel like this." Boom! You're doing market research while working, while making money. If that makes sense. Another thing, customer service and call center roles. So these are often remote, but have flexible hours. This is very, very good because you learn how to handle complaints, communicate under pressure, and understand what customers actually want from a brand, all directly applicable. So if you work in customer service, that's what I said with retail, like customer service and call center. And for example, they do emails and stuff like that. You will know how to respond to emails. Some of the systems and the operations they use, you can just take that from them and put it in your business. Brilliant, if that makes sense. So if they handle emails, copywriting, stuff like that, my friend, you know exactly how to respond to certain people. Another thing, hospitality. So anything like bars, restaurants, hotels, tips can be significant. Evening and weekend shifts leave your daytime hours free to work on the brand. A high social environment also means network opportunities you will not expect. If you're working in a bar, restaurant, hotel, bro, brilliant, bro. Even hotels, actually, you can find a lot of brand founders people that own brands, entrepreneurs. You can get a lot of advice. Hotels are very, very underrated. Bars and restaurants are also underrated. Networking opportunities. I've like some of my friends. There was this girl that I talked to a while ago. Like I think like no a while ago, yeah, like a year or two back. She worked in like in a bar, and then she networked with this guy. He was a millionaire, and then he offered her a job to be a maid. I was like, wow, a maid? I didn't know they do that. I didn't know they do that. So if you really think about the opportunities you can get based off working in situations or working in environments that can allow your networking capabilities to expand, man, you're flying. Okay. Next thing, sales roles. So sales is by far the number one skill ever. I love sales. I love objections. I love handling objections. I love prospecting. I love conversations. I love it. I love sales. If I didn't have this consulting company, I'd be a salesman. Okay? But I love my consulting company. I love helping people. But the whole point about sales role is amazing because it actually teaches you. When I did door to door, I learned one important thing. People have pain and I can solve that pain. How can I position my words or my product in a way that can help them, right? So commission-based sales jobs can be very lucrative if you're good with people, right? So insurance is very, very good. Real estate support, business to business sales. You learn persuasion, objection handling, following up, and closing. Every single one of those skills transfer directly into selling your brand. I'm not saying right now you're gonna like pitch a random person on the road like, oh hey, do you have a minute? Do you want to buy a clothing brand? You want to buy from my clothing brand? You want to buy my hoodie? Look, my hoodie is so cool. My hoodie is so warm. You'll make you feel like you're not doing that. But maybe in your messaging, in your copy, you can position it based off what you know, because you know people's objections, right? Because if you're selling your hoodies for like $80 and people say that's expensive, well then you can make the argument based off objection handling that it's not really expensive. It's just expensive to that customer, and the price is different from the cost. So then you can position your product as like, okay, cool. Yes, it's $80, but what's more expensive to you, for example? You're not getting the hoodie, you're not feeling more confident, you're not being in the rooms and the situations and environments you want to be in, or you're just saying that $80 is too expensive and not getting it. See how I just did that? See how I framed that? Cool. Another thing you can do as well is security. So this is night shifts and weekend work. Significant downtime during shifts that you can use to work on the brand on your phone or laptop, right? Good hourly pay with minimum cognitive demand. So genuinely, bro, if you're lucky enough to be like a security and you're doing like night shift and you're like in a room where you just have to observe things, whip out your phone, look at some designs, get your iPad, start drawing. You're working on your brand. Okay. Brilliant, 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 brilliant. So these are a few roles. Now, obviously, if you currently have a job, if you work like an airport, if you work in construction, whatever, you can use, it's all applicable depending on your situation. But the whole point is, if you can work in a job that's going to foster your skills better, why not? But if not, that's fine. Just stack up your bread and learn the skills as you go along. Okay. So let's look at the money mindset, because most people treat business capital the exact same way they treat personal spending. From running a business for like, because I've owned this LLC, like this business for like a year now, right? I opened this LLC like last year, in July. It's almost been a year actually. It's been a few months, and I've learned a lot about business expenses and stuff like that. Do not see the revenue or the money that comes into your business as yours. Do not see that as personal spend. If you make 10K from a job, don't be like, yeah, that's mine. No, it's not. It's not your money. It's not your money. Okay. The problem is they see money, okay, And when money comes in, they find a way to spend it. The founders who build real brands, sorry, not bands, think differently. Okay? Number one, every dollar you earn from a job is a potential stock, potential ad, potential photography. See it that way. Every single money I earn, I think about my, like, when I get paid, the first thing that I think is my monthly costs. So my SMS marketing, maybe my appointment booking, all my systems on the back end, the things I need to pay for, my team, they need to get fed, everything. That's before I touch the money. They need to get that first. Okay? Then the next thing, set a monthly savings target specifically for the brand, even if it's $100 a month. I promise you, saving money for the brand, having that safety net is going to help you. There is no better feeling, for example, if you're about to drop in like 3 weeks, yeah, no, like maybe 2 months, and then you're all of a sudden your manufacturer is like, oh, we have all your stock, but for some reason, it got messed up by ship, so they're taking it and they're putting it by air. But in order for us to ship it, it's gonna cost an extra $200 or $500. And if you don't have that money on the back end, you can't cover that cost. I know that was a very unrealistic situation, but that's just to put into perspective, okay? Another thing, track every business expense from day one, okay? Know where your money is going in at all times. Honestly, we have the best ways to track your business expenses like QuickBooks and Xero. We talk about that all in like later on. Applications and designing. But the whole point is, even if you need to hire an accountant, honestly, to save you a headache, I'd hire an accountant. The quicker the better. Me, I handle my own expenses. I'm gonna hire an accountant very freaking soon because, bro, it gets to a point where I'm just like, yo, this accountant is worth it. Okay, having an accountant sort that out for you, you will never regret. Okay. Another thing, when revenue starts growing in from the brand, reinvest a significant portion back in. Do not cash out early because growth requires fuel. So the minute you get, the minute you do that drop, don't be like, yay, I made the money. No, 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 no. Reinvest. It could go in ads. It could go in stock. Maybe a new colorway. What did people like about the drop? What did people didn't like about the drop? How can I improve it? Now, another thing I'm going to say as well. This is not financial advice. Use this at your own discretion. Avoid debt. Okay? Avoid debt for stock if you can. Not just stock, but any debt. Any debt, just avoid it as best as you can. I know you guys probably have good credit and stuff like that, but putting yourself in debt for the brand when you can just work for a few months and save yourself the headache is just worth it, okay? This is not, like, your clothing brand is not something that's going to scale in 3 days, bro. It might take you a year to make 10K. Like, your first drop might only do 4 figures. Like, a lot of you guys think on the first drop you might get 6 figures. It's unrealistic. It's very unrealistic. Very, very unrealistic. Is it possible? No, but it's very unrealistic. So avoid any type of debt. It's better to just take your time and really, really push the marketing and content. Get people really wanting this, okay? Another thing with stock as well, avoid debt for the stock. Because buying stock on credit means you need to sell everything just to break even before you make a single dollar on profit. Please, just avoid it. Because having all that on your credit card and now you have to pay that off, you've made 10K in revenue, but your credit card is like 8K in debt. So now you just need to pay your credit off. All that money is gone. So just avoid it. Just work the job, bro. Like, if you need to make money, or just make money however you can. All right? So, we're pretty much done here. I know this was a very long document. This is extensive. This is like about an hour or so. But the final word on capital. A lack of money is not what kills most clothing brands. Impatience does. And we've gone over that. Founders who rush to launch before they are financially ready burn through whatever they have and have nothing left to learn from the results. No money to fix the mistakes or no runaway to try again. But the founders who are patient, who build capital intentionally, who launch when they are ready instead of when they are excited, those are the ones still standing 2 years later. Okay? You do not need to be rich to start. You just need to be committed, focused, and ready. Now, let's go build your brand from the ground up. Here's everything we covered. Your capital and money. So what capital and money is. Clothing brand costs, so all the costs going in, the monthly costs, the 3 budget tiers, so whatever depending on wherever you are in the brand. The capital brand build, so how to make money. Earning income while building, once again, the jobs, the money mindset, the things you should consider, and the final word. Okay, so this is the capital and money module. I hope you guys enjoyed it. You will have to watch this a couple times because if you're not really working on this brand, if you're not doing whatever you can to make this shit work, there's 2 things that's going to happen. Number 1, I'm not going to be able to sign you as a client, and that's going to piss me off because I want to work with you and I want to have an interview with you when I say, oh, look, I'm helping you and you're helping yourself and we're working together and we're making 100K a month. That's what I want. I want that. And number 2, you're depriving so many people of clothes because you're just either too lazy and you just don't want to do it. You have no one to blame if you do not make it. If your clothing brand does not succeed, you cannot blame anyone. Your mom is not to blame. Your dad is not to blame. Your family is not to blame. Your friends are not to blame. The people online aren't to blame. You are to blame. This is a business. So you have to, if you really, really want financial freedom, you're going to have to put in the work. You're going to really have to put in the work, okay? Well, that's pretty much everything we have for this module today. Once again, you can download your own copy of it, make a copy, get it, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello everyone, my name is Isaac and welcome to the Name and Mission in Yanu Academy. And I said mission instead of mission. I messed that up already. But this section is by far the next most important section. I know I've said every single section is important. Really and truly, all 8 sections are very important when it comes to a brand. You can focus on the nuances, maybe like the type of fabrics for the clothes. You can focus on maybe the height of a t-shirt, but without the name and the mission of the brand, you cannot create its the character. You cannot create the avatar. You cannot create the core of the brand. And so many brand founders neglect this. The amount of DMs I've gotten from, from brand founders that show me, they're like, oh bro, this is my design, can you look at it, what do you think? It's like your design is pointless because there is no meaning behind it. You've created something without substance, and this video right here is going to give you substance. I want to reiterate something as well. If you jumped to this video and you haven't started from market saturation, please go back. So watch this video in the chronological order it was given, because it will make sense. If you watch this video, if you watch manufacturers straight away without starting from the beginning, you're not going to get anything about the brand. And God forbid you start a brand that you actually hate. So watch market saturation, watch capital and money, and then come here and watch name and mission. And then after the target audience XYZ. Okay? The name and mission is the core of the brand. And if you do not get this right, if you mess this up, this will cost you not just money, but a lot of time and a lot of stress. So listen. Take your time with deciding this, because you need to make sure this is done right and done once and for all. All right. When you're ready, get your resource. Let's get straight into it. Okay. So, name and mission. Welcome to the name and mission section. I keep saying mission. I want to make this very clear. Do this section properly to save yourself a headache. Every single brand ever created is known by their name and by their meaning. If you do not create the right brand name and the right mission or the right meaning behind the brand, you will regret making a brand that sound like body chips when your real objective was something else. Okay? Here's what we're going to cover. Overthinking and underthinking, brand name epiphany, mission discovery, the brand body, and enlightening. So let's go over the the first part when it comes to crafting the name. Overthinking and underthinking. Here's something that happens with almost every founder I speak with. They either overthink the name, and by that I mean either they spend 3 weeks agonizing over a name, changing it 5 times, asking their friends, making a poll on their story, and still aren't sure. Like, you've taken all this time, you've been like, yo guys, what name is the best? And you put a poll on Instagram and you're like, is Savet, Colette, or Belette the best? And it's like, some people say Colette, some people say Belette, some people say Chevet. And you're just like, what the heck? Because you don't even get what this thing is. Why am I rhyming here? But the whole point I'm trying to say is, they either overthink the name and they're like, damn it, and they still don't come to a conclusion. Or they do the second thing, which is underthink the name. They picked the name in 10 minutes because it sounded cool and never thought about it again. I want to make something clear. Both of these are wrong. The name of your brand is not just a word. It is the first impression and the last memory a consumer or customer will ever encounter. It is what someone types into Google. It is what someone will say to their friend when they point at your hoodie and go, wait, what brand is that? It is what gets trademarked, printed on labels, embroidered on chess pieces, stitched into the culture, the legacy, the last name. Like, this is like, think about this brand as a last name. If you was to pick your own last name, would you pick it in 2 seconds? No, you would give it meaning. You would give it a meaning behind the name. You would give it substance. You would give it an identity, something that means something, you know? So a bad name doesn't just sound bad. It actually costs you. It costs you in brand recognition, in marketing clarity, in SEO, by the way, because if you have a terrible brand in SEO, obviously your brand is going to go lower. Think about if you put like dick in your brand name is going to go further down because that's a censored word and there could be kids online. So boom. And also think about the collaborations you want to do. Are you going to have a name that's called shitpoo and then try to collaborate with Nike? What? That's not going to happen. Okay, and it can also decrease in customer trust. A bad brand name could make a consumer just run away from your brand. And if we think about this in longevity, a bad brand name can really ruin a lot of the opportunities that you want. I have seen brands with incredible products lose to weaker products simply because the name and identity were stronger. There is nothing better, there is nothing more beautiful than making a complex idea so simple. What is greater than the Nike and just a tick? What's better than E equals MC squared? Think about that equation and what it means. E equals MC squared. The entire whole philosophy behind it all, and it's just condensed into just 4 letters. You would argue three, but if you took away the symbols, yeah, 3 letters and 2 symbols. That's it. You know. So before we get into like how to pick a name and doing this right, because I'm gonna help you do this, I need you to understand the weight of this decision. Okay. This is not a vibe decision. Do not go and smoke. Do not go and drink. Do not go eat sweets. Do not go do nonsense and then come back and then pick the name. All right. Don't pick the name based off a vibe and you're dancing. And you're like, yeah. Do you know what makes sense? Maybe Mickey. Maybe Mickey is a firebrand name, or Bobbery is a firebrand name. What are you doing? This is genuinely going to cost you a lot. So you really need to pay attention. Let's go over the brand name epiphany. I'm going to give you the framework in order to craft a good and powerful, effective brand name. Okay. And a strong brand name does all these things. Okay. You will see these brands and you're like, oh, cool. Yeah, bro, they have a cool name. They're not thinking about this. They do this without you realizing. And that's the reason why they're better than you. And if you were better than them, well, you would be better than them right now. But the fact that you're not just shows. So let's look at this, right? Number one, pronunciation. If someone can't say your brand confidently, they won't recommend it. If this hoodie right now was called Poopy Head, I was like, yeah, the hoodie's called Poopy Head still. And what did you say? Speak up. It's called Poopy Head. What? Wait, speak up. It's called Poopy Head. What? Like, do not make a terrible name, okay? And make sure like people can actually like say it. If your name, like, if the name is too complicated to say, bro, I promise, it's actually going to lose a lot of your conversions. If, for example, your name was like Staple Ron or like Ron Chapelan, bro, like, how are people gonna type that in on Instagram? It's not gonna work. The next thing you need to look at is spelling. If they can't find you on Google, on Instagram, you can't, like, you just don't exist. Like I just said, if your name is called Rashabala, how am I supposed to spell that? People won't be able to find you. People won't be able to discover you. People, when they type in your name on Instagram, on Google, on the website, won't be able to find your brand. The next thing you need to look at is the logo. The word needs to sit well visually, both as text and as a mark. So when you make this as a logo, okay, either the logo is the name or either the logo is a symbol, but either way, the brand name needs to represent the logo and the logo needs to represent the brand. Each can't be just indifferent from each other. It needs to make sense. It needs to be congruent. If you have a logo that means something and a brand name that means something else, what? So, like, for example, your brand name is called Staples, and then you have, yeah, your brand name is called Staples, but you have a Red Bull water bottle as the logo. How does that make sense? There is no correlation. Now, cool, you could build an identity and meaning behind it. Don't get me wrong, but ideally, you want your logo and you want your name to be congruent with each other. You want them to mesh well with each other. Okay. The next thing, meaning. Now, with meaning, when it comes to your name, it doesn't have to mean something obvious, but meaning to you and eventually to your community. Because if I come to you now and ask you, okay, what does microphone up mean? And you're like, it means, singers and, people who like songs, or like it's an idea that I thought where, if you grab a microphone and you put it up to the sky, it's just like, what are you talking about? You just look dumb. You look very silly, okay? The next thing, uniqueness. It cannot be confused with another brand, especially not in your space. You will get shifted out the way if your brand name is identical to someone else's. If your brand name, for example, okay, a popular brand is Cortez, right? If your brand name is called Portez, like how far do you think you're gonna get with that name? How far do you actually think you're gonna get? You just sound like a B Tech or like a rip-off version of Cortez. So you do not want it to be the same. The next thing, niche. A luxury brand name should feel different to a streetwear brand name. So, for example, if you look at Essentials, right, that's like kind of like not really luxury, but it's very minimalistic wear, right? Essentials, it's just in big bold. Now, if you want to open a streetwear brand, you want to say Essentials, and then all your hoodies are distressed and everything like that. No, it's gonna represent that idea. Maybe the streetwear name would be like, Let's think. Maybe the streetwear name would be CB. Okay, CBW. Cowboys Go Wild. No, wait, is that right? Cowboys Go Wild. CGW. Cowboys. I can't even speak. Cowboys Go Wild. And then you put the meaning behind, like, oh, you've based the brand in, let's say, Mexico or something, and then it's based off this character, and he has the story where every single time a horse runs at him, he goes wild. Like, yeah, I know that's a very nonsense story, but the whole point I'm trying to make is, if you want to make a streetwear brand name, it has to be completely different from a luxury brand name. Okay, Ralph Lauren isn't a streetwear brand name. That's just not. Okay, Gucci, that's more of like that. That's more into like a streetwear brand name. It's custom. It's like random. It's not. It's not like Gucci as a. It's all over the place. Okay. The next thing, internationally, especially if you plan to scale beyond your country. So you want to make sure your brand name can scale worldwide. And this is when you have to go back to watch. Actually, well, to be fair, when we talk about the legality side of the things, you need to trademark your name. When I talked about capital and money, looking into your name, trademarking it, and LLC, that's something you're gonna need to do. You need to know if your name can actually be seen worldwide. Because if you're serious about this brand and you're gonna start putting in money and time and investing into it, and you actually don't know if it's trademarked or not, GG's. Because when a cease and desist flies through your front door from some guy in the Philippines, and he's built like some corner shop that's selling sushi, and he's charged you for 600,000, I wonder what you're gonna do there. So make sure your name can span across internationally. Another thing, your brand name needs to also be well put for a domain. It needs to be easy to pronounce, all these things. So when you think about the brand, don't just think about, oh, it sounds cool. It sounds cool for people to see. How would it look like on a website name, on a domain? Okay, you need a website and you need to match it to your name. And the next thing, handles. Social media, real estate matters more than people admit. So when people type in, like, for example, at your brand, like, trust me, that adds presence. If your ads is like at poopyheads.com, it's like, what the heck? But if your brand is like at luxury, or like, okay, at differentiation, I know that's a very weird word to use for a brand. It just stands out, if that makes sense. So if your name fails 3 or more of these, you should seriously consider changing it. And this is why what I'm saying, like, when you're starting out your brand, you have to watch this in chronological order. Because if you jump to the manufacturer section, and then you started to print your brand and no one likes it because of the name, and then you come back to this course and watch this, you're gonna feel like an idiot because you didn't watch this first. So, and I'm not joking. Like, if you, for example, let's just do a test. If your brand was missing niche, meaning, and spelling, GG's. Because without the niche, okay, who are you targeting? Without the meaning, what does it even mean? And without the spelling, no one can even type it in Google and Instagram. So you can't miss any of the 3. You have to make sure all these 9 things are in there, okay? And I know it's painful to hear, especially if you've already printed tags or posted under that name or told people about it. But I promise you, changing it now is far less painful than building on a broken foundation for 2 years and then changing it. It is way better for you to first change it now and rebrand, call it rebranding, whatever you can. It depends on how far you're going with this, than to do so much and then have to change it, if that makes sense. Because I promise you, there's going to be so much hassle and so much fuss with changing the new name. You're going to need your new domain. If you're running ads, your pixel is going to be gone because it's a new website. Shipping labels, tags, all these prints. You do not want to lose hundreds, if not thousands of pounds or dollars because you just picked the boring name and you just picked the name for 2 seconds, or you thought about the name and didn't pick it at all. Take your time with this, okay? Now, in these documents, I didn't actually clarify this earlier, but because the previous documents didn't have this, in these documents and further down, we have these things called action items. So these action items are some action items I'm giving you. It's pretty much like homework. Yeah. Action items I'm giving you to go through and complete. Okay. So they're gonna be these little documents and these little resources and things you need to fill in. And when I was talking about the workbooks earlier in the introduction and market saturation, this is what I was referring to. So here's an action item, okay? So you need to do this now, by the way. Do not, let me make this clear. One thing that's helped me so much grow as a person and become more successful day by day is proactivity. Being proactive. Do not watch this video and just be like, yeah, oh, I got you. Because, bro, trust me, I know. Don't sit down. Don't do that. You're going to sit down and you're like, yeah. And the crazy thing is you're still listening to me and you're still not going to do it. But I'm letting you know right now, do this action item. Because you're not proactive. That's why you're not successful. So when I say this, do this. We're going to go over this together. Do not sit back and be like, yeah, I'll do this after the video's finished. You're not going to do it after the video's finished. Okay? So your action item is to pause the video and complete section brand name checklist in your BCC, write your, I know that sounds very, very crazy, brand clarity checklist, but write your brand down. Then go, and this is exactly why you need to focus on the brand. This is exactly why you need to focus on pronunciation and spelling and all this stuff, because the BCC sounds very similar to something else. But anyways, now don't pause the video yet. I'll tell you when to, but go through every tick box honestly. Do not skip and do not lie to yourself when you're doing this. So here's the brand clarity checklist. So this is going to be your manual that I give you whilst you work on this course. This thing has 15 steps, and each of these videos, just think about this like a roadmap. You're gonna fill all this in. Now I'm gonna help you do the main things together, but some of these things you're gonna go off and do independently. There's 15 things to cover. It's genuinely lean. It's not super complicated. You could do this if you sat down and thought about it yourself, but I would advise watching the videos, the material first, understanding the methodology, the framework behind doing it, and then you'll be able to establish something greater. Because if you fill it in now, it won't be as effective as if you filled it in when you understand everything about the market. Okay? So, I want you to go over here, and I need you to complete the brand name checklist. So, pause the video after this, okay? So, first things first, sit down, ponder, and it's so simple. Like, there's no other framework. I can't give you like a step-by-step guide on how to use every different letter of the alphabet to write a brand name. This is not rocket science. You just need to sit down and genuinely think about your name. Okay, so based off everything we said when it comes to the meaning, the intentionality, use these as your tools. Write down a brand name that genuinely makes sense to you. Write down something that has meaning, has intentionality, that can be spread across domain. Don't worry about the legality just yet. Don't worry about the LLC or the trademarking. We'll do that in that section. Don't worry. For now, all you need to do is write a brand name. So once you've done this, write it here. So you're prompted. Make sure you have all this here. Okay. Make sure all this is ticked. So for example, if you write the brand name, what did I say? Cowboys Go Wild. So CGW, Cowboys Go Wild. Okay, then what you need to do now is check this name. So what I'll do is like, oh, it's CGW. Okay, cool. Easy to pronounce, yes. Easy to spell, simply. Yo, I'm wearing some CGW. Simple. Looks good in the logo. It could. Has meaning. Cowboys Go Wild. I just made up a story. Has uniqueness. I haven't really seen anyone use CGW before. Fits the niche. If, for example, if I'm going to be selling streetwear, that's maybe more on the cowboy side, let's just say like more on the east, or you know, that type of culture. Fits the niche, works internationally. A domain is available, so I check out for a domain. We'll go over this in the legality, and also how to properly get your names and domains and all this like applications and stuff. But for example, you go to GoDaddy. Let's just go to GoDaddy right now, and then we search up the domain. So I'll be like Cowboys Go Wild, and I'll search up a name. Okay, let's see if this comes up. Yep, it's free. Cowboys Go Wild. Awesome. I can get this name. Great. I can make it mine for whatever. Cool. So since that's done, the next thing I need to check if the Instagram handle is available. So I'm going to go to Instagram, and then I'm going to copy the Cowboys Go Wild, or CGW. So Cowboys Go Wild. No one is taking the name. Now, if you take this name, by the way, I don't want to see anyone taking my future brand name if I ever make this. Okay, Cowboys Go Wild. But I could make, for example, oh, this is best grade. So this is a cowboy type theme. I guess they're using the pictures, but the whole point is no one is taking this name. And I could use, let's see if CGW works. Let's see if CGW works. CGW, no one's really using CGW. There's a few people saying like CGW Walpole, but if I type in CGW, generally it's free. So you can make that up, right? So cool. So once you've added the brand name, make sure you go through all this checklist and then fill this in. So yes, pause the video now and get this done. Do not watch the video. Do not watch the video. Do not watch the video without doing this. Without doing this. Without doing this. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. All right? Just do it now. And whilst you go do it, whilst you pause the video, if you have already, or if you haven't, I'm just going to take a sip of water. Okay. So, now I'm assuming that you've done it. So we're going to move forward. So, let's go over mission discovery. Because in order for you to find the meaning and the mission behind the brand, we need to kind of go on an adventure here. We kind of need to go out, find some information, learn as much as we can, and then add and ascribe meaning to our brand. If you was to ask most clothing brand founders what their mission is, they'll say something like to make high quality streetwear, or to be like, you know, make clothes for people who want to be, go getters. I remember I was doing a consultation for one of these brand founders. I forgot what the brand was called, anyways, but he said like, "Oh yeah, my clothes are for like people who want to jug or want to work hard." It's like, great man, I work hard. I don't want it. Like what about me? So without a mission and without something to clearly identify the consumer or the customer, you are not going to sell. Not a lot, anyways. That is not a mission. That is a product description. I know I could write that. And there are 10,000 brands saying the exact same thing right now. Do you genuinely think you are going to be the only brand in existence who will ever say, "Yeah, bro, we make clothes for people, entrepreneurs. We make clothes for people who work hard." Like, you're not the first person to do that. Okay? And a mission is not what you make. A mission is why you exist and who you exist for. For example, right? We exist for the ones who move in silence and let the work speak. Now, I know that sounds very corny. It sounds like, a 13 or 14 or 15-year-old kid in high school writing out of a novel, but it's just an example, right? That means something and also attracts someone specific. So if I was more introverted and I like, I'm not genuinely I'm not outspoken, okay, then I would be like, "Oh, this might actually work for me, you know? Or if, for example, and let the work speak, I'm a type of person who doesn't like to talk about the things I want to do. I just want to get them done. So if I look at this brand and it's like, and it's got that staple piece, let the work speak, I would love that. I would want a brand like that. That's an idea. You can make a brand like that, by the way. I'll buy it. Okay. But that's the whole point. See the difference? One describes the product, the other describes a person. And people don't buy products, they buy into the identity you're selling. If you remember what I said in market saturation, people, and people subscribe to the idea of something. You go to the gym because you are subscribing to the idea that if you go to the gym, you will be in shape. You're not going to the gym because it's like, it's vibes, it's cool on the iron. No, you're going because you're subscribing to the idea that if you go, you'll be in shape. Your mission is the reason your customer chooses you over the brand next to you with the same GSM, the same cut, the same price. When everything else is equal and in this market, it is often the mission that is the tiebreaker. If you remember what I said in market saturation, there's going to be a bunch of different brands. You're going to go into this space and they're going to do the exact same thing as you. This, like, some brands are going to like damn near look the exact same as you. There's going to be, they're going to have the white, they're gonna have a long sleeve, white in the middle, blue on the sides, and then you're like, damn, I can't do that. Or they'll have white in the middle, waffle knit on the sides, damn, I can't do that. Okay. The only thing that's gonna differentiate you, or that's going to set you apart, is your mission, your meaning, your like the whole purpose of why you created this thing. Okay. It is also the thing that keeps you going when sales are low, when a drop flops, when you're questioning the whole thing. Because if you have confidence in the reason why you built it, no one can take that away from you, by the way. I just want to make that very clear. You're not going to sit back and be like, "Ah, damn, sales." No, you're going to know that this is created for an intended purpose and it is going to reach the people it needs to reach. If you don't have a real reason behind this brand, the first hard month will expose that. Meaning, when you've gone through this whole course and then you drop your first clothing brand drop and nothing sells, you know why? Because you didn't make clothes that had any meaning. You just made clothes for the sake of making clothes. No one cares about the clothes. Sorry, they care about the transformation. So, here's your second action item. I need you to fill in the template on why you made this brand and who it solves the problem for and what you're looking to accomplish with it. So here's another document we have for you. This is called brand reasoning, okay? So you're gonna need to do this now in a minute once I tell you. So there is a brand reasoning section here and there's 5 questions I need you to answer. So below is a resource designed for you to discover exactly why you made the brand and the intentions you had. Do not skim through this and answer it briefly. Take your time to really think about why you made this brand and its purpose. So let's go over the first question. Why did you make this brand? Okay. You might have just one reason. I've added 5 reasons. You might have more than 5 reasons. But I've added up to 5 reasons here where you can write in, why did you actually start this brand? What was the reason? Like, what made you open Photoshop and write, like, start busting down these designs? Like, why? Okay, why did you actually start this brand? Was it an experience? Was it a memory? Was it a moment? Is it something that someone said to you? Is it because people don't believe in you? Is it because you wanna be great? You wanna create some recognition? Do you wanna create legacy? Why do you want to build this brand? Why did you start it? Okay. The second thing, who is the person you are building this for? What do they feel when they put your clothes on? Like, I need to know what type of consumer you're trying to reach. Because if you say, once again, we make high quality streetwear clothes, Jeez Louise, man, you're not gonna sell to anyone. You're not gonna sell to anyone, and your Instagram is just gonna be dead. It's just gonna be shit. Okay? So I need you to write down the type of person. And by the way, this can be as simple as possible. Once again, we'll go into extensive detail when we go into a target audience. Right now, you just need a rough draft of what this type of person is, okay? So right here, what type of person this is. You can go over different things, their hobbies, their interests, what they like, what they don't like, what their beliefs are, the things they want to change, the mind they want to adopt, like what they're unhappy with, what they're happy with. All these different things, you can take these into account, okay? Then once you write down their current situation and everything about them, I need you to write down their transformation. What transformation do they undergo? Would they undergo if they was to wear your clothes? What type of person would they become if they wore your clothes? What type of identity are you giving to them? Are you selling to them? Okay. The next thing I need you to write is, what does your brand stand for, and what does it stand against? So this is pretty much just taking the reasoning and everything else, and you condense it, the meaning behind the brand. So what do you stand for? Okay, like you don't need to say we stand for high entrepreneurs. That's not the point. What does it stand for? What does it stand against? What's the whole point of it? Like, if for example you have a brand and it is a luxury wearing brand, well, maybe you stand for high professional profile clients, or you stand for confidence, you stand for respect, you stand for people who are competent enough to achieve their goals. And you don't stand for intolerable and lazy people. So you don't want lazy people to wear your clothes, because that is a poor representation of your brand. Okay? The next question you need to answer when it comes to psychology is, what problem do you emotionally, psychologically, and socially, we'll say and socially, solve with the person wearing it? Okay? So you need to think about it. If I was to wear your clothes, right, what emotional transformation would I undergo? What psychological transformation would I undergo? So cognitively, like what would I believe about myself? And what socially transformation or social transformation would I undergo? Okay, so like would I become more extroverted, introverted? And for example, an emotional problem could be like, the minute someone wears our clothes, they go from upset to confident. And a psychological problem is, the minute someone wears our clothes, they lack a lot of self belief. But once they wear our clothes, they have so much belief in themselves. Because I'll give an example. I'm going to give you two different shirts. One came from Primark and it's $10. The other came from Ralph Lauren and is tailored specifically for you. And if someone else wanted to buy it, it cost them $1,000. If I was to give you both clothes and told you to walk out in public, which one do you think you'd walk out more confident in? Most likely the Ralph Lauren. Most likely the Ralph Lauren. Why? Because number one, is tailored for you. Number two, it's better high quality. Like it's higher quality. Number three, it solves an emotional problem for you, because and a psychological problem, because you could have low self-esteem and not all of a sudden, damn, this piece costs so much and they made it for me. What the heck? Nah, I'm the guy. I'm that guy, man. I'm that guy. And socially, well, you'll be talking to everyone. Anyone wants to talk to you, be like, hey, can you not see the tea? Huh? Can you not see the tea? Huh? Or someone tries to touch you. Whoa, relax. Don't touch me, bro. Yeah? This tea costs more than your life. All right? Things like that. The transformation that you give people, so people can act bougie with your clothes. Okay? And the next thing as well with the reasoning section is, where do you want this brand to be in the next 3 to 5 years, and what does that look like? So I've given you 5 years to, not really, not actually literally, but I've given you 5 years to look at your branding. The first year, where should your brand be in? The second year, what should your brand be in? The third year, where should your brand be? The fourth year, where should it be? And the fifth year, where should it be? I need you during this reasoning thing, right? Okay, so there's this psychological, or this thing you can use, right? I learned this from my mentor Charlie Morgan in his course. It wasn't a clothing brand course. It was a course to become a better consultant and stuff like that. So as I was learning and studying, okay, there's something I encountered. It's called Socratic reasoning. Now, Socratic reasoning, right, is basically where whenever you're trying to find the root problem of something, you ask the question why 5 times. Now, I'm not asking you, like, I haven't asked you why 5 times, but it's the same framework. When it comes to the brand, I need you to think, and think. Okay? This reasoning section might take you an hour. It might take you a day, and that is fine. In fact, that's the best thing, because it is better for you to be clear on the reason why you made this brand than to be unclear and just to dive into it. Okay? Very, 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 very important. All right? Now, that's the section. Do it now. Pause the video and just get straight into it. All right? Do not procrastinate this. Do not procrastinate this. Please do not procrastinate this. All right? Cool. I don't think I even covered. Oh, yeah, I did actually. Yeah. I think I covered pretty much everything. Now, once you're done, let's come back here. Now, the answers to those 5 questions are your mission and not a tagline. You have just crafted the actual core of why this brand deserves to exist. So if you've done that, you're back. Congratulations. Because genuinely, you've done something that 90% of brands won't do. And when you do your first drop, when you use the right content marketing and strategies that we talk about in this program, man, like people are gonna ask, how did you do it? It's gonna be like, what the hell? Like, how did you get out of your way? And like, how did you just spawn this brand out of nowhere? It wasn't from nowhere. It's because you actually thought about it. People don't think nowadays. And if you remember when I talked about market saturation, the only thing you need to do is see what everyone else is doing and then just do something adjacent. That's it. Okay? Once you have that core, everything else becomes clearer. Your designs have direction, your content has a message, and your target audience becomes obvious. That way, marketing writes itself. Like, if you go on my TikTok, the best way to make content for your clothing brand is to is to first find your target audience, because then you can make content cater to them. The reason why you're in this program is because I understand you're my target audience. I've made content that's catered to you, and you've watched the videos and you've joined the community because I've made content that's catered to you, and not to Bob down the street, but to you. That's why you're watching this video. Okay, that's the whole point. That's what we call adding value. That's why you can sell clothes to people because you add value to their lives. Okay, without it, and without this framework, you're just another brand making hoodies. Now, I'm sure you've done the brand reasoning. Okay, and I'm sure you've done the brand name checklist. Now I need you to go back to your workbook, the brand clarity checklist, and complete the brand foundation section in full with the brand reasoning you finished. So use the brand reasoning as a tool, okay, and then come to the BCC, so the brand clarity checklist, and go to your brand. Where is it now? Where is it? Nope, I didn't. Wait, where is it? Brand foundation. Where's the brand? Oh yeah, it's the first thing. Yeah, brand foundation. Cool. It's the very first thing, right? So number one, what does your brand stand for? So when you opened up your reasoning thing, why did you start this brand, or what does it mean? You can go in depth here, but you can just copy it in here. Where do you want this brand to be in the next 3 to 5 years? By all means, feel free to add all 5 years, but you can focus on the first 3 to 5 years. But I would advise adding everything in here, because once you're finished this book, like this workbook here, this is going to tell you everything about your brand. So I'd keep this sacred, really and truly. Keep this sacred. Why did you start this brand originally? So that's exactly here. Why did you actually start this brand? This is the reasoning. So think about the first reason, the second reason, the third reason, like Socratic reasoning. I know we're talking about a lot of reasons to reason, but the reason is okay. I'm gonna stop. But yeah, now what problems does your brand solve for people? So who are you building this for? What do they feel when they put your clothes on? The transformation. So right here, what problem does your brand solve for people? Well, you're gonna write the person and the transformation you're offering them. Okay, and yes, what does your brand represent emotionally? So go over here, pick a few adjectives, and then yeah, complete that section. So I'm assuming by the time you're watching this, you've done the brand reasoning, but if not, do the brand reasoning first, then come back and do the brand foundation. Okay, pause the video. Do not progress in this video if you haven't done it. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. You will not make a successful clothing brand acting like this. You need to get out your own way and get off your ass and actually start to work. Do not make that silly excuse because you don't have X, you can't make Y happen. Okay? Z also exists. You can start from Z and then work back. No excuses. All right? So I'm going to let you do that now. Pause the video and go do it. Let me get a sip of water. Okay. Now let's go over the next thing. The brand body. I'm going to ask you to do something in a minute. Just bear with me. I need you to close your eyes, okay? And here's the exercise I want you to do right now. So close your eyes. Don't be weird. I'll close my eyes too, okay? Both of our eyes are closed, I'm assuming. If you're staring at me right now, that's very awkward and I feel very uncomfortable with that. Please close your eyes. Thank you. Now, here's an exercise I want you to do. If your brand was a person, a real living, breathing human being, what would they be like? Like, what would they be like as a person? If you was to have a conversation with this brand you've created, what would they be like? How do they walk into a room? Like, I want you to think about your brand past the hoodie. Don't think of your brand then think of t-shirt. Think of it like an avatar. Like, think of a character here. Okay? How do they walk into a room? What music are they listening to when they walk into the room? What do they wear on a regular Tuesday? Where do they hang out? What do they care about? And what do they refuse to tolerate? all these different things I really need you to consider. You can open your eyes now, by the way. This is one of the most important things you will do for your brand. Giving your brand a body, giving your brand an avatar far surpasses anything. Okay? So when your brand has a personality, and sorry for the cut there, not a mood board, every decision becomes easier. Because a lot of people just throw up a mood board and just like, boom, this is my brand. It's, you know, a bunch of pictures, a bunch of images, and they make so some crazy mood boards with like so much story, and it's nice. Don't get me wrong, like it's like a 50-page document on their brand and stuff like that. Amazing, cool. But if it has a mood board but not a personality, those are just pictures. That's just references. That's it, right? But when your brand has a personality, like it has a personality trait, it has a specific type of personality, you will know what color to use. You will know what font feels right. You know what captions actually sound like the brand. And you also know what collab makes sense and what collab doesn't. Because you start to think of your brand as an identity, not as just a piece of clothing. Nike has a personality. Supreme has a personality. The Palace has a personality. You know them without seeing the logo because the personality is so deeply embedded in everything they put out. If you see sportswear, for example, and you see that tick, you just know it's Nike. You're not thinking, oh, this might be a different brand. No, it's Nike. That's it. It's Nike. If you see that red logo with Supreme, you know Supreme. That's it. All right. It's just Supreme. There's nothing to argue here because it has a personality. All right. And that is what you're building right now. You're not considering that, but you're building this right now. Okay? So, here's another action item. I know you hate me by now. You're like, gosh, damn it. But once again, I never said this course was going to be easy. I did say it's super simple. You can follow all the process. You have all the resources. But if you really want to build this and you're asking for the help, you need to get through this, okay? So, complete the brand identity section. If your brand was a person, describe them. I want you to pick the 5 personality traits. Lock in your colors and your font direction. Don't rush the colors and don't pick what you personally like. This is very important. Pick what the brand person would choose. Separate yourself from the brand for a second and look at this objectively. Not subjectively, objectively. I want you to look at your brand and be like, what color, what type of font? Because don't do this because you're the brand founder now. You want to make it a certain... No. Give the brand its own identity. Give the brand its own name. Give the brand its own color. It should not be like propagated by you and by your feeling of, I like yellow, so my brand is going to be yellow. Like, what's... No. All right. So let's go over it. What you need to do is you need to go to the brand identity section. So if your brand was a person, what would they be like? And what is the identity of your brand? What have you created for people to buy? And are you even clear on it yourself? So here are 5 personality traits. Well, no, you're going to pick 5. There's obviously more, but I've just listed out the main. Are they loud? Okay, you can just add just a bunch. And once again, we're just building a draft. Are they minimal? Are they luxurious? Are they underground? Are they artistic? Are they rebellious? Are they high status? Are they soft or emotional? Are they aggressive? Are they humorous? Are they mature? Are they clean and modern? What are they? Okay, so pick 5 out of these. Okay, that most represent your brand, because right now, as you're building this, you're not going to know exactly what type of personality your brand is, but you're going to have a pretty good idea. Next thing as well, I need you to pick brand colors based off the personality. Do not pick it based on what you think would be the brand. Pick it based on the personality. So for example, loud would be like red or maybe green or maybe just very strong, bright colors. Minimum would be like a pale green or opaque or maybe jade or something like that. Underground would probably be like gray, black, Rebellious would probably be like red once again, or purple, or gold, or high status would be gold, things like this, right? Once you pick your colors, 2 to 4, I need you to pick some fonts, okay? The style direction. So are they bold? Is it italic? Is it clean spacing? Is it a simple layout? Okay. You can also choose some fonts. Like I have a bunch of fonts in my, you can also say what exactly font it is. You don't need to worry about the fonts directly right now. You just need to worry about like the structure of it, okay, and the style direction. Is it going to be like more bold? Is it going to be more thin? Is it going to be like thinner words? How is it going to be? Okay. So yeah, once again, pause the video, do it now, do it now, do it now, do it now, and do it now. All right. Please, for your own sake, do it now. All right. Now let's go over enlightening. Okay. Most founders skip everything we've just covered. They pick a name, they slap a logo on together on Canva, and they write premium streetwear in the bio and wonder why nothing converts. All right. The people who are doing 6-figure revenue build brands that people feel. Brands that people wear because of what it says about them. Brands that grow without paid ads first, so without paid acquisition, because the identity is magnetic enough to pull people in organically. This is the foundation. And if the foundation is weak, nothing you build on top of it will last. Okay? Very, very important. Everything we've gone over today, I hope you haven't skipped any. Because by the time you're reading this, you should have these three things covered. Okay? You should have your brand foundation covered in your brand clarity checklist in your workbook. You should have your brand name checklist done in your workbook and your brand identity. Those are the three things that should have been done already. Okay? Now, the summary of everything we went over. We went over overthinking and underthinking the name. Went over brand name epiphany. We went over mission discovery, how to find the right, discover your mission. The brand body, giving your brand a core, and enlightening. All right? Like, for your own sake, the name and mission of the brand is super important because it is going to be the thing that differentiates you from everyone else. It's going to be the thing that makes you stand out, not stand in. And if you don't get this right, if you really, really don't take the time to get this right, it's going to hurt a lot. All right. And I personally want to work with a client that actually knows why they're building the brand. I'm not going to run ads, or I'm not going to work with you if you're not even serious about this. All right. So for your own sake and for the people you're going to sell to, take a minute to think about this. All right. This is the first action items you had. Once again, watch these videos in chronological order. The next videos as well will have more action items, so look forward to that in order for you to diagnose and complete that workbook together. I look forward to speaking with you soon. And once again, if you're already done and you're ready and you're like, you know what, I just want to skip all the jargon. I have my brand already. I just want to scale. Book a call with us, all right? The link, it will be outside this video. Go ahead and just book the call. It's completely free. See what we do. I'm going to keep pitching this. We are happy to work with you, all right? So yeah, I look forward to seeing you guys soon. Take care, and I'll see you in the... Hello everyone, my name is Isaac, and welcome to Target Audience in the Yanu Academy. Now, I don't think there's any better way to say this than your target audience is the bread and butter of your brand. I've talked about the name, I've talked about the mission. The meaning is so important. The target audience is just as important. Without anyone to sell to, you're not going to be able to sell. And without having the money, you cannot create the product. And without the product, you cannot sell. But without anyone to sell to anyways, it doesn't matter if you make the product. You could have the capital, you could have the meaning, the name and the mission. You could have all these things, right? You could understand the market as well. But without anyone to sell to, no one is going to buy. And I need to make that clear. Your target audience is going to be incredibly important. This module here isn't going to be super long compared to capital and money and other things because it's straightforward. It's super straightforward. But getting this right is super important. So once again, get your resource and let's get into this. Okay? Now, welcome to the target audience section. I want to make a few things clear. Without a target audience, you cannot sell. Without a target audience, you cannot make content. And without a target audience, you cannot make any money. This is the importance of a target audience. Your clothing brand is all about other people. Do not forget that. The clothing brand that you've created has nothing is kind of an overstatement, but virtually it is not about you. It is mainly about them. It is about the community. It is about the name. It is about the mission. It is about the identity. It is about the transformation, about other people. It's not about you. You get the kudos for making it, yes. You get the kudos for being that cool person with your personal brand, yes. But you are not the individual that is going through the transformation. It's all about other people. So here's what we're going to cover. Audience entitlement, customer identification, ideal buyer avatar, know yourself, and great accuracy. So audience entitlement. I want to make one thing very, very clear. And I've said this time and time and again. Not everyone is supposed to wear your clothes. I need that to sink in. Not everybody is supposed to wear your clothes. Okay? Only the people that you have chosen are allowed to wear your clothes. Only the people that you have chosen should be allowed to wear your clothes. Only the people that you have selected and handpicked should be allowed to wear your clothes on their back. That's it. A random Greg from the street shouldn't be wearing your clothes. A random Bob from the street shouldn't be wearing your clothes. Only the people that you have chosen should be allowed to wear your brand. This is exclusivity. Your clothing brand is for a certain demographic of people, for a certain avatar. It's not meant for everyone. It's not meant for some random guy down the road. A lot of clothing brand founders I've talked to said, oh yeah, but it'll be nice, to sell to my niche, but also a general audience. Forget about the general audience. You just need to get more of your niche. That's it. If you had 10,000 people to buy your clothes, yes, like get 10,000 more people like them to buy your clothes. You don't need the general audience, because if you get the general audience, the value of your clothing goes down because everyone has it. Everyone wears it. And it's just uniform. It has no meaning. It has no substance. It might actually retain some of its meaning, yes. But the reason why a clothing brand is so powerful and so special, because of exclusivity. It is tailored. It's a tailoring. You're not a clothing brand founder. You're a tailor. You're someone who tailors clothes for people. You do that for people. Your audience should be wearing their clothes and feel a sense of bougie. They should feel so egotistical because this brand was created for them. That like their friends can't buy it. Your brand, like, how do I position this, right? Your brand should be that clothes that when their friends ask them, where do you get it from? It's like either they gatekeep it or other people just can't afford it because it's not made for them. You want people to be proud in your clothes. That is the entitlement that you need to give to your audience. And if you're making clothes for everyone, you're not going to sell to anyone. Okay? So when most brand founders are asked who their target audience is, they say someone who likes street clothes or just cool or just fits the vibe of my clothes. What? What do you mean someone who likes streetwear? I like streetwear. My mom likes streetwear. Is it for her? Like, fits the vibe of the clothes. I really need you to think critically here. Who is this for? Who did you make this brand for? Is it for everyone or is it for just some people? And more like those some people. Another example they give is men and women 18 to 35. Like what kind of demographic is that? There is no story about these people. There is no pain about these people. There is no substance about these people. There is no idea or craft or anything that differentiates these people from the crowd. So when these people buy your clothes, they are not going to feel any special. Because, I mean, you've just made it for everyone. It's just for everyone. It's not for anyone. It's just for everyone. So I don't get to feel special. For example, this hoodie, right? If I was to wear this and my friends ask me, where do you get this from? Well, if they went to go get it, they can't get it anymore. Because, it was just, I'm gatekeeping it. Because I do like the denim distressing, okay? And for reference, this did come from Boohoo, but that's not the point. The point of the matter is, you're making your clothes for a specific type of person and more of those specific type of people, not for everyone. That is not a target audience. That is a population. If you are selling to everyone, you are selling to no one. Your content, my friend, your content will not convert and will not connect with anyone because your messaging doesn't land with anyone. Your messaging doesn't reach anyone. Your ads will burn money every single time. Your brand will feel like it has no identity because it is trying to speak to too many different people at once. The brands that grow fast are not the ones with the widest net. They are the ones with the sharpest aim. I hope this is I hope like at this point you get like a light bulb moment. You're like, oh my gosh, like damn, or like you're agreeing. You're like, nah, this is facts. Because if nothing I'm saying is like making sense to you, like you're not actually comprehending it, then good luck with the brand. Because what you're gonna find is that when you drop clothes, so many random people are gonna wear it. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure you're gonna like seeing maybe a 11-year-old wear your hoodie, but you would prefer if it maybe a 16 or 17 or 18-year-old wore it, if that's your demographic. Like imagine you tell your target audience to come to a pop-up or something, and all you see is just the wrong demographic. So your niche that you're targeting was university students, and the people that show up are all 11-year-old kids. Like, yes, you're gonna feel like, yeah, that's cool, but it's like, this isn't my niche. This isn't the people I want to reach. And I'm emphasizing this point because so many people skip over this. Your target audience are the people that you have chosen. You have selected these people And these are the only people that are ever going to wear your clothes. No one else. Only more people like these people. And that's the way it should be. Because you've made this for them. You're offering the transformation for them. How are you going to give a transformation, change the life of someone else that don't even need the life changing? It is better for you to improve your aim and reach for the specific type of person you're trying to reach and save their life than try to sell to everyone. It's just not going to work. Okay? So let's go over customer identification. Most people think of our target audience as a statistic. So when you see a target audience, you'll think the age range, the gender, the location, the income. That stuff does matter, but it isn't the full picture. Okay? I need you to realize, yeah, that your customers aren't sales. They're not Shopify notifications. That comes after. There's this saying in psychology, it's called hyperintention, that when you really, really focus on one thing, you never get it. So the best way to get anything you want is to focus on the thing that gets the thing you want. And in that case, if you wanted to make a lot of money, then the best thing to do would be to focus on the skills that get you there. In your case, as a clothing brand founder, if you wanted to generate a lot of sales, then the best thing you need to focus on is the customer who will make that sale possible. Because you're not gonna buy your own clothes on your Shopify site when drop day lands. The customer is. So why not focus on the customer? Why are we focusing on the sale? Oh, bro, I didn't get 10K. Your problem should be, oh, I haven't reached 1,000 people yet. Because if 1,000 people buy your hoodie at 100 price point, bro, your customer is a real person with real life. They wake up in the morning, they check their phone, and they play music, they get dressed like this is a person. They smile, they laugh, they breathe, they wake up, they feel pain, they feel emotion, they feel up, they feel down, they feel angry, they feel frustrated, they like things, they dislike things, they like certain foods, they don't like certain foods. There's things that make them passionate, there's things that don't make them passionate. There is so much to this like this customer or this person that you're trying to reach. Like, they have such a vivid, beautiful life. And when you just make clothes and you sell to everyone, you deprive them of that right. It is your moral obligation to make clothes specifically for the people that you have chosen. Anyone else is invalid. Anyone else other than the niche that you're selling to is invalid. No one other than your niche should be wearing your clothes. That should be your group, your community. And if the people that see from the outside look in, then they should invest themselves within your community and they foster their own interest and you foster love and then they join the community. Because otherwise, your community is just going to get raided and bombarded by just a bunch of people who don't give a two fucks about the brand. And excuse my language, but it's the absolute truth. And as you can tell, I'm getting a bit passionate here because it's so important that when you make something for someone, it gets to that certain person. That's the main issue that people say when it's like, oh, the market is saturated. It's not saturated. The delivery of it is saturated because you've delivered it to everyone when it should be for a specific person. People should go to your site and feel regret that they didn't buy your clothes earlier. That's the type of thing they should feel. They should be like, damn, wait, these certain people, all these people who wear these clothes are cool. Every single person, or for example, people should form a stereotype about your clothes. Every single person who wears your brand name is always so cool. Every single person I've saw that wore your brand name is like so calm. Every single person that wears your brand name is so confident. Like, what is it about that brand? Like, every time I've seen a person wearing your brand name, they all of a sudden they change. That's exactly what should happen. Like, that's what should happen. It shouldn't be like oh yeah, man, everyone's gonna wear the clothes today. No. Okay? Your customer follow people on Instagram. They go to work, they have jobs, they have a social life, they have dreams, they have goals and ambitions. They care deeply about certain things and couldn't care less about others, just like I said. And the more clearly you see this person, the more powerfully your brand speaks to them. And I promise these people would advocate for your brand. They will rep your brand. Bro, they will give you influencer marketing. They will market your product more than any influencer will. Because they just love the brand. Alright? So right now, I need you to think about the brands you personally buy or bought from. Okay? It could be luxury. It could be streetwear. You can even, right now, even just go to your wardrobe if you're nearby. If you're downstairs, that's fine. But just think in your mind or go to your wardrobe and look at the clothes in your closet. And actually look at it like, who have I bought from? Okay? Like, why did I buy from these people? You know? Why did I buy from them? And the thing is, you didn't buy from these brands because they targeted your age group, like, 18 to 25. There's a lot of 18-year-olds that have the mindset of 50-year-olds. They wear suits. So what makes you think now that your brand is going to sell to an 18-year-old, every single 18-year-old in the world? Wrong. I'm 20. There's another 20-year-old that wouldn't even dream of wearing this. They'd rather wear a shirt and a tie. How about them? How about me? How about the next person? If you put us all in just one bubble and one demographic, you'll miss the point. Okay? Casting a wider net does not catch more fish. More fish. You need better bait. Now, you don't buy from them because they target your age group. You buy from them because something about the brand feels like it was made for you. Once again, tailoring. They've tailored the brand for you. And that feeling is not an accident. That is what happens when a brand actually knows its customer. And that's exactly what we're going to build now. Okay? Let's go over your ideal buyer avatar. An ideal buyer avatar is a detailed profile when, if you remember when I talked about in the last module, I believe it was market, no, it wasn't market saturation. It was, we had the capital and money and we had the name and mission. Well, I talked about an ideal client profile and how I know everything about you guys, right? That document that has everything, just for reference, let me just show you an example, right? I'm going to show you this in real time. So I have this book, right, that has a lot of documents about my ideal client profile and the person I'm trying to help, right? Because as you guys know, I'm a consultant for clothing brand owners, right? So these are a bunch of pages of research, by the way. These are all research and all things that I've worked on. One sec, I'm gonna find this for you guys in real time. One sec, because I have my ideal client profile here, and because I know so much about my, because I know so much about, yep, there we go. Because I know so much about my niche and you, okay? I'm not gonna read everything because my competitors will get a bit excited, okay? But I'm gonna read over some things, okay? So, an ideal client profile is pretty much a document like this. So this document is about, I think it's about like 7 pages. It's like 7 pages. I'm consistently improving this based off more people I talk to, right? So I have a table of contents. So that's my market, the first page. The second page, the market is 2 pages. The second page is my avatar, right? So I'm going to read a little bit about the avatar, okay? So this is a draft of the avatar. And let me just read a little bit for you. Okay, so I'm just going to read a random section. Their heart's desire is to build something real, something that earns cultural relevance and financial independence simultaneously. They want to look back and know they created a brand that stood for something and not just another logo on a hoodie. Their wins, even small ones, are deeply emotional. A first sellout, a stranger wearing their piece, or an influencer acknowledging the brand can fuel them for months. Okay, I'm not going to read the rest of that. Let's read another section, right? Many of these founders carry unspoken trauma tied to being ignored, overlooked, or underestimated earlier in life. If anything I just said right now relates to you, I know that sounds weird, like what the hell? And you're probably like, this is a bit weird, like, this down. And you might not admit it, that you've probably earlier in life, you've probably been ignored, or you were overlooked, or, some of you guys building this brand. I'll be real. A lot of the reason why we build things is because of a concept in psychology, right? I forgot. I think, was it Carl Jung that talked about this? He said humans have one mode of motivation: pain avoidance. You do things to avoid pain. The reason why I'm building this consulting business and I'm doing this is to avoid pain, to avoid the pain of not being a failure in a few years. That's the reason I'm doing this. The reason why you're building a brand is to avoid being a failure and not putting your family in the best possible position. Okay? Right? So your brand is a way to reclaim power, visibility, and respect. When the brand struggles, it reopens these wounds. So if you did a first drop, and I'm not going to read more because my competitors once again are going to get a bit excited, but if you fail your first drop, right, that's going to open up some of the wounds. Some of the things that people said that, oh yeah, I see, I knew you wasn't going to make it. I knew you wasn't going to be successful. I knew you wasn't going to be that good at this, right? All these different things. So let's go over the ideal buyer avatar and how you can create a document just like. So let's go over and know yourself, because it's very, very important that as you make this target audience, the only way you can ever discover another person is by first knowing yourself. And by this quote, if you know your enemy and you know yourself, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. And this was by Sun Tzu. He wrote a book called The Art of War with a bunch of different strategies on how to defeat your opponent in war. Brilliant book. I recommend you read it. Now, your competition is not your enemy. Your competition is data. Let me ask you this. Who are the 5 brands your ideal customer is already buying from or considering buying from? If you remember what I said previously, if for example one of your ideal customers is buying from Represent and they like sportswear, well, why did they buy sportswear? And what type of need does Represent don't fill? And how can you bridge that gap? Undesired to desired state. Always remember that. Okay. What are these brands doing well? What is Represent or any of these other brands doing well? Where are they falling short? What gaps exist in the market that your brand can fill? This is not about you copying them. You're not like when you're making this brand, I want to make this clear. You're not copying the next, you're not being the next X, the next Y, the next Z. You're being the first A, the first B, the first C, if that makes sense. Okay. So you need to understand the landscape your customer already lives in. If you try to enter the customer's world and you do not have a good foothold or you do not have an understanding of the rules of their world, of their universe, what's going to happen is you're going to get kicked out just as quickly as you came in. And that is the truth. Okay. These brands already love your brand. Yeah, your brand is entering a world they already have opinions about. Your customer already has opinions about certain things. Remember what I said previously. Your target audience has things they like, they dislike, things they love, things they hate, things they would die for. So when you bring your brand in and you're like completely neglecting all that thing, you're like, hey bro, buy my high t-shirt, high converting tracksuit. Voice crack, by the way. You're gonna get ignored. You're gonna get you're just like a me. You're like a mouse. You're like me. You're just gonna ignored. You're gonna genuinely get ignored because why would I like if I saw your clothes on the ads, I would just skip it because there's no meaning behind it, right? And these are brands they already love as well as standards they have. So you're not just entering their world, you're falling short of their standards, and then you're complaining why they're not buying. I mean, what do you think was gonna happen, right? If you walk into that world without understanding it, you will get ignored. But if you walk in, know exactly where you fit in and why you're different, you become relevant immediately. When it came to the TikTok, okay, with the TikTok page and with other pieces of content I'm pushing out content that I know is going to solve your problem. I'm adding value to the market. I'm not going to be like, I'm not coming there adding a 2-minute video or a 30-second video and telling you to be different and unique. I'm adding a 10-minute TikTok tutorial and mentioning 8 different things you need to focus on a brand, telling you exactly what to focus on. That is valuable. All right, that's the exact same thing you need to consider and put towards your brand. You can't just come into the market and give these people just anything and expect them to buy. That level of entitlement is useless. The only people that should ever feel entitlement is your audience. You should not feel that. You should not have any type of ego here. Ego is irrelevant because if ego mattered, well, I'd be rich. I'd be so freaking rich that your brain will fall out. Okay? I'd be a billionaire. All right? Now, here's an action item. I need you to complete the niche market clarity section. List your 5 direct competitors. Be honest about what they do better than you. Okay? Be equally honest about what you will do better than them, and then write your niche in one clear sentence. So let's do that, right? We need the niche market clarity checklist. So in your workbook, open your workbook. Go to niche market clarity, which is the second thing. So what category does your brand fall under? Okay? Is it streetwear? Is it luxury and fashion? Is it gym wear? Is it women's wear? Is it men's wear? Whatever. You know, other if it's a different type of wear, you can put it other. I don't know what other wear you have other than these ones. Maybe what's that? Motorsport clothing niche. I don't know. Maybe paper clothing. I don't know. Okay. So what is your niche in one clear sentence? Example: high quality streetwear inspired by UK drill culture. Okay, that's an example. All right. So that's your niche. That's your niche. By the way, that's not your target audience. That's just your niche. Okay, so you can put the high quality streetwear. Yes, I'll let you have it. Just have it. You can put luxurious high quality brands for entrepreneurs or inspired by CEOs. Put it. Go on. It's not what your brand means. It's just your niche. It's the people you're trying like. It's the general idea of the people you're trying to target. Now, because you know your brand is luxury or streetwear or women's wear or gym wear, you need to write down your competitors, which are at least 5 people. So if you did gym wear, and I keep using this example. Okay, let's use a different example. If you did luxury, then you could do maybe Fear of God Essentials, or maybe you could look at Ralph Lauren. Maybe you could look at other. I would look at DTC apparel brands, not wholesale or things bigger than that. Direct to customer. I would look at brands like that. That your direct competition. Trying to compete with like Amazon, just what are you gonna do there? All right. So maybe in a few years, maybe in like 10, 20, 30 years. But right now, no. Okay. So what do these brands do better than you? Okay, this should be quite obvious. And what will you do? What will you do? Let me edit this one more time. Okay, what will you do? Bro, I'm bugging out right now. What will you do better than them? Sorry, I've been recording these videos back to back, like genuinely no breaks. It's been brutal, right? So yeah, that's that. You can take your time to fill in the section. Pause the video now and get this done. Do not progress. Do not delay. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Please do it now. Please do it now. 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 Okay? Awesome. So, great accuracy. Every piece of content you post, every product you design, every caption you write, every ad you run is a dart being thrown. And I need you to think about that. Think about your brand as a target, right? That red and white target thing. And every single dart you throw, boom, ad, boom, design, boom, caption, boom, this, boom, content, boom, strategy, boom. Every single thing you're trying to get closer to the middle. With every single dart you throw, you're trying to get closer to the middle. And sometimes you're gonna walk to the target, take the dart off, and then throw it again to make sure it lands. Okay? The question is whether you have a board to aim at. Because if your brand and if your niche doesn't make sense, and if you remember what we said at the start of here, you do not need a wider net, you just need greater accuracy. You just need to know exactly who you're reaching. Okay? If you don't know your customer, you're throwing darts in the dark. Some might land, most won't. And the worst part is you won't even know why. That is way worse than things working. Not knowing why things worked in business is way worse than it just working, because then you can't replicate it. You can't do the same thing again. It just happened once and it's never gonna happen again. That's bad. Okay? But if you know your customer deeply, every dart has a destination. Your content will resonate, your products will make sense, and the brand has consistency, and people share it because it represents them. That difference is between the thing that makes a brand grows versus a brand that posts consistently for 6 months and wonders why nothing is working. Okay? I promise there's some people in here, right, that have had their brand for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. You've had your brand since 2023, 2022, and you've genuinely, you're just not succeeding. Why? Why are you not winning? Like, what's going on? You've had your brand for 2 years. What's genuinely going on? You should have at least had one successful drop. Why? Because you've just been throwing it at the dark. You've either not marketed properly, either your unit economics don't support your scaling if you're running ads, maybe your design, maybe your meaning, maybe your messaging. It's one of these things. But typically it falls into your target audience. If you don't know who you're reaching, it's not going to reach anyone. That's the reason why you failed. And that's the reason why I was reiterating at the start. You should not make a brand everyone is going to wear. Only the people that you have chosen should be allowed to wear your brand. Everyone else, leave them out the picture. Okay? Now, let's go over the summary of what we covered. Audience entitlement. So your audience should feel entitled, the people that you reach. Customer identification. Your ideal buyer avatar. Know yourself. And great accuracy. So, we've gone over all these topics. I really, really hope that you now have a great understanding of your target audience and who you're trying to reach. Okay? And even if you don't have the greatest understanding, it is damn near basic enough for you to get started. And you're going to continue to iterate this methodology as you go along, as you continue. Okay? Very, very important. Do all the action items. Do not skip to the next thing without first fixing this first. Because if you get to the manufacturers and they make that sample and you order that bulk order and you do your first drop and it fails and you don't like the brand, you've just wasted a lot of money. Okay? So take your time. All right? A brand done well is a brand that's taking its time. And what lasts is never rushed. So, thank you guys so much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next module, in the legality of the brand. Take care. So, I just had to take a bathroom break. That's why there was a cut in the video. But let's look at this, right? So I'm just going to turn on the light because it's quite bright in here. There we go. It's quite bright. Now, when it comes to the ideal buyer avatar, one thing you need to realize, it's a detailed profile of the person you are building this brand for. Okay? Now, this brand is not for 10 people and it is not a range. It is just for one type of person. Because when you write for one person clearly, thousands of people who are like that person will feel like you are speaking directly to them. It's just the whole idea of the law of attraction. Like attracts like. So if you attract one type of person and they buy, well, there's no way that person isn't going to attract the like person, and there's no way that person isn't going to attract like person, and due to the compound effect, it's just going to attract one person, one person, one person, one person, until it's just a bunch of people. Okay? So in order to build this profile, here are a few things you need to consider. The basics you need to know about the person are their age range, their gender, the country or city they live in. I keep saying live in, their income level, what they do for work, and how they spend their time. Okay, so that's the basics. But the deeper things that you need to come into consideration when it actually comes to knowing about this type of person is their concerns and care. So their status, comfort, quality, identity, community, being different, and being respected. Their social platforms, right? Whether they stay on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube, on Pinterest, or on Twitter. Okay, and it's also very important to know what social platforms they stay on, because if if for example you start pushing content on Instagram where your niche is on Twitter, then you're gonna struggle. Instagram and TikTok will always be king. That's facts. When we go into content and marketing, I talk about that. But if your niche is in Twitter, for example, you can do things to funnel them back into Instagram and to get them to buy. If that makes sense. You wanna be where your market is. All right. Now, another thing. Check who they're following. Top 5 creators or influencers in the world. Okay. Another thing. Music. Music is very important. Music tells you a lot about a person. Music tells you a big amount about a person. This tells you more about a person than almost anything else. Music will tell you, like, if I was to listen to the type of music you listen to, I would know what type of person you are. If I was to just hear your playlist, like your favorite playlist, I'll be able to tell if you're happy, you're sad, depending on the type of music you listen to, because it like attracts like. So if you're listening to more sad music, then I might be able to. Obviously, I'm not going to come to the assumption you're sad, but you might just be more in tune with your emotions. If you listen to a lot of hype music and no sad music, then you might be very dismissive of your emotions, but very energetic and very, outgoing and bubbly and stuff like that. So music can tell you a lot. And another thing as well to look at is brands they already buy from. These are your direct and indirect competitors for their wallet. If you can know where they buy their brands from, you can also figure out, why? Why would they buy from that brand? Why did they buy from that brand? And knowing that gives you an edge, because one thing about it is people buy multiple things for multiple reasons, right? Because people buy into identities, right? So if, for example, they buy into represent, okay, well, represent can't cover all their needs. It can't. Okay? It just can't. Like, it represent isn't going to be enough. They're going to look for another t-shirt or another hoodie to fulfill a different purpose. Now, they might look for a hoodie that's similar to represent, that gives the idea, that gives the feeling of it. Yes. And that's where you come in. But you will only know to do that if you understand your niche, if you understand your target audience. So, the important question to ask here is what/who is your customer trying to become? What transformation are you taking them on? And you should already have this by now, based off the last module, okay? Which is name and mission. It's not where they are right now, okay? It's not what they aspire to be either. It's not where they are or what they aspire to be, but the version of themselves they are working toward. Your brand needs to be the transformation from their undesired state to their desired state. That's like your brand needs to be the bridge, the thing that bridges that gap. It needs to take them from A all the way to B. That's literally what your brand needs to be. When someone puts on your hoodie, they're not just putting on a hoodie. They are stepping into a version of themselves. Your job is to know exactly who that version is. So when you're presenting these clothes, you need to be making sure that they're going to change. Obviously in a good way. And I'm not talking about radical change like they're like, but they should get a bit of confidence. For example, like Canada Goose. Like I own a Canada Goose. And my brother owns a Montclair. Anytime I wear my brother's Montclair jacket, I feel way more confident because it's such a nice coat, and I know the meaning and the expense behind it. It's an expensive jacket. I didn't buy the jacket for the jacket. I bought it because it's Montclair. Do you understand? Like, I understand what I'm trying to say. I bought it because it's Montclair. And the fact that I can just say Montclair without having to say, oh, I bought it because Montclair was made by XYZ. No, just means that I've gotten a name and I've gotten the meaning within the name. So now I don't need to explain the meaning every time I say my name or the name of the brand. I can just say I bought it because it's Montclair. After all, you bought Gucci because it's Gucci. All right? No pun intended. So, here's your action item. I need you to open up your brand clarity checklist, so your BCC, and complete the full target. I don't know why I named it this thing. When I named the brand clarity checklist, I didn't think until I did the BCC. And now that I'm reading this out loud, because bear in mind, when I was writing these documents, I was never reading this out loud. I was never like brand clarity checklist, BCC. It was just, written in there. But anyways, so in your brand clarity checklist, I need you to check and complete the full target audience section. We're going to do this together. And this is the demographics, the deeper questions, the influencers, the music, the brands they buy, and what they are trying to become. I need you to take your time with this because this is the section most founders rush. Do not be that founder. Okay? So let's go over it. So you're going to go to your target audience. Let's just show up here. This is the third section. Now, this is going to require you to sit down and think about this for quite a bit. All right? I've made this as lean as possible. But what you can do here, and I'm gonna offer a recommendation that I didn't write in the document. Once you get every single thing about your target audience, the age range, gender, this is the basic things. What do they care about? Influencers they follow. What you can do now is that you can, one, make a new document with all the information you have and go into a full depth dive, just like I did with the highlighted, color code, everything. Or you can get ChatGPT or AI to get, oh, this is my target audience. Can you put this into a paragraph and tell me a little bit more about my target audience and things I didn't consider? Okay. But I need you right now to think critically. Do not use AI to answer what my customer is trying to become. AI cannot do that for you. You have to do that. You have to choose what your customer is going to become because that is your brand. That is the transformation you're selling. If you're asking something else to make the thing you're selling, you're failing. So you need to craft that. You need to craft the identity of it. All right. Look at the brands they already buy from, and you can discover this quite quickly. An easy way to do this, for example, if one of your friends really like your brand and really buy, ask them, yo, bro, like, what clothes are in your wardrobe? Or another good thing to do is to do a survey, like, what brands do you guys buy from on Instagram? And just put a poll, like, represent Instagram. People will engage. All you need is just one person to respond to. That's it. You just need one person to respond, and then you get data. Okay, you can find out what genre of the music they listen to, and you can find this quite quickly from Represent or like, let's say for example they like the brand Represent or Essentials or any things like these brands. You can find that quite quickly, right? But yeah, once again, do surveys. You can go on Instagram, on a story, on a post, ask people, what do you guys like to wear? What type of, like, you can also do some market research. Go into TikTok, check the comments, see what people are saying. Oh, I like this brand. I like this brand. You can get this information quite quickly. All right. And come back here and fill in the sheet. So yeah. So do this now. Please do not procrastinate this. Please do not say I'm going to do it and not do it. Do it now. Just do it now and get it out the way. All right. It is very important that you just knock this out the way. Knock this out the park. All right. So do it now. Please do not be lazy. Do not be a bum. So let's go over and know yourself, because it's very, very important that as you make this target audience, the only way you can ever discover another person is by first knowing yourself. And by this quote, if you know your enemy and you know yourself, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. And this was by Sun Tzu. He wrote a book called The Art of War with a bunch of different strategies on how to defeat your opponent in war. Brilliant book. I recommend you read it. Now, your competition is not your enemy. Your competition is data. Let me ask you this. Who are the 5 brands your ideal customer is already buying from or considering buying from? If you remember what I said previously, if, for example, one of your ideal customers is buying from Represent and they like sportswear, well, why did they buy sportswear? And what type of need does Represent don't fill? And how can you bridge that gap? Undesired to desired state. Always remember that. Okay? What are these brands doing well? What is Represent or any of these other brands doing well? Where are they falling short? What gaps exist in the market that your brand can fill? This is not about you copying them. You're not, like, when you're making this brand, I want to make this clear. You're not copying you're not being the next X, the next Y, the next Z. You're being the first A, the first B, the first C, if that makes sense, okay? So you need to understand the landscape your customer already lives in. If you try to enter the customer's world and you do not have a good foothold, or you do not have an understanding of the rules of their world, of their universe, what's going to happen is you're going to get kicked out just as quickly as you came in. And that is the truth. Okay. These brands already love your brand is entering a world they already have opinions about. Your customer already has opinions about certain things. Remember what I said previously. Your target audience has things they like, they dislike, things they love, things they hate, things they would die for. So when you bring your brand in and you're like completely neglecting all that thing, you're like, hey bro, buy my high t-shirt, high converting tracksuit, voice crack by the way, you're gonna get ignored. You're just like you're like a mouse. You're like me. You're just gonna ignored. You're gonna genuinely get ignored, because why would I, like, if I saw your clothes on ads, I would just skip it because there's no meaning behind it, right? And these are brands they already love as well as standards they have. So you're not just entering their world, you're falling short of their standards and then you're complaining why they're not buying. I mean, what do you think was going to happen? Right? If you walk into that world without understanding it, you will get ignored. But if you walk in, know exactly where you fit in and why you're different, you become relevant immediately. When it came to the TikTok, okay, with the TikTok page and with other pieces of content I'm pushing out content that I know is going to solve your problem. I'm adding value to the market. I'm not going to be like, I'm not coming there adding a 2-minute video or a 30-second video and telling you to be different and unique. I'm adding a 10-minute TikTok tutorial and mentioning 8 different things you need to focus on as a brand, telling you exactly what to focus on. That is valuable. All right, that's the exact same thing you need to consider and put towards your brand. You can't just come into the market and give these people just anything and expect them to buy. That level of entitlement is useless. The only people that should ever feel entitlement is your audience. You should not feel that. You should not have any type of ego here. Ego is irrelevant because if ego mattered, well, I'd be rich. I'd be so freaking rich that your brain will fall out. Okay? I'd be a billionaire. All right? Now, here's an action item. I need you to complete the niche market clarity section. List your 5 direct competitors. Be honest about what they do better than you. Okay? Be equally honest about what you will do better than them, and then write your niche in one clear sentence. So let's do that, right? We need the niche market clarity checklist. So in your workbook, open your workbook. Go to niche market clarity, which is the second thing. So what category does your brand fall under? Okay? Is it streetwear? Is it luxury and fashion? Is it gym wear? Is it women's wear? Is it men's wear? Whatever. You know, other if it's a different type of wear, you can put it other. I don't know what other wear you have other than these ones. Maybe what's that? Motorsport clothing niche. I don't know. Maybe paper clothing. I don't know. Okay. So what is your niche in one clear sentence? Example: high quality streetwear inspired by UK drill culture. Okay, that's an example. All right. So that's your niche. That's your niche. By the way, that's not your target audience. That's just your niche. Okay, so you can put the high quality streetwear. Yes, I'll let you have it. Just have it. You can put luxurious high quality brands for entrepreneurs or inspired by CEOs. Put it. Go on. It's not what your brand means. It's just your niche. It's the people you're trying like. It's the general idea of the people you're trying to target. Now, because you know your brand is luxury or streetwear or women's wear or gym wear, you need to write down your competitors, which are at least 5 people. So if you did gym wear, and I keep using this example. Okay, let's use a different example. If you did luxury, then you could do maybe Fear of God Essentials, or maybe you could look at Ralph Lauren. Maybe you could look at other. I would look at DTC apparel brands, not wholesale or things bigger than that. Direct to customer. I would look at brands like that. That your direct competition. Trying to compete with like Amazon, just what are you gonna do there? All right. So maybe in a few years, maybe in like 10, 20, 30 years, but right now, no. Okay. So what do these brands do better than you? Okay, this should be quite obvious. And what will you do? What will you do? Let me edit this one more time. Okay, what will you do? bro, I'm bugging out right now. What will you do better than them? Sorry, I've been recording these videos back to back, like genuinely no breaks. It's been brutal, right? So yeah, that's that. You can take your time to fill in the section. Pause the video now and get this done. Do not progress. Do not delay. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Please do it now. Please do it now. 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 Okay? Awesome. So, great accuracy. Every piece of content you post, every product you design, every caption you write, every ad you run is a dart being thrown. And I need you to think about that. Think about your brand as a target, right? That red and white target thing. And every single dart you throw, boom, ad. Boom, design, boom, caption, boom, this, boom, content, boom, strategy, boom. Every single thing you're trying to get closer to the middle. With every single dart you throw, you're trying to get closer to the middle. And sometimes you're gonna walk to the target, take the dart off, and then throw it again to make sure it lands. Okay? The question is whether you have a board to aim at. Because if your brand and if your niche doesn't make sense, and if you remember what we said at the start of here, you do not need a wider net, you just need greater accuracy. You just need to know exactly who you're reaching. Okay? If you don't know your customer, you're throwing darts in the dark. Some might land, most won't. And the worst part is you won't even know why. That is way worse than things working. Not knowing why things worked in business is way worse than it just working, because then you can't replicate it. You can't do the same thing again. It just happened once and it's never gonna happen again. That's bad. Okay. But if you know your customer deeply, every dart has a destination. Your content will resonate, your products will make sense, and the brand has consistency, and people share it because it represents them. That difference is between the thing that makes a brand grows versus a brand that posts consistently for 6 months and wonders why nothing is working. Okay. I promise there's some people in here, right, that have had their brand for 2, 3, 4, 4, 5 years. You've had your brand since 2023, 2022, and you've genuinely, like, you're just not succeeding. Why? Why are you not winning? Like, what's going on? You've had your brand for 2 years. What's genuinely going on? You should have at least had one successful drop. Why? Because you've just been throwing it at the dark. You've either not marketed properly, either your unit economics don't support your scaling if you're running ads, maybe your design, maybe your meaning, maybe your messaging. It's one of these things. But typically it falls into your target audience. If you don't know who you're reaching, it's not going to reach anyone. That's the reason why you failed. And that's the reason why I was reiterating at the start. You should not make a brand everyone is going to wear. Only the people that you have chosen should be allowed to wear your brand. Everyone else, leave them out the picture. Okay? Now, let's go over the summary of what we covered. Audience entitlement. So your audience should feel entitled, the people that you reach. Customer identification. Your ideal buyer avatar. Know yourself. And great accuracy. So, we've gone over all these topics. I really, really hope that you now have a great understanding of your target audience and who you're trying to reach. Okay. And even if you don't have the greatest understanding, it is damn near basic enough for you to get started. And you're going to continue to iterate this methodology as you go along, as you continue. Okay. Very, very important. Do all the action items. Do not skip to the next thing without first fixing this first. Because if you get to the manufacturers and they make that sample and you order that bulk order and you do your first drop and it fails and you don't like the brand, you've just wasted a lot of money. Okay? So take your time. All right? A brand done well is a brand that's taken its time. And what lasts is never rushed. So, thank you guys so much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next module, in the legality of the brand. Take care. Hello everyone, my name is Isaac, and welcome to the legality of your brand. Now, the legal aspect of your brand is the thing that's going to make or break you. Even if you don't do this right now, even if you don't get this done right now, if you do not focus on the legal side of your brand, you are going to be susceptible to lawsuits, to cease and desists, people putting in letters through the post and telling you have to shut down your brand. You do not want to make a successful brand and next thing you know get shut down and have to destroy it and have to remove it just because you didn't pick the right name, because you, I don't know, pissed off someone overseas, because you just didn't do the right thing. It is very important that you establish the right systems and you do this the right way to save yourself a lot of headache. A clothing brand isn't about opening up a Shopify store, making some sales, and you keep the money. There is taxes involved, there is your government involved, there is a region involved, there are other people involved, there are a lot of things that if you do not consider, you will lose this thing. You will lose this thing that you've worked so hard to create, and my job and this whole module is dedicated for you to just understand that. So I need you to understand this as well. Disclaimer, I am not a solicitor. I am not a lawyer. Check the things I'm saying. Fact check. And this is when critical thinking comes into play. Whilst I'll give you as much resources and framework, I can give you the whole idea. I'm only going to touch on the framework, the methodology, the idea around it, and redirect you or direct you to the right things. Okay, I'm not saying my word is law. Okay, just look into the things I'm saying. Contact your own solicitor or a lawyer in order to have a full understanding of everything I'm saying. Okay, do not take my word as law once again, because I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. And if you mess this up, you could be sued for hundreds and thousands, if not millions of dollars, and you do not want to be that guy. All right, so let's get straight into this. Yeah. Now, let's look at the legality of the brand. I'm not even going to drag this out. This is going to be straightforward, okay? This section alone has saved you $1 million plus. And I'm not joking, okay? That right there is no exaggeration, okay? Do not, I repeat, do not follow through with this brand without first establishing the legality aspect. Okay, this is far more important than anything I have gone over in this program and ever will be. Far more important than market saturation, far more important than name, mission, target audience. I don't care the designs, logo, anything you're going to see. This is far more important. This is what is going to protect you and keep you safe. It is not worth starting a brand if you do not know this. Okay, so this is the business aspect that you as a founder have to know. Without understanding the legal side of the business, you will get sued and be in debt because of lawsuits. Pay close attention and do everything because this section covers the majority of what you need to know. Okay? Disclaimer, and I'm going to highlight this so you guys know. Disclaimer, all right? 1 second. I'm sorry I have to highlight this in real time. Jeez Louise. Okay. Though this document will tell you the majority of the things you need to know, consult with the lawyer, solicitor, or any necessary intermediary that will give you the correct information. Do not take my word as law. Consult with someone else. Okay? Here's what we're going to cover: legal ignorance, trademarking your brand name, domain expansion, pun intended, setting up a business identity, and a disclaimer. So let's go over the legal ignorance first. Most founders treat the legal side of their brand as an afterthought, something they will deal with when the brand starts making real money. Do not be this founder. Do not be the guy that says, oh, I'll focus on the business. Let me just make my first 10K, then I'll sort this out. You will regret it. You will regret it. You will regret it. Please focus on the business aspect, because the minute these things hit you like a truck, you're going to be like, what the fuck? Okay? I know that rhymes, but that's the point. Okay, that will be the biggest mistake you will ever make. All right, you can spend months building a brand, growing an audience, printing stock, and making sales. Then one day you receive a cease and desist letter because someone already trademarked the name in flipping Philippines or Pakistan or India or something like that, right? Or a bigger brand launches with the same name and domain, and there is nothing you can do about it legally because you never registered to anything. A brand could come tomorrow, take your whole name without even knowing that you made it, by the way, launch their brand, they do sales, and no one's gonna buy your brand because they think that your brand is a lie. But that's not the truth. And there is nothing you can do about it because legally you haven't registered or you haven't trademarked your name, you haven't got a domain in your name, you can't even send them a cease and desist letter because legally you have nothing tied to you. And having that ignorance is what is going to be the end of your brand. Okay? This module is not to scare you, but to make sure that you never end up in that position. Okay? Now, there are 3 things you must know. Number 1, trademarking your brand name. That is so important, and I'm going to tell you the importance of it. You need to do this. Securing your domain, this is a non-negotiable. You can't even have a website without securing your domain. And setting up a limited company or LLC. These 3 things, forget everything else, just make sure you have this, okay? The business bank account, tax, VAT, all write-offs, all that nonsense, you can focus on that later. But right now, the 3 most important things are these things, okay? Once again, I need to disclaim this again. Do not go to tell a lawyer, or if God forbid you go to court, do not pull up this video and say, hey, Isaac told me to do this. This is what I did, not me. Listen, I am not a lawyer. Disclaimer, I am not a lawyer. None of this is legal advice. Think of this as an informed starting point. From anything specific to your situation, please always consult a qualified attorney or legal professionist in your country. Someone who is a legal professional or an attorney or solicitor, just consult with someone that's professional. Okay, I am a consultant for clothing brands. All right, do not consult with me and ask me, yo, bro, what's the legal state of Canada? I don't know. I don't know. Ask an attorney. Okay, I can only give you the ideas. All right. Now, the first thing we're going to cover is trademarking your brand name. A trademark essentially is legal protection for your brand name, your logo, or slogan. There is a reason why, for example, if you was to use "just do it," right? That slogan is trademarked by Nike. If you was to use that and just go about it and then name your brand "just do it," you're gonna get a cease and desist letter if you reach a certain threshold. Okay. Now, once you registered your trademark name, you own the exclusive right to that name and can commercially use that name in your category. Nobody can legally copy it, sell under it, or build on top of it without your permission. And that is the power of it. And think about your clothing brand. If someone was to make another name with your clothing brand and they sell out more than you, God forbid. All right. So without a trademark, your brand name is essentially unprotected. Someone else could register it before you and legally force you to rebrand. P.S. This actually happens more time than you think. Once again, this happened to Represent. They almost had to get a new name, and they had a cease and desist to get rid of the brand or give them over $1 million. Your brand could do 6 figures in revenue. Do not just go by faith and bro. Like a lot of these things I'm going to talk about cost a couple $100. Just do it. All right. Open up this LLC. Just trademark your name as soon as you can. If you can do this now, All right, do it. Sit down and do it. If you can do it, do it. Okay, if you can't do it, that's fine. Make sure you stack with your bread and get to doing it as soon as you can. Because the minute you start to sell with this legally, someone else can take your thing. They can just take your thing. A competitor could look at your brand and out of spite, they see your brand is doing well. They see if your brand is trademarked. Nope. All right, bet legally. So people can literally make so much money from you. Like that's and it's not illegal. It's not legal because if they trademark your name, if your name, for example, is called Microphone Up. I love using that example. Microphone Up. You haven't trademarked the name and you don't have an LLC, which is so stupid, by the way. The least you should have is LLC and a business bank account. But let's say you just don't have those and you haven't trademarked the name and you've reached, oh, you post in your story, oh, just did 6 figures in revenue, right? And someone else sees your name and it's like, oh, Microphone Up. Have they trademarked it? Nope. They buy the trademark for a couple $100. They send you a deceased letter for flipping 10K or 50K or for 80K, or you're gonna have to go to court or delete the brand. What are you gonna do then? Nothing. You can't do anything then because someone is literally just taking your name. All right. So before you file anything, check the database. So this is before you actually get your trademark. You need to check the database. You need to see if it's already taken or not. Okay. So search the trademark database to make sure your name is not already taken. In the US, and this is according to the US, I'm going to talk about the US and the UK here. If you're in Canada, if you're in Africa or any other thing, you need to check it according to your own region. I did not cover every single thing, because how many countries are there in the world? I can only really cover what I know and who I work with. Okay, so when it comes to US, you can use the TM search. I believe this is the right link. You can use this one. So if you go to trademark search, right, so you can search with the name. So for example, if, like I said, Microphone Up, right, I can go here, I can check, is it taken? Nope, no one's taken. But if I say like maybe Nike, for example, look at that, right? So if I sell under Nike Fit, okay, but the status for this apparently is dead, but this is live registered. So if I sell under Nike Reactive X, right, and I sell under like footwear, I'm gonna get a cease and desist from this brand, if that makes sense, right? But if, for example, I look at this brand and like, and they've trademarked it, there's nothing I can legally do against this person. If that makes sense. They have maintenance. You can get like, look, a 6-year declaration. So look at that. Okay, let's look at another name. Let's say Adidas. Right, Adidas. Boom. Adidas equipment. Look at that. Right? Wordmark. Adidas. No one else can take that. Okay? No one else can use that. Let's use another one. Let's see. I know there's a brand. Mertra. That's not the right name. Mertra. This is another brand. For example, look. Yes, look. So this is by Aaron Williams. This is a brand. I'll type it in Instagram. Things like this, right? So this brand is trademarked legally, right? So this is the brand, right? 500K followers. They're doing crazy. Look at this. Trademark. If this brand didn't trademark this, someone could look at this and send a cease and desist, ask for 6 figures, and that's it. Okay? But when you look at trademark search, look at this. This is live and registered. Okay? It's backed. Like no one can take this. No one can get this. Okay? And it's 2023. So they're gonna obviously have to maintain that. But yeah. All right, we can go over multiple different brands, but that was just an example, right? Well, we can look at, I'm sure Represent was going to be on here too, just to give more of examples. So these are things that you guys don't consider. Represent. Okay? Represent. Another thing. Look. Okay? Owners. You can see Represent Clothing Limited. Private company, United Kingdom. So they own it. So they've trademarked it in UK and America. So you can't take that, if that makes sense. Like, look, it's all protected. No one else can take that, right? Until 2029. So yeah. So first things first, check it. If you're in the UK, it's the exact same thing. You have to search for a trademark and how that works. Trademark number, trademark owner, or the phrase and image. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly do a security check. Hopefully this isn't, yeah. All right, let's look for some words. So represents. Let's check over here. Let's see if I can search this up. Search classes. Oh yeah, it's also gonna be under a certain class. So because it's clothing and apparel, yeah, clothing, footwear. I'm gonna search day between months. What else do I need to put in here? Right, represent. Look, yep, registered. Represent, another one. Register. This one is dead, but this one is actually represent. This one is actually done. Okay, represent. I don't know if that's the actual represent, but look, as you can see, represent as in represent. That's kind of silly. Represent, registered. So as you can see, all these different names are trademarked, so they can sell legally under this. But if, for example, your name isn't trademarked, it's GG's. Okay, so before you file anything and before you trademark your name, make sure it's in the database so you can legally take it, right? The next thing you need to look at is a Google provider. So search Google and Instagram too. A name does not have to be formally trademarked for someone to have common law rights to it if they have been using it for commerce, right? So for example, if you want to use a name that's like microphone up, right? Well, the best thing to do would be go on Google, okay? Type in Google, okay? Microphone up, microphone up. I don't see anyone using the name microphone up like that. Okay, let's try this. Let's try microphonesUp.com. No one's got the domain. It belongs to no one. So if you're gonna buy microphone up, I'm gonna sue you because I'm gonna trademark the name. Because I have a feeling someone's gonna be cheeky and buy microphone up. So I'm gonna sue you. I'm gonna trademark the name. If I see it up, oh, I'm gonna send a cease and desist. Take 6 figures from you. I'm joking. You can have the name. But anyways, the next thing as well you want to look at is the correct identification. So make sure you're filing things under the right class. For clothing brands in the US, this is typically internationally class 25, which covers clothing, footwear, and headwear. The same thing you just saw in the UK. So when I went over the phrases and stuff like that, look at the class. It was I believe it was 25. Yeah, it was 25 as well. So that's a classification. So you need to make sure you file it under the right thing. You're a clothing brand owner. In the UK, it's 25. In the US, I also believe it's 25. So make sure you put it under the right name. Okay. So here's how to file in the UK. In the US, you go to the so you go to this link, the Ospito patent, and Abraham Lincoln is on there, whatever. And then so you need to go to this link and create an account. You need to file through TS Plus or TS Standard application. Now, TS Plus is cheaper, 250 per class at the time of writing. And this is obviously us checking it, but it has stricter requirements. Now, the process will take anywhere from 8 to 12 months on average. This is why I'm saying if you can do this now, do it. Because in a year, for example, and it's fully registered, you don't need to worry about it. You might forget about it in 2 years, but if you get the letter and it's like, oh, your trademark has been accepted, you're good. Okay, once approved, your trademark is valid for 10 years and can be renewed. Okay, so simply go to trademarks here. I believe you can, let's see, you can create an account, forms, yeah, TS right here. Okay, index of all forms. So response, I believe, let's see how we can find this one. I'm trying to find this, classification. If I can't find this now, you're gonna have to, classification 25. Let's see. Trademark clothing brand. Okay, and if you can't do this, goods and services, yeah. So we'll check goods and services, identify your goods and services trademark classes. The baseline fee for each class of goods and services is 350. So as you, yeah, so it's obviously increased now. It said it was 250, but I'm sure it's 350. So I'm just gonna update this. But yeah, you need to go there and create an account, and you need to make this. Okay, so you can also, yeah, trademark search, just like I said. You can find the right way to trademark it. It's super simple. Contact us. You can sign in. So either you make an account, okay, you create an OSPO account over here, and then you add all your stuff for your country, United States. In my case, I'll be in the United Kingdom, so I trademark my name according to, I don't have a clothing brand, so it's not relevant for me, but if it's applicable to you, obviously it's applicable to me too. I'm still going to trademark my name in the US too, because people could take it. Just bear in mind, people can trademark, like if you don't trademark your name across globally too, people can take it from the UK or from the US, depending on where you've not done it. So as you can see, we represent, they trademarked their UK based brand, but they trademarked it in the US too. Okay, so you want to make sure it's covered everywhere as much as possible. So UK, US, your country, your region, and probably like the next US, I'd recommend US and UK, and your region, at least those three, and just get out the way. Okay, now in the UK, go to how to register a trademark. Super simple. You literally fill out the form. It's super simple. And how to trademark overseas, it even gives you a way how to trademark overseas before you apply. So you literally just follow the application, send your application, you can apply online, and boom. All right, it's genuinely that simple. It will take 30 minutes, but it'll take 30 minutes, but it's gonna save you hundreds, if not thousands, hundreds and thousands, millions of dollars. Okay, you do not want that cease and desist letter. You do not want to see that. That's gonna make your heart drop. Okay, the application fee starts at 170. That's the last time I checked, and the process typically takes around 4 months if there are no objections. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. If the earlier you are, the better, because you don't want to do this like 2 years into the brand and you're already making 6 figures. Someone could have already sent a lawsuit, and lawsuits don't just like, they don't appear in your door like in a week. They could take a month for people to process. It could take 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, and the next thing you know, 6 months you have a cease and desist letter. Just avoid it. For your case, avoid it. Okay. Now, how to file outside of the UK and the US? You're gonna have to. This is when you're gonna have to come in. You can either ask ChatGPT to do this. You can either ask ChatGPT to do this, but what you want to do is go to your internet. So go to Google, how to trademark. So in your case, this would be, I'd go to google.com and how to trademark. And then in my case, my government thingy comes up. So boom, right? Now, obviously, if you didn't know how to and if for some reason you're so cooked that you don't know how to trademark in UK, all right? Ask ChatGPT. It's super free. Boom, straightforward. It literally gives you the steps. It just gave you everything. Okay, so if you don't know, ask ChatGPT or search online. And like, if you have any other questions, you're like, for example, see 170 for one class. And then I can ask it, how do I trademark overseas? Sorry, I'm so slow at typing. How do I trademark overseas? All right, your answer, boom, it's very doable, and it will tell you the right way. Okay, so boom. Now, complete the application form and pay the necessary fee. If it's $200, $500, $600, $1,000, I'm telling you right now, this is not something you can avoid. You're gonna do this anyways. Like, I'm telling you right now, you're gonna pay this fee anyways. If you're serious about building this brand, you're gonna pay this amount anyways. The only difference is whether you're gonna do this now or whether you're gonna do this later. And later is riskier than now. So just get it done now. Okay. Now, things to consider. You can file yourself to save money, but if your application is complex or your name is similar to an existing mark, hiring a trademark attorney is worth the cost. I would 100% hire a trademark attorney, someone to get to do it for you. Because if you can just get someone, and like these attorneys will probably charge you like $200, maybe $100 to $300, bro. Like, I understand it's a lot of money, but it's so flipping worth it. Just hire a professional to get this done and just get this done once and for all. That's it. And in the next 10 years, renew it. Now, trademarking in one country does not protect you in another. Just like I said, if you plan to sell internationally, consider filing in both the US and the UK, or look into an international trademark application through YPO at YPOINT. So I don't know if this link is going to work actually. Is this the right link? This is not the right, sorry guys, this is not the right link. Hold on. Actually, no, this is the, yeah, wait, hold on. This is the, yes, no, this is the right link. I was completely confused when I saw the woman. I was like, wait, this is not the link I seen before. But yeah, if you can do this internationally, go to the IP portal login, you create a WIPO account, and then you can make the trademark. Okay. Sorry guys. For a second I was worried. I was like, did I give the wrong link? like what the hell? I thought I copied the right link. But yeah, international trademark system. Boom. As you can see this, what is the Madrid system? Just follow it. And then you can also ask ChatGPT, how can I trademark internationally? Super, super simple. Okay. Now, do not wait until the brand is generating significant revenue. File as early as you can afford to. If you can do it now, just do it. Okay. I'm hoping I'm passing this messaging across because it's very, very important. Now, let's go over to domain expansion. Now, your domain, okay, is your address on the internet. It is where your store lives and is where customers find you and where you send every single person who discovers your brand. If your domain does not match your name, you are making it harder for people to find you and easier for them to forget you. If you remember what I said before when I talked about your name, your mission, this is why it was important. If your name spelling and pronunciation is too hard, people are just gonna, like, look, people don't type, for example, okay, let's look up represent, right? And I like to use this example, or let's use Mertra, right? So, for example, I just typed in Mertra. I didn't even spell it right. It came up, right? People don't go online and type in Mertra.com. Like, I've never known someone to do that, okay? People just type in Mertra or like the brand name, okay? They just do that and then it comes up. So boom, you know? So you want to make sure your name is as simplistic and straight to the point as possible, okay? Now, secure your domain as soon as you have a name, even before you build a website. Domains are cheap. Losing your name to a squatter or competition is not. And I love using that word, squatter. I couldn't wait to say that word. Losing your name and losing your brand to some 14-year-old, 15-year-old kid who just copped your trademark name for vibes, sent you a cease and desist legally. He's up 50K. And legally he's allowed to. Okay? So when you're getting your domain, there's a few things you want to look at. Always try to get the .com first. The .com will supersede anything. Now, you can do according to your region. I know there's .us, I know there's .com, there's .net. I mean, sorry, not .com, .co.uk, .org, .co, .io, .po. I don't give a toss. Just get .com, okay? It is the most recognized and trusted extension globally, especially for the US market. In the UK, in the US, in the America, Canada, Australia, everywhere. Just get the .com. If you can get the .com, get it. If you can't, then fine. You can get .net, .org. Those are also respectable and trusted mainly, or .store or whatever. But typically, if you can afford to get .com, just get it. Okay, just get the .com. It saves you time. Now, if .com is taken, .co is widely accepted alternative for brands. A lot of brands use like clo.co. Please avoid any obscure extensions like .biz. No one's gonna type in yourbrand.biz, no, or info, because they can look untrustworthy. Like I've never clicked on a .info link and thought that was a trustworthy link. All right. Keep your domain short, clean, and identical to your brand name where possible. Avoid hyphens and numbers. Do not get like, do not, if your brand name is microphone up, I love using this. Do not do micro hyphen phone hyphen up.com. You're just making it harder for people to convert. Just make it microphoneup.com. That's it. That's it. Like I don't know why you guys are trying to be so cool. So like some people are just trying to be so majestical with their brand. Just relax, man. Just it's your brandname.com. That's it. Okay. Make it clean. Make it simple. Make it easy for me to grab. Okay. I'm not supposed to be fighting with you and trying to like have a tug of war with finding your brand. All right. Now, if the .com is taken and the owner is sitting on it, you can sometimes purchase it directly. That has happened. Use a whois lookup, so that is the domains.tool, to find the owner's contact information. In fact, actually, on GoDaddy, I actually have the link here. I remember there was a name domain I searched up. It was a microphone up. Let's see. I don't remember it now, but let's see if I can find it. But what happens usually is they'll give you .net, .store. You can use any of these, like these work, and you can bundle all of these .shop. Do not use .info. But then if someone has already got a domain here, GoDaddy does this too. Awesome. It might be like 20,000, like and then you can buy off them. But or you can go to whoisdomaintools.com. So whois lookup. If I type in mertra.com, I can do some searching, and let's see, validation required. It's gonna ask me for a captcha. Let's see, go. Let's see if it can show me real quick. Yeah, boom. So apparently this is the registrar, the URL. I got all this information about them. Apparently, yeah, it's on Shopify, which is true. Registered 2010. Wow, that was a while ago. So yeah, you can get a lot of information. Maybe you can see if you can contact them. Maybe you can see if you can reach them. In your case, it might be a little bit different. They've got the LLC, so maybe you can send a letter to the LLC or something like that. But as long as you know where this is, yeah, you can contact them, okay, if you want to buy it. And that's if you got the money and you're a baller, okay? Now, where to buy your domain? So there's a few places I'm going to recommend to buy your domain. Very, very simple. Number one, Shopify. If you are building your store on Shopify, you can purchase your domain directly through them. I'm not gonna lie, Shopify is by far the easiest. Like it's gonna save you so much hassle. Just get it on Shopify. If you can afford to get it on Shopify, just get it on Shopify. Like don't get it on GoDaddy and then reconnect it. It's just long. Okay. Now I understand why people do get it on like different websites, service providers, because you can add extra protection. But Shopify keeps it protected anyways. It's gonna cover all your needs. So if I was you, in your domain section, just go to Shopify and boom, just buy the domain, and you can protect it externally. That's going to save you time. The next thing I'm going to recommend is GoDaddy. It's one of the largest domain registers. Okay. Easy to use and reliable, super straight to the point. You want to connect to Shopify, you can. It's super simple. No hassle there. Yeah, Namecheap as well. Namecheap is another good one. It gives your names for cheap, just as the name recommended. It's a US kind of store here, but once again, if we're going to use microphone up, microphoneup.com, I'm going to search. No one else has got microphoneup.com according to GoDaddy. Boom. See, super simple. £8.37 a year, super cheap. I can just buy that, right? I can add to cart. I can get that microphone.me. I can even get the business email, all this stuff. So yeah. Now the next thing as well is Google domains squarespace.com, a clean interface, straightforward pricing. I use squarespace.com. Obviously I don't own a Shopify store, so I've actually needed my my website and stuff like that. I got it from Squarespace domain. I like them. I used them in the past, so I'm just used to them. But you can use whatever is applicable to you. I'd recommend since you're a clothing brand owner, just stick to Shopify. It saves you hassle, it saves you time, it just saves you so much nonsense. Okay, so yeah. Now, a .com domain typically costs between $10 to $20 per year. That is one of the cheapest and most important investments you will make for your brand. Do not get anything other than .com, .co.uk, or I don't know, .us. Do not get info or biz or any of that nonsense. Just get what you can. If you can get .com, get it. If you can't, get the next best thing. Okay, and if you really want to buy it off someone, then I've shown you tools you can use. Whoisdomaintools.com to find the owner's contact information. Okay, so let's go over to setting up a business identity or entity. Because you talk about trademarking the name and your domains, now we actually need to get this limited company and this business so you can register as a real business. Okay, so if anything happens, it goes to the business, not to you. Now, when you are just starting out, you are technically operating as a sole trader or as a sole proprietor. Okay, that means you and the business are legally the same entity. And that in the beginning is fine. But as the brand grows, it creates real risk. Because once again, if you get a lawsuit or if someone sends a cease and desist and they send it to you, oh my days. All right. It's GG's. You cannot protect yourself that well. But if someone sues the business, all right, it's okay. But if someone sues you whilst you're connected to the business, your personal finances, assets, and savings are on the line. You might generally have to give up your savings account, any assets you have, any like if you have a home, anything, you might just have to give that up to sell it off, just to pay off, right? Forming a business entity separates you from the business legally. That separation is called limited liability, and this is one of the most important protections you can give yourself. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the US and the UK here. In the US, it's an LLC, so that's a limited liability company. An LLC is the most common and practical business structure for small clothing brands in the US. Okay, it gives you liability protection without the complexity of a corporation. You don't need a big, massive corporation. You just get the protection that comes with it. Okay, at a smaller rate. Now, obviously, I own LTD because I'm I'm in the UK. With my company and stuff like that. But yeah, so you register your LLC at the state level, not federally. Okay, and each state has different fees and different requirements. So I know Delaware, Wyoming, and Florida are popular states to register in due to their business-friendly laws, even if you do not live there. Okay, so if I was you, I'd recommend registering my state in Wyoming, Florida particularly. I know a lot of people talk about Florida. It's very good for business apparently. So yeah, from what I've heard, those are the three best states. To be fair, it could like once again, this is not law. I could be completely wrong. Miami, New York, Washington could be the best state. I don't even know if Washington's a state. But the whole point is do your own research here, okay? Now, from what I know, is filling fees typically range from $50 to $500 depending on the state. You can file yourself through your state secret secretary or state website. Search your state LLC formation to find the right page, okay? So yeah, that's your state. So if you live in like New York or Florida, for example, you can just type in Florida LLC formation. Alternatively, services like Ink File. I don't know why none of these links are becoming proper copy links. Hold on, let me make sure I got them right. 1 second. I'm editing this in real time. So like this, or zenbusiness.com can form your LLC for as low as $0 plus state fees. So they handle the paperwork. So if I go over here, okay, and I pick an entity, so that's an LLC. I pick a state, let's say Alabama, start my business, okay. Then as you can see, basic, boom, plus 200, look at that, $236, and they set that all for you. You don't even need to file yourself. Okay, I recommend getting the premium, getting one time. It's a one-time fee, $535 to make sure your business is properly set up and it's set up in the state of Alabama. Okay, I know I said Wyoming, so let's look at Wyoming once again. They have good business laws. Okay, so make sure you do this applicable to you. Do your extensive research on this. And yeah, so once formed, you get an EIN, Employer Identification Number, from the IRS at IRS.gov. I'm sure you've heard of the IRS before. They're going to be on your ass if you don't lock in. Okay, so this is free and you need it to open a business bank account. Okay, so yeah, if you do not have this number, because even with me with LTD, I had to open a business bank account, obviously because I'm on a business. So you need the employer identification number. Okay, so you can go through the IRS and you can create an account, your refund status, tax records, all these things. So make sure you do your extensive research on all these things. It's very, very important. Now that's for the US. Once again, I'm not professional. I'm not an attorney. Do your own research. Consult with a solicitor or someone. I don't even know if solicitor is the right person to even contact here, but just consult with someone that is going to keep you protected like an attorney. Now in the UK, it's an LTD, so that's a limited company. In the UK, the equivalent is a private limited company. It works exactly on the same principle. The company is a separate legal entity from you personally. So you register through Companies House at companieshouse.gov.uk. The fee is £50 online and it takes 24 hours to do. I did mine in a library. Okay, I know they're saying £50. I think mine was £60 actually. I think this is actually upgraded. I don't remember. I'm gonna say £60 because yeah, as you can see, I've already been here before. But set up a company, bro. It was super, super like register. You can go over here. Let's see where I found it. Register your company with Companies House. Yeah, register your company with Companies House. Register now. Are you starting a new application? Yeah, and you can just follow all this, and yeah, okay, cool. Now, you will need a registered address in the UK. So that is like you need a home, and I'm assuming you have a home. if you're watching this, I'm assuming you have a place that you can stay, because then the business needs to be tied to an address. It can't just be some fantasy in the middle of the bushes, okay? It actually needs to be somewhere. So you need a registered address in the UK. If you can't do your own house, maybe ask maybe your cousins or family member, a friend, someone you really really trust to like, and just tell them like, look, I'm opening up a business. It's a limited company for my clothing brand. They're only gonna send letters here. Any letters you get, can you just bring it to me? That's it. All right, nothing's gonna happen to you. All right. Now, only thing I'm gonna say about the address when it comes to this is your address could be public, but make sure it's tied to a registered address that you don't mind, or you can make it private. And I'm sure there's ways to go about this to pay. From my rememberings, I don't remember how to get that private, but you're gonna have to check. Yeah, you're gonna have to check that in order to make sure that your address isn't leaked. Because I know some people hide their addresses, but it's still there legally, so the government can see it. Okay, so once registered, you will need to file annual accounts and confirmation statements each year. Okay, so I'm gonna need to file my account near July again. It is, what's the date now? It is March, so I'm gonna need to file it in the next few months because I've done it the start. Okay, so internationally and globally, if you're not in the UK or if you're not in the US, just search how to set up LLC, LTD. Follow the instructions according to your region, or ask AI to do so, just like I said. Okay, simple as. Now, key things to do once your entity is formed. So once you've done your LLC, you've trademarked your name, all these things, you need to open a dedicated business account. Never mix personal and business finances. This is like the number one dummy rule. Like, if you mix your business and personal, GG's, okay? You need a business account, okay? This keeps your account clean and protects your liability shield. So my personal recommendation is Revolut Business. For full transparency, this is an affiliate link, okay? This is a referral. As you can see, this is an affiliate link. So you can sign up. The reason why I use Revolut Business it's actually so simple. Genuinely, it's so simple. And I'm not pitching this. You don't have to use this. You can use a bunch of different brands. You can use maybe Barclays Business. You can use Lloyd's Business. You can use NatWest Business, HSBC Business. I don't care. I don't know. Whatever you want to use, okay? But for me, I found that Revolut Business is genuinely the easiest, genuinely the simplest, straight to the point. Like, you don't have to worry about going back and forth. You can just set it up in like 10 minutes. All right, that's what I did. Keep records of all business income and expenses from day one. This makes tax season far less painful, okay? Because right now, even if you haven't reached a certain threshold, I know in America it's like 90,000 turnover in dollars or something, but in the UK, I think it's similar as well. If you get over 12,500 in a year, you're applicable to tax. So you need to make sure you keep all your expenses and incomes and everything from day one, and make sure you keep a hold of everything. Now, this is when I would advise getting an accountant, because if you open up an LLC, just get your accountant to just bookkeep and do all this stuff for you, okay? Because this will save you so much time. And tax season around like April and all that times, and whenever it's depending on your region, is just so damn ass. You're gonna be spending days trying to fill in your tax, making sure you're giving the government all the right information. It's so long. Okay, like I said, speak to an accountant early. A good accountant will save you more money than the cost. Okay. Now, disclaimer. I know the legal stuff is not exciting. It does not feel like building the brand, and I know it feels more like admin work. But the truth here is, everything you are building, the name, the logo, the community, the customer, the base, the revenue, is only yours if you protect it legally. Without that protection, it can be taken from you. And the worst part is, you have no legal grounds to stand on. That's the worst part. So, here's your action item for today, okay? Secure your name, domain, and business identity. If you cannot afford to do so, that's fine. Look into get your domain. It's cheap. Just get your domain now. Don't even waste time. Just buy your domain. Just buy it. Don't worry about it. Go on Shopify and get it. Just get it right now, because there is no reason why you shouldn't already have this domain. You can go with GoDaddy, Squarespace. I've given you so many different. I've shown you exactly how to get a domain. Get it, okay? The next thing as well is that limited company. Look into getting it and search if your name is available to trademark, okay? If you can afford to trademark your name, just do it now. By the time you're watching this video, the legality of the brand, you should already be very certain on what your brand name is and who you're targeting and who your audience is. If you're watching this now, clearly you haven't watched the previous videos, and clearly if you're a bit confused, you haven't actually followed the action items. So go back to the videos and do it, okay? Because if you do it properly from start to finish, you won't have to go back. That makes sense. So, number one, search your brand name on USPTO or IPO trademark database, okay? Now, secure your domain today if you haven't already, like I said, and start the process of forming your LLC or limited company. The LLC and limited company is not the end of the world right now, but it is very freaking important if you get it done now, okay? Do not wait until the brand is bigger. Do it now. The cost of doing it early is nothing compared to the cost of doing it too late. I want to make that very, very clear. Okay? So that's pretty much everything we covered over the legality side, the side that people don't tell you about. When it comes to tax, when it comes to VAT, once again, get an accountant, speak to them, because you have to also take these things into consideration when it comes to getting taxed on all your products. You have to check it according to your region. I know with the UK, when you reach a certain threshold of 90,000, I think, turnover in a year, you have to start paying 20% tax of everything you're selling to UK people. That's in the UK. I don't know how it is in the US, and I think that's right. Don't quote me on that, but that might be right, that might be wrong. But yeah, summary of what we've done: legal ignorance, trademarking your brand name, domain expansion. I love saying that. Setting up a business identity, and a disclaimer. So that's everything we have for today. Check the resources that are available at the end of the video. They will be down below in that, like, there'll be a red box that says PDF. Access them, and I look forward to seeing you in the next module. Take care, and goodbye.
Hello everyone, my name is Isaac and welcome to Applications and Designing. So this module here is a little bit straightforward, it's straight to the point. I'm going to be going over all the applications you're going to need for the business and for the website and for the designing process. So this will stem from Shopify, from the right apps to use, the integrations, everything you're going to need for email, SMS marketing, pretty much every tool you're ever going to need. Like, when I say this is no fluff, this is straight to the point. If you're worried about any applications you're going to need, this video was just the best when it comes to learning how to use the right applications. And when it comes to the design process, whether your budget is free or paid, it doesn't matter. If you don't have any money to buy Photoshop or Procreate, I have alternatives you can use that are just as good. So don't even worry. We've got jam-packed things that everything is going to be useful when it comes to making the website, when it comes to designing your product, when it comes to the right integrations, everything. So this right here is a comprehensive guide and a checklist in order to get the right applications you're going to need to get this business going. So very important module. I would check it and make sure you follow the checklist. Let's go. So let's go over applications and designing, and once again, get your resource. So welcome to the applications and designing section. This section is incredibly important as it will help you know every tool you need to run the business. Okay, this will go from designing to opening your site. This includes email marketing, SMS integrations, and the applications you need to consider. All right, now this might be a little bit of a longer video, so bear with me, but I go over the whole thing so you're not left confused. Okay, so here's what we're going to go over today: your iterative tools, the design process before you touch any software, design principles, design tools, mockup tools, and AI tools. So there's actually some AI tools that you can use for 3D mockups, and actually seeing your clothes on modules in 3D. So yeah, tech packs. So this is a very, very important module. I know everyone has been raving about tech packs, so we're going to go over tech packs today in this module and also in the manufacturers module. Your Shopify store, setting up your store, payments, back end and operations, Shopify apps, and your action items. So let's go over your iterative tools. The thing I need you to understand when it comes to this is before you sell a single unit and before you run a single ad, before a customer can even find you, you need an infrastructure, a design that looks incredibly professional, and a website that works, a backend that does not collapse the moment you get your first 10 orders, systems that talk to each other so you are not doing everything manually. Most founders do not invest in this. Do not be next. Okay? Self-explanatory. Do not throw up some basic cheap site that's not going to convert, that if you get 100 orders, it's going to crash. That's the last thing you want. On your drop day, you want your notification to be going crazy. Well, make sure you've set up all the things so it can do that, okay? You need to test. You need to make sure everything works the right way, in the right speed, in the right lens. Just make sure everything works before you actually do that drop. Don't throw up a free Shopify trial with the default theme, slap a logo on it, and wonder why no one buys, all right? Like I said, we're going to go over the themes in Shopify, the right ones to use, the ones that every founder uses as well. So don't worry, there's no stone left unturned. But do not just get a free Shopify trial with the default theme done and then think that's enough. That's not enough, okay? Your online store is your shop front.
It is the first real interaction a customer has with your brand after seeing you on social media. So the first thing they see is your cloth. The next thing they see is the brand page. So the images, the products, the videos, the reels, everything. Then after getting a whole idea of the brand and they like what they see, they go to your website. It is so important that when they go to your website, it is so easy. Like this is the biggest thing we look at as well when it comes to running ads and scaling your brand. So once again, if you want to work with us, book a call. Pitching it once again, if you want to work with us, book a call. But we look at your site, if it's conversion ready. If your site is not conversion ready, if your site, for example, before I can get your shorts, you're giving me 5 tips on why your clothing is the best, and with polyester and fabric and made by the best, I promise you, no one's gonna buy. Like your polyester, your bags, everything should be done in your marketing. Like as a customer, I'm going to your website to buy, not to browse. Okay, that's the whole thing. So if it looks cheap, you look cheap. It's very important that you get this website thing right, because if your website looks like some cheap investment, I promise you, you're going to look like some cheap investment. Okay, if your website is too confusing to navigate, they will leave, because your monthly sessions, your website sessions are going to go up and then just spike down. And if you was to check how long a user stays on your site based on your pixel, you'll see they'll stay on there for like 3 seconds then go, because when they click on the ad or when they go to your bio from your social media page, they see 10 tips on why your clothing is the best. Who gives a fuck? Respectfully, like, no one actually cares. Okay, if checkout does not work on mobile, and that's another thing, you lose a sale. Conversion rate, which is an important metric when running ads, will be low. And you need to understand that most people, when they buy your clothes, they buy it on the phone. They do not buy your clothes on the computer. Not many people. Because why? The reason why most people buy on phone is because of Apple Pay or Google Pay or like all these things, Shop Pay, whatever thing. So if I'm going to a website, I just want to double click and buy the clothes. I'm not trying to, enter the site. Oh, where's my card? Honey, get my card. Oh my God, I need to enter my card to, put the details in. Like, no one's doing that. They see the cloth, they add it to basket, they quickly go and they buy it through Apple Pay because they know other people are racing them. So if you do not make your site ready for mobile users, tablet users, especially those are the highest two, GG's, okay? So this module covers everything that you need to know when it comes to this. The design process, so how to design properly, the best way to design, the things you need to focus on when designing, design tools, mock-up tools, AI tools, your Shopify store, your Shopify apps, your backend systems, your analytics, and your payments. Okay, so let's get into it. The design process, before you touch any single software. Now, I want to make a disclaimer here. I am not a fashion designer. I am not going to pretend to teach you how to be one. The creativity is on you. I'm not here to teach you how to be a creative designer. I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to give you an action item of paint on a whiteboard and manifest a tree. Like, what's that painter? That guy, his name is Bob or something, with afro, whatever. I'm not going to tell you to do it like him. All right, the creativity is on you. I'm sorry, I can't sell that to you. I wish I could, and if I did, trust me, it would cost like $10,000. All right, but everything is on you when it comes to designing. Okay, the vision, the aesthetic, the direction. Now, you can hire a designer, and I'm not gonna lie, if you're really serious about this brand and you cannot design for yourself and you do not have the time to learn designing, hire a designer. A good one on Fiverr for like $100 to $500. We go over this later on in the video, but if you even remember when I talked about capital and money, when I talked to hiring people to do work for you on Upwork or Fiverr, just get them, because it's going to save you so much time and it's going to make your brand look premium. These are one-time purchases, things that you need to consider. If you get this out the way, you don't have to worry about this later, okay? And you would love to see your fruitions come to life. Now, these things come from inside, and nobody can give you that in a module. What I can give you is the process and the framework that takes whatever is in your head and turns it into something a manufacturer can produce, a customer can buy, and a brand can be built around. So I can give you the framework, I can give you the structure, but I can't give you I can't actually give you the creativity. I can't put that in your mind, okay? I can show you the process. The thing is, when it comes to designing, most founders design backwards. So they open Canva or Photoshop, they start playing with graphics, fonts, and produce something they personally like, and then try to figure out who it's for after the fact. They try to just I'm gonna just go on Canva, I'm gonna go on Photoshop, cursive writing, italic. This is nice. This is me. This is the wrong order. Okay. Notice how how this course started. It started from market saturation, then it started from capital, then it started from name mission, then it started from target audience, then it started from legality, now it's applications and designing. Before you design anything, we've made sure all the important things are done first in chronological order. Okay? Design starts before you touch any software. It starts with clarity. Okay? This is why you have your BCC, the brand clarity checklist. Now, step one, define before you design. Before you open any tool, I need you to answer these questions honestly. Who is this piece for? All right? Refer back to your target audience work from module 4. So if you haven't gone, like if you're on this lesson right now and you haven't watched the target audience module, go back and watch it. All right, because we break it down exactly who your clothing is for. And I promise you, you're not gonna make any piece of clothing that actually sells to the specific people you want to buy if you're just trying to make something that looks cool. Who is it for? Why are we making this piece? Is it for you? I mean, bro, if you want to make a clothing brand for you, that's fine. Then don't open up a Shopify store. Get a manufacturer to print it, make a sample, and never call yourself a clothing brand founder. You shouldn't. But if it's actually to sell to people, well, you need to find out who you're selling to. Because if you remember from target audience, your clothing brand is nothing to do with you. It's everything to do with other people. And that's ironic, and I know. So, refer back to your target audience work from module 4. What emotion should the person feel when they put this on? Once again, what transformation are you taking this person on? What is the story behind this piece or collection? Like, why was this crafted? Why was this made? Okay, this piece you're making, what's the story behind it? Who's, like, if you remember, I think it was in target audience, or it was in name and mission. Yeah, I made up a name, Cowboys Go Wild, and it's about some guy who's in fighting, running away from horses, whatever. But you can get a story, you can craft a methodology, you can create and curate this whole idea and narrative, and then make that into a piece. Not the other way around. Don't make a piece, then ascribe meaning to it. Ascribe meaning and then make the piece. Okay? Does this fit the brand identity locked in your brand clarity checklist? And what is the price point, and does the design match that positioning? If you're selling a hoodie for $120, but all you've got on it is this big hoodie and it's just got one word, it's just got number 1. Like, unless it means something crazy, like that number 1 actually has meaning, why is it $120? Let me just buy a blank tee. You know? Now, here's an action item. So you're gonna have to pause the video and do this now. Do this now. Once again, I've said in every single video, action items are to do now, because I've designed this in a way so you can move along with the program and do it with me, okay? If you haven't completed the brand identity section in your brand checklist, I need you to do so now. So if for whatever reason you haven't gone and done the work from module 4, go and do it. So open up the brand clarity checklist. You should have your own workbook. If you've already done this, then no need to worry. I'll move on in a second. But you need to go over here and you need to pick your identity for the brand. Okay? So you need to pick up their 5 personality traits, and you need to write their colors and their style and direction. And if your brand was a person, what would they be like? Okay? That's what you need to do. So do it now. Pause the video. Please do it now. Don't procrastinate this. Just please do it now. Because if you don't do it now, don't blame anyone if your brand doesn't grow. I've made this so simple for you. Like, I've made this in an order where you don't need to leave the program. You just get this done and come back and watch, and get this done, come back and watch, and all of a sudden you have a brand, an actual business here. So if you're going to take this seriously, please do the work. All right? But if you don't want to, that's on you. Now, a 25-pound shirt and a 90-pound hoodie should not look like they came from the same design process. Okay? Premium price require premium design decisions. Every detail you choose signals something to the customer about what your brand is worth. All right? And there's something I quickly want to do here. I'm just going to do this in real time. Let me see. I want to make sure all the pounds are switched to dollars because, yeah, because that's the currency we're talking. Now, that's the first step. So make sure you define before you design. Before you sit down and you're like, okay, cool, let me design this piece, let me design this product. You need to answer these questions and you need to get all this done in your brand clarity checklist. Okay? Now, the second thing as well you need to do is research and reference. This is very, very important when it comes to your designing process. You cannot just make a piece out of the air. You're going to need to reference it. Okay? You're going to need to create some form of idea. Like, you're going to mesh together some methodology and you're going to build it up. And even if you get a designer, there's no way that designer is going to make your brand come to life if all you give him is just a description of what your brand should look like. You need to give him references. You need to give him pieces and examples. Okay? So, before you design, you collect. This is what every professional designer does and most brand founders skip entirely. So, build a mood board. Okay, I'm actually going to recommend another app as well. Um, here to build a mood board because most brand founders use this. So this. Okay, so either use Pinterest. Use Pinterest to get your images. So use Pinterest and Instagram to get your images. Save them photos, or Arena. So Arena, you have to you can pay for this. It's free and forever. You can sign up for this, but you can basically make a bunch of you can get a bunch of images and put them in a collection, and then you can just mesh them all together. Okay, so it's built for ideas and it's like kind of a memory place, so it's nice. Now, if you don't want to go through that whole thing, okay, once again, it's an online software for saving and organizing the content that's important to you, a toolkit. If you don't want to sign up and you can't be asked, that's fine. I would make an account, but clearly I'm not logged in and stuff like that. And I don't want you guys finding out my email. I don't know how many of you guys are going to watch this. If you don't want to use this, the easier thing to do would be to do Miro. So Miro.com is essentially a mind map board. Okay, so I'm just going to open this one right here. That's for some other work. And as you can see, look, we have a bunch of, like, it's just infinite space. Okay, yeah, some of these videos I've even done is here. So for example, this is a video I done on YouTube. Isaac Consult on YouTube, by the way, to see. And as you can see, I've just taken a bunch of screenshots. This was for another video I was talking about 3 steps on how to use psychology to get people to buy. But for example, I have all these pictures with some sticky notes. You can do the exact same thing. You can do the exact same process. You can get pictures on sticky notes. Oh, I like this. Da, da, da. What you've noticed about this, maybe this piece of clothing. What you noticed about this, maybe what you noticed about this brand, this brand, this brand. So you can collect so much different images and put it into a mood board and get an idea of what and references and research and see how people have made their clothes. Do not just make something and theory craft it. Like, actually do the research first, okay? Now, study brands in your space. What are they doing well visually? Okay, what gap exists that your design can fill? Maybe one minimalistic brand uses bold italic font, but most people want not bold italic font, they just want normal text. So you put normal text. That's a design gap. It may not be a feature gap, but it's a design gap, and you can market to a certain audience. Yes, that's a way. All right. And I need you to look outside of fashion. So don't just look at clothing brands, look at the places too. For example, if you're a streetwear brand, look at streets, look at culture, look at films, look at photography. Like, you should be like damn near a geek and a nerd, just absorbing as much information as you can and meshing it together. If your brand is to do with like graphic design and is based on anime, you should be studying as much as you can about the Japanese culture to understand how they create anime, how they create manga. Like, this is a project, by the way. This is a business and a project. It's not just some design. Yeah, woo-ha. Like, don't make this shit in 2 minutes. You slap on a logo and that's it. Like, I promise, if you do not do this properly, you won't actually stand out effectively. And when we talked about market saturation, the reason why it's saturated is because the delivery and execution of things are. And why is the delivery and execution of things saturated? Because no one does this shit. No one sits down and makes a flipping mood board of 20 different states, 20 different places, and all the things they've accumulated and put it together in one. Look outside of fashion. Don't just be so blindsided and be like, oh, fashion, 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 fashion. No. Look at technology, look at animals, look at nature, look at kings, look at history, look at queens, look at music, look at drama, look at films, look at pieces, look at anything, look at novels, poetry. I don't care. Just absorb as much information as you can and combine this into a mood board in order to get an idea of what your brand is about. Okay? Architecture, music artwork, film, photography, art movements. The most interesting brand aesthetics pulled from the most unexpected places. Okay? Now, your design principles. You do not need a design degree. Like, you do not need to be the greatest designer of all time. But understanding a few fundamentals will make your work look significantly better. Okay? So I'm going to talk about a few things that you need to come to terms when it comes to designing. Now, some of these things I actually learned from graphic design. I did that in college. Got distinction. I'm a bit proud of that. I can't lie. That's the only thing I'm proud about in college. But whatever. But there's a few things that we looked at: color, typography, placement, and obviously your print. So let's look at color. One thing I need you to understand when it comes to color, okay? You've heard this term all the time: colorways, 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 colorways. Less is more. Okay? Okay. Less color is more. You do not want your customer to look like a roulette. You do not want your customer to walk around looking like a Rubik's Cube. One basic color is enough. Okay? The strongest brand palettes are usually 2 to 3 colors max. Okay? Number 2, understand contrast. Yo, okay. If we was to look at a hue, right? Let's just look at a hue. Okay? Let's just do this together. Okay? Color hue. One good way to find contrasting colors is when you look at a hue, look at its direct opposite. So I believe this is what they call complementary colors, right? So if you was to look at a hue, right, in order to find the best, like, you just need to find its opposite on the graph. So pink and green would go well, orange and blue would go well, green and purple would go well, yellow and whatever this color would go well, red or this color orange slightly, and blue would also go well. So as you can see, the opposite of a color would go well. That's contrast, okay? And another thing about contrast is light on dark and dark on lights, okay? If your design is hard to read at a glance, it will not work on a garment, okay? If your design looks like a bit like, if I'm squinting my eyes trying to look at your clothes, like blue and white, that's a good contrast. Red and white, good contrast. Green and purple, good contrast. Yellow and black, good contrast. Things like this, lights, dark, lights, dark, lights, dark, lights, dark, okay? Just keep it as that. It shouldn't be light, lighter. No, dark, light, dark, light. It's just, contrast is so important when it comes to designing in any single thing. Okay? Always use Pantone codes when submitting to manufacturers. Now, this is very, very important because this is the way they're gonna read your clothes, so your colors. Because when you can make a certain color in Photoshop, yeah. You can't just send them, yeah, bro, it's aqua space blue, G. What you mean it's aqua space blue, G? Like, what are you talking about? Aqua space blue, G. Like, like, actually, what are you talking about? What do you mean it's aqua space blue? What? Like, that doesn't make sense. So in order for your manufacturer to actually make your product come to life with the colors you said, you need to use Pantone codes or hex codes. So these usually look like a hashtag, okay, or like a hashtag XYD5, and you can find this on Photoshop. It's super, super easy to find, okay? Pantone, I can't even say this. Pantone is the universal language of color in production. So stick to Pantone, okay? Don't just stick to just stick to Pantone, okay? And I'll help you find an example of Pantone codes. It keeps it nice and simple, right? So look, like this. That's literally what a Pantone looks like, okay? So in your tech pack, I'll assume that you're gonna throw a bunch of this on. Now you can use Pantone Color Finder, and if you type in your hex, for example, if you use this color, you can type search. What's the Pantone Connect? I'm even gonna add this to the document, I believe. Look, boom, look at that, the exact same color. Look at that. And you can click on this, and it should load in a second. Boom, see that? Just take a screenshot of this. Boom. Take a screenshot of this. That's it. Give it to your manufacturer. You just saved time. All right. You just saved a bunch of time. Let me even add that right here. Where's this? I wanna make sure you guys get this. Okay. .com. Sorry guys, forgive me for editing this in real time. Boom. Right. Cool. Let's continue. Now, test your design on actual garment color. A design that looks great on white background can look completely different on black. All right? That is absolutely facts. I'm going to try to demonstrate this real quick as well, because when it comes to designing, right, I'm just going to use Photopea. If I was open Photoshop, it would take too long. But let's just like go to this portrait right here, right? So I'm going to get 2 colors. Let's get the brush tool. So red, okay? We'll get 2 different backgrounds here. Let me see if I can get this right. Okay, we have black background and a white background, okay? So if I get my brush here and we use the color red, okay? Red versus that looks completely different, okay? Red and black looks completely different from white and black. That looks like the Japanese flag, by the way. But look, red and black, white and black, red and black, white and black. So you want to make sure that it actually makes sense on an actual garment. You don't want to just make a cloth and it's like, boom. this is so cool, Jay. Yeah, mate. Like your color genuinely might look incredibly bland on fabric because you have to understand fabric as well is different. Like it needs to wash. There's so many different things that go into actually making the piece of clothing. Okay, so it's not just about having a cool color. Make sure you get the right Pantone codes, sorry, and you put that right now. Next thing, typography. I know a lot of you guys like to use cursive. It's a trend now. People getting cursive on the left, cursive on the right, cursive on the forehead, cursive on the chest, everything. Listen, the thing is when it comes to typography, which is like letters and typing, your font choice communicates personality before anyone reads the words. Bold serif fonts feel different to sans serifs. Distressed fonts feel different to minimal ones. Okay? So if you're going to use more of like a boldish or like a bulky font, okay, well, understand that that's probably going to communicate straight to the point, minimalistic or authority. If you're going to communicate your streetwear brand, you're going to probably use cursive writing or italic writing because that's like, it's a bit custom. It's not as straight as the other like alphabet. Yeah, it's not as straight as letters, right? So just bear in mind that when you're designing here, it's very, very important that whatever font you use corresponds to your brand. You should not be wearing italic. You should not be using italic on a luxury, like on a minimalistic brand. It should just be bold. Just be bold and clean. For example, Essentials doesn't have handwriting essential. Like, no. That would give it the impression that's more luxury. But in order to make sure it's minimalistic, they've used bold font. It's not that flashy. It's not that crazy. It's literally just a bold font. That's it. All right. The next thing you need to think about is consistency. Consistency matters. Pick a primary font from your brand and stick to it across everything. Okay? From your logo to your flipping tags to your polyester bags to every single thing, keep it consistent. All right? Keep it consistent. You pick one font and you keep it consistent. And where can you find your fonts from? Literally, a free place to find fonts from is the font. This is a nice place where you can find a bunch of fonts. There's a bunch of different tabs here. Like look at the amount of clothing brand ads I'm getting. Oh my days, they're all coming up on Google. But look, you can look at some fancy, foreign look, techno, bitmap, basics, or sans serifs. These are like more sans serifs, right? Just so you see it. So if your brand is more minimalistic, you're gonna pick a font like this, like Brunson, because it's just clean, right? But let's say, for example, your brand now is a bit more streetwear based. Okay, I'm trying to find the right font here. Calligraphy. Then, or you have like cursive writing, you might use something like this. It might like something like this might go on the sleeves, So you want to make sure the font you use is consistent with everything. It doesn't matter what font you use. Do not use barcode. Do not be a weirdo. But yeah, like for example, if you're doing a varsity streetwear slash, schoolwear brand, then I guess varsity clothing would make sense because then you use a font like this maybe to put on the jerseys and stuff like that. So that's another thing. I'm gonna add the font in here too. Let's see. Let's get you the font. Cool. So the next thing, make sure fonts are licensed for commercial use. This is very important. This also ties into legality. When it comes to using a font, please, you do not want to use a font, sell it out, and then you get a cease and desist from these guys because you haven't considered a font. That's another thing to consider. So make sure as well, any icons, any logos, anything you use from Canva, from anything else, make sure it's used for commercial use, that you can sell with it. You have rights to it, like it's public domain. Because otherwise, if you sell with it and people buy it and you make transactions and they catch on, GG's. Okay? Free fonts from Google Fonts are safe. Random fonts downloaded from sketchy sites are not. Okay? So if you look at Google Fonts as well, I'm just gonna get the link for this too. So if we go to Google Fonts here, okay, bro, literally look at like you can look at a bunch of fonts. Let's see, fonts. Look at this. Boom. Everyone has the right to freedom. This looks like a free font. You can check about, see if it's used 12.7 billion. Wow. Montserrat, yeah, this one. And if you don't know if a font is free, because right now I can't tell if this font is. I know Montserrat is a pretty good font. Just ask online. Okay. It's completely free for you. Literally takes 20 seconds to search up. You guys saw it. I literally search up in 20 seconds. Okay. So Montserrat, this is another font you can use if you're more minimalistic. Simple, super simple, super simple. So I'll also add that as well when it comes to Google Fonts. So Let's get you that too. Okay. Boom. Now, the next thing as well you need to focus on is placement. So when you're designing, it's not just enough to get a design that's cool looking. Where is it going on the piece? Okay, where is it going on the garment? Where is it going on your clothing? So where a graphic sits on a garment is as important as the graphic itself. Chest center, chest left, oversized back graphic, sleeve hit, hem print. All these different angles, right? Each placement creates a different feel. So if like more minimalistic, right? And then you put like, let's say on this camera right now, as you guys can see, okay, you guys do a logo right here. So it's minimalistic, it's very small. That gives the minimalistic impression. Okay, but if you're maybe a streetwear brand, you might want it big and all over the place. So it's just going to be on top of the whole top. So you need to figure out where's the best place to put this. Okay, don't just slap it on in the back in the middle because it looks cool. Where is it actually going to go? And does that placement represent your brand? Okay, now study how brands you respect use placement. It is rarely random. Okay, if you look at your brand clarity checklist and you look at your 5 competitors, you should look at where they've placed their logos. I promise you, they haven't placed the one on the belly button. It's probably on the left, it's probably on the right, it's probably just on the shoulder. I've never seen one on the shoulder, maybe on the back, maybe, you know, on the cuff here, whatever this thing is called, the wrist thing right here. So all these different things you need to consider. All right. Think about how the garment will be worn and photographed. And photographed. Oh my days. Wow. I need to drink some water. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I've been reading all these documents back to back. Like, it's been already in 30 minutes. We're not even halfway in. It's been a long day, as you guys can tell. I've been recording, so forgive me if I mess up some of these words. But yeah, make sure you think about how the garment will be worn and photographed. A graphic that looks balanced on a flat lay might not sit well when worn. That's another thing to consider. Okay, it might look good flat, but the minute it sits, like, for example, oh, my bottle's in the way. For example, the logo could rest here when it's on a flat lay, but the next thing you know, it goes down here when you wear it. So make sure you know where your placement is. Okay. The next thing as well you need to consider as well is print versus embroidery. Now, whether you want to print things on, so if, for example, you can look at this. This is the top. This is, what's this brand again? It's I forgot what this brand is called. Whatever. It's supposed to be like a good looking brand. Is it Armani? Yes, it is Armani. I don't know why I didn't notice it. But essentially, with this brand, it's a print, okay? And as you can see, if I was to bring it to the camera, if I scratch it, it's a print. It's not embroidered. It's not like knitted in, okay? So I'm going to go over print, which is screen print and embroidery right here, okay? So screen printing. This is best for large graphics with limited colors, cost effective at volume, not ideal for photographs or gradients, okay? So screen printing, anything, as you can see, that just gets printed on the t-shirt, simple as. So direct to garment works well for multicolored designs and small runs. Quality can vary depending on the manufacturer, okay? The next thing, embroidery. Now, embroidery is more of a premium feel and adds perceived value. Better for logos and simple designs. So I actually have a tracksuit that's sitting right there. It's a Nike tracksuit and it has that tick, but the tick is actually embroidered, like on the thing, and it stands out and like you can feel it. It feels premium. So you can consider that. Heat transfer and vinyl. So great for small runs and simple designs, but less durable long term. So you want to know whether, like, when you're making, you know, this logo and you're designing, you want to also consider all these different things. That is this going to sit on maybe a screen print? Is it going to be screen printed? Is it going to be direct to garment? Is it going to be embroidered on? Or is it going to be like a heat transfer? And the most common way that people usually do things is usually screen printing or embroidery. Depends on whatever you want to go for, but from what I've seen is really screen printing. Okay, now the final step here when it comes to, well, designing and all these different principles, okay, even in general when it comes to the design process, is the product file essentials. So it's very important that not only when you design, you also get the images, everything, the vectors, the icons, everything in the right formats. So you do not want to do this wrong, because trust me, you're gonna get a headache. Like, you're gonna be banging your head at 3 a.m. in the morning because you've saved your file as a JPEG rather than an SVJ. Okay, so once you have the concept and references, you move into creation. Before you do, know these non-negotiables about production files. So always work in vector format when possible. This will save you headache, just trust me. Okay, so vector files, AI, EPS or SVJ, I'd recommend SVJ. It's universal, most people know it, are resolution independent and scale to any size without losing quality. Okay, what that means is you can draw a logo very small and you can blow it up and it would still retain the same quality. That is super important because manufacturers will need this. All right. Now, if you're using raster files, so PNG or JPEGs, make sure the resolution is at least 300 dpi at print size. Okay. Anything lower will look pixelated on the garment. So when you go to Photoshop or Procreate, I don't know how it works on Procreate, but on Photoshop, before you're able to create a document to draw on, it gives you ask for your resolution and ask for the ask for the resolution and also ask for the size, the pixels. Usually it's set to 72 or 200. Set it to 300, okay, or maybe 400, 500 to really be safe. The higher, the better. Not too high because the image then will be too high quality, and then the size will be too big, and then you're gonna have to shrink it anyways. So I just recommend keeping it at 300. Anything over than 300 is kind of a bit excessive. 500 was a little bit of a stretch there, but yeah. Now, deliver print files on a transparent background, not a white rectangle. So on Photoshop, right? Just to show you. So on Photopea, I'm gonna use Photopea because as you can see, right? Okay, cool. So you can see the width and the height. It's gonna ask for the pixels, the DPI. So in your case, you put this to 300. Now it's gonna ask for the background. That's fine. Just create. When you do your logo, so let's say for example, I did my logo here, Cowboys Go Wild, and this is my logo. Then take away the background, and then you go to File, Export as, and typically I'd recommend doing it as an SVJ. Saves you a lot of time. You save, boom. Look at that. Okay, but if you want to use it as a PNG, okay, JPEGs don't save. To my understanding, JPEGs don't save with the background, without a background. They save with the background. So if you download a JPEG, for example, right, it's gonna save with the background. Okay, let me just show you what I mean. It's gonna save with the background. So only use PNG or SVJs or any other thing I recommended. Okay, or yeah, if there's more like the I think the IA is here. Is it here? No, it's not. Is the EPS here? No, it's not. Okay, cool. So SVJ or PNG. So use PNG. It's also going to keep a transparent background. As you can see, it's transparent. The SVJ is also transparent. I know this doesn't look transparent, but it is transparent because when you put it on another design, it's fully transparent. Okay, and how you can tell it's transparent is when you go to File and you go to Export, you see SVJ, it's transparent, right? These checker marks mean it's a transparent background. Okay, so deliver print files, like I said, on a transparent background. Now specify exact print dimensions. Do not leave it to a manufacturer to guess the size. If you've drawn your logo on a 1280 by 720, specify that. Okay? If you've done, I guess, maybe using it on a certain background or you've used certain sizes, whatever, just specify everything, okay? And this will come into your tech pack. But even at that, write, like, get a document on all the sizes. Okay, yes, it's long. Yes, it takes longer. But if you want to do this right, you need all this on file. You can't just like make this design, send it to your manufacturer, and then no. Prepare this properly. Okay. Now, we're gonna go over a few design tools. One thing I need you to understand is that there is no single tool that does everything. Different stages of the design process call for different applications. And here is an honest breakdown of what exists, what it costs, and who it is actually for. So I've picked a bunch of different applications that I've used, that I have experience with, that you can use too. Okay. So the first one is Canva. Now Canva is free/paid. All right. It's good enough to start when it's free, but the paid version is pretty good because you can get a lot of icons, get a lot of ideas. I wouldn't say Canva is the go-to for designing. Like it's like the holy grail of designing, but I'd say it's a pretty good start if you're just trying to get an idea of how to make a basic logo, if you're just not that good at designing and you don't want to hire a designer. Okay, and if you don't know how to draw, if you're not artistic like me, then Canva is a good place to start. Okay, so Canva is where most founders start, and there is nothing wrong with that. The free tier is available and the pro is around $15 a month. Okay, it is in a intuitive, sorry, it's been a long day, fast, and covers a huge amount of what you need early on. Use it for social media, for graphics, mood boards, simple merch design, and brand decks. What Canva is not good for is production ready files. It is not a vector editor. Think of it as your starting point and not as your destination. Once again, just as I said before, you're just experimenting and testing with Canva. You're not really like, oh, this is super cool. Like, you're not going to make your brand on Canva. You're just experimenting and testing with it, okay? The next thing you want to look at is Adobe Illustrator. So Illustrator is pretty good. If you're one of them brands that are going to be kind of like more, your graphics are more gamified, or it's like more like, bulky and stuff like that, then you might want to use Adobe Illustrator. So the industry standard if you're serious about your brand long term, learning the basics of Illustrator is one of the best investments of time you will ever make. Because the reason why Illustrator is good, I would recommend Photoshop, but Illustrator is freaking good, is because it teaches you a lot about vectors. So you need to learn a lot about icons and vectors when it comes to designing and stuff like that. But everything you create scales perfectly regardless of size. So if you, for example, when it comes to logos, I would genuinely recommend Adobe Illustrator. If your logo is just like a drawing, or if it's like an icon, or if it's like a, some people have a logo where it's like a world and it's like a globe. Illustrator is perfect because your vectors retain size. Most manufacturers and print shops accept AI, Adobe Illustrator, or EPS files. Okay, so it's around $22 a month standalone as a part of Creative Cloud. You can get the whole thing together with the Creative Cloud. I think it's about maybe $60 altogether. I don't really know. You're gonna have to, don't quote me on that. But it has a learning curve, because, and by learning curve I mean like it's gonna take a little bit to learn. But YouTube has hundreds of free tutorials specifically for clothing brand design. Now, this is my personal recommendation. Okay, I'm just gonna put personal recommendation. My personal recommendation, and this is quite biased, is Adobe Photoshop. Okay, now Photoshop overall is genuinely overpowered when it comes to designing, when it comes to creating your brand. Beautiful. Okay, it is a great place to start. I'd 100% recommend Adobe Photoshop. Now, if for example, and I'm trying to look behind me because I have my drawing tablet, but it's not, okay, it's not downstairs. Okay, cool. So if you have a drawing tablet, then, or if you don't have one, I would invest in getting one, okay? So this is one thing I'd invest in, right? So getting a drawing tablet, they're not that expensive nowadays. They're like, you can get a basic one that's like 30. This is something I started on actually when I was learning how to draw. This tablet specifically, oh my gosh, I'm getting memories here. Uncle's getting memories. Wow. Wow, Wacom. This is a very good tablet, guys. I'm not gonna lie. You can get this tablet in Photoshop. You can start designing. You can start drawing and sketching. Now I'm gonna be honest with you here. You can get the stylus, like you can get these screen ones that have the whole screen and you can draw on the screen. But I'll be real, like if you have an iPad, just use Procreate, and I'll go over that in a second. But yeah, you can get a drawing tablet and you can connect it to your computer and then start drawing on it. Now, the thing is with Photoshop, it's raster based, so it works with pixels rather than vectors. I would say use it for photos and editing, but I'd also advise use it for sketching, mockups, creation, like designing. You can use it for everything. I'm sorry, guys. There's something, I think it's my eyelashes in my eye. I just keep itching my eyes here. Don't remind me. I know I'm being a bit distracting here. Sorry. Editing, campaign photography, and complex graphics with texture and depth. So, same Creative Cloud subscription and Illustrator. Not ideal for scalable logos or production print files on its own. I wouldn't say that this is the best for logos by itself. Good for designing, good for sketching, good for all around. But if it's like, if anything is gonna kill when it comes to logos, I'd say Adobe Illustrator. It's just that good. Okay. Most founders who use it well pair with Illustrator, like I said, clean vector assets in Illustrator, photography and visual storytelling in Photoshop. All right. Now, another personal recommendation I'd give, personal recommendation 2, okay, is Procreate. So as you guys know, Procreate, all right, is, bro, this is a wonderful app. It's like, look, it's a one-time purchase. So Procreate, a lot of people use this because you can even get it on the phone too. Jeez, I didn't even know that. But Procreate is basically a drawing app as well, just like Photoshop. Not actually like Photoshop, but it's great. iPad only. I didn't know they actually did iPhone, so iPad and iPhone only. Now this is only on Apple. I don't know about Android. I don't think it's on Android. But it's on the iPhone and it's on the iPad. If you have an iPad, great. Get a stylus and make it work. Buy Procreate. It's £12. No, it's £13. It's $13. Just get it. Like, what's $13? Okay. Like, even if you don't have a job and even if you're saving, bro, you can buy Procreate. It's a one-time purchase. $13? That's nothing. Okay. So, one-time purchase around $13, a digital illustration tool that feels like drawing on paper. If your brand leads towards hand-drawn, organic, or illustrated graphics, Procreate is worth every penny. Many streetwear founders sketch ideas in Procreate first and then take those sketches into Illustrator to clean up and finalize them. And even a lot of the tech packs you're going to learn and going to get is the templates are going to be recommended into Procreate. Okay? So, Procreate is very, very good. I like genuinely just get it if you can. It makes a lot of sense. Another thing you can use now is Affinity Designer. Now, this is the kind of the alternative to Illustrator if you do not want a monthly subscription, if you want to be paying monthly. It's a one-time purchase of around $70 and is a proper vector editor that produces professional quality brand assets. Now, if you're in an early stage, okay, and you're like kind of trying to keep costs lean and subscriptions are going to pile up, I would say this is a smarter financial choice until you're ready to commit to the full Creative Cloud. Now, you can learn how to get your vectors and designs better. But once you use Affinity and you're kind of used to it, as you can see, like look, it's pretty, this is pretty advanced, yeah. And you can make your logos, you can make your designs, bro. It's $70. It's super easy. Wow, it's even apparently it's $0 free. So I think it's free to download. I don't know if it's, last time I checked, they had some pricing here. I don't know. Let me see. I don't know if it's. I see. Let's see here. Let's see. My account's already logged in. Hopefully it's not gonna. Okay, I need to download it. I didn't know. Is it really free? Okay. It looks like it's free. Never mind. Last time I checked, it was paid. That might be in the Canva Premium. Well, anyways, I'm not gonna yap about this. Apparently it's free. Okay. Apparently it's free. Let's get rid of that. Completely free. Completely free. Awesome. Canva is being so nice. So it's completely free. And like I said, if you do not want to use Illustrator, you don't want to be paying that $22 a month, then work with Affinity Designer. I didn't know it was free. I thought it was paid. Last time I checked it was, but okay. I might have been seeing something else. So let's look at some mockup tools and some AI tools, okay? Because we've talked about the applications. You can make your recommendation. If you already have experience, for example, in Photoshop, then I'd say develop your skill. If you already have experience in Procreate, I'd say develop your skill. But if you're like a complete newbie, then I'll be honest, look at Procreate and Photoshop. Generally the two best I'd recommend, and Illustrator as well. Now, for mockups and AI tools, because it's not just enough to design, you actually need to see what your clothes will look like on pieces before you order a sample, because you don't want to just order a sample and then like it's just nothing. You're just going to waste money, okay? So mockups let you see what your design looks on a garment before a single piece of stock has been produced. And they are essential for representing your brand, creating content, and making placement decisions without spending money on samples every time. So, mockups. Placeit at placeit.net is the most accessible option. I'm not gonna lie, this is a brilliant option to use. Now, you guys might not know this about me. At one point, I used to be an author. I was selling 2 books, Power and Saying No, Don't Leave It Till Later, selling them on TikTok Shop, and one way I was able to mock them up was placeit.net. Okay, and this is not this is not an affiliate link or anything. This is not a marketing scheme. But I would look at, for example, books. I would look at books and then I put my design on it. Okay, for yours, you can go to Placeit and you can go to Hoodie, right? And I know some of these mockups aren't the best, I know, but it's gonna give you a general idea, okay? So if you find like a hoodie you like, and it's like, let's see if they do zip ups. Let's see. Zip hoodie. Let's see. Okay, that's kind of closer. Let's see if there's zip hoodie flat lay. Boom. Okay, so we've seen some zip hoodies. Cool. You can edit this, and you can upload your image, so you can get your logo in here, and then you can see what it would look like. Okay. Now, obviously, it's gonna come with the Placeit design. If you want to go to pricing, like I said, it's around $15. Oh, it looks like it's $7 now. Great. Everyone wants to give discounts all of a sudden. Great. Awesome. Let's just do $8. So yeah, it's dirt cheap. You can test out with mockups and stuff like that. Now the second thing, when you sign up to Placeit, you're gonna upload your graphic, drop it onto a garment template, and download it in a few seconds. You can import it into Photoshop and see how it works. Sometimes as well, they give you like, you don't also have to use Placeit. You can also go online and find like zip up hoodie mockups. I know some brand founders or some people will be offering that templates and stuff like that. So you can just, find a lot of these mockups online and, use them yourself. But yeah, the next thing, it's good for social media content and website imagery before your stock arrives. So you could be like, if, for example, you're at the stage right now where you don't have a lot of money and you can't afford to spend on samples, what you can do right now is that you can be making a lot of mockups, and then you can start to be like, oh, cool, I'm working on my designs. This is how it look. All right. Just giving people a general idea of the journey. This is the beauty of what you can do in a personal brand. And we'll go over that when we go to content and marketing, which is the last module. But yeah, now for higher quality and control, Photoshop Smart Objects mockups are the standard. That's why I'm always recommending once you get a mockup, put it into Photoshop, because the Smart Objects tool, it's just overpowered, okay? Now you can find premium PSD Photoshop mockup files on Creative Market, Mockup World, or Etsy for between $3 and $20. Okay, a lot of these they don't really charge mockups for much. Sometimes they sell templates like $45 for a full template. If it's something worth investing in, you're going to use it every time, you might as well just buy it. Okay, and these will give you full control over lighting, shadows, and presentation. Now, Printful or Printify, one of these, also offers a free mockup generator at printful.com mockup generator. Okay, none of these links was actually working here, and you can literally just get started, bro. So it's gonna ask me to make an account here, so I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, you can get your mockups on a design. Literally says it. Create a product template, go to your dashboard, design a product, download your mockups. Boom. You can see how your mockup will look on James and Hannah, or whatever the name are. Alright, I just gave them random names. Now, we're gonna go over to the AI design tool. So there's one design tool here that's freaking overpowered. Now, I would only recommend you invest in this 3D AI tool if you have the money and if you have the time and you really, really want to see what your pieces will look like, how it falls on the clothes, how it looks like on the arms, all that stuff, right? But the first AI design tool, when it comes to actually designing, is Midjourney. So this is most powerful for generating visual concepts, artwork, and inspiration and mood board imagery. It's around $10 a month, and brand founders are using it to generate reference images and aesthetic direction that they then take into Illustrator to build from. So Adobe Firefly, that is overpowered. It's actually pretty good. You can enter into Adobe Firefly and it can just give you gives you two to three images of what you suggested and asks you which one do you want to pick the best, right? And it's also included in the Creative Cloud subscription. It is commercially safe option because Adobe trains it on licensed content. So use AI as a starting point and a reference tool, not as a finished product. Okay, so we'll look at Midjourney as well. Midjourney, you can use this, so you're gonna have to sign up here. It can give you some ideas for video, image, and yeah, boom. You can get some ideas for concept. Once again, it's not going to change your life here, but you can make some mood boards here. So like I said, $10 a month. You can get some ideas here. Maybe some software. I'll be real, you're only really gonna look at the image and AI. You can ask it to create. You can look around for a bit. Some people might get an idea, oh, I like this piece. Let me put this on a mood board. Let me see how this would look like. Let me put this on a mood board. Let me get a custom human. These guys are AI, by the way. That's so crazy to me. AI is scary. Look at this. Insane. Look at this. Okay, that kind of looks very questionable. Look. What's this anime called? This anime is called Spirited Away. Yeah, similar to Spirited Away. So anyways, I'm not trying to get off track here, but the point is you can use these AI design tools to give you an idea. Because a lot of the time you might not find the specific thing you're looking for on maybe Pinterest. So you might need to find that on Midjourney. Okay, you might have to go out and get AI to build that for you. So once AI builds that for you, you have an idea of what it should look like. Okay, now when it comes to visual mockups, okay, this is another one I found. It's called cloud.com. So it's a 3D garment visualization tool that helps you see exactly how a garment will fit, drape, and move before any physical sample is made. It has a very steep learning curve. So for example, if you know how to use Blender, then you probably won't have any trouble using this. If you have an experience of using any type of 3D applications, you won't have problems using this. But I'm gonna be honest with you, it is a learning curve. It's good to have. It's really, really good to have if you have the money. Just do it, because then and learn how to use it. I guess you can watch a lot of YouTube tutorials, but it's not really a one-day tool. At scale, it saves significant money when it comes to if you wanted to make a new collection or make a new piece. It's just gonna save you a bunch of dollars rather than buying a bunch of samples. So you can go to cloud.com. Right here you can get a bunch of these modules. You can even start a free trial to see how it works. Okay, once again it's gonna ask me look how laggy this is, but look, you can see the assets. I'm pretty sure it's gonna make me pay for this. Let's see the pricing. I think it was $50. If you're a student, then it's $25. Awesome. 25 is pretty much nothing. Okay, that's yearly. But individual, boom. Okay, you can learn tutorial. They even give tutorials. That's actually interesting. Look, wow, they actually give tutorials on how to. Wow, colorways. Look at this. All these videos are yeah, some of these videos are an hour. This is, bro, boom, there you go. You got a whole guide on how to use this properly. All right, let me turn on the light because I know my camera's a bit laggy. I didn't notice that until now. I hope that didn't mess up the video, but yeah. So you can learn that. Okay, learn how to use it. It's a one-time skill. Once you master the skill, it's yours. All right. Now, the thing I know you guys have been waiting for. The tech pack, the free tech pack. Give me tech pack, tech pack, tech pack, tech pack. Okay. Now, I want to make something clear. When I was looking at tech packs and studying this, I had to learn, like, I had to see what a good tech pack looks like. And I try my best to find you guys a tech pack that you can use. There is a free tech pack in here, okay? As you guys seen from the resource, you can get that yourself and download it. But once again, I would advise buying your own. Okay, that's just a free tech pack I found online. It was it was a free tech pack template. I would advise once again going out online and buying it, or getting a designer to make one for you. Or yeah, like I wouldn't recommend using the one I sent and using that as law. If you can use the tech pack I gave and then you can make that somehow better for you, then by all means use the tech pack. All right. So let's look at this. A tech pack is the document, and if you don't know what a tech pack is, I'm going to clarify that now. Now, a tech pack is the document that contains every single specification your manufacturer needs to produce your garment accurately. So think about this. A tech pack is essentially just a manual that a manufacturer needs to build your clothes. The same way you would get a manual to build a table, it's the same way you're going to give the manufacturer a manual to build your cloth. All right. It is the blueprint of your product. Without it, you are relying on the manufacturer to interpret your vision. This is how you end up with a hoodie that looks nothing like what you asked for. I've seen some videos on TikTok, for example, where guys have sent a tech pack, or they've sent a picture of their hoodie and it looks exactly like this, but it ends up with strings. A hoodie with strings and it's pushed together. How does that make sense? The manufacturer can't read your mind. Okay, so it's not enough to show them the design. Trust me, you can design it as clearly as possible, but without a tech pack, they won't be able to know how to build it. You could show them that, oh, this is the zip, this right here is aluminum, this right here is satin, this right here. They don't know how to build it because you haven't given them the real manual to do so. So you cannot blame them. If any piece of clothing comes back to you unfinished, that is your fault. All right, and you have to take responsibility for it. So a complete tech pack includes technical flat sketches, so that's the front and back drawings showing all seams, stitches, details, and construction notes. So how to, like, everything, like little notes on how to build it. Size specification sheets. So these are the exact measurements for every size you are producing. Fabric and material details, so that's the composition, the GSM, which is the weight of the fabric, finish and any special treatments, your color references, so that's Pantone codes for every color and design, print and embroidery files, so that's artwork files with placement dimensions clearly marked, just when we talked about before, when we talked about your file, all that stuff. Label and tag specification, so that's the label type, placement, content. Hardware details, so that's the zip type, drawstring material if you're going to use strings, button specification if applicable, so if you're going to use buttons, and packaging requirements, so that's the polybag, folding instructions, hand tag placement, all these different things, right? So here are a few examples of a tech packs here. So a few examples of what they would look like is like this. So you can see the front, the back. As you can see, they've added damn near everything. So collar with top stitching, look at that, label right there. 2 pair of snap fasteners. As you can see, they've even got images here. Classic flat pocket front. Metal zipper engraved. They've even zoomed in again so you can see it. Hidden metal zipper, elastic band, slim fit back. They've shown everything, right? Another example, I'm not going to go over all these, but then as well, you can also go into this, like another thing as well. Item, main fabric, bill of materials, all this, the colors, olive, brown, all these different things, fabric switches. So this is the Pantone codes I was talking about too. Brand name, this would be your name. This is another like kind of cover sheet. Another one as well, you can see, this is an example of another one, how it would look like. Another one that would show you a few different pages back and forth. You can even get some modules wearing it. I know there's some AI tools now that you can even get models wearing your clothes. But yeah, now this is the free tech pack. Okay, it comes in a PDF format. So as you can see, it has a watermark here. So once again, like I said, I'm gonna recommend you to get your own. But look, this is a complete guide. You can build your own based off this. You can literally build your own. Go into Photoshop, and this is when it comes into, or go into Canva, get the resolution of this, and then build your own. You see how the boxes work, just build your own. Okay, so this is a template. This is a free tech pack you can use. All right. So once again, like I said, if you have the design skills and the time, build it yourself. Watch a YouTube video, watch a tutorial. You'll know how to do it. Now, Adobe Illustrator is the industry standard for creating tech packs. If you watch any YouTube tutorial, they're going to show you how to do it in Illustrator or Photoshop or maybe Procreate, or maybe even Canva. But yeah, YouTube has free tutorials specifically for apparel. For ready-made templates, search Etsy for apparel tech pack templates. Price ranges from $5 to $30. And if you find a tech pack that's like $5, then just double check it, make sure you don't get scammed. But let's see Etsy real quick. Why is there a bunch of wedding dresses? Guys, is this a sign? Am I getting married? OMG. Anyways, apparel tech packs. Let's see this. So boom, look. £7. Look at this. Look at this right here. Just buy this. Look at this. What's included in the bonus hoodie tech pack? Like, look at this. Bestseller, £7. Fashion tech pack, £8. Professional. Look at this. They even do it in a Google. Like, look, this is beautiful. This would be in a sheet, in a Excel sheet or a Google sheet. Look at that, £10. So I would highly recommend you buy it because you can customize everything about it. Okay. So another thing as well is TechPacker at techpacker.com is a dedicated platform for more streamlined process. So you can use this app. I found this online. I was kind of searching through it. It will save you time. You can learn everything and it can build it all for you. You can request a demo. You can try it for free. Honestly, the TechPack Builder is like $35. 60-day, yeah, you can start a free trial as well, see how it works. I'm not going to start a free trial here, but yeah, you can also look at techpacker.com. So that's what. Now if you have more money than time, hire someone to build it for you. So this is on Fiverr. So on Fiverr you can search apparel tech packs. So what we can do that together. You can literally go apparel tech packs, get someone to build it for you. Okay. Look, I will design fashion apparel flat sketch tech pack. Look at that. Look at this. I will do fashion technical drawing and clothing. Like, you can tell them exactly what you want. Send them all your designs. Look at this. You can get all these people to do it for you. Super simple. Super simple. These guys are professionals, right? If you can't be asked to do it yourself. Now, prices might range from $50 to $300. The reason why I'm saying is because if you want like a lot on your tech pack, it's actually $20 to $100 here. If you want to like a lot in your tech pack, some of them might charge you a bit more, so you would have to check. Now, Upwork is better for long-term relationship or complex multi-style projects. Regardless of whichever route you take, always review the tech pack yourself before sending it to a manufacturer. Now, Upwork, you can actually build a lot, like a deeper relationship with some of these guys. You can actually hire freelancers to get this. So you can be like, I know this is not right, but you can like tech pack. Just type in tech pack here. Okay, boom. Okay, I'm going to continue. Look at these guys. How soon do you need help? Now. US only. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. You can skip this. Finish and review talent. Like, look. Great match. Available now. Look at all these people. And then you can build a relationship with them. And the next time you have, like, for example, a big project coming up, you can get some of these guys to build your tech pack for you. Or to look at the design process for you. Alright? So, yeah. That's another thing you can consider. Now, you need to understand what's in it so you can spot the mistakes. So let's move on to your Shopify store. So when it comes to applications, I've said this time and time and again, Shopify is the platform. Okay? Shopify is the platform. It's not WooCommerce, it's not Wix, and it's not a custom-built website. It built specifically for e-commerce, and it integrates with everything. It scales as you scale, and the app ecosystem around it is unmatched. So start there and stay there. Don't give yourself a headache. Don't cause yourself hassle. Do not give yourself stress. Just start at Shopify and keep it there. The basic plan is $39 a month, and Shopify offers a free trial so you can build the store before you pay a penny. Okay? So you can sign up at Shopify.com. Now, Shopify, I think they still do it where it's like for 3 months for £1. Look at that. £1 for 3 months. $1 for 3 months. That's more than enough to start. Okay? I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna say, really and truly, all you really need is basic. Alright? You just need the basic. Now, if you want to grow, then get the grow. Yes, you can upgrade. I'll be real, like, you really kind of don't need advanced or plus. Like, you don't really need this. I'll be honest. Okay? Because you're not going to have more than 10, like, maybe like 500 products, I'm assuming. If you have like 500 products, I guess, yeah. But honestly, grow and basic are the two you want to look at. That's fine. All right? Because running a Shopify store, it's only going to be there so people can buy your hoodies. That's it. You just need the basic. I'll be honest. You really just need the basic. Get grow, I guess, if you want it. But get some people to manage it when you grow. When you start to scale, I guess, advanced, and then you can start to do, I guess, advanced or whatever. Okay? So, yeah. Cool. Now, setting up your store. So your theme is the visual template for your store. If you remember, in I think it was let's see, because we're on applications and designing here. The last place was legality. I think I talked about this in target audience. When I talked about, or it was either target audience and name and mission. I told you guys about the Shopify theme store. I'm making this as, yeah, I think it was in target audience. You do not want to confuse your customer, and you also don't want to look cheap. Okay? No, I talked about this in the legality when it was domain expansion. So you do not want to look cheap here. You want to make sure your theme is nice and premium. Now, for clothing brands, they use typically four. I've seen Dawn, Sense, Crave, and Prestige. Okay. Now, Dawn is simple and clean, no headache. It's free though. Prestige is a paid theme around $350 one time and is widely used by premium fashion brands. A paid theme is worth it. Trust me, it's worth it. It's worth it. Just pay for it and get it over with, because once you have the budget, it gives you more design control and typically converts better than free themes. All right. So if you look at the themes here, like you can see monk and stuff like that. Like you can probably get concept, yeah, but I'd really advise you get let's use, you can use prestige, but let's look at sense for example, right? Sense. Okay, people use sense. Let's use prestige. Okay, like this is super simple, because what you can do here is, let's look at the demo. Can I look at the demo? Let me look at the demo. Yeah, look, you can get all your products and photos here. Super simple. Genuinely super simple. People will see your clothes and they will just see the product. It's just super simple, okay? And you can just design it. A lot of people use prestige. There's this other one as well that people use. Was it Crave? I don't know. It was like another one. I know they use Crave. I know they use Crave. It was something else. It was another one, like red and white. It was something else. But yeah. Now, when it comes to your product page, you need to pay close attention here, because your product pages are where sales are made or lost. When you guys want to work with us, once again, if you want to work with us, book a call, book a call, book a call. You can find out what we do. We look at your site, whether it's ready to convert or not, on mobile specifically. So each product needs a high quality image, clear description covering fabric, fit and sizing, a size guide, and social proof like reviews. So like people actually like reviewing on it, things like that. Write product descriptions as if you're talking directly to customer. These little things that you don't think too much about, they're just the basics. You can't make a business or sell a product without the right product specifications. Okay, if I just see your hoodie and it's like, and your description is, yeah, hoodie, I'm not gonna buy that shit, because I'm worried you're gonna scam me. Okay, so your homepage needs to communicate three things immediately: who you are, what you sell, and why someone should trust you. And this should all happen psychologically, sorry. And the better you do this, and like the more attention you pay to getting these little things right, the quicker and the more times it saves you. Okay, clear headlines and a direct call to action to shop. Every second of confusion on your homepage costs you a sale. You do not want people to go from an ad to your website and see 10 reasons why your hoodie is the coolest thing in the world. You've just confused me. I'm leaving. I'm going back to TikTok. Oh, thank you. This website saved me $100 because I didn't see the product. Come on. All right. Now, once again, let me reiterate this. When you're making your store, make sure your store is fully mobile optimized. The majority of your traffic will come from phones. Check every page on phone before you launch. And if anything feels clunky, then fix it. Like I said, people are going to pay with Apple Pay. People go on the website and they're like, oh, yes, I want to pay with Apple Pay. Oh, yes, I want to do, boom, 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 boom. Apple Pay, Apple Pay, Apple Pay. They don't go to your website and they're thinking, oh, let me get my credit card upstairs. No, they don't. They pay with Apple Pay. So make sure the site is good for them mobilely. Mobilely, is that a word? Or mobile? We'll see. No, we won't. Okay, cool. Now, the next thing is your payments. Now, the goal is simple. Make it as easy as possible for someone to give you money. Like, that's it. Okay? Any friction in a checkout is a lost sale. So, Shopify payments. This right here, Shopify payments, when you set up your store, that's your primary processor. Now, this is built directly into Shopify. There's no third-party integration needed, accepts all major credit and debit cards, and most importantly, it removes the additional transaction fee Shopify charges when you use external processes, so enable it first. So if you use like an external process like, I don't know what's the external processes are now. Like, I think it's just like, I don't know what it is, but I know if you use external processes, they're just gonna charge a fee. So just use Shopify payments. Visa, debit card, Apple Pay, simple. All right. Now, PayPal is worth enabling as an additional option. A significant portion of online shoppers specifically look for PayPal at checkout. I know I used to do this a while ago and will not complete a purchase without it. So do not leave that money on the table. I want to make this clear. With your customers, it's not like they don't have the money. It's just that they can't be asked to. It's just that they can't be asked to get the card out the way and just to pay. You want to make this as easy for them as possible. So if they can see PayPal, all they need to do is press PayPal. PayPal will send them a code. They can log in, pay, boom, done. But if they go to the checkout and they need to get their credit card and it's somewhere in their room that they don't even know, because most people don't even keep their cards, they use all digitally, they can't be asked. All right. And by the time they run upstairs to go get the card, it's either sold out or they just forgot because something else distracted them. All right. So another thing, this should be a non-negotiable. Apple Pay, Google Pay should be a thing. If Apple Pay and Google Pay are not a thing, you're genuinely being stupid. Okay? These are enabled automatically through Shopify payments. They allow the customers to check out with a single touch of mobile. Given that most of your traffic comes from phones, once again, having these active is a non-negotiable. Now, another thing I want to clarify. On buy now, pay later services like Klarna, please, anything that's like buy now, pay later, or pay tomorrow, don't be so desperate for the money. Okay? Leave it alone. Don't be desperate for £10. Just leave it alone. All right. The goal is customers who can afford your product, buying it outright. Installment services attract the customer type that introduces higher refund rates and payment disputes. I promise you do not want to have a headache with these customers, bro. Like, these customers will send back the product and be like, oh, bro, I did a buy now, pay later, but my product is arriving in 2 weeks. You know what? I'm just going to refund my thing. And that's going to ruin your your Shopify credibility. Okay, score. I'm just going to mess you up. So you do not want high refund rates, high chargebacks, because Shopify at this point is going to think that you're a scam and it's going to shut down your website. So get rid of that. If you have Klarna on your site, tell people, I'm sorry, we're stopping this now. All right. You should only ever do that. The only people that really do that are bigger corporations that can actually afford to get that. All right. Price your product for the customer who values it and let them pay it in full. Now, let's look at the back end and operations. So the front end is what your customers see. So they see the website, they see the products, it's all flashy, it's all cute. But the back end is what actually keeps your business alive. Most founders ignore it until something breaks. But then they have lost orders, lost money, or lost customer trust. I've seen this happen multiple times online where founders will launch on drop day and all of a sudden they're like, their SMS isn't sent to everyone, is broken. Klaviyo isn't working. It's just a mess. And they're just like, damn. And all that traffic, like let's say there's 1,000 people on your store, like 600 of them are gone because there's a glitch on your site. That's 600 potential orders gone because your site wasn't optimized properly. Simple things we need to consider. Okay, so inventory management. Now, Shopify has basic inventory management built in. For most founders starting out, this is enough. So if you're gonna get we're gonna go into manufacturers the next course, which I know you really want to go into. So just be at ease. We're gonna go into depth there. But for most founders starting out, when you have like 50 pieces of clothing, this is enough. Okay, the reason why is because you can track stock levels, you can set low stock alerts and manage variance directly inside the dashboard. As you scale, Inventory Planner and inventoryplanner.com is the best dedicated tool that integrates with Shopify. Okay, so you can actually type in inventoryplanner.com, so you can go to the website, or oh wait, is it not? Oh, I don't think it's here. Oh, let's see. Hold on, let's see if we can get the Shopify apps. Let's see if I can get the Shopify apps. Okay, let's get Inventory Planner. For some reason, it's not working. Is it gone? Ah. Okay, yeah. I thought they had, I guess their website doesn't work anymore. Well, that's fine. So, Inventory Planner on their Shopify store is the best dedicated tool, and that integrates with Shopify. So this is already meshing with Shopify. It forecasts what you need to reorder, when and how much capital it will require, and critical once you're managing multiple drops. So if you're doing multiple drops at a time, you're going to need some integration. Now, this is just the basic. I'd advise using something else as well. When it comes to inventory management, just go in and just do your research. It's worth the time seeing the best app. When it comes to managing inventory and cash rules, Shopify will only do that to a certain extent. When you work with us, one of the things we look at is your inventory and cash rules. So we set some guardrails because, for example, if you are spending a bunch on ads and, for example, you want to sell a piece of clothing that people have sold, it's sold out before. So you've sold hoodies, it's sold out before, and now you're thinking to reorder, but you don't know if it's going to profit you or like your revenue is going to spike up or down, and you're going to make any profit or not. That's one of the things we look at when we want to run your ads, and we tell you whether or not you can do that. Okay, so order fulfillment. In the early days, you are fulfilling orders yourself. Okay, that's fine, that's unexpected. In fact, it's even good because you can get content from that. So you're gonna have to grab your orders, you're gonna have to go to the post office and drag it out. Now, Shopify integrates with all major couriers so you can print shipping labels and book collections directly from your dashboard. When volume gets to a point where you can't manage it physically, a 3PL, so a third-party logistics provider, takes over. ShipBob at shipbob.com and EasyShip, these two, both integrate seamlessly with Shopify. Great applications, okay? I know more about EasyShip than ShipBob here though. I used EasyShip when I was doing when I had my own site, not a clothing brand, but when I was selling some of my books from TikTok and stuff. So yeah, I was familiar with EasyShip. I'd say EasyShip is quite easy to use, no pun intended, but you can look at ShipBob, whatever is relevant to you. Okay, so what happens is you send your stock to their warehouse, and every order from that point is handled automatically. This is a decision that will help you scale, not a day one decision. But now you don't need to worry about that. You just know it exists. So I wouldn't worry too much about getting these guys to ship your thing. Right now, what I'm going to say is actually ship the orders yourself. The reason why is because it's going to improve your social credibility. If you can ship out your own orders and you can get so much content, people like, there is no much more attraction than seeing like 50 orders all in bags ready to go, and you're like, oh, POV first drop sold out, and everyone's gonna want to like look into your brand because, well, why did so many people buy your brand? Okay, that's another thing you need to look at. So accounting. Now this right here, oh my days, this is going to save you. You're gonna thank me. You're gonna come back probably in a few months, in a few years, and come back and thank me for this. Okay, because accounting is one of the most important things when it comes to your brand. All right. Now, QuickBooks at QuickBooks.com and Xero at Xero.com are the two best accounting tools that integrate directly with Shopify. I'm going to be honest here, QuickBooks and Xero, there's nothing better than them. All right. So they both automatically pull your sales data, expenses, and payouts so your accounts are always current. QuickBooks is widely used in the US. Xero is popular in the UK. Either works. What matters is that you have them running from day one. Now, I would advise obviously getting an accountant to do the accounting for you. If you can do it yourself, great. It's going to take a lot of freaking time, but if you can get an accountant, get an accountant, okay? The founders who do not track their numbers are the ones who run out of money and cannot explain why. I'm telling you, okay? So you can look at QuickBooks. You can get started. You can go to the US or UK site. Work the exact same way. You can go to Xero. Once again, you can get all these people to, account for your stuff. Nice and simple. Like I said, nice and simple. You can account, you can get everything ready for tax. Genuinely, this is genuinely a beautiful thing right here. They made something great here. So yeah. Now, analytics. So the Shopify built-in analytics dashboard shows you sales, traffic sources, conversion rates, and customer behavior. It's very, very important. This is even one of the things we look at when we want to work with you and scale your brand. We look at everything Shopify tells us. All the conversion rates, all the sales, all the data, everything, right? So for deeper insights, Google Analytics 4 is free and connects to Shopify in minutes. So it shows you where your traffic comes from, how long people stay on the site, and what path to purchase looks like. Another thing as well that does this is your meta pixel. So on Facebook, when you run Facebook ads, it tracks all these things as well to see what people do, and you can actually see this in real time. So as well, Triple Whale at triplewhale.com is a serious DTC power brands graduate to. It tracks marketing attribution across all channels and gives you a clear picture on actual return on ad spend. Not essential at launch, but worth knowing about as you scale. So I would look at this. I would look into this. It's easy. It's got all these different brands in them. You can just take a look at it once again. Like it's not the end of the world. But once again, like Shopify is right there. When you're starting out, you can just ignore this. But when you start to scale, it's definitely worth looking into this. Now, we're going to go over your Shopify apps, okay? The best apps to use, things to consider, and just the essentials that you're going to need. You don't need too many complicated apps. You just need the right ones that are going to take you from A all the way to Z. So, the Shopify App Store has thousands of apps. Most of them, if not 90% of them, you do not need. Here are the ones that actually move the needle for clothing brands. So, Klaviyo, whatever it's called. This is email and SMS marketing. Easiest to use. I'm going to be honest here, right? I know some people for email, they use like MailChimp or whatever. Just use Klaviyo, all right? I'm gonna be honest here. It's super, super simple, easy to use. If you want to use MailChimp, if there's something else that's better for you, I guess use it. But the email and SMS platform for Shopify brands integrates directly with your store, syncs customer data automatically, and lets you build automated flows that run without you. Set up the welcome series, abandoned cart sequence, a purchase, post-purchase flow, and win back flow from day one. Klaviyo is free up to 500 contact and $20 a month after. It is not optional, it is an infrastructure. So you can use it for free. Maybe for your first drop, you can use it for completely free because maybe not that many people might sign up. But after that, when you start doing your second drop, you're going to need to pay for it. So you can look at it, see how it works. But I'm going to be honest with you, it's one of the things you're definitely going to need to invest in, after your second drop. Now, the next thing is looks. So that's your photo reviews. So this automatically collects photo reviews from customer after every purchase by sending a review request email and incentivizing them with a discount on the next order. Seeing real people wear your product on your product page removes doubt and increases conversion significantly. So this is from around $10 a month. So I know some people like to have some photo reviews on there. Once again, this is a personal preference for social credibility, but having people wear your clothes, having a bunch of people there, like whilst they want to buy the thing, just makes it look better. It just makes it like more convincing, if that makes sense. So and once again, all these links, they're just links to the actual Shopify thing. So yeah, they're all links to connect. So now reconvert. So this is post purchase upsells. So customizes your thank you page and adds a post purchase upsell offer. A customer who just completed a purchase is in the highest trust state they will ever be with your brand. Show them a relevant offer immediately after checkout. If someone is invested in you, if someone has put money in you, they trust you. So the next best thing you can do to get them to buy next time is to give them an offer they just can't refuse. This is what we call an irresistible acquisition offer. If you put your trust and you pay and you subscribe to the idea of what I'm selling, and then the next thing after that, I give you a amazing offer, you're gonna buy. Okay. So one of the most effective ways to increase average order value without additional marketing spend. Right now, Kiwi, this is a sizing guide. So returns are one of the most expensive problems a clothing brand faces, and a significant proportion happen because customers order the wrong size. People all the time, when they're rushing, they're like, "Oh my gosh, I want to buy this. I don't want this to leave at all my days," and then they just order the wrong size, and then they return it. And then because they return it, and they're not gonna get a refund straight away, they're not gonna buy the next size. They'll probably wait till they get it, but by the time they get the refund, they forget to buy the clothes, or the clothes are sold out and you won't make that money back. So Kiwi Sizing adds an interactive size guide to your product pages that help customers choose the right size based on their measurements. It takes about 20 minutes to set up. It is worth it. 20 minutes to set up, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars saved. Okay? 20 minutes to set up, so many dollars saved. It's a return on investment. Right? So this can reduce your return rate by even 10%. Okay? This is not fact, by the way, but reducing your return rate by even 10% has a meaningful impact on your margins, your profit margins as well. Another thing as well you can look at is Notify. So this is social proof and urgency. So this adds real-time social proof notifications to your store. How many people are viewing a product right now? Recent purchases, low stock warnings. These signals create genuine urgency and reduce hesitation at the point of purchase. Works particularly well during drops. So this is really, really good because what can happen is, for example, you could have, I would like a site to like show you an example here, but you could have let's go to like Nike.com, right? I'll try to show you an example of what it would look like so you get it. You might already get the idea. So let's go to men. Let's just go pick on something. Basketball. Who cares, right? Let's pick the shoe, right? So what will happen is like down here, you're going to see like 9 people are watching this. 2 people saved the cart. And it might be flashing to show like, oh, 6 people are watching this product right now. Someone has added this to cart. Or like 6 people are watching this product, only 2 stock left. One person added this to cart, there's only 1 left. So it's going to create that urgency and people are just going to want to buy, if that makes sense. So that's definitely worth having, especially during a drop, because imagine you do your drop and there's just like 10 people watching the product. It's like, oh, I need to get this now. Oh, I hope I bought it. Okay. So another thing as well you can consider, this is once again optional, but you can do this in order to make like kind of that loyalty program for your community and get these people to buy and come back every single time. This is a loyalty program. So Smile.io built a points-based loyalty program directly on your Shopify store. Customers earn points for purchases, referrals, and social shares, and redeem them for discounts on future orders. This is how you turn a one-time buyer into a repeat customer systematically, rather than hoping they come back. So there's a free tier available and paid plans from around $49 a month. The last time I checked, let's hope I'm right, because clearly recently I've been wrong. I guess I've been wrong again. Wow. I think it's 79, not 49. But yes, actually, the price over here, essential, is $15 a month. Cool. Now, when it comes to these programs, I've looked at the main ones. I'm gonna be honest here. The real main ones you need is Nudgify, Kiwi Sizing, Reconvert, and Klaviyo. Looks, I would definitely recommend getting that too. And Smile, I'll definitely get recommending that too. But it's not the end of the world if you don't have them. I would actually, no, I would say Looks is definitely a recommendation. Get that too, because you need some level of social proof too. So yeah, that's all the apps you should consider. Anything else, you can find apps that do the exact same thing, maybe that work better for you. Yes, if you already have a store and this might not be applicable to you, then that's fine, you can just move on. But if you're just starting out, these are some apps you need to consider when it comes to Shopify. So here are your action items. Number 1, build your mood board before you touch any design tool. I do not want to see you on Photoshop, Procreate, drawing, designing. You don't even know what you're making right now. Go get inspiration. Go get inspired. Go build your mood board. Go do that first, okay? Now choose your primary design tool based on where you are right now. So if you have more experience in Procreate, just follow with that. If you have more experience in Illustrator, follow through with that. If you have more experience with Photoshop, follow through with that. Okay, Canva, Photopea, follow through with that. Now with if the application you're using is generally disadvantageous for you to make a good design, just pivot to another app. Okay, if you're starting out on Canva, move to Photoshop. Now, the next thing after that is build or source your tech pack for your lead product before you contact a single manufacturer. Okay, then you need to set up your Shopify store. So choose a theme, build your homepage, set up product pages, and verify everything works perfectly on mobile. All right, enable Shopify payments and PayPal immediately. Install Klaviyo and welcome your and set up your welcome flow and abandon cart sequence before you launch. Okay, and connect Google Analytics. Now, I understand building your Shopify store even without the products, even without the samples. You're like, oh, bro, I don't have the products, I don't have the images. That's fine. Just build a store, because once you get the products, once you get the samples, once you get the images, you're just gonna put it in there. All right. You do not need to spend the $20, $50 a month now. Just get everything set up first. All right. Build and source your tech pack, design, and get ready. Like start designing, because now you should know before you design, build your mood board, but you should have a general or good enough like a kind of an extensive idea of what you want to make now, because you've studied your target audience, you've know your niche and market, you've done all these things. All right, so now you know who you're selling to and what transformation you're taking them on. All right, so add the rest of the apps as you grow. Do not try to install everything at once. Add tools when the problem they solve is real and costs you money. Start lean, stay focused, and build the stack as the brand demands it. Sorry. Okay. Now this was a longer video. I'm not gonna lie, like I was fumbling on a lot of my words. I've been going back to back recording all these videos here, but I hope this makes a lot of sense. I covered as much as I could. So yeah. Now let's go over the summary. We went over your iterative tools, the design process, so the 3 steps you need to focus on. So the research, defining, and actually designing and stuff. Design principles, things you need to consider, like the color, the typography, the embroidery. Design tools, so that's Canva, Photoshop, all that stuff. Markup and AI tools. Your tech packs, including the free one. Your Shopify store. Setting up your store. Payments. Backend and operations. Shopify apps, and your action items. So now you know all the applications needed and that's necessary to design. You have no reason why you shouldn't be designing. Okay, there's no reason why you can't get started. I've talked about the free, I've talked about the paid. Okay, and another thing I'd actually like to add here that I didn't add is when it comes to the applications, when it comes to if you cannot afford for whatever reason Procreate, I'm going to recommend another 2. Let me find this application here. I'm going to add this as well. Where's the 2 apps? Yeah, I'm going to add another 2 here. I'm going to add 2 here. Let me try to find the place I'm added. I will do free apps, right? So this is, if you cannot afford Photoshop, then you can use Photopea. So that is just like Photoshop. Just like Photoshop. I know I'm editing this in real time. And if not Photoshop, you can use Ibis Paints. Ibis Paints. And this one is just like Procreate. All right. So yeah, there you have it. That's everything you need to know when it comes to these apps. There is no reason why you can't get started today. There's no reason why you can't get started tomorrow. You should get started now, actually, and do all the action items. So yeah, I look forward to seeing you soon. Once again, make a file, make a copy of this document, and I will see you in the next section, which is your manufacturers. And I know a lot of people are looking forward to that, so I can't wait to break that down.
Take care. See you in the next module. And hello, everyone. And my name is Isaac. And welcome to Manufacturers in the Annual Academy. Let me make this very, very clear before you watch this video. If you have jumped ahead, this is the first video you picked because you've seen that whole list and you want to get the manufacturer script, you want to get the supplier negotiation scripts, the scripts, everything, the templates, everything we've gotten, you will get that. But let me make this one thing clear. If you have not watched this video in chronological order, you are genuinely going to suffer. And I do not mean that in any scary way, in a disrespectful way. I'm simply saying that because this program has been structured in chronological order, from all the way from market saturation to manufacturers. There is a reason why manufacturers is almost the second to last, simply because if you do not create a brand worth anything, and if it does not have meaning, I promise you, it doesn't matter what GSM quality you give to your manufacturer, that piece is not going to sell. And that's why it's very important that before you watch this video, go back, understand the legality, understand if your brand, you can even trademark it, if you have the right domains, if you're protected legally, if you're protected financially, you have the money to afford this. Because if you jump into this, try to negotiate with these manufacturers and they make a piece for you, and for example this trademark, don't get surprised if you get a cease and desist in 6 months because you didn't do the basic checking. I've covered everything for you, so please, once again, I know you've probably already started your brand, I know you probably had your first drop, but it is worth going back to check the resources. I'm not trying to say that to delay you. The videos, the longest video so far, I don't know how long this video is going to be. I feel like this video might be an hour or two, but the longest video so far is an hour and a half, and that's on applications and design. You can spend more time learning this, researching this. I've made and created this academy for the sole purpose of you getting as much information without you going online. This is going to be a full comprehensive guide on how to talk to manufacturers, how to qualify them, how to find them, where to find them, the right people to speak to, the best manufacturers, all that stuff. But I promise you, no manufacturer is ever going to create something greater than the meaning that you have ascribed to your brand. So if you do not know your target audience, if you do not know your name and mission, if you do not know the legality of it, if you do not have the capital and money, it is not worth looking at this right now. Okay? Please, once again, go back and watch the other videos. I know you want to skip ahead. I know you want to rush, but you can get all this done in one day. Okay? It's very, very important that when you watch this video, you already know who your target audience is. You already know who you're trying to target. Like I said, I just repeat myself there. You already know that the name you're going to print on your t-shirts, hoodies, and logos is trademarked, and you will not get sued for it. Okay, so I'm gonna stop yapping here. Without further ado, let's continue. All right, I'm still follow the same flow. I'm trying to get this in one take. I'm gonna drink from this. This is my big, huge water bottle. I'm sure if you guys are watching it in chronological order, our bottle has been a very handy companion. But yeah, this is a lot of talking, so bear with me. Now, let's get into this. So open up your resource and read this with me. So I can't wait to actually go over this because manufacturers is such an asked for topic, and no one online actually gives you the right way to qualify manufacturers. But make sure you've watched the introduction because I want to make sure that you know to do your own research as well. I've given as much information as I can when it comes to manufacturers and the best way to find them, and I'll show you the best way to do that. But once again, do your own research. Some of the things I might say is incorrect. It's based off research, things that I've studied, things that I've heard from people, and also checking online and actually talking to people. So once again, do your own research. Critically think, my word isn't law. Okay? But let's go over it. So welcome to the manufacturer section. And in order to get a copy of yourself, either download the PDF or go to file, make a copy. And the reason why I'm saying things like this and I'm acting like this the first time you watch this video is because I know a lot of people are going to jump to this video first and they haven't watched the past 6 videos where there's just so much more structure and so much more value there. So please, once again, if you're watching this without watching the other 6, just go back and do it. I know it's long, I know. Oh my God, I want to start my brand. I want to get my manufacturer. Please just go back and watch it. Okay? Now, with the manufacturers, I know that this is probably the most demanded one, and I am aware that so many people want this information. So, me and my team took the liberty of doing extensive research on finding the best way to source manufacturers. This is a comprehensive guide on how to find, vet, sample, negotiate, and build a relationship with the right manufacturer for your brand. Okay, so here's what we're going to cover: the crucial decision, private label versus custom manufacturing, where to find manufacturers, before contacting any manufacturer, how to qualify a good manufacturer, the sampling process, payment terms and methods, lead times and production planning, quality control, red flag and scam awareness, the supplier negotiation script, and your moves. Now, let's go over the crucial decision. Your manufacturer is your business partner, whether you think of them that way or not. They are the ones producing the physical product you are charging money for. If they are good, your brand thrives. If they are bad, no amount of marketing will save you. And I want to make that very, very clear. A lot of you guys, if you haven't watched, like, and this is what I'm keep reiterating, if you haven't gone back and made meaning behind your brand, I don't care if you found the best manufacturer that can give your MOQs at 10. I don't care. No one is gonna buy your shit because you've just made clothes for everyone. Once again, like I said in target audience, not everyone is supposed to wear your clothes. Only the people that you have chosen are supposed to have their clothes, or your clothes, sorry, on their back. Okay. Now, bad manufacturers mean inconsistent quality. They can have late deliveries. That's a very big headache, especially on your drop day. The last thing you want is a manufacturer that doesn't deliver on time, okay? Because your shipment got messed up. The wrong sizes, that's a nightmare. You ordered a bunch of smalls, they give you a bunch of larges. Poor stitching, faded prints, angry customers, refund requests. That's going to eat into your revenue and profit margin and destroy trust, okay? If you have a bad manufacturer, that can make or break your brand. A bad manufacturer could really fuck up a lot of good things for you. And excuse my language here, but they can really mess up a lot of things, especially when it comes to a customer that's trying to buy. Okay. However, when it comes to a good manufacturer, there are a few advantages to having a good manufacturer, and it's quite obvious. Reliable timeline, so you know exactly when your product is going to arrive. Room to scale, because you can negotiate and be like, look, we're about to drop, we're about to do this thing. I need you to give me as many things as I need, XYZ. I need more stuff. Like, the drop is coming, let's prepare. And suppliers who actually want your brand to succeed. There is no greater feeling than collaborating with a manufacturer that genuinely wants the best for your brand. You will grow like crazy if you're working with a manufacturer and they're just on it. Like, they're on it like a car bonnet. Okay. Now, this module will walk you through everything from finding manufacturers to placing your first order to handling things when they go wrong. Now, let's go over the private label versus custom manufacturing, because a lot of people, when I did research, I thought initially that it was just a manufacturer, just a manufacturer. There's just one type of manufacturer, you find them on Alibaba, and then boom, you just work with them. But there's actually differences to them. And knowing the differences between your manufacturers is going to save you a lot of time and a lot of money and a lot of headache. So we have two different types of manufacturers that you're really, really going to look at that most people talk about when it comes to your clothing brand. The first one is private label, the second one is custom manufacturing. Now, before you start searching for manufacturers, you need to understand the two main approaches. Most founders do not understand or know the difference and end up in the wrong lane. You do not want this to be you, so make sure you understand this so you can make that differentiation. Okay, so we have the private label manufacturers. So private label means the manufacturer already has an existing blank garment. So this could be, for example, if you've seen Printify or Printful, right? I'm not saying they're a manufacturer, they're more print on demand, but it's simply like that. So they already have the clothes, they already have the t-shirts, they already have the designs, okay? And all you need to do is you choose the style, the fabric, the weight, the color, and then you add your branding. Okay, so your label, your tags, your logo on the chest, on the sleeve, that gets added on top on the blank garment. So they already have that blank hoodie, they already have the templates. Just think about it, they have the templates and you're just adding your own touch on it. That's it. Okay, so that's the private label. Okay, now the advantages with having private label manufacturers is they have faster turnaround times because the base product already exists. So they don't need to make your product from scratch, it already exists. They have lower MOQs because you are not creating something from scratch. You can negotiate way lower because if you're going to work with a custom manufacturer, they might have a minimum order quantity of 100 pieces or 100 units. But if you're working with a private label, they already have the t-shirts. So you can just say like, look, I only need 10. All right, you guys already have the blank tees. You just need to slap on a logo for me, right? Lower cost per unit, less control over fabric composition, construction, and exact fit. And other brands could be using the same base garment. Now, this is best for founders who are just starting out and want to move quickly with lower risk. Okay, so if you watch The Capital of Money, I'd say if you just want to experiment, maybe get a few samples and see how your thing would look, you can work with a private label manufacturer and you can kind of negotiate here and like see what they got. But then we have the custom manufacturing. So now custom manufacturing means the garment is built entirely to your specifications. So you control the fabric, you control the weight, so that's the GSM, the cut, the fit, every single detail. Now you have full control over product quality and design. Your product is truly unique and no other brand has it. They're usually higher MOQs, usually, well, not 200 actually, I'd say 100 to 500 units minimum per style. Longer production time, typically 60 to 90 days. So if you're gonna drop like in Q2, typically you'd order it at maybe at Q4. Maybe you'd order your products at Q4 or Q3 the year before, and then start marketing it, and then just because it's gonna take 3 months, 2 to 3 months for it to come. That's a whole quarter of the year. So you're gonna order that earlier. Now, the thing is as well, it'll be higher cost per unit and higher upfront investment. And what that means is, well, each individual piece is going to cost more. And if they say like, oh, you need to give us a deposit, upfront, it's going to be higher because you're custom making everything, right? Now, these are best for founders who are scaling, have capital to invest, and want a product nobody else can replicate. So now you can make the differentiation of what type of manufacturer you want to work with based off what I've just said. Now, if you watch the capital and money module, if you're on tier 3 where you have over $2,500, let's say you're more in the like 6,000, 8,000, let's just say 4,000 range, right? You could maybe push it a little bit and afford to work with some custom manufacturers, and that's just pushing it, I'll be honest here. But if you have a lot to spend, or if you're a brand already doing this, then it's worth looking into custom manufacturing. Okay, so now that we've identified the two different type of manufacturers, now we need to find out where we can find them, and I'm going to show you the exact way, all the tips and everything. So let's get it. Okay, so where to find manufacturers. Now there are several places to find manufacturers. I've given multiple sites, but I'm also going to give you the primary one that everyone goes to. The thing is, each has its own advantages, and the right choice depends on where you are in your brand journey. So I'm going to be honest with you, right? The best place to search for a manufacturer is none other than Alibaba. Now, don't worry, I'm not just going to say Alibaba and make you figure out yourself. I tell you the right filters to use, all these different things, yes. But generally speaking, Alibaba is the best. I have not seen any other place that's better than Alibaba. Yes, you might be able to find a manufacturer on TikTok. On my TikTok page, actually, a lot of these manufacturers text me. I'm a consultant, by the way. I don't own a clothing brand, as I've said this in the introduction. So a lot of these guys, they reach out to me, like in my DM request. They're like, oh, man, can you like, do you know what? Let's just go on TikTok right now so I can even show you. The amount of manufacturers I've had in my DMs that have said that, oh, bro, I want to, let's see. Oh, my days, why is my thing glitching? Jesus Louise. Like, look, do you need legit manufacturer, high quality? Hello, good day. Okay, that's the creative department. Clothing manufacturer. Like, look at this. There's just a bunch reaching out to me, right? So, like for example, this might be an example of a custom label, or this looks more like a private label because they already have the blank garments. But this could be custom, actually, custom or blank. But typically speaking, as you can see with some of these manufacturers, like this hoodie it's a simple template. You just slap on your own logo, okay? Like this isn't a hoodie that's not made before. Like this hoodie definitely exists. They just slapped their own style color. So this is an example of a I believe this is a private label. Yeah, private label. Something more custom would be like, for example, if you can see this tracksuit I'm wearing, I think it's recycled nylon. Sorry, a custom manufacturer would make that because they'd use the materials you asked, right? But like things like a t-shirt or a hoodie, things like this with strings, I could find this on Primark and get a manufacturer to print on it. Not crazy, okay? But the point is, there's so many different ways to find a manufacturer. Look, manufacturing services, manufacturing. I've said this all the time and time and again. I am a consultant. I don't own a clothing brand, and everything I'm giving you is based off extensive research, studying apparel brands, and my own expertise with working with clients. So yeah, Alibaba is genuinely speaking the best place to find a manufacturer. Like I said, I'm going to give you other places you can look at, but really and truly, when you're looking, and if anyone tells you to find a manufacturer, look at Alibaba first. Now, Alibaba is the largest business-to-business marketplace in the world and the most commonly used platform for clothing brand founders. It connects you directly with factories, primarily in China, Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, and Vietnam, and also South Africa, I believe. Yes, South Africa. Some people have some manufacturers in South Africa. I've heard some good things, apparently. Do not quote me on that. Obviously, there's manufacturers in your region, maybe in the US if you're watching this, or in the UK. I'm in the UK. If you're in the US, we work with US clients as well. So some of them work with US clients. They can afford it. It's faster lead times, all that stuff. But depending on where you are, where you want to work with, we're gonna go over that. Now, most founders open Alibaba, type in hoodie manufacturer, and feel immediately overwhelmed. Here's how to use it properly. So get ready because we're going to do this together. So step by step on Alibaba. Number one, go to alibaba.com and search for the specific product you need. Now this is very important because when you're looking for a manufacturer, you do not want to get a t-shirt manufacturer for your hoodies. You do not want to get a hoodie manufacturer for your tracksuits. You do not want to get a beanie manufacturer for your shoes. You want the manufacturer designated to the type of clothes you're going to wear. So once again, if you do not know like what your product is, then go back and watch the previous videos because you're going to identify that quite quickly. But be very specific, and instead of hoodie, search heavyweight French terry hoodie manufacturer, right? So you might not know what terry and all these things are, but if you can be more specific, a good recommendation as well here would be to ask ChatGPT. So about the fabrics and the things you want to use. But for this example, right, we're gonna go to Alibaba, and obviously we're gonna either, and we're going to do this in a second, either you type in the hoodie according to your specifications, or you type in the weight of the hoodie, so that's GSM, oversized hoodie, OEM. The more specific, the better you get results, right? So when we go to Alibaba here, rather than just going to
type in manufacturers. You either go to product or manufacturers, but ideally go to manufacturers. And let's say, for example, French Terry hoodies. It might not have it. Okay. Let's type in distress hoodie, right? So if you want to make a distress hoodie, type in distress hoodie manufacturer. We're already in the manufacturer section, so you don't really need to type in manufacturer, but for the sake of this argument, we're just going to do this. Okay, distress hoodie manufacturer, show manufacturers only. Okay, cool. I'm seeing, like, look at this. This looks like a little bit of distressing. This one looks like they've also done it too. We're also going to go over all these different metrics you kind of need to look at. I'm gonna get a few. Okay, so boom, this looks like a little bit like distressing. This looks a little bit like distressing. Just a few, right? So we're gonna look at these. Look at this. They've got distressing all over the, all over the logos and stuff. I'm gonna look at them. I'm gonna look at the pieces they've made. This looks like a private label. They already have the things. They're not really custom. It's not. I don't think this is hard to make. You just give them what to add on top, right? So yeah, as you can see, boom, super simple to find, right? Like, this is not rocket science. So you type in, the more specific you are, the better. Like, if I typed in, and just to give some reference, if I typed in just a hoodie manufacturer, if I typed in hoodie manufacturer, I would just get any type of manufacturer here. Okay, now they might not give me like waffle cotton, but look at this. This might not be what you want for your brand. It's like, and then you start having a headache, if that makes sense. So if you type in this, it's like, bro, what the hell is this, right? But you can then, once again, this is a private label manufacturer, so you can get them to design your everything like that. But it's going to save you a lot of time if the manufacturer you have is experienced in what you're doing. So if they have experience with distressing hoodies, why not work with a manufacturer that does that, right? So type in the exact specifications of what you need so you can get an idea, and also check what they have on their website. Like, I can't do this for you. You need to actually look at their videos. You need to look at their reviews as well. We're going to go over that in a second. Like, look at what they've made. Okay, I just think I've seen that. Yeah, minimum order 60 pieces. So their MOQ is at 60. Okay, cool. That's not a bad MOQ actually. So, but yeah, you can find that manufacturer that I just typed up. Now, use filters on the left side of the page. Verify by supplier. So here's another few things as well you need to consider. Trade assurance and minimum years in operations. Aim for 3 years or more. These filters alone will cut out a significant number of unreliable suppliers. So just because the manufacturer can make a good hoodie doesn't necessarily mean they're generally good at they're reliable. Sorry, that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so once again, we're gonna type in manufacturers here. We're gonna type in distressed. We're gonna type in hoodie manufacturer. Let's say that, right? When you go to suppliers, you're gonna see you see the filters. So over here, like I just said, you're gonna click on trade assurance, verified supplier. The store reviews 4.5 and up. I know you guys can't see. I'm just gonna move my camera to the other side as well so you guys can see here. So on these filters, real quick, trade assurance, verified by supplier, 4.5 and up. As you can see, look, we're already getting a lot of these like different reviews. Minimum order quantity, you can also add that too, but you can also type in by the region. Okay, now make sure you do that, because this alone is cutting out all these. Like, look, I can see that all these guys are verified, right? They've done, look at the revenue, online revenue 1 million plus, and like, I'm seeing the best of the best. So if you just type in, use the basic filters, you're not gonna find a good one. And make sure you take your time with this, because like, I'm more likely to order and work with this manufacturer than maybe this one, because they only have 64k in revenue and a 15% reorder rate, right? So yeah, take your time. Look, like I'm less likely to order from this one. Maybe this one might be good because it has a higher reorder rate. Yes, but take your time and look at the manufacturers. Make sure they're verified and make sure they have 3 years or more. Because like, this is 2 years. This has 6 years. So this has some neck in the game, right? Once again, 6 years, 9 years, like non-negotiable here. And you can even see in the video, like, look at this, a bunch of social proof. You can see all these people just working day and night. Like, look at this. They have so many different pieces. Like, look at the attention to detail. I would love to work on a manufacturer like this if I own a clothing brand, right? So just to give an example, once again, okay. Now, look at the supplier's profile page, not just the listing. Just as I said, just as I showed you, you don't want to just like look at the listing. You make sure you look at their company profile. What's their reviews? 4.5, less or equal to a. Sorry guys, thinks he's popping up. Less or equal to a 3-hour average response time, 22% order rate. Look at all the capabilities. Make sure they're all backed and stuff. 360. Like, look at this. They even give you a 360 view. Let's see if I can see this. Let's see if I can see this. Look at this. Look at this. I get to see inside what they've made. Look at that. That's their showroom. Like, this just, like, things like this just gives more credibility for the manufacturer, right? So yeah. Check how many years they have been on Alibaba, just as I said, the response rate, their transaction history, and whether they have a verified business license. So when you're looking at this, supplier capabilities, all these different things. You want to make sure they've got ticks on them. View report for details. You can get verification report once again. Look if they're registered, their floor space, total employees, all these different things. Just make like it takes you it takes you like 30 minutes to an hour to really do this. But look at the certification of compliance. Look, I have all this data, all this proof to show that, oh, if anything went wrong, I could legally take action, right? Obviously, that's what you're gonna be thinking. You're gonna legally take action against your manufacturer, but they have all these things in place. Like look at this control capability, right? All this information about them. So yeah, read the reviews carefully. Look for reviews that mention quality, consistency, communication, and whether the product matched the sample. Be cautious of suppliers with only 5-star reviews and no detail. Genuine reviews have substance. So once again, I'm going to look at this manufacturer. I'm going to go to their profile. Okay, I'm going to their home. Look, I'm going to try to look for the reviews here. I'm going to see what people say about their reviews. Let's see if they got the reviews anyway here. Let's see. Usually they have it on the page. Let's see. Okay, 149 reviews. Yeah. So I just clicked it right there, as you guys can see. Boom. Let's see the like reviews. Supplier service 4.8, 4.7, 4.8. Look at this. Custom zip up hoodie. Boom, boom. Someone from Canada said it's good. They said the quality is all good. 5 stars all overall. Let's look at with videos so we can actually see what it looks like in real time. Look at this. Wholesale puff printing. The softest hoodie I've ever received. Look at this. Okay, cool. From the United States. Another thing, high quality. Look at that. Like someone's showing the hoodie. Nice. Okay. Another one. Like things like this. Like what I'm doing, as you guys can see, you genuinely want to go out there and you want to see. Like, look at this. Like they've genuinely embroidered that within it. Like even my Nike thing, it has an embroidery. Like look how good that quality looks. Okay. So I know this is like long. And it's like, oh, bro, I'd rather not do it. But I promise you, you're gonna lose a lot of fucking money if you do not take the time to just sit on your ass and just look at these manufacturers. Okay. Like take your time here. Now, shortlist 5 to 10 suppliers before reaching out. Do not contact just one. You want options and you want leverage. Now, I'm going to give you the script to be able to contact multiple, but just like I said, do not like. I know this manufacturer seems pretty good, but like these guys might have a stupid price point, right? Like everything is like good, but they have a stupid price point. So you want to get more, right? You want to contact all these suppliers, contact them. Look at this, 6 years over damn near 4 figures. I mean, 400K in online revenue. So I'm gonna contact them, right? Obviously, I need to make an account, but I'm gonna contact them. I'm gonna reach out to them, and in a minute, I'm probably gonna sign in. Actually, in fact, let me just actually sign in so I can make sure this is okay. So I've just made an account. So I'm gonna contact them, right? So I'm gonna get a bunch of these. I'm gonna contact them. I'll be like, oh, cool. Detail requirements. We're obviously gonna like I'm gonna give you an example of how to send the right inquiry, quantity 20 pieces, all these different things you need to fill out here. So we're gonna do this together. But once again, like make sure you have a bunch of them. Like I'm seeing 80 staff, they've almost done 1 million in revenue. I'm gonna get that in my in my tab. So but once again, don't just like click all these guys mindlessly because you see the online reviews, the reorder rates, on time delivery. You want to make sure you check the reviews. They have 104 reviews. Is it like, is it out of 5 out of 10? Now, as well as you like a few things you want to consider when working with Chinese manufacturers, understand they have their own culture too. So for example, Chinese New Year, no one was able to get the products because of Chinese New Year, right? Everything was just super delayed. So make sure you take these things into account. If you don't want to work with the Chinese manufacturers, you can also look at Pakistan. Boom. Yeah, like this is an example of a manufacturer I would just avoid. They have 1.9K in online revenue. They have 4 reviews, 4.5. The reorder rate is not visible. 52% on time delivery. Don't just work with a cheaper manufacturer because it's cheaper. Like I said this in Capital and Money. If you do not have the money to put in the clothing brand, just don't do it. Just don't waste money because you will give customers shit products and they will refund it and you will get chargebacks and your Shopify store will go down. So really take your time with this. All right. Now, there's key filters to use on Alibaba, just like I said. A verified supplier. Alibaba has physically visited and verified the factory. So just like with that first manufacturer guide I showed you, they had all the documents, the ROHS, the quality control, all that things. Okay. Trade assurance, your payment is protected if the order does not match what was agreed. Response rate, aim for 90% or above. Now, what I'm going to say here is when I was first searching this and I seen the response rate, I was like, like the response rate, you want to make sure the time isn't that long, right? So I'm gonna try to go. Hold on, let me try to go back here. Let's go to manufacturers, right? So I'm gonna change this from the response rates to time because I kind of calculate that based off like the percentage, right? So the rates, don't look at the reorder rate because typically some people buy. Obviously, make sure the reorder rate is pretty decent. Yeah, I'd say anything less than 10%, just avoid. And if it's just none, but once again, you can look at these brands and see if they're trusted this is the brand we looked at. But look, the response time is less than or equal to 3 hours. So this is a good way to qualify them. Anything that's like too long, like 8 hours, I'd be like, I'd like probably raise a brow. Only because like, bro, if you need them to check something has gone wrong, if your sample has gone wrong and you need them to fix it, and it's taking 2 weeks, bro, it's like, it's kind of dark. So just take these things into account once again when you're looking into these manufacturers, right? Supplier assessment, so independent third-party factory audit. Once again, you can check their website, see the documents, see what they have, and years on a platform, 3 years minimum, 5 or more is ideal. Like that manufacturer we just saw was there for 9 years. 9 flipping years in the game. They had a 360 camera with the showroom. They might be more expensive, and that's the truth. However, it's way worth investing in a manufacturer like that than working with just someone who's just gonna produce your products for cheap. It's better for you to work a job and get more money, stack up your capital, then invest in a better manufacturer than you just trying to drop clothes quickly. And during the time you're trying to build capital, like I said, in capital and money, you can use that time to focus on the brand and actually focus on the name and mission of the brand. So, so there are some other platforms worth knowing, because if you're one of them people that are like, oh, I hate Alibaba for some reason, I got scammed there. So I went on my way. I also, for full transparency, asked AI to look at this to give me some sites, and I also went to investigate these sites too. So we're gonna go over some of these sites real quickly, and other ways to source manufacturers. Okay. First one, globalsources.com. Quite simple, quite similar to Alibaba. You're not looking for products, you're looking for suppliers here. So go to suppliers and type in. You can just type in hoodie manufacturer. Okay. You might actually have to type in product here. Hoodie manufacturer. Let's see. Boom. So we have this. They show you even the minimum order pieces is 500. Things like this to take into account. So yeah, you can look at this. I'm not really gonna go into a deep dive on how to use this platform. I'll be real. Like Alibaba, like I said, is genuinely the best. But you can see they have the minimum order quantity pieces. Like some is 2 pieces. So this one was 500. Once again, 60, 10, 5. All these different things. You can take a look at that, right? Once again, you can also look at all these sites. I'm not going to go over all of them, but Support as well, Thomas.net. You can look at this one, find your next bestseller. You can also use this. I know this one is a bit underrated, but wholesale. So you can work with wholesale brands. You type in like hoodies wholesale. You can see how they do it. Blank hoodies. If you just want to go for like a blank aesthetic, or if you want to go like look for like a blank tee, let's go for a blank tee, right? So you want like a boxy oversized tee. I'm not signing in here, but yeah, you can just use this, right? And you can get a bunch of these at wholesale. Maybe send it to your manufacturer. Up to you. Another thing, once again, trusted clothing manufacturers, world's #1 sourcing website. Yeah, sure, buddy. Let's see sportswear, for example, right? 7-day free trial. What the hell? Okay. Just stick to Alibaba. All right. Just yeah. I'm ready. Look, I'm ready. I have to sign up to view it. I'm not signing up for that. Once again, for suppliers, you can type in Thomas.net hoodie. Once again, you can maybe look at these. These guys are manufacturers. Hoodies and sweatshirts available. Additional sweatshirt details. You can probably look at what they make. But as you guys can see, the whole point I'm trying to make here. Look at this. What am I even looking at? Well, the whole point I'm trying to make here is Alibaba is genuinely the best. Now, if you do not want to go for Alibaba for whatever reason, I need to make your options as very diverse as possible. Instagram and TikTok, yes, I just showed you guys my DMs. Many factories actually have a social media presence. They have thousands, hundreds and thousands of followers, multiple different comments and reviews. You can search it up. I'm not going to go into deep dive on how to find them, but just for the sake of, so you know, I've at least showed you guys, and you guys can be proactive here. You can just type in on the search bar #clothing manufacturer, or you can go to my page, because for some reason my page is a clothing manufacturer cesspit. So let's see for example, right? There was a video where there was a clothing manufacturer. Boom. Let's see. Boom. I'm also a manufacturer, but would love to get that resource. Like, okay, this guy has 2 followers. What? Okay, yeah, just stay clear. Just go to TikTok, #clothing manufacturer here. You see, clothing manufacturer in Lagos. Boom. Look, what are you gonna do? All that fabric. They make a lot of these videos. Thousands of views. You can text them, DM them for more info. Like, you just message them. Hey, do you guys make clothes? What's your prices? All that stuff, right? Yeah, you guys can do that. Now, another good way I recommend this is referrals. So I'd ask other clothing brand founders what they use. If you have friends who are successful in the clothing brand niche, or even in the school community, once again, that's why I'm telling you to engage. Talk to a lot of these people in the community and ask them what manufacturer they use. 9 times out of 10, they're gonna let you. They're just gonna tell you. Okay, like don't be scared to just ask another clothing manufacturer. Like, look, I'm in my journey. I'm really trying to figure out the best manufacturer to contact. Can you please just give me the guy you use? Can I check him out? They say yes. If they say no, just I've shown you how to find the best one yourself. So referrals are generally the best, because what better way to find a manufacturer than someone who's already doing well with their manufacturer, okay? And manufacturers, by the way, I want to make this clear, they work with hundreds, if not thousands of people. They have tens to hundreds of people of staff in their audience. So if you think that you're being greedy and you're gonna take someone's manufacturer and you're gonna steal their shit, you're being an idiot. And you need to watch Market Saturation, which was the very first one. Okay, it's not saturated. In fact, they need that more work. They need more money. So by all means, get referrals. Now, I've shown you how to source manufacturers. There should be no confusion. Now, the next thing you need to know before contacting any single manufacturer, please do not reach out to a single manufacturer without knowing your numbers, without knowing your words, because if you show them like a lack of expertise, they're going to scam you. They're going to charge high prices, and then you're going to be paying stupid prices for things that you thought made sense. So if you do, you will come across as inexperienced and get ignored or quoted like I literally just said that, right? So MOQ, I've said this multiple times. MOQ stands for minimum order quantity. So that is the minimum order that's a minimum quantity of clothes you can order at a bulk order. A bulk order is that big box that you see founders, with that. That's a bulk order, but you can only order that at a minimum order quantity, just like I showed you with the other side. So for private label, MOQs typically range from 50 to 200 units per style per color, just like I showed you with their manufacturers. Like there was 10, 15, 20, they already had templates. You just need to put your design. That's the reason why the MOQ was so low, because they were private label, right? For custom manufacturing, MOQs are usually 200 to 500 units minimum. So if you've seen that other website I showed you where it had 500 MOQ, that's most likely a custom manufacturer. Now, MOQ is often negotiable. I've seen this happen before, especially if you're ordering samples first and showing intent to scale. So if you show these manufacturers that, look, we're actually just ordering this just to test it out. Once we get this right, we're gonna scale, we're gonna work with you. They'll be on board, okay? So a lower MOQ means a higher cost per unit. That's another thing you need to consider. That is normal. As your order volume increases, your per unit cost drops. And once again, your per unit is like the cost for each individual cloth. Now, one distinction I like to make here is your sample, for example, might cost you $120. And you'd be like, wait, why does my sample cost $120, but my unit per cost for each product when I'm ordering a bulk order only costs like $10? Well, simply because when you're ordering a sample, they need to add all that design features and also shipping and all that different things. But when it comes to unit per cost, you need to understand that they're not going to charge you $120 for every single individual piece. They're going to make more money by doing 500 pieces at $10 than doing 10 pieces at $120, if that makes sense. So yeah. Now, that's the next thing you know. So if you do like a 50 MOQ, just know that your unit price might bump up from 10 to 20. It's normal. You might end up paying 1,000 to 2,000 to 3,000 to 4,000 for your bulk order. Like I said, that's why I'm talking about capital and money. So if you haven't watched this, if you're watching this in not in chronological order, go back, please. Now, the next thing is what you need to look at is GSM. I mentioned that. Let's just say this is the weight of the fabric, right? So this is gram per square meter. GSM measures the weight and thickness of the fabric. It directly affects how the garment feels, looks, and holds up over time. Now, 100 to 80 to 220 GSM. I've seen the two most common ones I've seen. Do not quote me on this. Is 180 to 320. That's what I've seen. If you're just like slotting out, you're not trying to order too much. Bear in mind, if your clothes are a higher GSM, it's going to cost more. So 180 to 220, lightweight, suitable for t-shirts and summer wear. So this one, like for example, it's a tracksuit. This is a low GSM, right? Obviously, this is recycled nylon. But if I was just to give an example, this is so lightweight. Okay, this wouldn't be like thick at all, right? 280 to 320, that'd be midweight, good for standard hoodies and sweatshirts, and 380 to 500, heavyweight, premium feel, popular for high-end streetwear. Okay, so higher GSM means higher cost, just as I said. Know what GSM you want before you start conversations. Manufacturers will ask, and like I said, if you don't know what GSM you want, I literally gave you 3 tiers. Okay, and if you still don't know for whatever reason, ask ChatGPT. I want to make t-shirts, I want to make hoodies. What's the correct GSM for maybe a t-shirt or oversized boxy hoodie? Okay, and it will give you the answer. All right, so the next thing we need to look at after GSM is OEM or ODM. You might have heard this before, but I'm gonna break this down. So OEM is original equipment manufacturer. So you provide the design and specifications, i.e. a tech pack. They manufacture it. This is what most clothing brands use. So I'll be real, just stick to this. But if you want to be a bit different, if you're used to this, you can use ODM, which is original design manufacturer. The supplier design and manufactures the product. You simply brand it faster but less unique. So if you see like a plain hoodie, you just add your brand on it, right? You just add my logo there, and they're like, okay, cool. We'll add the screen print embroidery. You know, we'll craft the hoodie wherever we want. We'll add the strings if you feel like it. You just add the brand. Now it is faster. You'll get your product quicker, but I'll be real. Just stick to OEM. All right, but at least you know. So another key terms as well you need to understand is lead time. I'm just gonna highlight these real quick. Okay, so lead time. So you've heard this over. What's lead time? What's your lead time? What's your lead time for like 2 weeks, 300 book sample? Like you don't even know what lead time is. I'm gonna explain it, right? So lead time is essentially the number of days from order confirmation to the goods being ready for shipment. Now this typically lasts for maybe 30 to 60 days for most garments, and this is longer for more complex orders. Just genuinely that simple. So the number of days from the order confirmation when you order it and you get the confirmed to the goods being ready for shipment. Okay, so that's it. Like before it gets shipped to you. This is not when it gets shipped. This is before it gets shipped. Now tech pack. You already know tech pack. I went over this in application and designing. This is a detailed document containing every specification for your garment. This includes your measurements, your materials, your construction details, label placement, color references, your Pantone codes, all that different things, right? So suppliers use this to produce your order accurately. We're gonna cover this more below. Tech packs. Now with FOB, free on board, the manufacturer is responsible for the goods until they are loaded onto your shipping vessel. You need to know this because you do not want to pay, okay? You do not want to pay money for them or lose all your money or pay like a high deposit and then not get your money back because you don't know this, okay? Some of them can be sneaky, some of them could cheat you. So you want to make sure that your shipment is loaded and you know it's actually getting shipped, okay? So you are responsible for shipping costs from that point. So they're only responsible from taking your order from where it is from the factory or wherever they manufacture it to the the container or to the airplane or wherever, and then you have to cover the shipping costs if that makes sense, right? So EXW, which is X Works, you are responsible for all costs from the factory door. Usually means you need a freight forwarder. Okay. And DDP, which is delivery duty paid, the manufacturer handles everything, including shipping and import duties. It's more expensive, but far simpler for beginners. Okay, so yeah, if you cannot be asked to handle the shipping, you just pay them all in full, pay for shipping, and that's what people do. You pay for your bulk order, you pay for shipping, you pay for everything, boom. Okay, but if you just want to pay for your bulk order, then you might have to do FOB where you have to pay for shipping, and you just need to get it to you. Okay, so yeah, that's some things you need to know before contacting any manufacturer. So I take your notes or download this resource. Now, this is very important. I've shown you how to source manufacturers, and I also gave you a brief on how to qualify them, but this is the right way to qualify them. So how to qualify a good manufacturer? Finding a manufacturer is easy. I show you this on Alibaba, but finding a good one takes work. Here is the process for qualifying a supplier before you commit any money to them. The first step is to make initial contact. Send a clear professional inquiry message to each supplier on your shortlist. Include the following: what product you need and a brief description. And I said I was going to do this with you guys, so I'm going to go to Alibaba here. I'm going to I'm literally going to show you an example of how to do this, so we can do this together. So hoodie manufacturer, I'm just gonna pick anyone. It doesn't really matter. Let's see. Is my internet gonna load anytime today? Boom. We'll pick this. We'll just pick this guy, right? Minimum order quantity. This is 50 pieces, right? So we're gonna do some inquiry. Let's do some chat now. So initial contact. So send a chat. Do not send an inquiry yet. Just send a chat so you can reach out to them first. Okay. And send a clear professional message on your shortlist, including what product you need and a brief description, the quantity you're looking to order, your target price range if you have one, whether you want to order a sample first, and your timeline. Okay, so the way you can structure this is, hey, I need hoodies at this price point. I'm looking for like 50. Once again, this is all in the supplier negotiation script. I'm looking for 50, maybe within like 1,000 to 2,000 for a bulk order, and I just want to order a sample first. Can you let me know how long this takes? Simple draft message, I said, right? So you can actually send an inquiry, to be fair. I'd actually recommend either chat now or send an inquiry. If you want to chat now, they'll probably get back to you quicker, but if you want to send an inquiry, it might take a bit longer. So either one, you can just say that, right? Look at all this. They've even given you prompts. Okay, so pay attention to how quickly they respond and how quickly they communicate. That's very important. Just like I said that before. Make sure the response rate is like 90, or response rate or response time is like 90%. They respond quickly, because a supplier who takes 5 days to reply to an inquiry will take 5 days to reply to a problem with your order. Communication is speed. Communication speed is a qualification criterion. Okay, I wrote that word and I didn't even know how to say it. So you want to make sure that from the minute you talk to them, you're qualifying them based on their communication. Because, bro, if they take a week to reply and you're like, oh, yeah, they're busy, why would a manufacturer say no to more money? Why would they say no to more work? They're not going to say no to more work, okay? The next thing is, well, you need to ask the right question. So what is your MOQ per style and per color? Okay, so you need to ask them this, like, what's your MOQ style per hoodie and like maybe a red colorway? Or what fabrics and GSM options do you offer? What is your standard lead time for order confirmation to shipment? Can you provide a sample before full production? What is the sample cost? Important, this should be a no-brainer. Do you offer private labeling? And can you add custom woven labels, hang tags, and packaging? Sometimes manufacturers can do this for you. They can actually make your polyester bags, so you don't even need to go to a 3PL logistics and order from them. They'll get it done for you, right? What quality control process do you have in place? What payments terms do you offer? Can you provide factory photos and certifications? And do you have existing clients I can speak to or reviews I can reference? All these different things are very, very important. Self-explanatory. Now, the third step is verify the supplier. So request factory photos, not just product photos. You want to see the facility. So make sure they give you like videos or pictures. Like if they don't have this on the website, you can ask them for this. Like, come and get some pictures and photos to know you guys are real. Just to know I want to make sure like invest and work with you. So ask them to send you a picture of the factory, what it looks like. They will do this. If they're a credible factory and they really want to work with you, they will do this. If they don't do this, red flag, just keep it stepping, okay? No matter what price points they give you, okay? Now, ask for their business license and any certifications they hold, such as a OEKOTEX, ISO, or a BSCI. Once again, with that manufacturer I showed you, they said they're certified. Look at this. All right. Okay. All right. For some reason, this thing is just stuck. So, boom. You can literally make a certificate. CPS, RAHOS. This is another thing you want to look at as well. Supply owned, reach, CPSIA, all these different things, right? If they don't have the things I just mentioned, but make sure they have a lot of these documents, because that just proves they're credible. Now, this might vary depending on the country you're in, but yeah. Now, request a video call. That's another thing that people don't. I'm telling you, if you can video call your supplier as well, manufacturer, this will build a very strong relationship with them, especially if you work with them. Because if you have their number and you can video call them, you're like, oh, hey, look, I can't wait to work with you. I'm gonna fly over there as well. Like, I promise you can negotiate lower MOQs and sample our cost per units at a better price because they just like you, okay? Manufacturers can come to really, really like you because they like the service and they like doing business with you, okay? So legitimate factories will agree to this. Scammers will typically not. Use a third-party verification service if you have concerns. Alibaba's supplier assessment proves independent audits. Okay, now let's go over the sampling process. Now, never place a bulk order without ordering a sample first. This is a no-brainer. You should never, ever place a bulk order based off a picture they send you. If you've done this in the past, you've probably known that what the hell, why didn't I just get a sample? A sample, if you don't know what a sample is, it's essentially a test piece. So it's a piece before the finished product. For example, this is a car, like a toy car I have, right? It's for a vision board for the car I want to get in the future. But let's say, for example, I would ask Mercedes, it's an AMG, I'd ask Mercedes, oh, can you send me a sample of what my car would look like before I order it? So I get a test piece and then I'd see the thing in real life, right? That's the exact same thing you're going to do with your clothes. A sample is a single unit based produced to your specifications. It let you physically inspect the quality, the fit, the fabric, the construction, and the branding before committing to a full order. So you get the sample, you touch it, you feel it, you look inside it, inside the arms, inside the collar, every single thing. You're gonna look at it, right? Now, samples cost typically range from $20. Like I said, with some they actually, like, you've seen it as well. It's super cheap. To $150 depending on the complexity of the garment. Now, most manufacturers will deduct the sample cost from your bulk order payment if you proceed. So that's another thing you need to know. So if you decide to go with them, they'll just deduct the sample cost and you won't need to pay for the sample. Now, what to provide when ordering a sample? Because if you want to get a good sample, you need to give the manufacturer all the things, right? Once again, the more detail you provide, the more accurate your sample will be. Ideally, you want to send a tech pack. A tech pack is a document that includes flat sketches or reference images. We went over this in application and designing, including a free tech pack to use. So if you want that, you have to watch the previous video to get that, okay? And understand the right applications of the garment, front and back, exact measurements for each side. So this is the size specification sheet, fabric type and GSM required, color references and Pantone codes where possible, label and tag placement, print or embroidery files if applicable, packaging requirements, all these different things, right? If you do not have a tech pack yet, tools like Canva and Adobe Illustrator or Affinity, that's another one as well that's created by Canva, which is similar to Adobe Illustrator but for free, or even detailed written descriptions with reference images from existing products can work as a starting point for early sampling. All right, now what to check when your sample arrives. This is a non-negotiable. Fabric, feel, and weight. Does it match the GSM you requested? Does it feel premium or cheap? That's another thing. Like, when you touch it, does it actually like does it hold the weight? Okay, because if you ordered a product from like let's say 200 to what was it 220 to 380 GSM, all right, that's supposed to be heavier, but it feels like a nylon, then you know something is wrong. Okay, stitching quality, that's another thing. Check the seams. So check, you know, all these cuffs as well. Check the seams. So you guys can see that. Check like these bits. Check the stitching. Make sure all this thing. Make sure everything is a nice finish. The hems and the cuffs. Once again, the wrists, are they straight, tight, and consistent? Fit and measurements. Measure the sample against your size specification sheet. Even small deviations matter at scale. Okay. Now another thing, print and or embroidery quality. Is it sharp and correctly placed? So is your logo actually in place? Because if you told them to put the logo here, I mean down here, but they put it up here, what's going on? Okay, that's something they need to fix. And once again, let me reiterate: just because the manufacturer messed up your sample doesn't necessarily mean they're terrible. It might just mean you just didn't communicate it clearly enough, so they did it, or they just genuinely made a mistake. So this is why when your sample arrives, this is the whole point of getting a sample, because when you get that sample, you can send that sample back to them and say, yes, make product exactly like this, make it exactly like this, right? But yeah, does it feel durable or like it will crack after watching? So if you're getting screen prints, will there be cracks on your logo? Will it be like tearing and wearing and like peeling off, things like that? Label and tag quality, do they look professional? Are they positioned correctly? Wash test, this is another thing as well. A lot of people, for some reason, when they get a sample, they don't wash it, they just like take it. Why are you not washing your clothes? Why, like, first of all, wash your clothes before you give it to a customer. Make sure it's clean. And second thing, wash the sample before approving it. Check for shrinkage, color fading, and whether the print holds. Color accuracy, compare against your Pantone reference or color swatch. Now, if you do not know how to find the Pantone codes, I literally talked about this in color applications and designing. So once again, I'm referencing that. Go back and watch the video. That's why you have to watch things in chronological order. But yeah, if the sample is not right, communicate issues clearly in writing with photos. Request a revised sample. Do not move to a bulk production until the sample meets your standard. This is your last chance to fix problems before they are multiplied across hundreds of units. So make sure you take your time and you do this correctly. Now, payment terms and methods. If you do not, I know we've gone over the sampling process, but a lot of you guys don't know the right way you're going to pay your manufacturers and how you're going to give them the money and how you're going to pay for your samples and your costs and everything. So it's very important that we go over this the right way. So how you pay your manufacturers matters as much as what you pay. Getting this wrong can result in losing your money with no recourse. So they can take your money and say, hey man, you paid us, we can't refund it, sorry. So there's a standard payment structure. From what I've researched, most manufacturers operate on a 30-70 or a 50-50 split. Okay, so if you're doing a 30-70, it's usually 30% deposit paid upfront to begin production and the 70% balance paid before shipment or upon delivery, depending on the agreement. Okay, let me make this clear. I don't care how much you like your manufacturer. All right, I do not care how cool Bossman is. Do not pay 100% upfront. Do not pay 100% upfront. Listen to me. Do not pay 100% upfront. Legitimate manufacturers do not ask for full payment before production begins. They can take your money and they can ghost. And they can lie and they can say, oh, your product got damaged in shipping. Damn, what are we going to do about it? You know, right? Now, safe payment methods. Alibaba Trade Assurance. Once again, make sure when you're doing these filters, go to more filters. They have trade assurance. Okay, protect your orders on Alibaba.com. So press apply, right? Simple. And once you press it, you're gonna see a bunch of manufacturers come up. Let's see. Boom. All right, all these guys have trade assurance. Okay. Or you can literally just press right here. You don't even need to go to more filters. You can just press verify by supply, all that stuff, right? So the safest method when using Alibaba, your payment is held by Alibaba and only released to the supplier when you confirm the order is correct. If there is a dispute, Alibaba mediates. Always use this, non-negotiable. Okay, simple. PayPal, all right. PayPal is amazing when it comes to this as well because it offers buyer protection and is good for sample payments. Not always accepted for larger bulk orders. So if you're gonna use a sample, just use with PayPal because you know some of them are. Yeah. Now, bank wire transfer, commonly used for bulk orders, less protection than trade assurance. Only used with suppliers you have already verified and built a relationship with. Do not send the first manufacturer you want to work with as a sample or order a bulk order. Like what's your bank details? Like, don't do that. Just genuinely just don't do that, please. Because you, like, if your money is not protected, okay, they can just run off with it. Like, you don't understand how slimy some of these guys can be. They can actually make a few samples, put it in a box and be like, oh yeah, we have a video, we made everything, and then just not deliver it to you and act like you got lost in shipment. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. So when it comes to your money, Because bear in mind, you've worked your ass off. You've probably, if you've listened to Capital and Money, you've probably taken 3 to 4 months to get a job, maybe work your ass off and make some money, build some capital. You want to do this the right way, okay? And the last thing you need is your manufacturer messing you up. Now, another thing, credit card via Alibaba, some suppliers accept this, offers chargeback protection as an additional safety net. Now, for your first order with any new supplier, always use trade assurance or PayPal regardless of the size of the order. Trust is earned over time. Do not assume just because they speak nicely or they make you laugh and they're cool, that means they're cool. All right. Always be a little bit skeptical and make sure you do this the right way, because you pay these guys, they don't deliver your product, your drop day is cooked. All right. Now, let's go over lead times and production planning. So, you probably don't know what, I've just explained what lead times is, before confirmation of, shipping. But one of the common mistakes founders make is not planning around lead times. All right. So this is very important. You do not want to start marketing your drop saying it's coming in a month if you haven't got confirmation of your order yet. Do not just pray, sit there and hope your manufacturer is going to deliver on time. Things can genuinely go wrong as well. If you're shipping by sea, if you're shipping by air, a boat could crash, the plane could crash, God forbid. It might not get to you on time. It might get to you 3 months later. It's happened. All right. Now, they place an order and then announce a drop date without accounting for how long production actually takes. When the stock arrives late, customers are angry and the drop flops. You're going to get a lot of freaking refunds. All right. Especially if you're not doing a pre-order. If you're not doing a pre-order and you're hoping that your order is going to come in time, bro, just make sure you plan properly around lead times. So here's a realistic timeline for a standard order. So the sample production usually takes from 7 to 21 days. Sample review and approval, that takes 3 to 7 days. So that's you reviewing it. Bulk production takes 30 to 60 days. I'm actually going to say 90 sometimes. 30 to 90 days. Shipping by sea, 20 to 45 days depending on your destination. So if you're in the US, the UK, Canada, Australia, all these different things, it can take longer to get to you, right? Shipping by air is always quicker. I want you to like shipping by air. A lot of founders use this. It's always quicker and it's better because it gets you on time, but it's way more expensive. And if things go wrong, you're not getting your parcel, right? So if you have the money to ship by air, just do it, because why not, right? And customs clearance, that's 3 to 10 days. Now, total from first contact to stock in hand, okay, that's realistically 3 to 5 months for a first order. So plan backwards from your drop date. If you want to drop in October, you should be placing your bulk order in no later than June. If you want to do your drop, like, okay, so this is March right now, right? And you want your drop to happen in summer to July, March, April, May, June, you should be looking towards making your bulk order production or like ordering your bulk order like now or next month. April, May, June. Yeah, May, June, July. Yeah, you should be like doing it now in April or now in March. Either one of these two, because anything can go wrong. It's better for you to have the stock ready and sell it out than for you to be like, okay? So, like I said this as well. If you're working with like some manufacturers, they have their own culture. Consider their public holidays. The Chinese New Year typically falls between January and February, and most factories shut down for 2 to 4 weeks. The Golden Week holiday in early October is another major shutdown period, so placing orders around these times will significantly extend your lead times. Okay, so make sure you plan backwards from it. I've given you the standard timelines for everything that works here. If you do not know how long things take, and if, like, once again, do not quote me on a lot of this information here, but you can use AI or you can do research or you can ask the manufacturers themselves how long these things take. In fact, you should already know this because you've qualified them. All right. Now, let's go over quality control, because this is very important to make sure your product makes sense. So quality control is the process of making sure what you ordered is actually what you received. When stock arrives, do not just open a box, see hoodies, and assume everything is fine. Inspect everything properly. Okay, you need to make sure that the right amount of products is there, the quality is there, everything they promised is there. Now, what to check when stock arrives? You use this as a checklist. Check the total unit count against what was ordered. Okay. Inspect a random sample across different boxes, not just the top unit. So go to the bottom of the box, grab a random sample, see if that worked, or grab the middle. Okay. Check sizing against your approved size specification sheet. Inspect stitching and construction on multiple units. Check print or embroidery quality and placement consistency. Check color consistency across units and against your approved sample. Check label, tags, and packaging. And all these things have to be done, all right? Just make sure everything is right. Now, obviously, if you get your order, your bulk order, and it goes wrong, once again, the script accounts for the way to talk to this, so talk to them, so yeah. Now, what to do if your order is wrong? If you found that your order is wrong, please, all right, do not just give these people the benefit of the doubt. I understand a few things. If you get your bulk order Your drop is in a month, and it is like some of your samples are ruined. Okay, I need you to think rationally and not emotionally. Yes, I know the drop is about to happen. Yes, I know things are going to go right, about to go wrong. But listen, make sure you follow this process, because you can get your money back, and they can like you can fix a lot of these things. But if you don't do this, if you just let it go and you're just like, "Oh, allow it, man, do you know what? It's fine, leave it. I'm sure they're having a bad day. That's your money going down the drain, and that's money you're losing. And I want you to remember that every hoodie or t-shirt or jeans or beanie or glove or whatever or accessory you don't sell is just money sitting in your house or warehouse. All right, so the first thing you should do, whip out your phone or camera and document everything, record everything. Document everything immediately. Take clear photos and videos of every issue. This is your evidence. Okay. Next thing, contact the manufacturer in writing. Be specific about what is wrong and include your evidence. Now, if you use Alibaba Trade Assurance, open a dispute through the platform. Okay. Alibaba will mediate and typically side with the buyer when evidence is clear. Negotiate a resolution. Now, this could be a partial refund, a replacement of defective units in the next order, or a discount on the next order. Okay, so you like it might be like a week from your drop date, and it's like you've ordered like 50 pieces and 20 of them are gone bad. That's fine. You can contact them and you're like, oh, damn, okay, now stock needs to go down. That's annoying, but obviously you still want to sell, so you can get a partial refund for those 20 pieces, those 20 units. Or the next time you order, they're just gonna give you a discount. And make sure you get this in writing. Make sure you get that from them, okay? Don't just assume they're gonna give you a discount, because they might forget. Now, if the supplier is unresponsive or helpful, leave an honest review on Alibaba and source a new manufacturer. But once again, just know you can get your money back with Alibaba Trade Assurance, because they will dispute it. Now, to make sure this doesn't even happen, you want to make sure that your samples are done right. Like, this shouldn't really happen. This should be very uncommon, but this would only happen if you didn't really follow the process. You didn't check your samples. You didn't take in all these things into account. So let's look at some red flags and some scam awareness, okay? This is another thing as well to make sure that you don't waste your money and you don't lose your mind. Now, Alibaba is a legitimate platform with thousands of reliable suppliers, but there are also bad actors, and here is how to spot them. So don't look at Alibaba. Alibaba is not the problem; it's the manufacturers and the scammers. Okay, just the same way, and this is going to be an extreme example. The same way a pen isn't a problem, but it's the person who stabs you in the jaw with the pen that is the problem. Okay, it's not the actual tool; it's the use of it. Now, warning signs to look out for. If they ask you to pay outside of Alibaba and this is your first time, and they're like, yo, bro, like, look, like, yeah, usually, Alibaba's not good. They take fees, they charges it, they take our money. We want to make money for our family. Oh my gosh, I get it, but you're not here you're not a charity, and you're not coming here to donate to them. It's going to remove all buyer protection. Once that money hits their account, mamacita. Okay, so this removes all buyer protection. Any legitimate supplier is fine with trade assurance. Now, another thing as well to consider is if the prices are suspiciously low. If a hoodie is being quoted at $2 per unit, something is wrong. Either the quality is extremely poor or it is a scam. Know what market rates are before you start. Once again, a good way to know the market rates is to go to is to go through these manufacturers, okay, and see what what's the okay. A good example of this would be to look at a distressed hoodie. So let's say, for example, you wanted to look at the distressed hoodie. That's something you want to make. Okay. I would look at the average price. So I'd be like, okay, cool. There's 18 pounds there. Obviously, I'm in the UK, so it's pounds for me. But if I was to switch this in the US, it doesn't matter. You can make this equivalent to you, right? This can be applicable to you. $8 to $11. Boom, boom, boom. If I see something right now that's like $2, right, or £2, I'm gonna kind of raise the eyebrow. Okay. Like if I see something cheap, let's see if I can find something really like, for example, this, right? £4, I might raise a brow. All right, I might raise a brow. Sometimes it can be legitimate, contact them, but I might raise a brow. Make sure you qualify them, like as I said before. Now, MOQs are suspiciously low with no explanation. If they are saying each unit is like £1 and the MOQ is 10, come on. I get it. If you don't have much money and like you're young and impressionable, don't fall for the scam. Don't fall for the hezzy. All right, just don't fall for the hezzy. Now, legitimate factories have real minimums based on their production economics. They cannot provide if they cannot also provide factory photos, a business license, or certification when asked. Do not trust them. Like I said, you can go on that. You can go on them. You can press any of these random. For example, what's this? Minimum order pieces. This is 2. Like look at this. This is another thing I kind of raise a brow at. What do you mean minimum order pieces is just 2, right? This is something I'd probably raise a brow at. So let me find, like, look, I can't see any. They have 2 reviews. This is a perfect example, right? They have 2 reviews, and the minimum order pieces is 2. Interesting, right? I don't think but let me just make sure this is the supplier, because sometimes this could actually just be someone selling it. Yeah, so this is the actual supplier. I'll look at their site. I want to make sure all these things are legitimate, you know. And if I can't find this is real, then I'm just not gonna invest in them, right? I can't find any of the reviews here, but if I can't find any documentation as well, any certificate, any for certification either, then yeah, obviously it's apparently verified, so that's cool. But once again, make sure that's it. Another thing, all 5-star reviews, but with no detail. Genuine reviews mention specific experiences. Generic praise with no substance is often fabricated. If they say, "Oh, I love the hoodie," you know, it was so soft and premium, but they don't actually like show a video of them touching the hoodie or pictures like that, raise a brow. They pressure you to act quickly or offer a limited time deal. Legitimate manufacturers do not pressure buyers. That's another thing. They might be like, "Oh, bro, listen, if you work with us, we'll do 30% off your minimum order quantity." All right, it's a quick thing. Just quickly, like, you know, we have other customers here that want to demand. Legitimate manufacturers are not gonna pressure you into buying. All right, they're not salesmen. They're manufacturers. All right. Their English communication is very poor, and they struggle to answer specific technical questions about production. That's another thing. I said this on that video on how to qualify manufacturers. It was a clothing brand tutorial for 2026. Can they speak English? If they can't speak English, I promise you, you're gonna suffer for it. You are gonna suffer for it. Okay. Now they refuse a video call. That's another thing. No legitimate factory will refuse to get on a video call with a potential buyer if they know they like. Listen, your currency and their currency is completely different. For you, £2,000 or dollars to them is like millions of, well, maybe depending on maybe yen for China. I think that's right. I think that might be wrong. I don't know what the currency is for China. Do not quote me on that. But whatever, like it's millions for them. So why would they give up millions? Okay, why? Like they won't do that. Another thing, the product listing uses stock photos that look like they were taken from other brands. A real manufacturer will have photos from their own factory. Just like I said, when I show you that brand, that manufacturer, sorry, that was there in the game for 9 years, they had a 360 camera of their showroom. It's as real as it gets. You don't even need to do a video call, right? And another thing, this is a basic one. If something feels off, trust that instinct. There are too many legitimate suppliers available for you to take risks with one that raises concerns. This should be a non-negotiable. So let's go over the supplier negotiation script. I know everyone's been waiting for this, but I had to go over the process to make sure you qualify them. Now, if the prices are incredibly high, here is a basic script. I'm actually going to change this because here is a complex script. All right, you can use to contact suppliers so they negotiate prices. Disclaimer, all right, and I had to put this in here. This is not 100% guaranteed to work. You will need to convince them based on your specific situation. Okay, so here's the supply negotiation script. We're going to go over it together. So once again, when you get this, make a copy. And I've gotten 7 scripts and some negotiation principles to remember, so let's go over it. So this is the supplier negotiation script. Below are ready to use messages for every stage of your supplier relationship, from first contact to negotiating better prices. Use these templates and personalize where needed. So once again, guys, do not I want you guys to think critically here. I've given you the scripts 1 to 7, okay? How to do all these different things. Please do not just copy paste everything, okay? Use your own situation. Do not just copy paste the template and send it. Please do not be that one guy. It's like copy paste. Like, just relax. Personalize. Take the script, personalize it to you, and then send it to them. Okay. Make sure it's specific to your situation. Otherwise, you're cooked. Now, the contents, as you can see, the correct use of this document. We have all the 7 scripts. I'm not going to read all of this out to you, and some negotiating principles to remember. So, the correct use of this document. Every message in this document is a template. Anything within square brackets, and I've highlighted it right to there's going to be square brackets, and they're also highlighted in yellow. That needs to be replaced with your own information. I can't do that for you. Do not copy and paste these word for word without personalizing them. Suppliers speak to hundreds of buyers. A message that feels personalized and professional gets a faster, better response. Once again, do not be a bot. Please do not be a bot. Now, send these messages through Alibaba's messaging system where possible, not through WhatsApp or personal email until you have established a personal relationship with the buyer. So not just snatch their email and send it to them. You're not cold calling. You're not an agency. Okay, I'm a consulting company. That's our job. You're not doing cold DMing. You're not appointment booking with them. Okay, you're just sending them a message. All right, just like the same way you would with a friend. Now, here's the first script. So this is a first contact inquiry, just as I said to like initial inquiry. Use this when reaching out to a manufacturer for the first time. The goal is to qualify them and show that you're a serious buyer. So the message template, make sure you delete these guys. Do not. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, do not copy paste this and be like, "Hey, you go, yay!" So I'm not gonna read everything out here, but you have the subject, so your inquiry with your product name and your brand name what you've come up with, and you'll be like, hello. So you start off with hello, my name is your name, and I'm the founder of Brand Name, a clothing brand based in country. We are currently in the process of sourcing manufacturers for our upcoming collection, and your factory caught our attention. We are looking to produce the following, so get your product, your fabric, your quantity, your colors, and your branding, all these different things, right? And I'll give you examples. Now, then you can follow up. Before moving forward, I have a few questions. What is your MOQ? What is your price per unit? What is your standard lead time? Can you provide a sample before bulk production? What is the sample cost and lead time? Do you support private labeling with custom wove labels and hand tags? So this is just to save you time for like polyester bags, thank you cards, all that things. And what payments do you offer? Very important you ask them this as well, because they might do a 70-30, 50-50, and things like that. Like, how do they pay, right? And we are serious about moving forward quickly with the right partner. Please send over your product catalog and any relevant certifications you hold. Looking forward to hearing from you. Best regards, and your name, brand email, your email, and website if you have one. Okay, now, and the template. That's the first script. So when you're reaching out to them, this is your first time and you want to use 5 to 10 on your shortlist, use this template to contact them. All right. Now, the next thing. This is when you're requesting a sample. So when you want to request a sample, okay, use this once a supplier has responded positively and you want to move on to the sample stage. So once again, your sample request, your product name, brand name, hello, manufacturer, thank you for your response. We are happy with the information provided and would like to proceed with ordering a sample. Here are the full specifications for the sample. Product, your fabric, your color, so the Pantone code. You should know how to do that based on application and designing. Size, branding, reference images, and you should attach them. And also your tech pack as well. You should also attach that too. Please confirm the sample cost, lead time, and your preferred payment method for the sample. Please also note that if the sample meets our quality standards, we intend to move forward with a bulk order of units. We would appreciate if the sample cost could be credited toward the bulk order. That is very, very, that's going to save you a lot of money, right? And that's a very good way to negotiate. They might say, oh yeah, sure, like, because if you don't ask them, you'll never know, right? So next thing, negotiating a lower price. So I'm only going to say this, use this once you have received the quote and you want to negotiate. Guys, please, like a lot of these manufacturers, they might quote you honest prices for their services. I want you to also put into mind, these guys are humans. They're not just, you know, lab rats making your clothes. They have lives. They're working probably like 10-hour shifts, 12-hour shifts making clothes every single day. You want to be as professional, respectful, and salesy as you can, right? And give the supplier a reason to work with your price. Important, never lowball. Coming in with the unrealistic counter offer will damage the relationship before it starts. A good negotiation leaves both sides feeling like they won something. So if you're like, yeah, all my days, the MOQ, you guys said it was 3K. Can we do 1.5, please? Like, come on. All right. Now, you just want to make it cheaper. I'm like, this script, guys, please do not use this unethically. Do not use this to scam them. Do not use this to take advantage of them. Like, if this is just maybe to knock off a couple $100, not to knock off a few thousand. Okay. So now, the subject, it might be a requote. So they might send you the quote, etc. It can be quote, product name, okay, price discussion. Hello, contactor. Thank you for sending over the quote. We appreciate the detail and your team's quick response. We are very interested in working with you. However, we've seen a few quotes from other suppliers, and the pricing we have been offered elsewhere sits closer to your target price per unit at similar quantities. We would prefer to work with your factory based on mention something specific, e.e. based on your certifications, your communication. So for them, you'll go in there and be like, okay, look, other factories and other manufacturers we've talked to have given us this price, but the reason why we want to work with you is because we love your communication, and in the long term we know that if we work together we'll be able to get a lot of stuff done. All right, is there any flexibility on the price at your order quantity units? We are looking to build a long-term relationship, and this first order is the beginning of what we plan to be a regular partnership. If the target price per unit is achievable, we are ready to confirm the sample order and move on quickly. Please let us know what is possible. Simple, respectful, and clean. Guys, do not spam this. Do not be like, oh my god, he just gave me the method, and then you just start spamming every manufacturer with this. Personalize this to your situation. Like I said, I've given you the template. I cannot give you the exact price, things like that, right? The next thing, negotiating a lower MOQ. So I know a lot of you guys are probably going to use this because if they have a strict MOQ and they don't want to go lower, it's worth giving it a shot. Now, use this when the supplier's MOQ is higher than what you can afford for your first order. So, hello, manufacturer. Thank you for the information. We are genuinely interested in working with your factory. We understand your standard MOQ is the MOQ. For our first order, we were hoping to start with your desired quantity units as we are testing the market with this product. We are very confident in the demand based on our existing audience, and our plan is to scale orders significantly once the product is validated. We understand a lower MOQ affect the price per unit, and we are open to accepting a higher unit cost for this order in exchange for the flexibility on quantity. Our intention is to come back with a much larger second order. Would your and this is your MOQ, whatever you want. So that could be 30 units be possible for the first order. We are ready to move forward quickly. And another thing as well to add some credibility to your argument here is that you can add maybe some screenshots or link your TikTok, Instagram, and like some images of just people just asking for your product, like when's the drop, when's the drop, when's the drop. I want to get this, I want to get this, I want to get this. If that makes sense, right? And a lot of these manufacturers, they'll see that and they'll be like, okay, cool. If we do a good deal for them now, the next time they're gonna reorder from us again, and we'll build a relationship, and they're just gonna reorder way more. Okay, so trust me, when it comes to negotiating a lower MOQ, you're gonna have to pay a higher unit cost. That's just the game. That's just the game, my boy. That's just the game. But if you need to pay higher to get lower MOQ, then do it. Okay, and I don't want to see anyone using the lower MOQ and then slapping them with the with the lower price. Like so, and if they like their minimum order quantity is 100 and you take it to 50, and you're paying a unit cost of maybe $20 as opposed to $10 when it was 100 for 50 now. I don't want to see, and like let's say for example the quote now went from 2,000 to like 1,500 to 2,000 because the 50 MOQ has gone higher. I don't want to see you slapping them with a lower MOQ and the next thing like, oh wait, this is too much, because you're asking for too much. Now you're asking for too many favors. Just make more money. Okay, get a job, make more money, and just pay them what they're worth, because they're working hard to do this. So like guys, do not use this unethically. Do not scam them. Now, following up on no response. If you've been working with a supplier and they haven't responded in the next 3 to 5 days, okay, or and you really want to work with the supplier, I want to make this clear already. It should already be a red flag if a supplier doesn't reply to you within a designated time frame. If they're taking a week to reply now when they're not even like without working with you, imagine what they think when they're working with you. And a lot of you guys are gonna think, nah, they're just busy. They're working, they're focusing on their clients. I want you guys to know they have like 80 plus staff in there. There is a lot of people that can respond to your damn email. Okay, they read emails like they're eating breakfast here. And why would they ever say no to more money? Unless they genuinely cannot like hire more work, right? They don't have enough team members, but that's unlikely. Now, you're gonna send them hello. I wanted to follow up on my previous message regarding product name. We are still actively looking to source a manufacturer and would love to hear from your team. We are looking to place a sample order within the next like 7 days and move to a bulk production shortly after. Please let me know if you're able to support this. All right, simple. Now, the next thing, raising a quality issue after delivery. This is going to be very, very important. You are going to need to use this template, especially if you order a bulk order and it's your drop day and they've messed up your order, okay? So, use this when your stock arrives and there's a quality or quantity problem. It's important that you stay professional. Your emotions will slow the resolution down. And I also put this in here. I had to write that because as a founder, you're going to get upset and you're going to get very pissed off because you spent $3,000 on a bulk order and you ordered 100 pieces and they send you 85 or they send you 65. Okay, and where the hell is the other 35? Where the hell did it go? And 20 of them are bad quality, so you can only sell 40, and there's 200 people that want to buy your product. So it's like, damn. So it's very important that you don't go to these manufacturers and scream at them, because you need to consider, number one, it could genuinely be an honest mistake. Number two, you can use this to your advantage to now take leverage and like get more discounts and build a strong relationship with them. And I'm not saying this in a Machiavellian way, like use your problem as a way to take advantage, of course, pay them what they're worth. But if they've messed up as well, you can use this as leverage to make sure you get better deals in the future. So just before you get emotional, see this as your advantage. Like, this is your advantage, okay? Now, this is the message. Hello, manufacturer. I'm writing regarding order. So that's your order number, and you should get this in your order confirmation when you've paid them, which was delivered on date. After inspecting the shipment, I have identified the following issues. So issue 1, describe it clearly, boom, boom, boom. Issue 2, boom, boom, boom. And issue 3. Now, I've attached photos and video evidence of each issue for your review. We value our relationship with your factory and would like to resolve this quickly. Please review the evidence and let me know what resolution you can offer. We are open to discussing a partial refund, replacement units on the next order, or a discount going forward, depending on what is most practical. Please respond within 3 business days so we can resolve this promptly. And make sure you actually attach the images, guys. Like, make sure you attach the images. Don't just say this and then send another email, be like, oops, I forgot. Make sure you take your time with this and attach all the emails, the videos, everything. And if you can't like attach the videos because it's too long, then get Google Drive, upload it to Google Drive and be like video 1, evidence 1 in the email. And yeah, right? And send the link for the Google Drive. That's what I'm trying to say there. The seventh script, okay? So placing a bulk order. Now use this when the sample has been approved and you've approved it and you've qualified it and you're ready to confirm the full production order. So, hello, supplier contact name. The sample has been reviewed and approved. We are ready to proceed with the bulk order. So that's your product, your total, your size breakdown. So that's how many you want. The colors. So whether you do 1, 2, or 3 different colorways, agreed price per unit, the price, total order value, required ship dates, shipping method, all these things, right? Please send over your pro forma invoice and trade assurance link so we can arrange the deposit payment and get production started. Please also confirm the production date start. No, please also confirm the production start date and the expected ship date once the deposit is received. Sorry guys, it's been a long day. Reading these documents is like, and content and marketing is 17 pages. This is definitely one of the longest. Okay, now looking forward to your order. Best regards, your email, brand name, and boom. So yeah, once again, you can fill this in. This is literally just a fill-in thing. It's not that difficult. All right, so let's go over to some negotiation principles to always remember. Now, number 1, always contact multiple suppliers at once. Competition is your leverage. If you are only taking or talking to one supplier, you have none. Long-term intent is your biggest growth card. Suppliers want repeat business. They want a a business partner that will come back. So when I said that in the email, if you show them a lot of credibility and a lot of people want to buy your brand, they are more susceptible to giving you better deals, better prices because they just believe it's going to work. When you signal that you plan to grow and order consistently, they are more willing to work on price and terms now. Never show desperation. If you tell a supplier you need the order in 2 weeks, the price goes up. Always communicate by being calm. Once again, use the scripts. Be specific, not vague. Can you do better is a weak negotiation. Guys, think critically, please. Can you match $8 per unit for 150 pieces is better. So be a bit more specific, okay? Don't be like, oh, I didn't like the hoodie. Can you just like fix the cuff a bit more? Like, can you make sure the seams are better? No, be specific. Like, the stitching was wrong. There was a bit of, XYZ coming out of this. On the wrist, I noticed this. Can you make sure that next time this is done like this way and this is done this way? Like, give them instructions. It should be a manual, right? Another thing, build a relationship. The suppliers who give you the best prices and prioritize your orders are the ones you have been working with for a while. Treat your manufacturer like a business partner and communicate regularly and pay on time. All right. I'm not going to say you have to, be on FaceTime with them and kick your feet up and be like, hey, manufacturer, oh my God. Like, no, you don't need to do all of that, right? You just need to communicate with them effectively. So that could be maybe once every 2 weeks, once every month. You just need to talk to them. Let them know you're a human once every week. It depends on you, right? And get everything in writing. This is super, super important. Confirm every agreement over message before paying anything. If it is not in writing, it did not happen. If you're video calling them, or if you're FaceTiming them, and WhatsApp or whatever, and they're like, oh, yeah, we'll give you a discount. Be like, okay, cool, wait there. Let me send a message. Get it in writing with a screenshot. Or if you have to, screen record it and record it. Make sure you have evidence of what they say they have. Because they can say, oh, like for example, you could talk to one of the guys and say, oh, we'll give a discount. And then when you call them again, another guy picks up the phone and be like, oh, I have no recollection of giving you a discount. Sorry, we're not giving you a discount. And then you don't get your discount. It's like, no, know your numbers before you negotiate. Know what you need the cost to be to hit your margin targets. Then work backward from there. All right. So, and these are basic calculations. Like, if you are going to order 50 pieces and ideally you're going to sell all of them out, you should already calculate your revenue. You should have, by this point, already calculated your profit, how much you think you're going to profit. Just like the same way if you apply for a job in Indeed, you go to the calculator, how many hours you're going to work and how much money you're going to get at the end of the month. It's the exact same principle. You should know your contribution, profit per order, margin per order. You should know your revenue, your profit, all these different things, right? And if you don't know that, once again, book a call with us, because if you're a brand already that's doing 4 figures and you don't know your numbers and you're just stressed, once again, we handle that for you. So I'm pitching this once again, book a call with us, because we actually help you scale with your brand from 4 figures all the way to 6 figures. You're obviously using ads and stuff, but before that, before we touch any ads, we look at your numbers, your COGS, your MER, well, obviously Facebook, Meta, all that different things, but we make sure everything is good before you do it, even inventory and cash rules. So like before we run ads, for example, we have to make sure the inventory makes sense, because if we're running ads and then you have like 30 hoodies in the back, it's like, and then you want to reorder, then we have to make sure that when the ads run, you're not wasting money, if that makes sense. So once again, if you are the brand and you have a lot of capital and you're ready to drop, and just book a call to see what we do. Okay, once again, let me make it clear, it's not a free consultation. If you book it for free consultation, it will get cancelled. But yeah, book a call. So yeah, that's pretty much the supplier negotiation script. Let's go over your moves. So your moves now. Number 1, decide whether you're going to go with the private label or custom manufacturing to start. This is very important. Make sure you get this clear, because take your time to look at this. I've shown you what a private label and what a custom manufacturer looks like. So take the time to go backwards and see this. Next, second thing, go to Alibaba and search for your specific product using detailed keywords. Apply the verified supplier, trade assurance, and response rate filters. Next thing, shortlist 5 to 10 suppliers. Do not just contact one. So that use the script one, which is the contact inquiry. Send your initial inquiry message to each. Use the supplier negotiation script document as your reference. Next thing, request samples from your 2 or 3 suppliers. Compare them side by side. So just because you got one good price from one manufacturer, make sure you contact them all at the same time, because like you might be like dead set on this one manufacturer, and it's like, okay, cool, they're giving me a sample at like $80, but then another manufacturer comes like, hey, $60, we have better reviews, a lot of people like us, would you like to work with us? So but if you go with the manufacturer because you're too impulsive, it's gonna mess up a lot. So I want you to understand that the minute you pay, you're buying into trust here. So you're not just investing in a sample, you're investing in the manufacturer and making sure you work with them. So do this right the first time so you don't have to do this again. Okay? And only place a bulk order once you have an approved sample. Let me make this clear. This process takes a lot of time, but for your own sake, do not rush it. The manufacturer you choose will shape the quality of every single product you sell. So please choose carefully. Okay? Now, that's the summary. Let's go over it. We went over the crucial decision, so making sure you have the right manufacturer, private label versus custom manufacturing, where to find manufacturers such as Alibaba, before contacting any manufacturer, the things you need to know, all the different terms, how to qualify a good manufacturer, the sampling process, payment terms and methods, lead times and production planning, quality control, red flags and scam awareness, and your moves. Okay, well, this has been probably the most requested document and resource that I've made so far. A lot of people were asking for it, so here it is. I'm sure you guys enjoyed the video. Once again, do not fact check me or quote me on everything I've said. Do your own research as well. I've just given you the template so you don't need to go out there and spend 100 hours. But where everything is backed by research, ask AI. AI, you can ask AI, you can ask Google, you can talk to another brand founder, see what they say as well, finding the right manufacturers. But make sure you know this first. Make sure you know the right terms and things like that before you dive into this thing, okay? So yeah, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. It is content and marketing. I know that is another requested module, so we're going to go over how to market effectively, how to get the right content, how to the right things to do on Instagram and TikTok, and making sure that your brand looks like a proper brand, not a band. As you can see, this recording these documents, it's not easy. It's 11 pages, really and truly just 20 something pages, probably the longest I've done, but it's not easy. It's generally not easy, but I've jam-packed as much information so you can just follow this step by step. So I look forward to seeing you guys in the next video, and without further ado, have a good night or good day, and I'll see you in the next.
Hello everyone, my name is Isaac Ajala and welcome to Yanu Academy's Content and Marketing. I want to make one thing very, very clear. As you start with your clothing brand journey, even if you never opened a clothing brand, without the proper marketing, without the proper content, without positioning your products and life in a way that allows the customer to buy or allows the consumer to buy, no one is going to buy your clothes. You cannot grow your brand with just posting 3 times a week. It's just not going to work. Posting your clothes 1 time a week genuinely will not save or help anything. In this video, in this piece of content, in this module, I'm going to be going over every single thing you need to know in regards to content. This is the last module of building your clothing empire, and if you've reached this video, you should have watched everything in chronological order, from market saturation to the I believe the next one was market saturation. I think it was the legality. No, legality was the 5th, and working your way down the module. Okay, market saturation, capital and money, name and mission, target audience, legality, applications and designing, manufacturers. This is the 8th and last module. Okay, content and marketing. If you've skipped ahead and watched this thing and you haven't properly positioned your product, you've just jumped because you're trying to get the resources, I'm going to give you a warning now. Go back and start from the beginning, because without fixing your mindset, without actually understanding the fundamentals, the legality on how to trademark, on how to use your domains, it is very, very important. And if you neglect things like that, you could get a cease and desist for your brand. Your brand isn't just about making a few clothes and making a few sales. You're building a business, you're building an empire, and you need to treat it like that. That's why this thing is called building your clothing empire. It's an empire. Okay, so without further ado, download the resource and read this document with me, or just watch the video. Either is fine. You still do have action items to do, so let's get straight into this. Okay, let's go. So, welcome to content and marketing. This might be genuinely the longest video. I thought manufacturers were going to be long, but this is a 17-page document, so it covers everything in regards to content. So trust me, you're going to walk away being completely clear on how to market your content effectively. Okay, so once again, click file, make a copy, and get it. Let me make this clear. This is probably going to be the longest video slash document you've read. I've taken extra care into this module to reveal to you everything you need to know about marketing. It is absolutely essential that you know everything about content and marketing, followed with paid ads and organic marketing. And also a disclaimer. I am a consultant for clothing brand owners. We scale them from 4 figures to 6 figures. If you've already got your content unlocked, your marketing unlocked, and you actually want to work with someone that's going to scale your brand all the way from 4 figures or wherever to 6 figures and get you to the next level, then please, by all means, book a call with us. Just see what we do and see how we can grow with you and scale your brand, okay? Completely free, not going to shove a product down your throat. Let's just see if you are fit. And if you want to work with us, let's move forward. If not, just come back at a better time, all right? Now, here's what we're going to cover. Brand win versus brand loss, the dominant applications, personal brand, and I definitely want to talk about personal brand because there's a lot of nuance when it comes to personal brand. A lot of people don't like personal brands for some reason. Some people do, some people are confused. I'll explain it. Warming up your accounts, very, very important when it comes to actually posting content on your brand accounts, TikTok and Instagram. Organic versus paid content, content formats, viewer attention, 8 different content types, budget, studio, shoot, and brand films, how to find photographers, videographers, and directors, influencer marketing, email and SMS marketing, community building and retention, and paid ads, the introduction. So let's get into this. This is going to be a very, very, very long video. So get your popcorn, get your treats. Bear with me. I'm probably going to flip and cry during this recording because it's going to take a while. So let's go over brand win versus brand loss. I want you to understand. You could have the best product in the world, but if no one sees it, no one is going to buy it. Okay? Content and marketing is not a nice to have. It's a must have or you won't sell. Your audience, your sales, your community, your brand reputation, all of it is built through what you put out consistently. Heavy on the consistently. Therefore, you cannot just post your product one time and expect people to buy. That's just not how things work. You genuinely cannot post your product just one time and expect people to buy. You need to piss people off. You need to annoy someone. And, I see a lot of brand founders, they're like, oh, no, I don't want to annoy people, show people my products. I don't want to piss people off. I'm a very considerate person. What are you being considerate for? Your product, and if you watch the first video when it comes to market saturation and even target audience, your product takes these people on a transformation. It is your moral obligation. I repeat, it is your moral obligation to see through it that you sell your product to your customer because you can make them from shy, miserable, upset to confident, charismatic, and powerful. That's the effect your clothes can have. And without giving these people clothes and allowing these people to wear your clothes on their back, you're depriving people of warmth, you're depriving people of confidence, you're depriving people of a transformation they've never seen. So posting your product just once or 2 times a week and vibe checking it just isn't going to cut it. So with 8 different content types, bro, you should be posting 2 to 3 times every single day on TikTok or Instagram. Okay, and we're gonna go over the right ways to content. You are not a big brand yet if you've just started, so you have to put your leg in there and really, really push this. I want to make this clear. As much as you are a brand founder, you are an entrepreneur. You need to be able to adapt to the market and become risk tolerant. You cannot listen to what people say, and if you come into this space like, oh my days, I'm gonna post 1 or 2 times a week, you will not succeed. And that is the absolute truth. Even if you book a call with us and we run ads, we will just take your money for free. You genuinely lose money. And not obviously that's not what our company do. We don't just take your money, but the whole point is you genuinely will not succeed. Because if you do not sit there, if you do not post and make content according to your product and spam and piss the market off, you will not succeed. And that's what differentiates a successful brand versus a losing brand. It's only up until you get to a certain altitude with your brand, that's when you can maybe cut back on the post and maybe a premium feel. But I hate when brand founder comes to me like, oh, I don't want to post so much content because it's going to make my brand look cheap. No one buys your brand. What do you mean your brand looks cheap? No one even knows who you are. Cheap? What are you talking about? I don't even know your brand exists. So break this limiting belief that if you post content, it's going to devalue your product.
Good content is only ever going to elevate your product, and a lot of people are going to start to pay attention. So I know I've gone over a little tangent there, but I want to make that very, very clear. Now, this module is the most detailed one in the entire course for a reason, because this is the area that separates the brands people know from the brands that quietly disappear. For your own sake, read every section and listen, and do not skip anything. I need you to come back to this module regularly, because after you graduate from the academy and after you leave this course and after you're finished, or if you decide to upgrade to DCC, a Power Growth Lab, or book a call to work with us to run your own ads, or so we can scale your brand, you're going to forget about content. I promise you, you're going to forget about it. And that's why you need to come back to this video and this document regularly. Come back to it every month. If you have a team, let your guys train your guys on this damn document. Because if you guys are not on point with marketing and content, let me make this very, very clear. No one is going to buy your clothes. I don't care how good your hoodie looks. You might think people will buy your hoodie because it's got distressing, because it's got linen, because it's sold. There are so many fucking brand founders in this world that do the exact same shit as you. You are not different. You are not different. You are not different. The only thing that's going to differentiate you is the way you execute this process. And with the 8 different content types, and I'm going to even go over more, there is no reason why you shouldn't be able to post content every damn day. And anything that you're not doing, if you're not getting content out, if you're not promoting the brand, you are coping and you're being lazy. All right? I just want to make that clear to set your expectation, because now we live in an age where you can't just, come in here and just post 1 to 2 times a week. So I'm sorry for going on such a tangent here, but I need to make this very clear. If you're posting your brand 1 to 2 times a week, you are not going to sell unless you're a big brand. If you're just starting out, you need to piss people off. Now, let's go over the dominant applications. There are a dozen of social media platforms, and you do not need to be on all of them. That's going to stress you out. You just need to master 2: TikTok and Instagram. This by far, TikTok and Instagram, forget about YouTube, forget about Pinterest, forget about all these other apps. TikTok and Instagram are by far the best social media marketing tools ever. It's non-negotiable. You cannot dispute this. YouTube is good, of course, yes, but people will look at your YouTube and maybe see the documentation, and we'll go over that as well in a few bits. But TikTok and Instagram take precedence over everything. Everything else is secondary. So I need you to understand the 2 different things. Instagram and TikTok play 2 different roles, and you need to be clear on this. TikTok plays for discovery. TikTok is simply for discovery, for people to discover you. The reason why you even found this program is because you discovered me on TikTok, or probably on Instagram, right? Now, TikTok is the most powerful discovery engine on the internet right now. Way more, like, I'm telling you, this thing is more powerful than Google, right? It's more powerful than Pinterest. You can type in anything on TikTok and find it out. It does not matter how many followers you have. A single video from a brand new account can reach millions of people if the content is right. All right. One of the videos I posted at a clothing brand tutorial 2026, at the time of speaking, I don't know how it's going to be in the next couple of, or whenever you watch this, it's currently doing 50,000 views. Now, 50,000 views isn't a lot. I'll be real, on TikTok. I know for you, it might be like, what the hell? I've experience with posting on TikTok where I'd get multiple 6 figures of views with different social media accounts. So I've experience with TikTok and stuff like that. That's why I'm able to position my content in a way that's going to get you to. That's why you're in the community, right? But the whole point I'm trying to make here is, TikTok has so much ROI and potential that if you just post the right content, you can reach millions of people. And what better way to expose your product to a bunch of people? Now, TikTok is unlike any other platform in history. YouTube is not like it, Instagram is not like it, Snapchat is not like it. For a clothing brand, TikTok is where you get found. Here, you document the journey, you share the process, you show the product, and you give people a reason to care about you before you even ask them to buy. TikTok algorithm in 2026 rewards watch time. And there are 4 things that it mainly rewards, okay? And this is to be fair, this is true for every social media platform, but in the 2026 algorithm, and another thing as well you can look at on TikTok is you can go to the TikTok update, right? Update 2026. And I'm not gonna lie, you should be going to TikTok and you should be seeing what kind of updates they do. I know they do a trend report. Yes, they do a trend report, right? So a lot of these things are super, super powerful because you can see a forecast of what people are going to do. And this gives you so much more information. Let me see if I can find it without signing in because, bro, it's going to take forever. Let's see. I know it's going to take forever to get started. But if you sign up to things like this, you get more information about TikTok, right? So that's just something to consider. So the 4 things that TikTok always reward is number 1, watch time, engagement, consistency, and niche relevance. First thing when it comes to watch time, how long people watch your video matters more than anything else. If people are watching to the end and rewatching, the algorithm is going to get to push to more people because naturally TikTok is going to be like, wow, this video was so good that people are watching it, rewatching it multiple times. It has to be good. Let's share it out to more people. Self-explanatory. The next thing, engagement. Comments, shares, and saves carry more weight than likes now. So just people liking your video isn't enough. If you get 100, like I've had videos, for example, when it comes where I'm getting like 2,000 likes and 3 comments, and it's just not that engaging as a video where I had like 260 saves, and it's just way more engaged. Like there's 58 comments and it's like 1,000 likes. What's the difference between a video that's doing 2,000 likes, 3 comments, versus a video that's doing 1,000 likes, 58 comments, and 268 shares? You know, engagement is a very important metric, and it resonates with the audience more. Okay, so a video that sparks conversation gets distributed even further. There's a reason why, for example, and I'll show you at the time of me recording this, when it comes to TikTok, my profile, when it comes to this video right here, 56, like 3,779 people shared it. So clearly TikTok is going to push it out to more people. This could, this could grow over time. But once again, like 30 comments, 900, like we can look at another video. This video did like 16 comments, 1,218 versus this video that did 2,030. So the more engagement matters, like comments, likes, shares, reposts. That like likes isn't as important nowadays, but all these different things are very important. And bear in mind, I only made this account like a week ago, and already like I only made this account a week ago. So the next thing as well it rewards is consistency. You need to be consistent on TikTok. Now, even I'm guilty of this. I need to post way more on TikTok. I only post like 1 to 2 times a day. That's not enough. If you're a serious creator and you're trying to convert a lot of people and you're trying to piss people off, 3 to 5 times per week is the current sweet spot. Okay, and this gives transparency, right? Going back to TikTok. So I used to sell this book. It's called The Power in Saying No. This is my page, right? I would post on this page 3 to 4 times a day. There was a point where I posted 7 times a day to sell all my books. I would sell out every single damn time. Multiple, like all these videos I'd get, like let's look at the popular, right? Multiple videos with hundreds and thousands of views, just selling this book. Like all these videos are about the book, by the way. And this just goes to show, when I'm trying to sell a product, you don't just do it once and ghost. You just piss people off. Like look at how many videos I have. For example, boom, this video is about my book, right? It was called Don't Leave It Till Later. It's a 3-minute video of marketing. Yes, it was on TikTok Shop, but I would post, this is another video about another book. It's called, as you can see, it's promotional content, right? As you can see, that's my book. There's another video about a book. You can see the book on the table. So like, I could go over this, another guide. Like I would post so many videos. All these videos are about the book. And if you want reference for what it looks like, then definitely join. You can follow this page and see what it looks like. But I'd post multiple times a day. These videos are posted in the same day. All these 3 videos are posted in the same day. These 2 videos are posted in the same day. These 3 videos are made in the same day. These videos are recorded in the same day. All these 4 videos were all made in the same day and posted in the same day. Okay, 3 videos posted in the same day. All 5 videos were all posted in the same day. I think so. You might have to check the date. Let's see. Yeah, look, 10/19. Look, like 4 videos. Okay, 4 videos are posted in the same day. Just so you know, I'm not lying. Like all in the same day, all in the same. So I could go about this on and on and on and on and on. But the point of the matter is, if you're not posting multiple times, you're not going to sell to anyone. And the reason why I was able to sell hundreds, if not thousands, of copies of that book was because I pissed people off. You need to do the same thing. Okay, and that's why I'm so passionate about this. Now, another thing, niche relevance. TikTok categorizes your content and pushes it to the right audience. Use relevant sounds, hashtags, and keywords in your captions to help it understand who your video is for. If you're a brand and you're now on TikTok, like with a hashtag business owner, what the hell are you doing with hashtag business owner? You're a clothing brand, hashtag clothing brand. So find the clothing brands. And a lot of you guys like, and this is why we're talking about target audience. So if you haven't watched the other modules before, please go back. But the whole point of reaching your target audience is because you can make the hashtag relevant to them. If you're a clothing brand, why the hell are you selling to real estate agents? They're not going to buy your freaking clothes. There's hundreds of million people in the clothing brand niche. Just reach them, okay? You do not need 10 million people to buy your clothes. 1,000 people, 100 people, 50 people buying your clothes is enough to make you 10K a month, okay? If you just sell it at the right price point. So that's with TikTok. Now with Instagram, that's for conversion. So Instagram is where discovery turns into purchase. People find you on TikTok, they go to your Instagram to check if you're real, if you're credible, and if your brand is worth buying from. A lot of the people that have even reached out and booked, even some of the clients that that we work with, a current client that we're going to onboard, he paid a deposit. He wants to do his drop. He's paid the deposit. He found us on TikTok. He went to Instagram to book a call. So a lot of these people are going to go from your TikTok to your Instagram to see what you've got. So you need to make sure both are congruent and they mesh well with each other. Your Instagram page is essentially your storefront before they even reach your website. It needs to look like a brand and not a personal account with some product photos mixed in. There was a brand founder that reached out to me. She wanted me to look at her profile. Her brand was cool. It was looked like a luxury streetwear brand, but when I went to the page, it looked like a personal account. It just looked like, like I was watching some of the videos that had motivational music behind it. I was like, what am I looking at? Right? And there's nothing wrong with her brand. All kudos to her. Like, it looks like a good brand. But the problem she's having is because of the way she's positioning the content. If you're positioning your account and positioning the content in a way that looks meme-like or it looks silly, then you're not really going to reach a target audience. Granted, there are some exemptions. For example, there's a brand called Wants and Needs where they post memes and at the end, it starts with a meme, they hook your attention, and at the end, it's like, oh, buy our product, right? But for example, let's look at that Instagram page so I can give you clarity. Because this is going to be a long video and I need you to understand, I need to really understand the whole fundamentals about this, right? So let's look at once. For example, Yana Consulting. And by the way, if you want to book a call, you can go to our profile right here, yanaconsulting.com, and you can book a call with us. We've got multiple. You can go to the link cal.com, book a call, see what we do, XYZ. But yeah, so for example, wants and needs, right? So wants and needs brand. This brand is a brand that posts content where it's meme based. Okay, so as you can see, they have pinned photos. But look, all hundreds and thousands of views, and this is the target audience. The reason why they're able to get this content and it hits every single time is because they know exactly who they're selling to. So they have 3 pin posts, their product photos, their products, right? Their website is here. I think it's open. Yeah, it's still open. Look, okay. But look, if you look at the reels, for example, let's look at a recent one, right? Let's look at this one. Boom. Buy clothes, save, like. Okay, let's actually find a better one. Okay, look, this is Minecraft, right? So a lot of people be like, oh, cool, oh, this is Minecraft. Like, oh, I want to watch this, right? Boom. Next thing you know, it captures your attention. You're watching this, like, where is this going to lead to? You're going to see in a second. This is the type of marketing, right? Type of marketing. So, yeah. Now, obviously, some people argue that, oh, yeah, I don't want to use that type of content because it's going to attract kids. So if I use Minecraft, well, yeah, of course. But you can't base what he's doing to you. You're going to have to find your own kind of mesh here, or your own significant type of content, which we're gonna discover together. But remember, the whole point is your Instagram is supposed to be where your discovery turns into purchase. Okay. Now, in the Instagram algorithm in 2026, it rewards reels. Reels take precedence over everything. Your product photos, the algorithm is different. Product photos don't show anymore. They don't go into the algorithm like they used to. Back in like 2018, 2020, you could post a photo and like thousands or hundreds and thousands of people could see it and like it. That was the fact. You just make a good picture, a good photo, put it up there and boom. Now it's different because Reels, short form content is just taking precedence over every type of thing now. So Instagram is pushing video heavily and Reels get the most organic reach right now. So there are 4 things Reels focus on, right? And some things you need to consider: saves and shares. When someone saves your post, it is the strongest signal you can send to the algorithm. Create content worth saving. Okay. Next thing, stories for retention. Daily stories keep your audience warm and keep you at the top of their feed. If you're not posting like multiple like stories every single day, like if you go a day without posting a story, people are gonna forget. If you go like 3 days without posting a story because you're like, oh, I'm working on the brand, bro, you can just post literally up on a black screen. I can't wait for the drop. Give people an update what's going on, so people know you're like real, that you're active, and they're like, oh yeah, I remember the drop. Because the thing is, people need to be reminded more than they need to be taught. And the thing that's going to differentiate a lot of the brand founders that succeed in this academy against the brand founders that don't are the people who come back to this material and try it over again, and they remember it and they reapply it. Okay, and the thing that's going to make you grow, okay, the thing that's going to put you in the best possible position in your brand is coming back and relearning the content. And if you're using that methodology or that terminology where, oh, I have to relearn the same thing, think about the customer. The customer needs to remember your product all the time. And if you're forgetting to post on Instagram because you're just too tired, bye bye to sales on drop day. Okay. Another thing, profile visits over follower account. Instagram now values accounts that people actively go to visit over accounts over accounts that just appear in feeds. So if, for example, you post a ad on, like, let's say Facebook or Instagram, right, and a bunch of people are going to your profile to see like other products or more products from a reels or something like that, Instagram is gonna be like, why are so many people checking this profile? Let's push it out to more people. Now, one consideration you're gonna have to make when it comes to Instagram is do not post multiple times on it a day like TikTok. Quality over frequency on Instagram. 4 to 5 posts per week maximum. The algorithm are completely different, and treating them the same will hurt you. Okay. At this point as well, I'd recommend even seven 7 times a week. But really and truly, you're gonna mix up the posts here. You're not gonna post all reels. You might post a reel every day, but really and truly, you're gonna post a reel. You're gonna post product photos here and there. If that makes sense, right? But then again, you might ask me, what about other apps like Pinterest, YouTube Shorts, etc.? Pinterest and other apps are not a priority, but it is worth knowing about. So I'm gonna go over Pinterest here. Not YouTube Shorts, because really and truly, I know like your audience isn't gonna be on YouTube Shorts. I'll be honest. They might be. Honestly, they might be. You can investigate, but I've not ever bought clothes or seen brands on YouTube Shorts. It's just not appealed to me, if that makes sense. Usually YouTube is treated as like the documentation of the brand, not really as the conversion to a sale. So Pinterest is a visual search engine. People go there with buying intent, searching for style, inspiration, outfit ideas, and aesthetic references. If you create a Pinterest presence with strong product imagery and mood board content, it can drive consistent traffic to your website over time with almost no maintenance, right? So for example, I'm going to show you an example, right? So with my Pinterest, I have my book, right? So I told you guys I have this book, right? So this is one thing I'm just going to show you, right? So with boom. Okay. So this is a post I posted like months ago, right? This is my book, The Power in Saying No, right? This constantly gets me sales, and I genuinely don't need to do anything about it. People still buy the book to this day on Amazon, on not obviously on TikTok because it's not there, but I posted a picture of the front page on this book, My Power in Saying No. You can check it out if you want to. This is one of the first business modules I started. Look, it's got more impressions, and I recently just got people to I recently changed the pin so it links to the page, because if a lot of people see this, they might want to go to the the product here. But look, it's got 673,000 impressions. So many people have looked at this, right? I can look at more stats. Let's look at more statistics, right? Saves, outbound clicks, 9 followers. Like, yes, of course, it's not the craziest, but it's put into perspective. It's doing 20k, like 20 to 30k impressions every month, right? Obviously, it's spiking down now, but this is passive. This is all completely passive. I don't need to lift the finger, and I'm still getting sales from it. So it is worth knowing about Pinterest. I'm not going to say right now it's getting a conversion of the sale, but for example, if I typed in clothing brand, all right, a lot of people see things and they're like, look at this. There's the advertisements of this. Basics, a flat lay. So it's worth knowing about. And what I'm going to say when it comes to Pinterest as my recommendation, I'm going to say set it up. Okay, just have it set up. Pin your product photos and lookbook images passively. So you don't have to post this every single day, like spam it. Just post it maybe once a week, twice a week, and forget about it. Okay, link everything back to your website. Then leave it running in the background while you focus on your real energy on TikTok and Instagram. One smart thing I would do is when you post a product photo, I would link that directly to your website, because then it converts and then people like look at it. Or if you have like multiple images, you can also link it to your Instagram so people can see it and then convert. So really and truly, you kind of want to put it to the website, because if I see an ad and I really like the hoodie or the t-shirt, I want to buy the hoodie and t-shirt. I don't want to see 5 reasons why my hoodie and t-shirt is the best, if that makes sense. So yeah. Now, that's Instagram and TikTok. Once again, just focus on Instagram and TikTok right now. Pinterest, I guess you can use it in the back end. But when it comes to YouTube Shorts, leave that alone. Right now, you just need to focus on TikTok and Instagram. When you get a marketing team, okay, and or if you have maybe someone that wants to run it for you, I guess do that. Our company, we don't focus on YouTube Shorts because it's such low leverage and it's such low ROI. So why are we gonna focus on the lowest ROIs when we can just focus on Instagram and TikTok where it's the highest ROI, right? So the next thing, personal brand. I need you to understand this about a personal brand, because there's been a lot of debates. There's been a lot of confusion. There's been a lot of back and forth about personal brand. Listen to me carefully. People do not buy from brands. They buy from people they trust, and they buy into identities. You do not buy, and I've reiterated this time and time and again in the program, you do not buy the thing. You buy into the idea of it. You buy into the identity. You do not have a gym subscription because you're trying to lift iron and you're just, pumping them weights. You're buying into the idea of being in shape. That's the exact same thing when it comes to a brand. When someone buys your jacket, and you can't like really comprehend what I'm saying, think about this. When someone is buying your jacket, they're not buying the jacket and the puffer. They're buying the warmth. They're buying the comfortability. They're buying the look, the color, the feeling that comes with it. That's why we are emotional creatures by nature. So anytime we make a transaction with something, 9 times out of 10, we're buying it because it's fulfilling a primal need. It's giving us attention. It's giving us status. It's giving us a psychological or cognitive feeling and a level of superiority over others. All of us by nature, in our deep hearts, even if you don't agree, we're slightly narcissistic because we have this little self entitlement. And if you're gonna be like, no, I'm not narcissistic, like fuck off, man. You are. All right, you're building a brand and you think you can sell to hundreds and millions of people for $100, and you're gonna call yourself not slightly self entitled. Like, come on, man. I'm self entitled. I'm coming over here building a whole academy and a course, thinking I can teach you. Who am I to think I can teach you? All right, so that's what I need you to understand. People buy into identities, they don't buy the product itself. Now, I need you to think about the clothing brands you personally follow and buy from. Chances are a large number of them have a founder or face behind them that you know something about. Someone who shows up, shares the process, and lets you into their story. I need you to understand a personal brand isn't just woo wah land, it's actually strategy. Okay, the studies consistently show that consumers are significantly more likely to purchase after seeing the person behind the brand. I even have some studies to back up my case. So that's when I say do your own research, I mean this, okay? But I'm giving you studies, look at the own studies I'm giving you and do your own research. But the whole point I'm trying to make here is, for example, if I sold you this academy without you ever seeing my face and all you heard is a voice, you might call it sketchy. If I gave you no case review, like case studies, if I didn't give you any credibility, like tell you a bit about myself and background, you're just not less likely to listen to me. Okay, so let's look at some of these studies. I'm not actually going to read them all out to you, but as you can see, I've got 5 studies, 5 case studies here. Once again, do your own research. I am a consultant and growth operator for clothing brands is all. So let's look up the first one. This is from Brands Get Real. Okay, you can look at this, see if this is real or not. Once again, do your own case studies. But let's look. We've surveyed over 1,000 consumers to understand the desire for greater connection with the brands they love with each other, and how brands today benefit when they facilitate connection on social. Key findings: people believe brands and social media can power connections. Okay, despite feelings of division, 91% of people believe in social powers to connect to connect people. More specifically, 78% of consumers want brands to use social to help people connect with each other. Okay, let's see. And you got all these different metrics, right? But yeah, you can look at these brands. I mean, you can look at these case studies and you can see what they found. If you don't believe me, that's fine, because I know some of you guys are definitely going to be like a bit empirical and you want to, find this. Let's see another one, right? B2B branding statistics. Look, 77% of consumers prefer to shop with brands they follow on social media. Gen Z is 2 times more likely than millennials and 3 times more likely than Gen X. What the hell is Gen X? Do you know? Let's not go into touch. But what the hell is Gen X? Did anyone know? If you're watching this video, please, in the school community, please, someone tell me what Gen X is. What the hell is that? But anyways, 76% of Gen Z consumers say they like buying from brands with a greater mission or purpose. This is why when I talked about name and mission, you need to do this. Because if you make a brand and it just has no meaning, it's just like, yeah, bro, it's waffle knit cursive writing. I'm not going to buy your brand. No one's going to buy your brand, right? So yeah, you can look at these studies. Once again, I'm not going to go over here. I'm over here to show you the content, not to give you a case study. This is not university. This is not college. This is not an empirical 60-page dissertation. All right. So now, when someone knows your story, your journey, why you started, and what you're building toward, they are not just buying a hoodie. They are buying into you. And that is the most durable competitive advantage you have. Nobody can copy your story. If you are in a situation, for example, where you're like, you got you're either like a child and you're single, you have a single mom, and you have 2 siblings and they're sick, and you've built this brand, bro, why are you not using that to your advantage? People love hero stories. People love seeing people go from zero all the way to hero. Use that to your advantage. Get your flipping camera out and start posting content about your living situation. Tell people why you started this brand. People buy into identities. When people buy the finished product, they'll think that, damn, yo, like for example, if you were in a situation where you were like homeless and you built this brand, then if someone asks me, oh, what tracksuit are you wearing? I'll be like, yo, bro, the story about this tracksuit is crazy. The owner of this brand was actually homeless, and they started off building with nylon, and then they made this whole tracksuit, and they did all these things, and it was so cool. And in the second month, they failed, they dropped, they succeeded. People love to see stories. Why are you depriving people of that? Get yourself a little bit of motion as well. Like, why not? Right? Like, don't you want motion? And if you're gonna say like, bro, I don't want motion, I don't want to be like the crowd. Oh, shut up. Just shush. All right, don't lie to yourself and be like one of them guys. Like, I don't like the attention. Like, just shush. Okay, especially if you're a guy. Guys by nature, I can only say for guys, I can't say for women because I'm not a woman, but for guys by nature, what I've found about us is that we actually crave attention. It's a primal need, okay? We crave status, we crave attention, we crave authority. There's a reason why we have all these different men in different power, because we just crave that. All right. So if you're gonna come here and be like, nah, bro, I want to be mysterious. Yes, you might want to be mysterious, but you can have a mysterious personal brand, but still show people the story. So there are a few things your personal brand should cover. It should cover your journey. So this is where you started, what led you to build this brand, and the honest version, not the highlight reel. So you shouldn't be showing people like the day one, boom, day two, warehouse. Now we're at the post office. Now we're in the Malaysia. Now I'm dropping. Like no, it should be like you should have a video on your story where like guys, I'm so sorry, this is the hardest part of the brand, this is the part that people don't talk about. Oh guys, we made X and we only took X in profit, we're trying to fix this. Showing people your journey. Okay, the next thing as well it should cover is your wins. You need to celebrate them publicly. Now, I know a lot of people are a bit skeptical about celebrating your wins, showing your wins. I'm not telling you right now wins, by the way. You don't need to show everyone all your wins. Okay, sometimes you can be a bit quiet because me personally, whenever I'm winning or whenever I'm succeeding, I don't blab about everything. But showing some people, your community, you need to understand that your brand isn't about you. And I said this in the target audience. Your brand is everyone up. It's about everyone else other than you. This is why you need to build a personal brand too. Because if your identity is too tied into the brand, anything that happens to the brand happens to you. Okay? And you won't get any relevancy, you won't get any credit for your brand, if that makes sense. And you deserve that credit. But once again, with the wins, you don't need to show everyone the biggest wins of all time. You just need to show people the first couple of wins, maybe at the start. And then people can just assume how you're doing now later on. But showing your wins, giving this to the community and thanking the community for putting you in this position just gives them more gratitude and builds a deeper customer relationship. Okay? These are things like your first sale, okay? First 100 followers, first restock. These moments build social proof and bring people along for the ride. The next thing is your losses and failures. This is the content that builds the deepest connection. When you show the drop ball, the failed drop, the manufacturer mistake, the slow month, people respect you more and not less. When people actually see there's a human running this brand, it's a thing in psychology. Like it's familiarity. Like we just become like, like I can relate to this. Like this is a real person, you know. Oh, look at this brand founder, but he's so funny. Like on TikTok, he always talks about XYZ. He always does XYZ, or she always does XYZ. Okay, so you need to put these things into consideration. Your thinking and strategy. Share what you are learning, how you make decisions, what you are testing. This positions you as someone worth listening to, not just someone to sell. Authority. You can, for example, on your whiteboard, you can whip out your phone and you can be like, guys, me and my team have just been working for the past 6 hours on how to make this new design. We have all these pictures back here. I can't wait to show you guys what we have. Like people love it. People love that shit. I don't get why you're depriving people of this shit. Like, and you do not need to be rich or super cool or super amazing to do this. This is like the bare minimum. All right. Behind the scenes, factory visits, packing orders. By the way, if you are not making personal brand content, if you're not making content on your personal brand about you packing orders because people are interested in people who are successful, but if you're not making like videos of you packing orders, because I used to do that all the time when I was packing some of my orders, right? Bro, I'm gonna try to find you. Okay. It builds so much more credibility, okay? Hold on, I'm gonna have to switch profiles here. I'm gonna switch profiles here 1 second. Let's switch accounts here because I want to show you something. So forgive me for being so chopped here, but this is the picture when I was packing a bunch of. Oh my gosh, I have my kickers out. This is the picture I had when I was posting, me sharing some of my books, right, and some of the orders, and a lot of people actually reached out and bought more books because when they seen the demand for it, this is an example of your drop. A lot of people are buying. What better way to get more social credit? Like people just want to buy when other people are buying. All right, everyone's basically lazy each other. Another piece of content, for example, I post a lot of videos. It's like 14 weeks ago when I'm just working on the business, working on the brand. A lot of people respect this. A lot of people want to, invest in this. Now, at the time of me recording this, my Instagram page is Real Mercs, RealMircs. So you can definitely follow this and give me a little follow, little cheeky follow. And if you want to book a call with me, then over here. You go to Yana Consults, book a call with me. Now, by the time you're watching this could be completely different. It could be, I'm really going to keep the name the same, but really and truly, like, all this stuff here, the whole point of a personal brand is to keep everything lean, clean, and just show people the journey. Constantly, I post on the story, I show people the journey, all that different things, right? So, yeah. Now, and that's what I'm talking about, the behind the scenes. Like, if you're packing orders and stuff like that, even if it's 5, day in the life of a small clothing brand owner, packing 5 orders. Thank you everyone for packing the orders, right? And sometimes in order to show, like the thing you can substitute for the social FOMO of people not buying your product is just authority, and you can show authority through expertise, right? And what I mean by that is, let's say for example you only sold 5 hoodies and that's it. you can record, I'll have a piece of content where you're like, boom, thank you guys for buying my clothes. You don't need to say small brand founder. You don't need to attach that label to your name. We can be like, oh, the first 5 orders, we're making progress, right? And then in the next clip, cut to like show people your design, the next, like show people that you're moving on. Like you're grateful for this. You've placed credibility, but you know your worth, right? You show people your expertise by showing them an extensive mood board of all the different images, and you'd be like, oh, the first 5 customers, I've got a treat for you. Imagine the next piece of content I'm gonna make. Imagine the next clothing I'm gonna make. Wait, just follow and come a part of the journey, if that makes sense. I know I'm fumbling here, guys. I've been recording for the past like an hour and a half. Sorry, I'm not as articulate as I usually am. The tiredness is kicking, but I really, really do want to go over this course, this module right here. So like you can get your phone out, boom, pack my orders, show people your expertise, and move on, right? And this content consistently outperforms polished product photos. I promise you, people are going to watch your content behind the scenes a lot more than they'll see your hoodie. They might. This is the thing about like people's behavior too. I do this too. When you're going on Instagram and when you see these photos and these products, right? You don't even like it. You just look at it and you go to the link and buy it. You might like it and you're like, oh, this is fire. You might save it, yes. But 9 times out of 10, you don't like it. And every like does not convert into a sale. Just get that through your mind as well. So even if, for example, you do like a product photo and there's like 10,000 people like that picture, that doesn't necessarily mean all 10,000 people are going to buy the product. Some of them just don't have the money to do so, okay? And bro, like by all means, like please, please do not install Klarna on your website to get more sales just because you want more money. I've talked about this in the Capital of Money. I think I talked about this on applications and designing. Yeah, do not get Klarna on your site just because you want more sales. That's going to attract the worst type of customer. The next thing is what you need to focus on when your personal brand and what you cover is your lifestyle. Where you go, what you wear, and what you are about as a person. People buy identity, like I said. If your lifestyle reflects the identity your brand represents, every personal post is a brand post. Now, here's a personal brand checklist and what to consider. What do you want to be known for beyond the brand? Okay? What is your unique angle? And why should someone follow you over the thousands of other clothing brand founders posting content? Are you willing to be visible? Building a personal brand requires you to show your face, share your voice, and put yourself out there consistently. If you are not willing to do this, the personal brand will not work. Let me make this clear too. You can still have a successful brand without a personal brand. That's possible. Okay? So if you're shaking your boots like, oh damn, I need to like just relax, take a deep breath. You can make a successful brand without a personal brand. That's absolutely possible. Brands do that. However, I want to make it clear it will be a lot harder. Or it might not be that hard, but the truth of the matter is you just won't get that credibility and you won't get that connection with your audience. If you're someone like an entrepreneur and you really want people to see the journey and you want to like grow the brand, build it alongside the business. Don't scale the brand and like, oh yeah, hey guys, I'm the owner of brand. No one's gonna care about you because you wasn't even though it's your brand, and this is how humans operate. Even though it was your brand, you wasn't with them from the beginning. You just sold them clothes. That's all you are. That's all the relationship you have. The relationship you have with the consumer is I sold you clothes. That's it. That's it. But if you build a brand from the get-go, people see the biggest fail ever. They see the biggest drop. The biggest days you won, the biggest days you lost. Okay? Now, is your Instagram personal page consistent with the brand you are building? Your lifestyle content should feel aligned with your brand identity. Another thing, are you showing up on stories daily? Stories are how your audience stays warm. One story a day minimum. Genuinely, you should be posting a story on Instagram every single day. Okay? And if you do not post on Instagram for a day, you should have a pretty good reason for not doing so. All right? A simple picture of a black text and with white writing can do. Right? Just telling people that we're growing, we're moving. Just take a picture of your environment, of where you've gone to, right? Filming your day, your process, your decisions in real time is more powerful than scripted content. Now, is your profile picture professional, clear, and recognizable? People need to know who you are at a glance. Another thing, does your bio clearly state who you are and what you are building? Add founder of your brand. Clear, simple, and no waffle. Now, one thing I'm going to say is Instagram is your primary personal brand platform. It demands authority and consistency. TikTok can be used to document the journey, give advice, and build community, and then you funnel that to your Instagram, email list, WhatsApp broadcast, or SMS list, but never rely on just one platform to hold all your audience. Okay? Instagram serves this purpose, TikTok serves this purpose, WhatsApp serves this purpose, Discord serves this purpose, email, SMS serves that purpose. Everything serves their own purposes. Okay? Do not expect all your audience to just be on TikTok. People come and go. All right? There's multiple videos that I've laughed with my stomach damn near I feel like it's gonna burst out, and I've never liked the video. Am I a hater for that, by the way? I don't know. So we have an action item. I need you to complete the personal brand checklist. The introduction section covers what you want to be known for, your niche, your target audience, the problem you solve, and your unique angle. Then the social media platform choice and the profile page optimization steps for both Instagram and TikTok basically show you how to get everything ready. Now, an action item means you need to do it now. Once again, this is an action item, so do it now, do it now, do it now. We're gonna go over it, okay? When I tell you to pause the video, you pause the video and you can go off and do it. Please do not procrastinate this. If you're gonna be like, oh, I'm too cool for school, please just leave the academy. Genuinely leave the academy, all right? Because if you're not gonna be proactive and actually get these things done, good luck building this business. You're not building a hoodie. You're building a damn business. So you need to be proactive and get out your own way and make sure you get things done, okay? So the first thing, introduction. Personal brand, what do you want to be known for? I've given you 5 reasons. You can write it here. The clothing brand niche, what specific space do you want to dominate? So you should actually have your BCC, your brand clarity checklist. And following into your brand clarity checklist as well, you should now, based on everything we covered, be able to fill in the rest of the sheet. Okay, your brand clarity checklist no longer requires us to, me hold your hand. You know your target audience, you know your name and mission, you know your niche. You can fill in the rest quite easily. Okay, so based off your BCC, pause, your brand clarity checklist, you should write down what specific space you want to dominate. Your target audience, you should have this from your brand clarity checklist. The problem you solve, you should also have this from your brand clarity checklist. And the unique angle, you should also have this from your brand clarity checklist. This one is the competitors. What do you do better than your competitors, right? So once you've answered all these, this just talks about the social media platform. So this is a simple choice of what platform you want to build your personal brand on. This should be, however, a no-brainer because one application demands more authority than the other in the clothing brand space. Instagram. However, you can build a personal brand on TikTok, but it is not advised. Instead, use TikTok as your funnel to give people advice, show and document the journey, build a community, and channel it to either WhatsApp, Instagram, email list. As I've said all this anyways, right? So Instagram should be used for pictures, stories, updates, on the story where you show your audience that the ship is going into one direction. It should not be used like TikTok where you post multiple times a day. By that I mean reels, photos, etc. You should not spam the algorithm. Your story, you can post as much as you want, I guess. Maybe don't post like 100 stories, but use a bit of discretion here. The algorithms are completely different. Now, when it comes to your profile page, this is a complete checklist on what to do, right? So once again, let's do it together. The first thing is, well, you need to go to instagram.com and look at your name. So we're going to do this right now, okay? In your bio, add founder of your brand. So if I go to my profile right now, yeah, I added like a small bio, super small. I consult cool brands. That's it, okay? I consult cool brands, founder, boom, at Yano Consulting. If you want to work with me, that's it, right? In your case, you could be founder of, you can put the tag as clothing brand. So if you actually open a professional account on Instagram, because your account is going to be like a default account, you can either have a business account, I believe, or a professional account. I think mine is a professional. You can do that in settings. You kind of go to more settings. I'm not going to do that because it might expose my email, but go to settings, make it a professional account. And then I've changed mine to entrepreneur. You can change it to clothing brand, okay? Now, clean up your bio. If your bio has a bunch of images, emojis, a bunch of wow, that's not related to you, and this is your personal brand, not the actual brand, okay? Get rid of it. I'm sorry you want to put My Little Pony inside your bio. If it doesn't suit your personal brand, if it doesn't suit your brand, get rid of it, okay? Clean it up. Another thing, make sure you don't add anything too long or excessive. Personal preference. I'm not gonna lie here. When people go to your profile, they like, you should summarize what you do or who you are in like a sentence. I've done it in 4 words. I consult cool brands. That is it. Okay, no harder than that. Look at my product page. It's super simple. Okay, obviously this is obviously going to be updated. I haven't posted many pictures recently, but this, for example, this is 200. This is damn near 200 weeks ago. This is the oldest post here. Another video. This is for the future, and I have like this is when my YouTube plaque for 100k subscribers. That's another niche I've done. Yeah, I have a backstory, chat. I have a backstory. Yeah, I have a bit of a backstory, guys. I have a bit of a backstory. But then you can have your highlights as well. So this for work. Boom. This is, for example, another piece of content when I talk about packing your orders. So this was for some books I was packing, right? So look, you can see me packing the books, signing it, all these different things. People see this, right? Look at this. right? Keeping it clean, like keeping it super clean. Like the page just looks clean. It's not crazy. It's not too excessive. Boom. The business. Another thing about the business, right? Boom. Super clean. Now, don't make your bio sound childish unless that's the angle you're going for. But really and truly, you are a brand founder. You're a business owner. Don't just think about your bio for your personal preference. Also, see this in the future. If you're gonna collaborate with, or if you want like these people to collaborate with you, like big brands, if they look at your personal brand and you're like, I love unicorns, hee hee, it's like you might not be the ideal client profile, right? So with your profile picture, some non-negotiables. Make sure your profile picture is clear, has good lighting, can see your face and body, can tell who you are, isn't an image of something random, is something or explains you as a person, and looks professional or mysterious. Okay, so as you can see with mine literally clears the list. Is literally just me. Like I'm looking down, but you can kind of you can tell it's me. Like this is a human being. All right. Of course, I can change it to my face like this, but really and truly, you can tell this is me. Okay. So if you have an image of like peanuts, and that was a very dangerous word to use. That was it's very dangerous to use. But you have words. I'm gonna use a different word. If you have an image of your dog in a personal brand, right? I guess you can use it. Maybe you can get away with it. But really and truly, I would advise using your face. Like your dog isn't the make of it. If you have like a picture of a car or something, bro, like just change it up. Okay? It should be something that represents you. It should be you. That makes sense, right? Now, I need to archive any pictures, videos, and images that do not make the page look professional, clean, or consistent, i.e. don't have random picture of food truck on your page, right? Only have like, for example, you can have a random food truck on your page if it represents like your journey and stuff, but like I archived a lot of my posts, right? I'll show you guys. I archived a lot of posts. Oh, I can't do that unless it's on phone here. Okay, cool. I can't do it unless it's on phone, unfortunately. But I archived a lot of posts because they were just irrelevant. You know, they were just posts irrelevant about nothing. So I just archived it. Even reels as well. So yeah. Now unfollow random pages, people that are bots. This is very, very important. Or will make your page look non-reputable, i.e. a bunch of bots in your following. So if you look at my following list, these are all real people, friends, people I know. Like you can click any of these random people. I'm just gonna shout this guy. Like, you know, I'm so sorry to put you out there, but like, you know, random people here, right? Boom. Boom, right? All these people look reputable. Like they actually look like genuine people, right? So you don't want to just be following a bunch of random people. Like you don't want to be following user 790 and you look at this account, it's like, follow me for the drop shipping method. I'll scale your brand with my course $500,000. Like, oh, why is you following that? Like, why are you following? Are you a scammer? You know, people look at these things. I'm telling you, like, a lot of your consumers are obsessed with you, right? Because you're a brand and you've changed their lives, and rightfully so, right? So they're gonna look at your following page and they're gonna see what it's about. Make sure everything is clean. Now go to once again, go to TikTok and username. So do the exact same thing for TikTok and clean up everything as well. So with TikTok, it's a bit different, but clean up your bio, add founder, follow steps 1.2 to 1.5 again for TikTok. Now with TikTok, this is your personal preference, right? I would say whatever. TikTok is personal preference. Like if you want to keep a lot of videos, you know, there, I guess, because TikTok is kind of like a dump where you can just jump the algorithm with a barrage of different posts. But I would say kind of keep it clean too. So with this account I'm building, or I have, for example, right, this personal page, we consult and scale cool brands, IG and consulting, join the school community. Super simple. Pata pata. Look, super simple. Not like, even if we went to my other account, Isaac Gajala, let's see. I changed the name recently because I was gonna rebrand this. I consult and scale cool brands, book a call to work with me. Super simple. All right, all the like, it just looks super simple. So yeah, I wanted to. I know I'm not going into the nitty gritty 8 content types, but the reason why I'm spending so much time doing this is because so you get this right, okay? Because no one online is really gonna tell you to do this. They're just gonna give you an idea, and then you have to go and find this. So yeah, that's everything. Make sure you go and do it now. So pause the video, do it now, do it now, do it now. Clean up your Instagram, clean up your TikTok. You might be like, damn, I've had my TikTok and Instagram for such a long time, but you are a brand founder now. You are building a business. This is what it takes. If you cannot do this, the bare minimum, good luck. Okay? Now, do not come back until every section is filled and both profiles are cleaned up and optimized. Now, we're going to go up to another important area that no one talks about. There's a reason why, for example, I've opened multiple social media platforms, and I'm on TikTok especially, and I've been able to get hundreds and thousands of views. I know this sounds kind of cocky, but it's the truth. It's the freaking truth. Getting 1 million views on TikTok isn't hard. Getting 6-figure views isn't hard, okay? Now, obviously you need value. you're gonna need value with TikTok. You're gonna need or any other social media platform. You're gonna need value. You're gonna need structure. You're gonna need hooks, all your CTR, all that nonsense. So call to actions. Who gives a fuck? But when it comes to your accounts, and when it comes to the algorithm, if the algorithm does not like your account, your videos are not gonna go. You will get multiple videos that do 200 views, 200 views, 200 views. A good way to check if your account is healthy if you're having videos that peak like 500 views to 600 views, and over a couple of days they go to 1,000. That's kind of what's happening with my account now because I'm still warming it up. Like, by the way, I made that account a week ago. I'm just making like the TikTok algorithm isn't going to like push out my content as much as maybe if an account had things like for years. So if the account was on the platform for years, but yeah, because I know how to warm it up, then you can get more views and get more exposure. Now, most founders skip this entirely and wonder why their early content gets no reach. The way you set up and warm your accounts directly affects how the algorithm treats you from day one. So, setting up your brand Instagram. So, this is for Instagram. I need you to go to Instagram and create a new account using your brand email address and not your personal email. So, with your brand, okay, you need to make a new account. This should be, this should be a non-negotiable. With your brand email address, once again, you should already have this from your domain. So with your domain, it comes with a business email. This is a non-negotiable. With Google Workspace, you guys know this. You get a business email, boom. It should be your brand name at marketing.com, right? So for example, my email is Isaac or is Isaac at yanumarketing.com. And I have that because of my domain, right? So next thing, go to settings, then account, then switch it to a professional account. Like I said, select creator or business. Now for clothing brand, business is recommended as it gives you access to shopping features and deep analytics. I'll recommend being a business, okay? Take it to business. In the category field, select clothing brand. This is very important. Instagram uses this to understand your account and show it to the right audience, okay? Set your username as your brand name exactly. No underscores or numbers if you can avoid it. So don't have dashes, underscores, this, left, right, exclamation mark. Please just keep it clean, okay? Write a bio that is clean, clear, and tell someone immediately what your brand is and who it is for. Add your website link and a location if relevant, okay? Next thing, use a high quality logo or brand image as your profile picture, not a photo, not a mock-up, the logo, okay? I'm pretty sure you can upload an SVJ to Instagram on the profile. I think you can. So if you have your logo and you've got it from Adobe Illustrator, just import that straight into just make sure it's high quality, right? And optional. This is an optional. Set up Instagram shopping if you are on Shopify. Connect your product catalog so people can shop directly from your post. That is optional. I know some people don't like doing that, but if you want to do that, you can do that. Okay. Now, another thing as well when it comes to warming up your accounts, I'm going to talk about that in a second, is with your brand email address as well. Make sure you warm that up. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Like make sure you set a couple emails too. Like don't just make a fresh new email. Don't you just use a fresh brand new email, because Instagram checks these things, TikTok checks these things. I'm going to talk to you about how to warm up your emails and accounts in a second. But yeah. Now, with setting up your brand for TikTok, create a TikTok account using your brand email, like vice versa. Go to settings and privacy, then manage account, then switch to business account. Select fashion and beauty as your category. Yes, I know you're not a beauty brand, but you are a fashion brand. Set your username to match your brand name exactly, and write a bio that includes what you sell and a call to action. Add the link to your website or a link tree with your key links. Now, here's what I'm going to say. Something that's going to save you a lot of time, yeah? With the link in your bio, my personal recommendation, have it as your website. The point is, people want to buy your clothes. That's the point. You're not making your TikTok so people can check out your Instagram and see your product photos. Oh my God, look at the photo I posted. It's so high quality. I don't give a shit. People just want to buy your hoodie, okay? I know I'm being quite direct and blunt here, but that's the point, okay? Do not make people have to do 7 steps before they buy your hoodie. You will lose the sale. Just get your link in the bio to your website, okay? On your website, you can include your Instagram, your Twitter, your Facebook. Who gives a shit? You can put that on your website. Excuse my language, sorry. But yeah, all right? Now use your brand logo as a profile picture, non-negotiable. Now, when it comes to warming up your accounts before posting, this is the step almost nobody talks about, and it generally affects your early reach. Before you post any content on a new account, spend 5 to 7 days using the platform naturally as a consumer in your niche. So on TikTok, okay? On TikTok, this is important. You can warm up your TikTok account in like a day or two. But watch videos in your niche, like, comments, and share content from clothing brands, streetwear accounts, and fashion creators. Follow accounts in your space, and this tells the algorithm who your audience is before you post a single video. Okay? Another thing, like I said, comments. A very good way to warm up your account is to go to posts that are in your niche that people have just recently posted, and you type a comment that you know is going to get likes, okay, like a funny comment or whatever, right? Or maybe the creator of the post replies to your comment. If you get a lot of likes in your comment, the TikTok algorithm is just going to automatically assume you're a human, if that makes sense, right? Now, just comment, because it's just the easy way to warm up the account, right? And once again, when it comes to sharing as well, watch videos in your niche. When I'm talking about watching it, watch it from the beginning to the end, okay? Don't just like watch it and be like, oh yeah, cool. Like, I'm just gonna give you a live example so you know exactly what I'm talking about. For example, look, I'd watch this. I'm not gonna bore you to death. Don't worry. Okay. I'm gonna watch this whole video to the end, and then I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna comment. I'm gonna actually watch the video. I'm gonna see what he's talking about. I'll be like, damn, this is some good info. Like, Um. So yeah, go watch. Stuff in your niche and stuff like that. And yeah. Now on Instagram, how to warm up your accounts. Follow accounts in your niche. That's another thing. Not too many. You don't need to follow 50 accounts. Just follow maybe 5 to 10. Okay, maybe your competitors, follow them. Okay, or maybe some of your friends, or maybe some people that's in your niche, and engage with posting genuinely. Once again, like I said, watch the videos from beginning to the end. Watch reels to completion. Use the explore page to interact with relevant content. This builds your account interest profile and improves your early post distribution. You are on Instagram and TikTok anyways. It doesn't cost you anything to go in your niche with something you're already passionate and obsessed about and just watch videos and like and comment. It's not hard. It's not hard at all. It's genuinely not hard. Okay. So another important thing, do not post and ghost. A lot of people do this. They post their products, they post their videos, they throw their phone, they run in the other room, come back, see if it got a million views. That's not how it works. Okay. Spend 15 to 30 minutes engaging on each platform every single day, especially in the first 30 days. Accounts that engage get more reach from the algorithm. Okay. Now, another thing as well, when it comes to your emails as well, make sure when it comes to emails, you actually send emails to your friends. So a good thing to do, a good way to warm up your account email, and to make sure you're actually like, deliverability and stuff like that works. So like if you're sending email to customers, it gets to them and you're not going into the spam folder. Or for example, you set up an email, because Instagram and TikTok kind of check these things. If you're a new account, new email, they need to check it for spam as well, because a lot of people make accounts that are like, you can buy accounts and bot accounts to certain posts. So they want to make sure that your account is genuine. When it comes to your email, what you want to do is you want to send, for example, your tech packs XYZ to your, like the same way you would send like your tech packs from your phone to your computer, or if you're from your computer to your phone via email. Just use the exact same thing. What I mean by that is, with your email, let's say for example you wanted to send a PDF, right, to your, did I just type in email.com? I'm okay, guys, it's been a long day, right? Let me go to my email. Cool. So I'm gonna go to compose. I'm gonna type in like my personal email, blah blah blah, at gmail.com. So let's say for example this is my personal email and I wanted to upload a document. Boom, I would just upload and use the new email to send it back and forth to my actual thing, right? So yeah, that's another way to warm up your emails. So let's go over organic versus paid content, because this is very, very important, and knowing what type of content you're going to post, because even if you have a budget, even if you have money, you're most likely going to start with organic content. So this is very important. But it is good to know the differences between organic and paid, and knowing how to utilize both. So understanding the difference between organic and paid content and how to use both is one of the most important things you will learn in this module. So let's look at organic content first. Now, organic content is anything you post without paying for distribution. So that's ads and stuff like that, right? It reaches people through the algorithm, through your followers, and through shares. So the advantages of that, it's free to distribute, and your only cost is time of production. You literally just grab your phone, you go to the camera, and you start recording. It's as simple as that, okay? Another advantage, it builds genuine community trust over time. A single piece of a strong organic content can go viral and generate thousands of pounds or dollars in sales with zero ad spend, and create a warm audience that pays ads that can be used to convert. But the only disadvantage with organic content, and as you know, it's unpredictable. You cannot control how many people you reach. Content, social media platforms such as Instagram, TikTok have a lot of potentiality. You can reach millions of people just in 60 seconds, right? But you cannot predict whether that's going to happen every single time. You can have an idea, but you can't predict that, right? Another thing, it's also slow to build. Organic growth takes time and consistency, especially with warming up accounts too. It cannot be targeted. Your content goes to whoever the algorithm decides. So that's why it's best, if you're going to do organic content, make sure you tailor it specifically exactly according to your target audience, because your algorithm will do the work for you. But you're only going to make it harder for yourself if you start to make content and sell to the general audience. You will not sell to anyone. No one is going to buy your clothes. Okay? Now we're going to look at paid content. Paid content is advertising, right? So you pay to put your content in front of a specific audience. For example, for us, if you work with us, we'd obviously run the ads for you, and then you pay for ads, and then you're paying to reach a certain demographic of people, or based off your niche or your target audience, right? So we cover this in the how to run ads module. So this is actually in the DTC Apparel Growth Lab. So if you decide to upgrade and you want to go to the DTC Apparel Growth Lab, I tell you exactly how to run Facebook ads all the way from the beginning to the end. Okay, but once again, if you actually want to see what we do, book a call with us. Once again, our advice, just see what we do, see how we run ads, see how we get your business from 4 figures all the way to 6 figures. And if you have that capital and you're ready to invest, and you just want to, your job is coming soon, you want to market your products, boom, book a call. Let's get working, right? But here's the thing you need to understand when it comes to paid content, okay? So just like Facebook ads, TikTok ads, Google ads, all that stuff, right? The thing is, with paid content, it is predictable and scalable. If a paid ad is working, you can increase the budget and increase the results proportionally. So if a creative, which is a creative is essentially, let's just say, the face of an ad, right? If I wanted to sell this bottle, I'd put it on a black background and say buy now, 50% off. That's a creative, right? So if a creative is doing very well and is converting and you're getting a lot of sales, you can just increase the budget, because, well, clearly if it's selling to the certain budget you set, it's going to sell more if you increase it. Sometimes it can, sometimes it can't, depending on a few different factors, but of course, like, that's the general idea, right? Now, another thing, highly targeted. You choose exactly who sees your content. So you see the age, location, interest, and behaviors, right? And another thing, it's very fast. Organic content can take months to build momentum. Paid ad can drive traffic and sales from day one. Okay, but the disadvantages of running with paid content, it costs money. I can't speak, guys. Sorry, it costs money. My accent is changing because, like, I've just been speaking and recording for the past 3 hours. The disadvantages of using paid content is that it costs money, right? So if you stop paying, you stop reaching people. That's just the truth, right? If you stop running a campaign that's doing well, it's just naturally going to decline. That's just the fact. It's like a game, right? You just need to keep putting coins, keep putting coins, keep putting coins. But if you stop putting coins, you can't play anymore. It also requires learning. So running ads badly burns money fast. If you do not know what you're doing, this is why we advise do not run ads without knowing your numbers first. You can lose a lot of money. And it does not build a community on its own. Paid reach without organic trust rarely converts at the rates organic content does. Now, the winning strategy is both. Building organically, first create a warm audience and prove your content works, then use paid ads to amplify what is already performing and target the exact customers you want, is the best thing to do. Paid and organic and paid working together is where the real growth will happen. If your organic content is already doing good and you put ads on top of that, mamma mia, you are selling like a demon. Okay? So that's when it comes to organic and paid content. So let's look at content formats, right? We're going to look at the different type of content formats before we go, like, with TikTok, with Instagram, because I told you to focus on TikTok and Instagram. Now you need to look at some of the formats you need to use, okay? So when it comes to TikTok, TikTok is a volumes game, right? You need to post consistently and test constantly. You need to see what works, what doesn't work, and then filter it out from there, right? So here is what works for clothing brands right now, from what I've seen. Behind the scenes content, so this is packing orders, like I said, receiving stock, designing, filming the day-to-day, and this consistently outperforms polished product videos. The next thing, story-based content. So this is a document moment, right? This might be like, oh, we messed up an order, the manufacturer is wasting our time, boom, right? A manufacturer update, yeah, a milestone. People follow stories and not products. I've said this. Product showcase with context. Don't just show the hoodie, tell them why it was made. All right, maybe you made it for a family member that passed away, or maybe you started this brand because you want to help a lot of people who are in a bad state mentally. Okay, maybe you got fired from your job and you started a clothing brand, right? Add some personality. Trend participation. So use trending sounds and formats, but make them relevant to your brand. Forcing trends that have nothing to do with your niche looks kind of desperate. I've seen a lot of brands that get like people dancing, and it has nothing to do with your niche. It's like the clothes just look cool. Why are we? You can get influencers to dance with your clothes, but it should not be on your page. But then you can also filter this out. So this is where it kind of comes with nuance when you need to like kind of apply your own critical thinking to see the direction of it. But yeah. Now another thing, educational content. Teach your audience something about the industry, right? How clothing is made, how to style a piece, what GSM means, why quality matters. This builds authority. By all means, right? From the things you learn from this course, the GSM, you can go to TikTok and tell and like use your expertise now because you know what GSM means, you know what lead time means, right? So you can be like, oh, you can make some content. You're like, is any other founder going through a shitty lead time? Like my manufacturer said he's gonna deliver my product in 3 days, but it's been 3 weeks. People like to relate to that, right? So when it comes to TikTok, the optimal length is 15 to 60 seconds for maximum reach. Videos that are really, really long from what I've seen, like for example, like that story was like 3 minutes. That's I think 50K views or 4 minutes. That did very well because some people, I'm not gonna lie now, when it comes to TikTok, longer form content, if you're doing educational, works better. But really and truly, when you're starting out, longer form content can work in your favor, but just don't spam it too much. Make things 60 seconds or 15 seconds. Like just make things straight to the point, right? Longer videos up to 3 minutes work for deep storytelling, but use them selectively, as I said. Now, let's go over Instagram Reels. Now, Reels are Instagram's primary discovery tool right now. If you want reach, you need to post Reels. Now, the optimal length is 7 to 30 seconds. Short Reels do very, very well because, they get rewatched more and the watch time just increases and people just like it, right? And the algorithm will reward that. Right. Another thing, trending audio. Use trending audio from the Instagram audio library. Reels with trending audio gets pushed to more people. So if you're gonna do like videos with flat lays, use some trending audio in the back, right? Instagram loves that. First frame. So this is a very important thing, right? The first frame, which is 0.1 second of the video, so that's like the very first frame of the video, is everything. Instagram shows a thumbnail before the reel plays, so make this visually appealing. So in your case, for example, you can actually take a picture, and like if you're editing your things on CapCut, you can take a picture of your product, right, on a flat lay, make it look very clean, and then put it 0.1 second at the start of the video. And then when Instagram plays that video, it's going to show them the reel, it's going to show them the thumbnails, but like, oh, this looks nice, and then the video will play, right? Now you can repost your best performing TikTok content as reels, all right? And remove the TikTok watermark using a tool like Snaptic or SSS TikTok, right? So Snaptic, I'm not gonna lie, this is like by far the best. Or you can actually use another one called Cobalt Tools, if you want to, but Snaptic works pretty well. So Cobalt Tool works pretty well too. Cobalt 2 works. You can just re-download your content, but Snaptic removes the watermark actually. So yeah, and even on TikTok as well, when you post your video, it downloads it to your phone automatically. So Instagram penalizes watermark content in the algorithm. Trial reels. Now the trial reels, if you're not using trial reels or utilizing this to spam the algorithm, I don't know what you're doing. Okay, you can post the same video over and over again with trial reels. Now use with discretion. Because essentially a trial reel is when you post a reel, it's gonna reach a completely different audience that you don't like, people that aren't following you, completely brand new audience, right? The advantage of that is you can now reach a brand new, I guess, audience. But if your content is made specifically in regards to your target audience, it's gonna reach more of that target audience, right? But with trial reels, you can probably reach different people in different states, in different countries, in different continents. You never know. So give it a shot. Now, with Instagram, when it comes to photo posts have lower reach than the reels right now, but they are essential for your grid aesthetic and brand credibility. You've seen this, right? So use photo posts for product photography, campaign imagery, lookbook shots, and lifestyle content. So your page should look quite clean when it comes to this. Like when I see your Instagram page, it's just be like your product photos, boom, your hoodies, models, all that stuff, right? Carousel posts outperform single image post. Post multiple images in a carousel, right? So a carousel, for example, I'm sure you know this, but I'm just gonna show some example for the people that don't know anything. For example, like a carousel will be like this. There's multiple videos. There's multiple pictures. It's not just one thing, right? It's not one. I'm sorry, guys. This is a very interesting past of mine. But yeah, it's not just one thing, right? Now, Instagram shows it to more people because the swipe action counts as engagement. Now, your grid is your first impression. When someone visits your profile, the grid tells them who you are in 3 seconds. Keep it visually consistent with your brand aesthetic. Okay? Self-explanatory here. I know I'm bulldozing through all of this, but things are self-explanatory. I don't need to kind of, go over the whole theory behind it. Now, the next thing, Instagram stories. Stories are for warming your existing audience, and they're not for discovery. So a lot of people aren't going to find you from Instagram stories. They're only just gonna like get an update of what you're doing and like kind of glaze you a bit because like, oh cool, like the brand founder's locked in, making his brand. They do not reach new people. They keep the people you already have engaged. Now I need you to post 3 to 7 stories per day. Daily activity on stories keep you on top of your follower feeds. Okay. Use polls, questions, and sliders. You should be engaging with your audience 24/7. It is super, super important that you do that, right? You can ask them questions. Oh, what do you guys think about this design? I'm working on this new piece. What do you guys think? Would you guys like a long sleeve, short sleeve, hoodie next? This is data. You can get so much data from your audience, all right? Now, interactive stories get more views, and the algorithm boosts accounts with higher story engagement. Use stories to tease drops, show behind the scenes, share customer photos, and drive traffic to your bio. Another thing, right? Save your best stories to highlight on your profile, as I've did. So if you check my personal brand, okay, on my page, it sees, you can see work and you can see the business. All right, it's got everything just cleaned up, nice and simple, right? Organize them by category, products, behind the scenes, customer reviews, and the story of the brand. Once again, use this to your own discretion. So I've just given you the different formats you can use it for TikTok. With TikTok, it's always a video, it's a volume game. With Instagram, there is 3 different types of formats you can kind of get your videos gone or your content gone. So yeah. Now, when it comes to the next section, we're going to talk about viewer attention. So you have approximately 1.5 seconds, okay, to stop someone from scrolling past your content. That is the window. If your opening does not grab attention immediately, the rest of your content does not matter. I want to make that absolutely clear. If your opening content is like just not visually appealing and it's not making the customer stop in their tracks while they're scrolling and watching brain rot, like I should be scrolling through Instagram and seeing your content and being like, damn, like I want to see what's going on. I'm sorry, I'm itching my eye, like an eyelash is in my eye right now, attacking me vigorously. It's like, sorry guys, apologies, I'm back. The eyelashes were trying to defeat me, trying to stop me from giving you guys the content. It's not gonna happen. So let's go over video hooks, right? So the first frame and the first spoken or written words of your video are your hook. And here are some formats that work, right? I'm not saying these ones are gonna work. These are just some examples that took me, a few seconds to make, but on hooks. A hook is essentially the first part of your video that really engages the viewer to want to listen and to engage in what you're saying. So let's look at this, right? The bold claim that this hoodie took 8 months to get right. So I could pull out my phone and be like, this hoodie actually took us 8 months to get right. And I genuinely can't wait to show you that. Curiosity, right? The conversational opener. Most clothing brands are lying to you about their quality. That stops scrolling because it creates tension, because it's like, oh, well, what they've been lying to me about, right? And be like, wait, listen, if you have polyester, get rid of it now. Most brands that work with this, boom, right? Another story opener. I almost quit this brand last month. Here's what happened, right? People cannot scroll past a story they have not heard the end of. A visual hook, an unexpected, visually interesting first frame that makes someone stop without any words needed. Either slow motion fabric, an unusual angle, and a surprising reveal. When I showed you that Wants and Needs brand, right, they start off their content with a completely random thing, with Minecraft, with games, with like, and I'm not saying you're gonna have to use the same thing. It might not work for you, it probably won't. But using a hook, getting people interested in the first few seconds, it is absolutely crucial. And how you do that is specific and tailored for you, right? Another one, a direct call out. If you are building a clothing brand, watch this, right? This speaks directly to a specific person. Everyone else is going to keep scrolling, but that's fine. You want the right people, and you can post type of content like this on your personal brand, right? Because it's like, oh, if you want to build a clothing brand, like that's literally what I said. I'm not even a clothing brand owner. I'm a consultant, and they got you stop to scrolling, right? So yeah, it got you to stop scrolling and watch what I had to say, and that's why you're here. So we're gonna look at captions and then the 8 different content types. So with captions, you should 100% have captions in the video. If you do not have captions, what are you doing? A lot of people watch content with no audio. Your caption should add context or depth to the visual, not just describe what is already visible, right? A little nice rhyme for you, but like it shouldn't be like black hoodie. Yes, I can tell. Thanks. I'm not colorblind. Okay. If the video shows a hoodie, the caption should tell the story behind it. Start with the most important thing. Instagram only shows the first line of your caption before the more button. Make that line count. Okay? Now, use line breaks. A wall of text gets ignored. Short sentences with space between them gets read. And this applies to on the video, and this also applies to if you're doing it like a photo post as well. So if you're going to go on Instagram, you're going to do like a small you're just gonna do a carousel, this applies both ways. But if you're gonna add caption like text on screen as well, you don't, I'm not saying you have to add like, a whole description on why you made your hoodie, but you can be like, the hoodie that took 8 months to make, dot 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 dot, boom, 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 video, shots, angles, angle, shot, angle, right? Another thing, end with a call to action or question. Link in bio. Comment if you want to see this drop. What would you name this colorway? Engagement in the comments boosts your distribution. Hashtag. It's very still useful on Instagram, less so on TikTok, where keywords and captions and spoken words matter more. That's facts. I only use one hashtag in TikTok, and that's hashtag clothing brand. My captions really better, like how to build a clothing brand, how to do this, because a lot of people are searching this, how to find the right manufacturer, where to get this, where to get that. If you know what your target audience is searching for, you can just write your caption and that will reach them, right? So use 5 to 10 specific relevant hashtags on Instagram, not 100 of generic ones. You can just even add one hashtag and that's your brand name. Okay, but I would advise definitely if you're starting out, add hashtag that's relevant to your niche and relevant to you. So let's go over the 8 different content types that you can use. And you can use this when you're, either posting on Instagram or TikTok, right? So the first type of content is product showcase content. So this is clean product focused video or photos. Show the garment properly, the details, the fabric, the fit, and this is your catalog. Okay, so when you go to Instagram, there's going to be a bunch of pictures where they show like a flat lay, or I've said this a bunch of times now, but you can see the product in real time. Like you can see it on the floor, you can see it on a model, right? So that's the product showcase, right? Lifestyle content, that's the next type of content, right? So your product is worn in real life situations. It's not in the studio, it's not in the street. It's in the street, sorry, but it's at an event, maybe traveling. Maybe it's like with some audio in the background, and you get a collage of different videos or get a bunch of clips of you going from place to place wearing your clothes, and just a bunch of people wearing your clothes. And this is what makes people imagine themselves in it, right? So if you're going to travel to a different country, get your phone out, get some of your friends to wear your brand, and just have like all of you guys walking around wearing your brand. That just looks fire, right? It looks like I know it's gonna kind of look like uniform, but it's gonna like why are all these guys wearing this brand? That's interesting, right? Another thing, founder-based content. So this is where you're talking, you're showing your day, you're explaining your decisions, and this is the most powerful long-term content for building a loyal community. People buy into identities, they do not buy into the product. They will look at you, they will glaze you, they will admire you for the person you are, because as the founder, you've set such a strong foundation. Now, another underrated piece of content that you can always do is process-based content. So this is from designing to sampling to the finished product. People are fascinated by how things are made. This content builds perceived value for your product. I know a lot of brands that have like, they use a vinyl and, they build and like they design their clothes themselves and like they package it themselves. I was watching this video on TikTok where this guy with like, he actually prints his own designs on the t-shirts when people buy it, and I was so fascinated. I watched the whole video from beginning to the end. I went to the website. Obviously I didn't buy anything, but I was looking through everything, and if I seen that enough times, I'm a buy, because I love the process. I'm so interested in how they've made it, right? Another thing, customer content. So this is real people wearing your brand. User generated content is the most trusted form of social proof, so repost it and celebrate your customers publicly. So if you delivered your product to a customer, okay, and they like post some content, be like, yo, this is fire, repost the content on your story and be like, yo, like, appreciate the love. Okay, now drop announced content. So this is when you're building anticipation before a drop. You tease the colors, the design, the date, and you create scarcity. You make people feel like missing this drop would be a loss. Okay, so this is when you post it on your story, maybe drop happening soon, drop happening live, drop happening soon, drop happening live, drop happening soon, drop happening live. If you miss this, you will not get the product. If you miss this, you will not get the thing you're looking for, right? The next thing, educational content. So this is where you teach your audience something relevant. Fabric education, sizing guides, and how to care for premium garments positions you as an authority figure. Once again, people will come to you and want to learn from your brand, right? And want to buy your brand. It gives also perceived value. And social proof content. This is screenshots of reviews, customer messages, order notifications. Show people that other people are buying your brand and loving your product. And this is when you would put it in your story. Okay? So these are the 8 different content types. I don't want to hear anyone say, oh, bro, I don't know what to post. You can post 3 videos on the process on the week. You can post 2 videos on lifestyle content for the week. You can post 1 video on education, learn something new about the brand, learn what GSM means, and go on TikTok and do that, right? Find a better way to find maybe a better way to find a manufacturer and just put that into the market. You can be posting every single time. Like put your face out there 24/7. Now, let's go over budget studios and shoot and brand films. So when you start to, and this is obviously relevant when it comes to capital and money, when you start to grow this brand and when you start to get more money, or if you have the money to do so now, do it, of course, because a higher budget and, more money to spend and working on it would be better. But this is just in advance. So if you can't invest in this now, that's fine. But looking into this would be very, very helpful. Now, your content quality has a direct impact on how your brand is perceived. A poorly lit, poorly shot product image on a premium priced hoodie creates a disconnect that kills conversions. You do not need to spend a fortune, but you do need to invest in quality as you grow. So this is DIY content. This can be a budget from $0 to $200. Your phone is more than capable of producing great content if you understand lighting. Natural light from a large window is the most underrated tool in photography. Our phones, our brilliant devices. You can literally come here, be recording like this, like get your model to stand there. My window's over here. Get the sunlight, like get the daylight in there. Like you do not need to buy like a flipping 200 panel light. You can just start with the sun. Okay, it's free. The sun is free. Okay, and even a simple ring light from Amazon costs $20 to $50 and immediately improves video quality for talking head content. For example, this panel light right here, this is giving me more light. If I turn this off, it just adds a little bit more touch, right? That warmer tone probably makes it seem like more personal, and it just adds more to the quality, right? So a plain or textured wall as a backdrop. A white, gray, or a color that fits your brand aesthetic. Usually white is the best. If you have like a green screen, I guess I would probably avoid using green screens. It depends on you though. This is when you kind of consult with your creative director and what they want. But white, gray, or anything that fits your brand should just generally be the best. And another thing, a friend who can take photos and follow basic directions. So if you're going to be in the DIY content budget, okay, get someone who can take pictures, okay, and you can actually follow basic things. If you tell them to move left, let them move left. Don't get someone that's just like, oh yeah, they're swiping on TikTok whilst taking pictures of your brand. Like they need to lock in, right? Give them a mood board from Pinterest and like, tell them exactly what you want. Okay, so that's it for free if you don't want to spend a dime. Now, for your studio shoot, so this is a budget of $150 to $600. You can do a studio hire, so $50 to $200 per day, depending on your city. Now, search a photo studio hire in your city, okay, to find local options. Many studios come up with equipment and backdrop options included. Okay, now photographer. Another thing, now photographer could be $100 to $400 per day for someone who understands fashion and product photography. This is not the same as a wedding photographer. Look specifically for people with a fashion or streetwear portfolio. Do not get a wedding photographer that takes high quality images. They're just going to take a portrait of your clothing brand. You will be like, what the hell is this? All right. Get someone that has experience with this. Now, models, they will range for $50 to $200 per shoot because you're going to use them for like an hour or two, right? So you can also offer products as payment to models early on, especially if they have relevant social following. I know a lot of brands that do this. They don't actually give, like, they don't pay you. They just give you the clothes for free. And it's fire. You get free clothes. You get to take pictures. You look good on their website. Boom. All right. All right. So if you have more money here and you have a big budget, well, brand film and campaign videos, I definitely advise or recommend doing this because not everyone can do short films because obviously of capital. So if you can do it and you can afford to do it, you might as well. Now, a brand film is a short cinematic video that communicates the identity and story of your brand. Campaign videos are product focused creative films used to launch a specific drop or collection. These are not essential when you are starting out, but as your brand grows, a strong brand film becomes one of your most powerful assets. It sits on your website homepage and it runs as a paid ad. It defines the feeling of the brand for anyone who encounters it. So, I'm sure you've seen short films, like very, very short films. There's a brand, it's called Mertra. When they changed their logo, they did a short film on it. It was brilliant. You can check it out on Instagram. But here's a few costs you're gonna have to consider. So a videographer with fashion experience, that's $300 to $800 per day. Director for a proper campaign video, that could be $500 to $2,000 depending on experience. Editing and color grading could be $100 to $500 depending on complexity, and even finding editors and stuff like that. Now that's one thing you want to consider. So even if, for example, you do the DIY content, that's more than enough to start. A lot of people buy from organic content and stuff like that. You do not need, like, I'm just letting you know now, do not use the fact that you do not have $3,000 to make a short film as an excuse of not to post content about your brand. Do not be an idiot. Please do not be stupid. Do not be dumb. you can still make content, okay? You just might not have the budget. And I've talked over 3 different budget tiers here now. So if you want to do the brand film and campaign video or the studio shoot, this is how to find photographers, videographers, and directors. So I'm not gonna lie here, Instagram is genuinely the best place to find creative talent for your brand. I wouldn't advise going to Fiverr or Upwork because they might like, if you go on Fiverr or Upwork and stuff like that to try to find a creative director there, or maybe online, they might not be able to have the right portfolio you want. So the best thing to do, and I'm obviously gonna give a recommendation here, is look at your competition. Look at, like, you can go to their, we'll do this together, right? So what you can do is that you can go to their page, right? So let's look at Mercha, right? Right. So what some brands do, this is an example. You can go to their following, right? So if they're following the creative directors who's shooting for them, then yeah. But or you can go here and you can type in creative director. Look. So boom, I found one already. 13,000 followers. He's in New York City, depending on your region. Look at his portfolio, look at what he's done, the type of work he does. And you send him a DM, right? And I'm sure they're gonna have, like, on their website, you'll be able to contact them. Look, boom, right? You can submit them a form. Super simple, right? So search, but obviously we're gonna go over a more in-depth way to do this. So search Instagram hashtags relevant to your city and niche. Hashtag, for example, hashtag London fashion photographer. Now for me, this is for London because obviously I live in the UK. For you, it might be the US. It might be according to your state. Make sure they according to your state and region. Make sure it's relevant to you. Hashtag streetwear photography. Hashtag fashion videographer. Hashtag brand photographer. Look at their work, and if their aesthetic matches your brand, then reach out. Look at brands you admire and check who photographed or filmed their content. So photographers and videographers are often tagged in posts or credited in captions. Usually when brands do a shoot, they like, oh, shout out to this person. Even in short films as well, like, they will credit and add them because they've done such good work for them. Now check the following list of the brands you respect. As I've said, the same photographers often shoot for multiple brands in the same space. Finding one great photographer through a brand you love usually leads to more. Okay, as I've just shown you, you can go on their followers and type in creative director or photographer or film director, things like that, right? Now, when reaching out, send a DM that is specific, reference some of their work, and you have to make sure you go through their page and you're like, oh, cool, like, I've seen, your products, I've seen the way you service for different brands. Can you help me out? You obviously can articulate this depending on how for yourself, but you can go through their form and you can fill this out yourself. Now tell them about your brand, share your mood board, ask for their rates, and vague messages will get ignored. So as I just showed you with that guy right there, what's his name, like Viscos, whatever, you can go to his form and fill it out. Now for directors specifically, search hashtags like these: brand film, fashion film, campaign video. And look at the quality of storytelling, not just the visual quality. A great director makes you feel something in 60 seconds. Okay, so let's go over influencer marketing, because influencer marketing is actually generally one of the most cost-effective tools available to any clothing brand at any stage. And you can either save a lot of money or you can have a lot of reach by making sure you reach the right people. So if you've done correctly, you give a piece of clothing to the right person and they generate thousands of pounds or dollars in sales fee without you spending a single dollar on ads. Okay. And once again, if you remember when I talked about the manufacturer section, and even when you're ordering your minimum order quantity, you're gonna order like a certain amount and already account for influencers. Okay, so done incorrectly, you give the product to random people with big followings who post once, get no engagement, and you never hear from them again. The difference is in the selection. So make sure when you're reaching out to these influencers, they're not just gonna waste your time and money, because every single product that isn't sold is money just sitting on the table. And some of these guys will wear your products and they'll just throw it on the floor. Do not be that brand that just gives freebies. You're not a charity here, okay? And once again, your clothes are better for your target audience, selling them that transformation rather than giving it to an influencer that doesn't even care about your brand. Okay, so how to find the right influencer? Here's some 5 steps. Number 1, define who your customer follows. This is when you go back to your target audience work. You identify the top 5 creators your customer watches. These are your starting points. Okay, now search niche specific hashtags and accounts on Instagram and TikTok. If you are a streetwear brand, search streetwear, street style, US street fashion, and whatever is relevant to your specific space. Look at who is already wearing your competitors' products. Go to your competitors' Instagram pages, check their tag photos, the people tagging them, and their influencer network. Those same people are potential influencers for you. Now, obviously be careful as well. If you look at some competitors and they got models, a lot of them are going to ask for things, and I'll go over that in a minute. So make sure you're careful with the people you reach. make sure you select the people within your reach who you can actually account for. If you reach out to an influencer that has millions, okay, they're probably gonna ask you for things like, oh, are you gonna pay me for this? Are you pay me for my time? So be very, very careful. Now, number four, sorry. Prioritize engagement over follower count. An influencer with 5,000 followers and 15% engagement rate will outperform an influencer with 50,000 followers and 0.5% engagement rate every single time. You need to check their past posts. So don't just check like their pinned post that has like 1 million likes. Check every post, check their reels, check everything, right? Count the comments, see if their comments are genuine conversations or just emojis and bot responses. Finally, check audience alignment. Does this person's audience look like it aligns with your target customer? You can ask them for a screenshot of their audience demographics before gifting. Okay, you can send them an email. Some will do it, some won't. If they're serious, if they like your brand and they're willing to do it, like why not? It's a free piece of clothing for them. And if you give them freebies, then why wouldn't they give it, right? So here's how many pieces you need to give, or how many pieces you should give. All right. So 4 different things. We have nano, micro, mid tier, and macro. So with nano influencers, anything from 1,000 to 10,000 followers, just gift one piece. This tier is highly engaged and often genuinely passionate about what they post. Multiple nano influencers outperform one macro influencers in most cases, because and that's another thing as well with the social proof bias. If people see multiple influencers wearing your clothes, they're gonna think, rather than just one big influencer wearing it. Okay, but don't get me wrong, like one big influencer is enough, but if I keep seeing it on multiple different people, then I'm gonna think I'm the weird one for not having it. Okay, now with micro influencers, this is 10,000 to 50,000 followers. Give 1 to 2 pieces. Ask for a specific deliverable in return. So that's a TikTok video, an Instagram reel, stories with swipe up. Like, oh, we'll give you this piece for free. Can you please maybe make a video for us or just a review on it if you don't mind? Now, with mid-tier influencers, this is 50,000 to 500,000 followers. At this level, they will often expect payment in addition to the products, so be prepared for this conversation. A gifting deal that includes a modest cash fee is still significantly cheaper than running ads to a cold audience. Okay, so obviously, if you book a call to work with us, a few things we consider, but if you want to save yourself money and if your budget just doesn't align with running ads 24/7, if you just can't afford to scale your brand aggressively like we do with our clients, that's fine. What you need to do then is, well, you need to go through the influencer route, or you need to get maybe some of your friends to do this. And the truth of the matter is, and a lot of you guys actually have friends that are influencers, they just don't realize it. So get them to wear your clothes and just do a review on it. Super simple. I do want to make one thing clear though. Your friends are not your customers though. That's one thing you need to understand. A lot of people, when you do this brand and when you start to work on this brand journey, they are not going to support you. Your friends are not going to support you as much. Your family is not going to support you as much. Random people are really going to be your friend. Okay? Random people are really going to be your supporters. Sorry, not even your friends. Your friends will, like, I guess, look over your shoulder and be like, that's so cool. But they're not going to sit down with you and work on the brand. And rightfully so. They have no reason to. So that's why you need to take it upon yourself and make sure you reach out to these influencers. Yes, you can gift your pieces to some of your friends, but either you hold them accountable or realize that they will never care about your brand to the same extent that you do. And that's the absolute truth. Okay? So if you've been living in la 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 land thinking, wow, my friends care so much about me, they might not actually give 2 shits about your brand. And that's the truth. They're not pieces of shits for doing that, but they've got their own lives to live too. Okay? Now, when it comes to macro influencers, this is 500,000 plus. Unless they genuinely love your brand and reach out to you, paid deals at this level require a serious budget. Not recommended until you have a marketing budget to support it. Okay, so this is like macro influencers like rappers, streamers, big content creators, YouTubers. I wouldn't recommend reaching out to, because either they're gonna ignore you or they'll probably reach out to you. Okay, or if you reach out to them, you'll be like, oh, bro, we really love your content. Can you do X, Y, and Z? Okay, so how to pitch them now. I've given you, and we have quite a bit left, but I've given you a small template on how to pitch these guys. I could have put this in a separate document, but it's so small. So here's a template. So when you reach out to these influencers, you want to DM as many as you can, okay? And kind of qualify them by their posts, their comments. You're gonna spend like maybe 1 to 2 hours a day sending 10 to 15 DMs to a bunch of influencers, okay? So you start like this, like, hey, with their name. I've been following your page for a while and genuinely love how you put fits together. I am the founder of Brand Name, a 1-sentence description of your brand. We are dropping our product soon and I think your audience would genuinely love it. Would you be open to receiving a piece? Wear it if you like it and share it if you feel it. If you feel it, right? Let me know. Super simple. Okay? And then once again, you can also tailor this according to who you're trying to reach. You can ask for a deliverable like, by the way, can you also maybe post a video on it? And then we'll send it to you. Is that cool? Things like that, right? So simple template, you can use that. Now let's go over email and SMS marketing, because when it comes to your well, drop day and stuff like that, you want to get people's emails and their phone numbers. You want to collect this because then you can send them messages when your drop is about to happen. This is very, very important because once again, this is content and marketing. And a big aspect of content and marketing is reminding the customer that, oh, by the way, before you subscribed into this identity, don't you still want this transformation? Okay. And you can only do that if you have their contact. Now, social media platforms can change the algorithm tomorrow and could cut your reach in half. Your email list and SMS list cannot be taken from you because they are yours. Now, clothing brands that have a warm email and SMS list before a drop consistently outperform brands that rely solely on social media. On drop day, the difference between a sellout and a slow drop is often just the size and warmth of your list. So here's how to collect emails. You need to have a pop-up on your Shopify store. So if you're using anything other than Shopify, I don't know how to help you here. If you're using WooCommerce or Wix, you shouldn't be. Like I said this before, or custom built website, you can do a pop-up, but Shopify is generally the best. We talked about this in applications and designing. So set up a pop-up that appears after 5 to seconds of offering something in exchange for an email. So this could be early access to drops, 10% off first order, exclusive content. So this is when you use Klaviyo or Shopify email to manage this. Okay, so when I said this in the applications and designing, this Klaviyo was the application you can integrate with Shopify. There's a lot of brands that I've gone on their website, and the first thing I get hit with is 30% off. It's an irresistible offer. Like, why wouldn't I want 30% off? 50% off discount code. That's huge. Give us your email, okay? It's a marketing strategy, right? And just to show you an example of some pop-ups of what they look like, because you might be confused with what the hell a pop-up is. This is it, right? So it'll be 10% off. It's like, oh, just give your email, enter your phone number, another one, enter your email, your products, all this, right? So that's a pop-up. You want something like that, okay? So you can have a look at that and get some inspiration. So another thing, drop waitlist. Before every drop, create a waitlist on your website. Post about it on social media. Drop happening date, get early access, join the waitlist. Now, if this is your first ever drop, your website should already be password protected. So you should have a thing where you said, oh, join the waitlist, right? If you want to join, then do this, right? And the same thing even with the school community. There's a waitlist right now. So when it's open, all you guys are gonna get DM that's ready, if that makes sense. And then I'm reminding you, if that makes sense. So people who sign up are your hottest leads. Now, link in bio. Add a link tree or direct link to your email sign up in your Instagram and TikTok bio. Drive traffic through stories and posts. A good smart way to do this is to post a post on your story and be like, oh, drop day happening. Join the wait list in order to get a DM when it drops, when it opens, okay? A lot of people just do it real quick. They'll answer their phone number or the email. It's super quick, all right? And the post-purchase flow, every customer who buys from you should automatically be added to your email list. This is set up through Shopify and Klaviyo automatically. Okay, now, how to collect phone numbers from SMS. SMS has a 98% open rate, approximately, versus approximately 20% for email. That's a very, very high rate because you're more likely to see a text than an email. Anytime I get a text, I look at my phone, right? When you send a text, people read it. Use this for your most important moments. Drop day announcements, sold out notifications, and exclusive early access. Add an SMS opt-in to your email pop-up. Klaviyo allows you to collect both email and phone number in the same form. So when you get this pop-up, I would advise just having it both, like, oh, add your phone number and email. Okay, if you can do a thing where it's only phone number, I would recommend going for the phone number, because if you can get their phone number, man, you can just get them like that, right? But get the email and phone number, both work, because some people might just swipe off the phone number, the text message, and they might see their email. So offer something specific for SMS sign up. So that could be text drop to number to get first access before anyone else. Make value clear, and this is fun for some customers because they'll look at that and they're like, wow, this is cool. Like, I really like this. Like, damn, I'm just gonna text drop to this number and it's gonna give me like this code and I'm gonna join. This is so cool, right? Another thing, tools to manage SMS. Klaviyo handles both email and SMS, so this should save you the headache. PostScript is another strong option, specifically for SMS on Shopify, so that's another app you can integrate. But yeah, now how to use it on drop day. So 3 days before the drop, email your list, tease the product, show the images, build anticipation, and tell them when and where. This should be on your story. This should be on your TikTok. This should be every single place. All right, like everyone should just know about this. 1 day before the drop, SMS your list. It should be short and direct. Tomorrow 6 p.m. X website. Be ready. Okay. On drop day, email at the moment of your launch. So SMS at the moment of your launch, and do both. The people on your list are your warmest audience. They are most likely to buy in the first hour after the drop. Email non-buyers with a last chance message if stock remains. Email buyers to confirm their order and begin building loyalty. Okay? So it should genuinely be that simple. I've shown you the framework on how to get their numbers and how to get the emails. You just need to make sure that you get this on time. Do not send an SMS or a drop day. Do not announce drop day when it's gonna happen tomorrow. You should be teasing it a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, a month ago even, and then you start to tease it slowly, and then when it starts to get more and more and more, you talk about it every day. Like people should be reminded every single day that your drop is happening. Like, oh, on this date this is happening, right? So now that you know everything else, now it's time to talk about building community and your retention. Okay, so I appreciate you guys for watching this video so far. I know this has been a very long video. It's been also hard for me to, I didn't think this was also going to be this hard for me to talk about this for quite a while, but yeah. Now, most brands obsess over getting new customers. The best brands obsess over keeping the ones they have, because it's better for you to get the same customer and get them to rebuy, because if they bought the first time, they're more likely to buy again than you to try to get a cold new customer. Okay, so a customer who buys from you twice is worth more than two customers who buy once. A customer who tells 5 friends about your brand is worth more than any influencers you could pay. Building a community around your brand turns buyers into advocates. So, where to build your community? Instagram broadcast channel. A lot of brands do this. This is very cool because it keeps them on the platform, your customers on the platform, and you can let them know from drop day there. Like, when is your drop day? Every single person that's subscribed to you, that you have in your email list, your SMS list, your Discord, your channels on Instagram, TikTok, just know about it, right? A one-to-many messaging channel on Instagram where you can share exclusive updates, behind-the-scenes content, and drop previews. Your most loyal followers opt in. Keep it exclusive and give them things your regular followers do not get, so you can give them discount codes like a 5% off. Okay, WhatsApp broadcast. Build a WhatsApp contact list of your most loyal customers. Send them personal feeling messages before it drops. This channel feels intimate and has enormous open rates. So on WhatsApp, before your drop, you can be like, listen, before this drop happens, I want to thank every single person in the community. I hope you get a piece. I am grateful for every person that has worked with me and done XYZ, right? So Discord, better suited for brands with an established community and a strong cultural identity. I know a lot of brands, like, it's kind of like, it feels very underground and feels very like kind of close knitted. So if you don't know what Discord is, it's kind of like a channel where you can get a bunch of people inside this community, and you can kind of all have them in kind of this group, right? So if your brand represents a movement or subculture, Discord is where the community lives. So if you have, like, for example, you have a streetwear clothing brand, but like within that streetwear clothing brand you sell to, like, it's like kind of like gothic theme, then you can like make a Discord like surrounded around gothic and get everyone that's, and give like tiers. There's so many things you can do with Discord. Discord is very underrated and it's very, very powerful. Another thing, email list. So this is your own audience. You need to treat this with care. Do not just email when you want to sell. Send them value, behind the scene updates, stories, and things that make being on your list feel worth it. Okay, so here's a few ways to keep people coming back. Acknowledge your community publicly. Repost the customer photos. Reply to every comment in the first hour after posting and make people feel seen. Okay, give your community early access and let your loyal customers shop before the general public. These are, like, I know I'm saying this and this is like the obvious, but a lot of people don't do this and then wonder why there's no credibility there. Like, this is the obvious, right? So this makes them feel like insiders and builds the kind of loyalty money cannot buy. Ask for their input. What colorways do they want next? What should the next drop be? People support what they help create. So on your story, there's no reason why polls shouldn't be up. Like, what colorways do you guys like? Do you guys like this? Do you guys like that? What should I do next? Do you guys want hoodies? Do you guys want beanies? Like, it's like almost having a parent that's going out and getting them whatever they want. Okay. And deliver an experience, not a product. Because once again, you're selling an identity. So the packaging of it is very, very freaking important. So when you're selling it, when you get the pack, like from the minute they get the packaging, it should feel premium in the hands. It should hold it and be like, damn, like, oh my gosh, I have it, right? This is the transformation I've been looking for. The packaging, the thank you note, the unboxing experience. These small things are what people film and share. Make the experience worth posting about, okay? So, we're pretty much done here, but let's go over the paid ads introduction. Now, I want to say a very big thank you. If you've managed to reach the end of this, I want to let you know, and if you watch all the videos, you've done all the content, all the action items, you are genuinely an entrepreneur. And I don't say that to boast you or boost your ego, but you have a characteristic trait that a lot of people do not have. And that is the ability to sit down, retain information, and be able to adapt. A lot of people in the academy, as you're going to see, some people are going to come and go. A lot of people are going to watch the content and they're not going to be able to absorb the information. And they're going to be like, damn, I need help with my clothing brand. even though they haven't gone through the whole model from the beginning all the way to the end, because some people have jumped, they've skipped to manufacturers. And if you are one of them people and you watch this first, go back and watch market saturation, then come back here. Okay? You have taken that risk and you have genuinely done things that most people haven't done. There is no reason why you won't be successful if you haven't implemented the things we talked about. I have talked about everything you need to know when it comes to a clothing brand. Now, obviously, when it comes to like everything else, I've given you the places you can go, but the basic ideas and the things, the foundations, right, that you need to know. Everything is here. So there's no reason why you shouldn't start your brand. I've given you the frameworks, the way to post the content, the how to warm up your accounts. You have everything you need to start. Okay? Do not give up on this freaking clothing brand. Do not make the excuse that you do not want to grow because you don't have the capital and investment. I've talked about ways you can make your clothing brand with zero freaking dollars. All right? It just takes commitment. Are you committed to making this shit work out? Are you committed to seeing this shit work out? Are you ready to put in the hours and make this clothing brand work? Are you willing to become my next client? Can we work and then in the next maybe 6 to 9 months or 30 days or however long we work together, have an interview and talk about how we made this shit go from zero all the way to hero? Are you willing to see that? Are you willing to change the lives of hundreds and thousands of people? That is your moral obligation. So do not give up on this clothing brand and do not make an excuse that you cannot achieve. The number one thing that you need in order to surpass yourself and to succeed yourself and to be the person that you want to be is by believing that you are more than capable of doing the things that you want to do and becoming the person who can do the things that you want to do. You need to overcome your self-limiting beliefs. And in the mindset transcender module, man, I can't wait for you to get there. You are going to break a lot of your freaking limited beliefs. And I have shattered some of them too. So do not give up on this brand and get to going. You have everything that needs to start. No excuses, no time to waste. Cut off all distractions, ignore people, get rid of all this stuff. You need to make this shit work out. This is your craft. This is your destiny. And no one else is going to sit down and do this shit for you. You need to do this yourself. I genuinely mean this from the bottom of my heart. I want nothing more than success for you. But you have to want that too. And I can't give you that. This program, I made this all for free. This could have been paid, by the way. This genuinely could have been paid, and I'd be right to do so because I've given you all the information and resources, so you don't even need to go out and crack your head. You can start now. Like you can make a successful clothing brand. I want you to really comprehend what I'm saying. Okay? So let's go over the paid ads, which is the introduction. Everything in this module is the foundation. The organic content, the personal brand, the email list, the community. When that foundation is in place, paid ads just pour fuel on it. I want to make this clear, right? If your brand is ass, if your brand is shit, paid ads isn't going to fix it. You cannot turn around, not just to me, but to any agency and complain that your brand didn't scale if your offer is just terrible. If your product is ass, if your messaging is terrible, if you do not know who you're going to reach, a paid ad isn't going to fix that. Okay? Running ads to a brand with no organic presence, no social proof, and a weak website is like pouring water through a broken bucket. The money goes in and straight back out. But when your brand looks credible, when you have real content and a real community, when your website converts, paid ads become the most powerful growth tool available to you. We covered the full paid ads methodology in the DTC Growth Lab section of this course. So once again, you can go do that. Now, by the time you're watching this, the DTC Growth Lab hasn't been launched yet, most likely. But if it's launched at the price it's set. The reason why it's priced at that is because we actually use the exact same frameworks that we use for our clients in order to scale their brand. And I'm giving that to you. So of course I have to charge you for that because these clients are paying thousands for this. And I'm just giving that to you for hundreds. Okay, so if you decide to upgrade to the DTC Growth Lab, that's fine. If you decide not to, that's fine. You can walk away. But really and truly, that is one of the best investments. If you just want to take your brand, you just want to grow from 0 to 10K quite quickly and know all your numbers and track everything, your data, everything. Genuinely, that thing is a freaking demon. That thing is a beast. It took months to build that shit. So I'm just giving that to you so you can, and I've also given you the right way to use it with the workbooks, with the instructions, with the manuals. You know every single thing when it comes to paid acquisition. You will not lack when it comes to running ads and everything like that. You will understand everything. But if you want to make that investment, you can. But if you don't want to do that manually by yourself, you can definitely book a call with us, which I'll go over there. Like I said, you have your brand. If you want to get there faster, you want expert guidance on running ads the right way, building creatives that convert and scaling your brand with a system that actually works, then that is exactly what we do at Yadin Consulting. Okay, we work with DTC clothing brand founders with a 90-day growth partnership. We diagnose your business, build your ad strategy, manage your campaigns, and help you scale without bleeding cash. If you feel ready and you want to move faster, then this course alone can take you. Book a discovery call with us below. Once again, I'm just going to advise you, right? If you have the capital to invest, genuinely just book a call to see what we do. Genuinely, just book a call. All right. You don't like if you just want to take your brand to that next level, book a call. Go over here, enter this, book a call. Okay, book a freaking call and just see what we do. All right, genuinely, I'm just encouraging you to go out of your way and book a call because working with us is just going to take you from zero to hero quite quickly. All right, this course, it might take you a year to hit your first 10K month, right? With this course alone, it's covered everything that you need. All right, but when it comes to us, when working with us, we'll get you there quick. Like, I'm not saying we're gonna get you there in 6 days. There's a reason why we work there 90 days and we'll hold the brands as well. There's, with seasons, with drops, you could be a drop only site, so things can vary. But we can get you there a lot quicker than you just using the DTC growth lab by yourself. You're gonna have to figure that out yourself. You're gonna have to trust your own creatives whilst also running the brand and talking to your manufacturers. Like, you can use that, by the way, the DTC growth lab, for your own good, and you can use that. That's fine, you can learn that. But if you really genuinely want to scale to the multi six figures and you just don't want to have to worry about that shit, then book a call with us and see what we do. Okay, so let's go over the summary. Brand win versus brand loss, the dominant applications, your personal brand, warming up your accounts, organic versus paid content, content formats, viewer attention, the 8 different content types, budget studios, shoots and brand films, how to find photographers, videographers, and directors, influencer marketing, email and SMS marketing, community building and retention, and the paid ads introduction. Now, I want to say a big congratulations for reaching the end of the program. It's been completely free, and you have done the action items, you asked the questions, you've thought critically, and you've reached the end. You have genuinely done things that most people haven't done. Now you just need to make your brand. You need to become successful so I can sign you as a client. I want to work with hundreds of you guys, and I really need you to work your ass off and make this shit come to fruition so we can work together and we can have an interview. Okay? So, without further ado, you are fully graduated from academy, you can get started, but I would genuinely recommend you watch the mindset module. That's not optional, that's a part of the program. From this, go straight to the mindset module, because I'm telling you, as a brand founder, in order to make a brand worth millions of dollars, and I'm not joking, by the way, you're going to have a lot of limiting beliefs. Your current identity and your paradigm is going to limit you, right? Like, trust me, the DTC growth, the power lab, okay, is a flipping beast, okay? The mindset transcendence, oh my gosh, this thing is a beast, okay? We go over a lot of documents here. Like, this thing is a beast, right? We talk about a lot about your identity, your limiting beliefs, like to build a new character, all these different things. Like, it's genuinely a beast. So if you want to change your limiting beliefs and grow and scale past the things you're doing, because I'm telling you, making a successful business isn't only about these foundations, having the right product. It's about your belief. It's about your mindset. It's about what you believe you can price your products at. And if you cannot outrun your beliefs, you cannot sell something then more than what you don't think it's worth. Okay, you will not be confident in your product. So if you want to become that founder that's worth and become that successful version of yourself, watch the mindset transcendence. It is going to change your life. It is going to it is going to change your life. It changed my life. Okay, and I'm telling you, by the time you watch this video from wherever you are, you can check the results now of my life. I have genuinely have made so much progress. I know that the Isaac I am now is 10 times different from the Isaac you're going to see in the future. And I wholeheartedly believe that. Okay? And that change in me, and the reason why I'm speaking as though it's already happened, because in my mind it's already happened. Okay? And every single day we're working towards that. But that can only be the same and true for you if you really, really change your beliefs and the things and the identity that you've given yourself. All right? Once you've done the mindset transcendence, you can look at the growth playbook, and that's just literally just funneling into the that's funneling into everything we cover on how to use the DTC Growth to Power Lab. Okay, the DTC Growth to Power Lab is a demon. Like, this thing right here is a demon. I show you every single thing, scale math, all these different rules. Like, it's genuinely just to give you a reference, right? With the paid ads module, it goes over every single thing, genuinely every single thing on how to run the brand, the business diagnosis, unit economics, all you like. It's bro, it's overpowered. Okay, so once again, if you do not want to get the DTC Grow Power Lab, then work with us. Okay, go ahead and book a call. But if by all means you're ready to go, by all means I release you into the market. Change your beliefs first before you fully go. Whilst you're working on your brand, watch the mindset transcendence, do the action items, and change your identity. But yeah, now without further ado, thank you so much for watching. This has been a long video. It's been a long week, I guess. If you've been watching this by the day, if you've been watching this back to back, but you would genuinely make it. I want to encourage you here that you would genuinely succeed. A lot of people are going to say that becoming an entrepreneur is hard. Right now it is 2 a.m. and I'm recording this video, right? Let me just give you some context. It is 2 in the morning and I'm recording this video. I need you to understand that you will become successful only if you believe. You need to put in the work. Is it going to be easy? No. Have I made it simple for you? Yes. But you need to not give up. The thing that's going to differentiate you and the thing that's going to make you stand out in the win section here, okay, in the school community, is not giving up. Do not give up on yourself. Do not let this brand go. Do not let this vision die. Do not let this brand die. You have an obligation to see this shit through. Remember why you started this. People are going to doubt you. People are not going to respect you. People might not even buy into your brand. Let them. Let them. But when it comes to the time when you're succeeding, you are going to see a lot of these people try to funnel or maybe try to, swiggle their way into your brand. Filter them. I've given you the framework. I've given you the templates. I've given you everything you need to get started. So please get started. You can do this. I want to let you know that you can do this. Good luck, my student. Take care. And it has been a wonderful time. I'll see you in the Mindset Transcendence module. Take care and good night.
Hello everyone, my name is Isaac and welcome to the Trial of Flames. This is the Mindset Transcendence module and I'm going to be honest with you here. This module alone will change your life. And I mean that wholeheartedly. Your life is undoubtedly going to change forever. You will not be the same after you walk away from this program. And the reason for that being is that business is 20% when your mind is damn near 80%. Of course, when it comes to your clothing brand, yes, you need the logistics, yes, you need the right manufacturer, yes, you need the right designs, the products, all these different things. But the mindset is the thing that's going to take you there. Mindset has changed everything for me. The reason why I'm sitting here in a position where I'm like coaching or mentoring or consulting and talking to these brands is because I had to change a lot of my limiting beliefs. You as a brand founder will have so many limiting beliefs. And I promise you, if you do not tackle them limiting beliefs, you will not succeed with this brand. This is the method in order to create your brand and make it worth $1 million or even more. I've learned so much from changing my mind and changing my identity and changing my beliefs, and you will see that radical change over time. I mark my words, whatever point you're watching this in this video, I promise you I am successful. And the reason why I can say those words so confidently and boldly is because I genuinely believe it. And anything that prevents me before that success is death. The only reason why I do not get to the place I want to is because I've died or I've passed away. So if you're listening to my voice and this is hundreds of years of now, hi, this is from the past, this is in 2026. But if I'm not the place I want to be, it's simply because I've died. And I'm saying that so confidently and boldly is because I've changed so many of my limiting beliefs, and I genuinely believe that success is worthy for me. I am worthy of success and I am deserving of it. And I can only do the same for you too, and making sure that the universe and God supports you if you change your own limiting beliefs. Whether you're an atheist, whether you have different religions, this is applicable to everyone. I'm obviously not going to combat religion. When I talk about identity, I'm not going to talk about your religion or changing your religious beliefs. That's not the point. The point is to look at the cognitive and behavioral aspect of your mind, your subconscious and conscious mind, and the things that people don't tell you, and the reason why so many people are becoming so successful quickly. It's not the right ad, it's not the right creative, it's not the right copy, it's not the freaking right systems or the right manufacturers, even the DTC Grow, the Power Lab. Don't get me wrong, a lot of these resources are fucking powerful, right? And you will get so much information and you'll be able to succeed immeasurably. But I need to make it clear that this only came possible by mindset. In order to surpass burnout, in order to surpass depression, in order to surpass failure, you need the mind capable of walking through this journey because it is going to be fucking brutal. I need to let you know and I need to set your expectation. You will have nights where you stare at the ceiling, wondering if your manufacturer is going to deliver your product. You will have nights where you're sitting down in your room and no one's supporting you, and you're just wondering, why did I start this brand in the first place? And without the right mind frame or without the right framework, you will give up. And I do not want you to give up. So please watch this mindset module to completion. And not only that, I need you to watch it 10 times, 50 times, 100 times.
And another thing as well, I'm going to refer you to the mindset training that I did, because this is actually based on that, but with my own twist. I learned from my mentor, Charlie Morgan, and then he has his school academy completely free once again. I don't know if it'll be free at the time of watching this, but his mindset module was so good. The videos are like 3-4 hours. I watched everything and it changed my life. And it would be wrong of me not to condense that information with all the information I've learned from all the different books, like The Science of Getting Rich, The Kabbalion, all these different books, right? The Law of Attraction, and not give that to you. All right. I want to make this clear. This isn't some random theory crafted methodology. This has been iterated and tested by the best philosophers, and like the frameworks and things, not obviously my program here, but the frameworks, the ideas, the methodologies have all been said by these same professors and philosophers who have been successful over time. Okay. And the whole idea is, if you manage to change your beliefs, your ideas, your identity, and just copy that behavior and mimic your behavior of successful self, you will be able to become that version of yourself you so desire. So, without further ado, I need you to open up the document, The Trial of Flames, and let's get into it. Please, no phones, no distractions. I just need your unwavering attention for however long this video is going to be. All right? Now, let's get straight into this. I decided not to put on my camera because it's going to be very distracting, and I really need you to intake this information at a better rate. Right, so in every man's life, there will come a time when you desire change. You will reach the point of frustration in order to want to change your situation and move forward. That is inevitable. There is no human that I've seen as they walk this earth, when they see better, they don't strive or crave it. I have never come across another individual like myself. I guess I'm just attracting people like me. But even if you're not like me, right? I have never come across an individual that when they see better, they don't at least crave it or strive it to a certain degree. If you, for example, live in a 1-bedroom apartment and then you go for a viewing for a 4-bedroom apartment, and everything, the facilities is better, in a better location, with better people, with a better mind frame, there is no way you're not going to desire or picture yourself in that 4-bedroom apartment. It's just not possible, right? And there's a reason why, for example, you're watching this program, because you want better, right? But in order to get that change, it is going to hurt. You will be tested by God, the universe, life, whatever you want to believe in, because in order to get what you want, it is going to cost you what you have. And that, my friend, is the absolute truth. In order to get the thing that you want, it is going to cost everything that you have. And the only thing humanity can trade in exchange for a better life is pain. Really listen to what I'm saying. The only thing that humanity can change in exchange for a better life is pain. And when I say pain, I'm not talking about physical pain like someone is going to give you lashes on your back. Don't worry. I'm talking about mental pain, the resistance you feel to make a design because you just can't be asked. Okay? And I really need you to understand this, because if you do not understand what is required of you in order to become successful, you will give up. You cannot escape pain, and you will feel it no matter what path you choose. If you choose the path of laziness, bad habits, an unfocused life, and a lack of willpower, you will suffer a life of unproductivity. But if you choose to change your life, upgrade your life, focus and grow, you will feel immeasurable pain also. It will hurt, it will suck. Some days you will question why you're even putting yourself through this much pain to succeed, but it will pay off. Even and when it does pay off, you will still feel pain. There is quite literally nothing you can do to escape the pain you want to be in order to become successful or unsuccessful. Because if you decide not to be productive, if you decide not to achieve, you will feel that. Like I was saying, you will feel pain irregardless of whatever pain you choose, right? If you choose the path of unproductivity, you are going to feel the pain of unproductivity. If you choose the path of success, you're going to feel the pain of success, right? So today, we're going to explain why this happened and what it really takes for you to be successful. I really need you to understand this, because I'm about to set a disclaimer. In order to be successful, you are going to be asked for a fucking lot. And if you cannot adapt and grow and change into the thing that's necessary, you will give up. You will give up. That is the absolute truth. Okay? Now, this week's content is going to change your life, paradigms, beliefs about yourself, and have an impact on your relationships, friendships, and overall life. You will undoubtedly receive the craziest change of your life, but it does come with a cost. This is a warning. If you are too afraid to change your life and want to stay in the same place with the same people in the same environment, leave the program now.
And that is to set your expectation. This week's content is going to change your life, my friend. But if you cannot handle this, you will suffer and you will give up. So it's better for you to not know what is in store for you and be ignorant for the rest of your life than to know and give up. So here's what we're going to cover today: your chance of success, universal pushback, the ultimate pain, the upcoming sacrifice, the cost of success, and are you willing? Okay? So, your chance of success. Right now, I want you to sit down and ask yourself this one question. What is my chance of success? And I really need you to be honest with yourself here. Like, really sit down and I really think. You can pause the video now if you want, but really sit down and really think, look at the ceiling and just actually think, what is my success rate? Like, how likely is it for me to become successful? Do you think it's 30%? Do you think it's 10%? Do you think it's 5%, 15%, 25%, 85%, 90%? What is your real and actual chance for success? I really want you to sit down and think about that. Okay? Now, regardless of whatever you thought, and I'm sure you have your answer, your chances of success is 0%. There is a 0% chance you will become successful. But like I don't know what face you're making, because this document I'm reading here is something I've actually read to my clients and also some of my coaching, my mentees. When I read this, their jaw dropped. I don't know what face you're making, but I know this is definitely a mind shocker. Because to think it was that all along, it is 100% true. There is quite literally no chance at your current state for you to become successful, no matter how hard you try. My friend, you could fight an army, a politician, you could bring receipts, evidence of 12-hour workdays, 9-hour workdays. It doesn't matter. You will and can't ever possibly hope of becoming successful. You have 0% chance to become successful. You have zilch, nada. There is nothing you can do to become successful at your current state. None at all. 0% chance. But why? Why would I say a statement like that? Why would I make that comment and pretty much crush and destroy all your hopes and dreams in one fell swoop? Well, it's simple. It's because it's the absolute truth. Now, I need you to really understand what I'm going to say, because the next line that I'm going to read to you is going to break a lot of the beliefs you've had and make things way more clearer. Okay? So stick with me, because this is all going to come full circle. I want you to pay attention to what I'm about to say and integrate this into your consciousness. Even when you leave this call, deeply, and I mean deeply, reflect on the next line you are about to read/hear. You at your current state have a 0% chance to become successful. You at your current state have a 0% chance to become successful. And this is the toughest pill to swallow. This is genuinely one of the most painful sentences you will ever come across. You have always known this to be true, but your ego can't fully accept this. It is true though. You have a 0% chance to become successful at your current state. Otherwise, you would be successful right now. So if you're trying to become successful and you're not successful, you have a 0% chance of becoming successful. Because if there was a 100% chance of your success, you would be successful by now. I want you to understand that. At your current state, you have a 0% chance to become successful. Because if you did, you would be successful right now. And me neither, right? At the time of you watching this, and I made this for my mentees, so this might be different. Obviously, this number might increase. I don't know now, but I would say right now, let's just follow the document. Let's just say right now, according to this, I have a 5% chance of becoming successful. But wait, something is off. Why only 5%? Well, it's because there's something responsible for you not becoming successful. And I'll tell you, it's not your parents, your friends, it's not your dog, it's not your cat, it's not your mouse, it's not your relationships, it's not your habits, it's not your sleeping/wake up times. It is much more simpler than that. The problem, the reason why you have a 0% chance of becoming successful is all you. It's all you. No one else. No one else is to blame for you not becoming successful. The reason why your chance of success is 0% is all you. You need to swallow that pill.
You nor I can disprove this statement. We cannot deny that we are not successful because if there was a 100% chance of success, we'd be there right now. If 100% means a guarantee, well, I promise you, there is no way within 20 years of my life I wouldn't already be a millionaire. I mean, it's 100% guaranteed, so why hasn't it happened yet? At the time of speaking, I'm not a millionaire yet. And I can be completely honest with you. I will become a millionaire, 100%. But right now it's a 0% because I'm not a millionaire yet. And it's your fault. Likewise, it's mine. Your fault alone that you don't have the riches, the dream body, the woman you want, the family relationships, the home, the circumstances, and the people and friends. All of this is your fault, and no matter what you say to me or tell me in this argument, you cannot deny it. This is the reason why people stay poor and broke. It's because they cannot accept the fact that the reason why they aren't successful isn't because the rich are hoarding all the money. By the way, that's the dumbest belief I heard. If you come into this program and say, oh bro, nah, you know how rare it is to be successful because all the rich people got the money? Like, please leave the program, all right? Your limiting belief is shit. You have a terrible limiting belief. Believing that all the rich people are hoarding all the money is so stupid. Genuinely, so it's like the stupidest comment I've heard. If you've watched market saturation, you know yourself that nothing is saturated, including money. Just because, the rich people have a lot of money doesn't mean they monopolize the whole market. Yes, there's obviously institutions that take a big proportion of the economy, yes, but that doesn't mean that you can't make six figures. You don't need like 9 figures like them. You just need a decent amount to do better than the average person. Even 10K a month is enough to live a decent life. Okay? The reason why people aren't successful is because of themselves. And if you blame anything other than yourself, you are coping. I really need you to understand this. If you say it's your environment, if you say it's your situation, if you say it's this, it's that, I need you to understand that you are what we are doing, what we call coping. Can your environment play an advantage? 100%. Can the circumstances and the situation being favorable to you play an advantage to you? 100%. But does that mean you will become successful or not? No. Because there are a lot of people in favorable positions and they are very unsuccessful. Likewise, there are people who are in very unfavorable positions and they are very successful. And why do these people become successful or unsuccessful? It's because of their own self. And if you blame anything other than yourself for your lack of success, you are coping. You are lying and you are saying that other people are responsible for you not getting off your ass when it's 6 a.m. to go to work. You are saying someone else managed to, move your body in a certain way, that they controlled your blood vessels. No one is fucking controlling you. If you aren't successful by whatever time frame you set, it is all your fault. It is no one else's fault but yours alone. And the thing is, I choose not to turn out like them because deep down, I am narcissistic enough to believe that I am meant for more and I am qualified and better than a lot of people. Okay? And I know that sounds crazy, like, oh my god, narcissist, no. Oh my god, narcissist, Like, I want you to know that a lot of successful people are narcissistic as fuck. These people are like so narcissistic. Like, I want you to put this in perspective, right? I'm 20 years old. I'm coming on this program and I'm giving you guys information on how to improve your life. Who the fuck do I think I am? Really and truly, I've sat down and watched and researched content and, read books and, have some experience of talking to clients, yes, but it's not like I'm backed by an institution. So who the fuck do I think I am to give you a free course and tell you how to run your life? Or tell you the things you need to consider? The only differentiation between me and someone that wouldn't do that is because I believe I am so self-entitled and with the expertise and knowledge I have, I am capable of giving you that knowledge and you can apply it for yourself. And that's for full transparency. I'm not going to come here and tell you I'm a saint. Not all my intentions are pure. The DTC Apparel Growth Lab, it costs I believe it costs, maybe at the time of this video, I think it's like $300 to $400. But the only reason why it's priced so high is because it's the same framework we use for our clients, right? Vice versa with you. You have a self-entitlement to believe that as a clothing brand founder, you can make a hoodie and sell it for 120. Who the fuck do you think you are? Right? Who do you think you are to charge someone $120 and take that much money from them? That's a day of wage. That's a day wage. That's 2 days of work. So you're basically giving someone a hoodie and saying 2 days of work for my cloth. What the fuck? But why? Right? And it's because you need traits like this. When you start to view the traits that are necessary for success as negative, you won't become successful. And we're going to cover that very, very soon. Right? And I know that's crazy to say, but it really isn't. Right? If you said to us, a millionaire, I want to be successful, or I am successful, the millionaire will say, well, prove it. But if you say this to some poor lazy guy who lazes on his ass all day watching TV and David Goggins for judging him for the lifestyle he has, he'll say, you're so proud and egotistical, one day you're going to lose everything. And I'm sure you've talked to some people like that. Like when you tell them that you want to become successful, you share your ambitions, you share your dreams, they come back and laugh in your face and you're like, oh, you're so proud and egotistical. You want to do this, you want to do that. Oh my God, you're not going to succeed, right? And you've come across these people and they've laughed at you. And just for full transparency, right? I quit my job. Okay, so I worked in Lidl. I worked at retail, right? I worked in a retail store. Now, what happened was that in June 2023, I quit my job because I wanted something more. I was tired of working that job and I quit. But when I quit, I didn't have a plan. I wasn't a consultant as you guys see today. I didn't own a business. I didn't help anyone. I was just doing YouTube videos and content and I just quit because I had a strong inclination that something would work out. It was just delusion, straight delusion. I quit. I didn't find a job. I couldn't make any money. I was just being an idiot. I was doing everything I could though, and I was learning skills, but like I had nothing to show for it. My dad found out, got pissed off. I had to get a salesman door-to-door job. That door-to-door job taught me so much about sales and so much about people, right? Getting rejected every single day by knocking on people's doors and they just slam the door in your face. That was the best thing that ever happened to me. But that job wasn't sustainable enough because I wasn't good enough to be able to sell enough, right? So I quit that job. And after looking, I had no money. I was upset. I was broke. I was flipping. You could say I was depressed, whatever you want to say. But then I had to go back to that same job I quit, which was Lidl. I walked back in there, and obviously, thank you to my manager. His name is Mike. He's a brilliant guy, and I need to give him a shout out because I always said I would. Right? He welcomed me back into the job, and even when I quit, he was concerned for me. But when I came back into that job, which he gave me, a lot of people were happy to see me again, which kind of made me upset because it's like, damn, like you didn't even believe I was successful. But one thing that really, really humbled me and also put such a big battery on my back is the first day. Well, I think it was the second week of working there. Yeah, there was this girl that I used to work with. Right, we used to be friends. We used to be cool. I walked back, and as she saw me, she ignored me. And I was kind of confused. I was like, I thought we were friends. So I approached her, I confronted her about it, and I said, look, why are you not talking to me? Like, are you not happy I'm back? Or, look, I'm back. I went to get a few jobs. And the first thing she said to me is, you thought you were better than us. And look where you are now. Really ingrained that. She basically mocked my risk, and she was right to do so, right? Because I made a very silly decision without a business idea, rightfully so. But this would only seem stupid to a person who can't fathom what it means to be an entrepreneur. I took that fucking risk. It failed. I had to come back embarrassingly, and I left again. I don't fucking work at Lidl. I work for my fucking self. I work whatever time I want, right? Make whatever money I want, okay? And I'm not saying I'm a millionaire, but I'm getting there. I'll tell you that. And the whole point I'm trying to make here is that when you are making, like, when you are growing and when you're trying to become successful as an entrepreneur, people will say you're proud and egotistical. People are going to laugh at you. People are going to mock you and people are going to disrespect you for trying to be someone great because they do not understand your journey. It is not for you to then convince them. It is for you to get up your own fucking ass and prove them wrong, right? And it's funny coming from a person saying that, oh, look where you are, but probably still works there. No disrespect to her, and there's nothing wrong with it working a 9 to 5. But because I took that risk and learned the skill, I had to adapt, right? So, and I'm sorry about the rant, but that's necessary. Now, I'm going to ask you to do something that I did a few days ago. At the time of reading this was months ago, right? I'm going to tell you now, this is by far the greatest thing I have ever done. If you choose not to do this, you will not progress. And it doesn't matter how corny, cringy, or stupid you think it is to do it, just do it. Do not sit here and be like, oh no, I'm too cool for school. I promise you, if you cannot do this action item, please leave this video. Do not watch it. Don't watch this video. And don't try to ever become successful ever again. I mean that from the bottom of my fucking heart. Do not try to become successful if you cannot take this step. This is a rite of fucking passage. And every successful entrepreneur does this and has done this. So if you're going to feel like you're entitled and you're too big to do this, please leave this video, leave the community. You can even text me, I'll ban you myself, okay? So here's your action item. I need you to go find a mirror in your house, and you're gonna pause the video after this and do it, where you'll be alone and not disturbed for a minute, and go and say to yourself, it's my fault. The reason why I'm not successful yet is all my fault. So pause the video and go do that now. I'm gonna be waiting. I'm not gonna move forward until you do it. Go ahead. Okay? If you're still sitting here watching the screen, I don't know what you're doing. Don't delay this, okay? Yes, we're on a call, and like I said, this is from my mentee clients. If you're on a call with me, but as you're watching, listening, and reading this, I want you to go right now and find a mirror. And I hope you've done this by watching this, right? If you're watching this, I hope you've done this already. Once you say this, and congratulations, everything, and I mean everything in your life changes forever. You take responsibility for everything in your life, and no one can be responsible for you not making it. No one can now say that it's like no one can say, "Oh, sorry, bro, you weren't successful because of me." No, you can say I wasn't successful because of me, or I became successful because of me, and you didn't stop me from becoming successful. There is nothing you did to stop my success. That is how great your success should be. If your success is limited by other people, that's not fucking success. That's failure, right? You feel the pressure? Good. That's the exact thing that creates diamonds. So let's go over universal pushback. Now, great. You've taken responsibility and you've admitted you're a loser, pretty much, and now you've decided to change your life for the better. Hooray, right? Now, there's a bunch of different emotions that might course through you. Either you're probably going to feel motivated, hyped, excited, or just overall prepared for this new journey. But let me tell you this right now, you are not even close to being prepared for the sheer pain and agony that awaits you. This is just step one. If you thought that was painful, man, wait till you're staring at your ceiling at 3 a.m. pondering and contemplating whether to give up on this brand or not, right? I need to make this clear. You're not going to die. Neither are you going to be physically damaged in any way. This is more of a mental pain. It's going to hurt depending on your pain tolerance, and this is going to suck. It's going to be ass. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be shit. It's going to be disgusting. It's going to be so boring and so fucking painful. And worst of all, you're going to see a lot of resistance. Let me explain. So, according to Newton, right, the third law of Newton, to every action there is an opposite and equal reaction. And that is the absolute truth, right? That's the third law of Newton. This means as you try to improve, grow, and change, and become much more than you are now, you are going to see a bit of resistance. This resistance can come in the forms of self-sabotage. So you can prevent yourself from, growing and becoming that next person, random setbacks, disruptions, and extreme mental pain. And there is many more to this list, but the point I'm trying to make here is that the universe does not like sudden change. So when you say, "Oh, I'm going to change my life now and stop eating bad or stop smoking and stop drinking," just imagine, right, a nail that you've hammered into the wall slowly rising up again to face you. If you had a hammer by your side, you'd hammer it back down, right? Well, of course you would. First of all, you'd probably be scared, like, why the hell is this nail falling out and facing me? Slam it back in the wall again. Hopefully you stay. But the same way you're going to hammer that nail back into the wall is the same way the universe will hammer you back into the wall. Pause. Right? The universe will hammer you back down because that's who you were. You were the guy who smoked. You were the guy who drank. You were the guy who scrolled on TikTok for 20 hours. You were the guy who couldn't be asked to make designs. So you coming now and saying, "Oh yeah, I want to be this new person. I want to be this new identity. I want to be a more hardworking." The universe is going to laugh at you and be like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Right? Changing all of a sudden is different and strange, so the universe will try to correct it by effectively putting you back into your place. This is what we call G-checking, right? In the UK, it's a term G-checking, like, I'm a G-check you. I'm sure this is a term in America too, but in the UK, it's like, "Oh, I'm a G-check you," right? G-checking is basically where I check if you're really, like, test your gangster, right? I want to see if you're gangster enough. I want to see if you're who you say you are. And that's the exact same thing the universe is going to do. So if you said to the universe, "Oh, I'm a 7-figure entrepreneur now. I believe this about myself. This is my new identity," the universe would be like, "All right, bet. Let's test it. Let's slap you with some resistance. Let's slap you with depression. Let's slap you with some mental anxiety. Let's slap you with failure and rejection. Let's see how you go past that. If you manage to pass all these things, then bet, yeah, I'll make sure you're the most successful entrepreneur of all time." And that's literally the conversation the universe has with you. But you just don't obviously know that because no one's ever told you that, right? But why? Why does the universe hate us so much that anytime we want to make progress, the next thing that happens to us is getting absolutely smashed with resistance? Because it's like, I want to improve. Isn't that a good thing? I want to make more money. I want to help my family. I want to grow. I want to achieve. I want to succeed. Why am I getting punished, damn near, with resistance and depression and anxiety and all these different things when I just want better for my life? Well, let me make it clear. The universe doesn't hate you, and it's very impartial, right? The universe is impartial because now, let me tell you the truth. If you was to drop a baby, okay, and I know this is going to be a very extreme example, but if you was to drop a baby off a 300-story building versus a guy, like a baby off a 300-story building versus a villain who is like on the death penalty, right? The kinetic energy and how they're going to hit the floor is the exact same. Like, there's like life and the universe isn't going to be like, "Oh wow, the baby, it's so innocent. Let me just protect it with a bubble that on the ground." It's the baby's going to get smashed to pieces. And obviously, don't visualize that. That's going to be quite disgusting. But vice versa, the villain is also going to get smashed to pieces. The laws of the universe apply and they're applicable to everyone, irregardless of who you are, what you've done, how you've helped the world. You are going, like, everyone is going to die eventually and pass away. And that's the absolute truth. I'm not saying that to scare you, but that's the truth, right? Everyone's definitely going to meet their end. Like vice versa with me. The only thing in the future that's going to be ever a record or recollection is my videos online and the voice you're hearing right now. So you have to understand that the universe is impartial. And secondly, just like Newton's law states, to every action there is an opposite and equal reaction. So if you do something, something else is going to correspond. If you grab a microphone, right, then the kinetic energy is also going to leak out of that, right? If you walk, you're going to expend energy because to every action there is an opposite and equal reaction. So if you're making such a big ripple in the water, well, be prepared to make a tsunami. And once that tsunami has risen and caused a fuss, it must be calmed. Nothing stays chaotic forever, and nothing stays peaceful forever. Look at the current state of our world, right? At the time of speaking, Israel and all these Israel and Iran and in Sudan, and look at all these wars that all these people that are just losing their lives for no fucking reason. Rest in peace to all these wonderful people that some obviously you can argue who's wonderful and who's not, but I'm not here to debate politics. But the whole point I'm trying to say is that there are a lot of innocent people that are dying for no reason. People that were eating food in the middle of the home before their house got exploded, because nothing stays peaceful forever and nothing stays chaotic forever. So as much as this war is going on in different countries, this war will eventually end. World War I and World War II isn't happening right now. It had to end. Okay, the same way peace won't last forever. Eventually a war will start, or other things, right? And this, once again, I don't say this to scare you, but to put into perspective that you need to understand that life is an oscillation. And oscillation is things that goes up and goes down, right? Nothing stays the exact same forever. Now, by saying you want to become successful, you are bargaining with the universe by saying, hey, I want to change my life now, right? I know it's been 20 years or however old you are of me living the same way, and that's been cool with you, but now I want to change, okay? And the funny thing about the statement is that the universe will actually allow it, and it'll say, by all means, change as you wish. But here's what people don't tell you. The price for change is pain. The price for change is pain. All right? And humanity can only bargain one thing against the universe. And that one thing is how much pain we're willing to go through in order to change. We cannot just wake up, change everything, and there be no consequences. I mean, like, what did you think was going to happen? Genuinely, like, you said you wanted to change your life and become a millionaire. Did you think that was going to come with no strings attached? Like, did you honestly think becoming successful was as easy as saying it? It's one thing to say it, it's two things to do it. Like, you're literally asking for the impossible and you want it to just be given to you? Get out of here. Like, who do you think you are? Trust me, there's a level of narcissism and self-entitlement, but doing this and being like, I want to have a successful clothing brand or a successful business or be a successful entrepreneur, and you're not going to do any work, who the flip do you think you are? No work at all? To even win the lottery, you need to go there and buy the ticket. So if you think that all the success is just going to be given to you on a platter of gold, man, leave the program. Like, this is going to be the most painful journey of your life till you die. It is also going to be the most fulfilling and rewarding, and you will win. You will win a lot, but it's going to hurt like hell. It's going to hurt like shit. Okay, cool. Thanks, Isaac. I'm basically going to suffer before I get my success. Cheers, mate. But how do I know what resistance looks like so I can identify it? Because I've said this, the price for change is pain. And in order to change, and during your change, you're going to feel a lot of resistance. And that's a great question. So my answer to this is, resistance to improving yourself will be anything and everything that tries its best to prevent you from making progress. And you have to be able to identify this as soon as possible so you can maneuver around it and get back into your work as soon as possible. All right, so here are some examples. Now, bear with me because I'm going to have to edit this document because once again, this was for my mentees and I'd never actually intended on giving this document out to a mass amount of people. But now that this is done, like I might need to change it. A lot of the words might be like, action items for certain mentees, but I'll still describe it to you. Now, do not think you're exempt. Okay, so here are some examples of some levels of resistance that even comes to me, right? That you will encounter on your journey to building a successful clothing brand or business or whatever you're doing, right? The women and men in your life will start randomly coming back when you want to work on yourself. This has happened to me, right? So obviously I've been in some relationships, I'm not going to talk now about my current relationship, but I've been in some past relationships, and in those past relationships, I had to end things with these, with these women, because either we just didn't make sense at the time, either they just didn't benefit my life. But what I found, and even not just maybe women in relationships, but also women I've had interactions with that could have been a potential prospect and a partner, right? What I found is after I've started to improve themselves, they managed to spawn back, or they send a text, right? Or send a message to reach out to see how I'm doing, or to see if they can reignite something. And that's going to be the exact same thing for you, right? If you've never gotten any recognition from women and men, a big form of resistance you're going to see is a lot of them. You're just gonna see the same people that never gave you the time of day all of a sudden appear, because this is like your glow up and you're growing and you're becoming so much powerful and new, right? So all these women and all these men or all these people that you've swore to cut off will start coming back and try to give you attention. You need to identify this. It's resistance. The only reason why they're here is because you're working on yourself, or it's because you've become successful. That's why they've appeared. They wasn't there when things didn't go well. They wasn't there when things was ass. They were just here now. And this is also applicable to friends too. Some friends that you've ended relationships with, they will come back into your life to try to maybe reignite something. What the fuck are they doing here? They haven't. They left you when they said, "Yo, bro, help me out with this clothing brand, or help me out with this business, or give me your ideas." They laughed at you. So why the fuck are they back? Tell them to fuck off and focus on your business. That's resistance. And you can hear from the passion in my voice. There is nothing more I hate than someone to be sabotaged by some fucking friends or people that didn't even respect you when you started. So what gives them the right to come back now and try to make something work with you? No, fuck off. Respectfully, right? Cool. Your family. This is another form of resistance. Your family might start to criticize you for doing better, making you feel guilty and ashamed. Now, not all families are like this, but that's a form of resistance, and that's something you need to identify. You can start working on yourself, and like your family start getting pissed off. For example, right, my mom, she's a wonderful woman, she's a loving woman. But it got to a point when I started to work on this business, I'm doing 12 to 16-hour work days, building these documents or working with clients. My mom is calling me at 2, 3 a.m. in the morning, and she's like, Isaac, like, you're working way too hard, you need to stop. And I'm like, Mom, I can't. Okay? It's not a harsh form of resistance. It's not like she's hating me or anything. She loves me. She cares. But when people start to like kind of come in there and they start to criticize you for, or trying to do better or try to work, and my mom never does that, by the way. I'm just making that clear. Do not think Isaac's mom doesn't want him to work hard. She encourages me every day. If I see a single person say that, I'm going to ban you from this community. But the whole point I'm trying to make here is your family might come as a form of resistance. Your brothers might start making fun of you, or your sisters, or maybe your family, or maybe your mom and dad, or maybe your cousins, aunties. All these people might come in and start to criticize you for doing better. Grandparents is also included. You have to identify that that's resistance. All it is resistance. It's not them. It's just the resistance the universe is giving you to really see if you're about the thing you're saying. Okay? Another thing, life. Life all of a sudden feels more difficult. Like when I told you on my entrepreneurship journey and when I was quitting my job, that was the most difficult period of my life. Right? Everything felt hard. No money, going from one place to another place, just didn't have shit. Another thing, all bad habits will start to look attractive once more. If you have a lot of bad habits and you're eating, smoking, drinking, partying, and you're working on your business, you might want that one day where you want to rest, you want to kind of ease off the gas. And then all of a sudden going to a party is look way more attractive than it did 3 years ago. It is resistance. It is fucking resistance. You need to identify it. Another thing, your brain begins to rationalize doing bullshit you swore you wouldn't do anymore. That is another form of resistance. Your brain is an excellent persuader. It's like, oh, we've been working all day. We've been doing like 2 hours, of designing. Let's just rest for like the next week. Oh, I've made like 60 designs. I don't need to, make any more designs anymore. I don't need to improve my brand anymore, right? I've worked so hard. What's the point of me making another design? Or what's the point of me sending this to my manufacturer? I'll do this next week. I'll do this next month, right? Oh, I'll wait till summer. I'll wait till autumn. I'll wait till winter. That's when people want my clothes. Your brain is so good at rationalizing bullshit. Okay? Is brilliant at rationalizing not doing work, and if you don't pull yourself together and get past these excuses, you will fail and never achieve your goal. Your brain will say shit like, oh, I've had such a long day, I'm so tired after coming back from work. It's a 4-hour shift, by the way. I just want to relax all day tomorrow and I'll start again. What the flip? Even if you work 8 hours, right, and you're young, if you're like 20, if you're in your 20s or your teenage years, you have the energy after a 9 to 5 to work from 5 to 9. 4 hours or 2 hours, even 1 hour learning a skill does not cost you. Like, for example, this program is you learning skills, right? So if you ever believed before this point, or if you still hold the belief that I can't work harder because I can't learn a new skill, look at what you're doing now. You're watching a fucking program on how to improve your identity. This is a skill, right? And your brain is lying. Trust me, rest is so good, and we're going to go over how to rest properly. We do that in Insatiable Discipline to make sure you can do work like exponential, like a higher rate, and I do this all the time. But don't listen to this nonsense excuse, right? If you're tired, we're gonna go over ways to rest properly and be able to like rest and work, because rest is simply recovery. It's not rest isn't like breaks. I want to make that clear. Rest is recovery. You're recovering in order to go even harder, right? Another thing. Oh, that girl slash boy hurt my feelings, right? I'm going to distract myself by playing Fortnite and just act nonchalant and pretend like I don't like her. If I do work right now, I'll be too distracted. I won't be able to focus. So it's better for me to focus when I have a clear mind. This is fucking bullshit. Like, this is what we call cope. COPE. Yes, it's always better to do work when you have a clear mind, but spoiler alert, you're not always going to have a clear mind. You're going to still need to work. If you need to clear your head, go for a walk and come back and work. Don't listen to this bullshit. Okay? You're not like, there's gonna be days where life is just absolutely ruthlessly destroying you. And if you're gonna sit there and be like, oh, bro, damn it. I need to work with a clear mind. What the fuck kind of bullshit is that? You might get a clear mind in 7 days, and you're not gonna work for 7 days because your mind isn't clear? What? Let's go over another example. I just want to stay in bed for 5 more minutes. It's so early. Can I just lay in bed for a bit? I promise I'll work even harder when I get out of bed. Absolutely fucking not. Sleep on time. We're not listening to that propaganda. Just get out of bed and don't let your brain think. Just get out of bed. The universe and our old identity have ways of convincing us to stay the same or become even worse. But we're not listening to that. Do not listen to this fucking cope. We've got ways to overcome this, but for now, let's move on, okay? So, let's go over the ultimate pain. Because this is actually when shit gets even, like, this is when shit hits the fan. Like, this is when shit gets fucked, alright? And without knowing this properly, you're going to suffer. And if you don't identify this, man, you're going to regret. This is when it gets even more fucked. I mean, literally, things get worse, right? There is a pain that's even worse than you going through 12 hours of work per day, doing slow, boring, antagonizing work. Like, don't get me wrong, designing isn't like easy. Sitting down there drawing, filling in these colors and sitting down on your iPad and drawing for like 6 hours, trying to get these mood boards and trying to, get this product that looks so good. It isn't easy. I know that. I know it isn't easy. It's slow, it's boring, it's antagonizing, it's low stimulating, it's not vivid. Yes, but there is a pain far greater than any other pain ever imaginable, and every human alive is terrified of it. You might not care for it now, and some don't, but you will come to feel it in depth when the time comes. And that pain is the pain of not actually achieving anything. That is the pain of not succeeding and not achieving anything. And that is the absolute truth. Really sit down to think about that. Think about that. Think about you not achieving anything. You've lived your whole life and you do not accomplish or achieve anything. Right? Imagine 30 years from now, you're outside in the cold winter cleaning bins while some 17 to 21-year-old, okay, so my age, drive past you in the newest sports car. Imagine how regretful, wrathful, and jealous you will feel. You had the chance, but you didn't use it. And a lot of you guys will be like, no, I'm not regretful. I'm not wrathful. I'm not jealous. That's not the type of person I am. You're an entrepreneur. Right? And entrepreneurs have this one trait, like I said, narcissism, that gives us a sense of entitlement to believe that we should be successful. If you do not achieve your goal, you will regret it. And you'll become jealous and wrathful. You'll become one of them old spiteful people that be like, it was all a scam back then. People lied. Right? And the reason why is not because you're angry at the system, it's because you're angry at yourself. You had the chance but didn't use it. So when people were talking about AI, which is equivalent to like the next Bitcoin, you didn't use it. Okay? And I need to make this clear that that's the true pain that even I am too pussy to feel. I am pussy to feel this pain. I don't want to feel this pain. I am good off that pain. Not all pain is good pain, and that pain, I want no part in it. And this is the worst pain of all, because this right now is your chance. This is your chance. You're watching this video. This is your chance. I don't care how old or young you are. Right now, this is your opportunity. This is your chance. This moment, this hour, this minute as you read this. And I know you're going to forget about this module in a week, but it will play back in your mind. It will play back in your mind. If you think the things I'm saying is bullshit, wait till you're 69 years old, and that's a random number, but wait till you're 70 to 60, and then watch this memory play back in your mind. When I'm shouting in your ear saying, you can become successful right now, you just need to put in the work. If you do not do the work, take the time to improve and work on your craft, there is literally no way for you to escape this pain. And it is because of this pain, people do very dangerous and suicidal things. This pain is the most terrifying, and if anything in all of existence motivates you enough to work or terrified enough to make sure you don't die, it should be the pain of losing and not succeeding is far greater than the pain of working hard to win. It is not worth it. The pain of not actually achieving anything, okay, is not worth it. I would rather sit down here and read like 200-page documents on videos, right, for 8 hours a day and make my money, even though it's painful. Like, don't get me wrong, like reading those documents, I've been losing my voice. I need to drink water every 10 seconds. I need to use the bathroom all the time. All right. It's not simple. It's not easy to go over these documents and give my expertise and knowledge. Like, I know it seems simple. It is quite simple. All I'm doing is reading off a flipping document and like reading it out loud. But trust me, like this shit hurts to do. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm feeling a lot of pain right now. Not like mental pain, like running a marathon, not to the same degree as that, no. But it's not easy to keep this exact same attention and make sure I don't divert and open my phone and go on Instagram and be bored and take breaks. I'm doing this all in one sitting, right? And the only reason why there's cuts is because there's interruptions. But other than that, I'm doing this all in one sitting. I'm not getting up from my chair and like, eating a meal and being like, oh yeah, let me have a break now. I was tired. I'm doing this all in one shot, right? And I would rather do this because imagine I didn't do this. What is gonna lie on the other side of the desert? It's gonna be flipping misery, and I don't wanna experience that. So I'm gonna read these damn documents, and I'm going to help these clients, and I'm going to charge them prices, and I am going to scale people's brands because I want to be successful, and I don't want to feel the pain of not actually achieving anything. I don't want to sit down at a table at being a father of however many children I own, with my wife looking at me and my children looking at me, and they're like, "Oh, Dad, in a generation where everyone was making money online, what did you do?" And I was like, oh yeah, I was just working 9 to 5, like, and I worked a 9 to 5. That was cool. I made some money, but like, I just couldn't be asked. I just laid down every day. That's why we're poor kids. Sorry. What? Let's go over the upcoming sacrifice. Okay. When I told you this is going to be the most difficult and painful, hardest week of your life, I genuinely meant it. And the main reason why it's going to be such a painful experience is because you're going to have to sacrifice a lot, but make a big sacrifice between two options. Are you ready to hear what you have to sacrifice? It's going to be a tough pill to swallow. And these should have been highlighted black, but because I've already read them, it's fine. Okay, we're just going to do it again. Why not? So the first sacrifice you're going to make is your current life, your identity, your habits, your beliefs, not all, i.e. religious beliefs, so you don't need to give up your belief in God, people, relationships, circumstances, comfortable, convenient options, and more. There's way more, okay? Or you give up your success and goal, things that help you get to your goal, i.e. this program. So either you need to give up or sacrifice your current identity or the successful version of yourself, because there is no way your successful version of yourself and your current self can both coexist. One of you guys need to go. And you need to choose right now, in this moment, who you are going to pick. Your successful self or your unsuccessful self. Who are you going to choose? You need to give up everything in order to get and achieve your goal. Don't get me wrong, you're not going to sacrifice absolutely every single thing. I'm going to cover that. But you might have to give up some relationships. You might have to give up some friendships. You might have to give up some convenient options. You might have to stop eating fast food, yeah. You might have to give up some of your beliefs. This is scary. Like, don't get me wrong, like, this is genuinely scary. And if you do not want to go forward with this decision, I'm not going to judge you for it. Not everyone is called to be great. And you just might not be that person, that's fine. Only a select few, I guess. And the select few aren't the people that get selected, but the selected few are the people who select themselves. Not the people who get selected. The people who select themselves. The people who say, no, I'm going to be successful. Not because people have done this for me. So who are you going to choose? You need to make a decision. Don't just keep staring at the screen. What are you going to choose? Like, I need you to sit for a moment and think about this. And this is a huge decision that will determine the trajectory of your life. In fact, for the rest of your life. So I want you to take your time to think about this decision. Which one is more worth it to you? Either your current life, your identity, all these things, or your success and goal. Number one or number two. Think about it. Genuinely, actually take a second to think about it. Which one is like? And I know this seems obvious. You're gonna be like, yeah, but of course I want my success. Of course I want to make 6 figures. You don't. If I tell you right now, the trade-off to making 6 figures is that you need to maybe give up a romantic partner. Would you do it? Oh, okay. So now you're not putting it into perspective. If I told you right now, in order to become successful and run a clothing brand, you need to sleep for 3 hours for the next 3 years. Would you do it? Like really, really think about what I'm saying. Your current life. In order to become a successful entrepreneur, you need to give up all social media. Delete all social media from your phone other than the ones that are relevant. Do not scroll on TikTok unless it's necessary. And read. Eat. You wake up, you eat. You wake up on the brand, you sleep. That's your whole life. Or you give up your social life. Would you do it? And don't pick either because it seems like the right thing to say. And for the love of God, please don't pick one or the other because you want to please me or make me happy. Brother, sister, human, whatever you are, this is your life. No one can make this choice for you. If your choice is dependent on mine or anyone else's reaction, then you are absolutely fucked. Now, if you're not absolutely shitting yourself right now, okay, and by that I mean like if there's not a certain level of fear in your heart thinking, damn, like I'm gonna lose my current life, like I might have to stop talking to this girl I'm talking to because I need to focus on my goal. And I might need to stop talking to this guy I'm talking to because I need to focus on my goal. Then you're not really comprehending what's going on. Like the only time you're not gonna sacrifice against this is if you have nothing to lose anyways, right? But that's a different story entirely. And let's be honest, you're probably not that guy right now who doesn't have anything to lose. You definitely have something to lose. Okay? This is the ultimate sacrifice, and this is what it takes. This is the bargaining conversation that you're going to have with the universe, except I'm the universe and you're the person who wants to change their life. I told you, you're going to sit down with the universe and you're going to reason and be like, okay, cool, I want to be successful. How are we going to make this work? The universe is going to slide a piece of paper on your desk and it's going to give you a list of the things you need to give up in order to be successful. Will you make that trade? I'll take that relationship I'll take that situationship from you. I'll take that lazy habit from you. I'll take that sleeping whatever time you want from you, and you get success, you get power, you get all these things. But I'm going to take away the things that I want, and that's a sacrifice. It's a trade-off, right? I need you to look at that sacrifice right now, and I need to see your resolve. Look at these sacrifices, your current life or your success and goal. Show me your resolve, right? Because this shit is going to hurt. It's going to be painful, but undeniably worth it. It's going to be so worth it. Every minute, moment, and second spent working on your craft is going to be so damn worth it. But it is a sacrifice. The ultimate price to pay to get what you want. Okay? This is the sacrifice. This is what's demanded of you. How easy did you think the success thing was gonna come? No one's told you this, right? So I've set your expectations from now to let you know what it's demanded. And the reason why, for example, if you go into your business and you start your clothing brand, you've gone through the manufacturers, you've built all them foundations, right? And you haven't done this. The reason why nothing has worked is because you just haven't sacrificed the thing that's preventing you from getting to your goal. So let's look at the cost of success. Success is absolutely worth it. The fulfillment, the life you'll lead, the legacy you'll leave behind, the jobs you will give people, the lives you will change, the homes you will create, the love you will foster, the story you will tell, the peace you will feel. I mean, who wouldn't want a life like that? But here's the absolute truth. It is going to cost you every single thing. The life you're currently living right now is going to cost you. And that means it's going to cost you your bad habits, your sleeping schedule, your current relationships, your beliefs, your paradigms, your dreams, your hopes, your mind, your energy, your time, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. It's going to cost you so much. It costed me. I had to give up talking to people who I thought were my friends because these people aren't going to take me from where I am to where I need to be. They were limiting me from getting to the position I want to get to. The same way I had to give up my job, I had to sacrifice my job to become successful. I had to sacrifice my pride. I had to go back to the same job and get mocked in order to leave again. You are going to need to sacrifice a fuck ton. And if you don't, man, like, you have no one else to blame other than yourself for not becoming successful. This is the trade-off you need to make. And I'd like to make two things clear here. Number one, there is much more to this list. Trust me, like this list can go on to maybe 50 things, right? And we'll discover it together. And I have action items for you. But the second thing is, some things you will not sacrifice because to you, they will be way more important than success here. Like I said before, you're not going to sacrifice absolutely everything. So this should give you a lot, like a little bit of ease. But I'm going to be honest, when I was first discovering this mindset module and building up my business, I was terrified because I thought I was going to have to give up my relationship because I've done that in the past. I thought I was going to have to give up my, my social life, maybe some friends. I thought I was just going to have to be a loner. Now, there are some things that I genuinely won't sacrifice because to me, they're worth it. Success is just not worth having all that and some of the things I don't want, right? So, for example, sacrificing your relationship with your family if you're on good terms because that will just psychologically ruin you. As a human, you have a primal need for social interaction. So depriving yourself of like a level of social inclusivity inclusivity will just ruin your mind, right? You can't just be a loner for too long because you actually start to get weird when you don't talk to people. You start to become more and more primal. Like that's what happens when you don't talk to anyone. When you're locked in your room, you start to become like more primal. It's just natural, right? Because it's just like you're just on alert, and you're just like you kind of lose your vocabulary. You just become very weird, right? And another thing I wouldn't sacrifice is, like, for example, your health. Sacrificing your health is ridiculous because without good health, you will not be able to work and become successful and enjoy the fruits of your labor. So you might not give up your gym. You might not like sacrifice the gym in order to become successful because the gym is keeping you healthy, right? Or you might not sacrifice food because, well, without food, how are you going to even think and function? So there are some things you're just not going to sacrifice. But knowing what you have and what you don't have to sacrifice is very important. Okay? And another thing as well, even about the cost of success, I was terrified because I was scared of the type of person I was going to become. I was so scared because I was thinking that, damn, I'm going to become a robot. I'm not going to, be as, I guess, free and jolly as I used to be. I'm going to change a lot. And yes, while that is true, now that I'm working like all these hours, nothing has changed. Like, I'm not really missing out on anything. Right? So, there you have it. This is the cost of success. The real question is now, what are you willing to do? Are you willing to go through hell and back, suffer purposely just to become successful? Is that something you're willing to do? So let's go over, are you willing? The time is ticking, and the thing is, we need to know right now if you are willing to become successful. When I told you to take a moment to think about it before, well, I have another action item for you. So this is your action item. Take the evening off and the day off and do nothing. And I need you to do this right now. Delete all social media from the day. Just delete everything for the day. You can get it back tomorrow. Stop crying, stop whinging. Delete TikTok. As I'm speaking right now, get up your phone, delete TikTok, delete Instagram, delete Snapchat, delete Facebook, delete all these different things, Threads, Twitter, delete everything. Just delete it, delete it, delete it. Do not stall this. Do not waste time. Grab your phone, please. Once again, if you're not proactive enough, you're just going to sit there and be like, oh, bro, I need to sign into all my accounts. Shut up and delete the fucking app. Because right now, what's more important than you signing in that's going to take you max 20 minutes is deciding whether you want to become successful or not. Don't be like, oh yeah, don't worry, bro. No, I'm gonna put my phone on airplane mode, turn it off. Like, delete the fucking app. I understand, yes, if you have drafts, save whatever you can, but delete the app. And if for whatever reason, you cannot delete apps, that's fine. Just give your phone to someone. Turn on airplane mode, take out the SIM, and give your phone to someone else for the rest of the day. Do not have access to your phone at all. Okay? Do not scroll on TikTok or Instagram. If it's early for you, go out for a walk with no music, no headphones, nothing. And think about this lesson you learned today. Ask yourself, am I willing to sacrifice everything right now for my success? And it is imperative you do this because you need to actually come to experience, because this might be the last time you enjoy or experience your current life and your current identity and your current situation. So it's very important you just take that time to look at it. Usually I tell people not to linger too long on a decision, otherwise they do not make one to begin with. But right now, it is only fair for you to take your time to think before changing your life and becoming successful. And I know this seems ridiculous, like, bro, I'm so certain, like, I know you're just longing this, like, I want to become successful, but you don't want to be successful, not all, you really don't. Okay? Or you might be that odd one that's already done sacrifice everything. So everything I'm saying is resonating with you, but no need for the action item. If you're that person, and I mean, like, if you're that person that you've actually sacrificed, not like, yeah, bro, I gave up my games on Fortnite ever since last week. Like, no, you've sacrificed, like, you've done the shit and you're working and you're just doing this to improve your mind, that's fine. Once again, go out, move on to the next module by all means. But if you never sacrificed anything before, I need you to really look about your life and think about it. Observe people, observe your life, observe your behavior, observe your pattern, and see what is demanded of you. You are going to need to sacrifice a fuck ton. And if you do not come to terms with that now, man, you're going to regret it when you come through that later. Okay? So once again, do it now. Please do not procrastinate this. Do not procrastinate this. Do not procrastinate this. Do it now. Okay? Now, do the action items. Take the time and prepare yourself for the next gruesome and excruciating moments of pain coming in the future. It is time for you to make your decision. What is it? Okay? So, this is the trial of flames. I really, really hope that you guys are going to understand and you've been able to grasp everything I said. Take your time to learn everything and do the action items. I look forward to seeing you guys in the next module. And once you make your decision, I should see you in the next thing. Take care, goodbye, and good luck.